Before he set off to war, she exhausted her dowry solely to uphold the precarious status of the Marquessate. Upon his triumphant return, he brought back a female general, a decree of marriage, and a contract of concubinage. Meng Tingyuan declared, "Xie Xuan, you are but a delicate flower raised in seclusion. How could you possibly compare to Qingqing? She is a star on the battlefield, while you are only versed in the intrigues of the inner chamber." As she gazed at the formidable woman behind him, at the festive red decorations, and at the glory of the Marquessate that she had nurtured over 3 years, she suddenly smiled. "Then, my lord, please settle the debts of these 3 years." Later, she cast a divorce decree before him, turned, mounted her horse, and rode straight to the frontier. He thought her weak and easily deceived, unaware that she had been the top scholar in strategy and horsemanship personally trained by the Grand Tutor. On the day of her triumph, when she was conferred the title of Marquis and her fame spread across the realm, he knelt outside the city gates, holding the list of her dowry, readied as he pleaded for her to look back. Yet she merely laughed lightly. "Meng Tingyuan, you are no longer worthy even to be my steward." Chapter 1. The Initiative to Withdraw from Marriage. The setting sun bled into the horizon as twilight descended. The heir, returning victorious after 3 years, was greeted by the bustling figures in the Tingyuan Marquessate. Lanterns were lit one by one under the eaves, casting warm red hues against the vast expanse of the darkening sky, making the Grand Marquessate appear as if it floated within a realm of red and black. In the Henke courtyard, 2 large fire basins filled with crimson carbon glowed warmly, complemented by the few red palace lanterns above. Unfortunately, the atmosphere beneath the lanterns was neither warm nor cheerful. Xie Xuan sat upright on a rosewood chair, occupying merely a third of the seat, adorned with only a few simple hairpins, her moon-white garment enveloping her delicate frame. The impatient young woman standing before her was none other than her cherished sister-in-law, Meng Tingyuan, whom she had nurtured with great care over the years. Meng Tingyuan had returned to the household with a woman, and despite her unconfirmed identity, she had managed to persuade her sister-in-law to flaunt her authority here. What a remarkable feat! It is merely a few pieces of clothing and jewelry. Why is sister so stingy? Are you unwilling to lend a helping hand? Meng Tingyuan glared at Xie Xuan, displeased. Sister Muqing is a general on the battlefield. It is your fortune that she wishes to use your belongings. Fortune? Did that mean she should be grateful to Muqing for sharing a man with her? Xie Xuan frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on Meng Tingyuan. This sister-in-law, adorned in exquisite shoe brocade shoes, a brocade skirt, a jade bracelet, and layers of cosmetics and jewels, had acquired every piece with her own money. In less than half a day, having donned her attire and used her possessions, she had the audacity to turn against her. It was unclear whether Muqing was truly capable or if she had merely raised an ingrate. "What are you looking at me for? Am I mistaken in my words? You, a merchant's daughter, have only married into our family by riding on the coattails of the former chancellor. Now that he is gone, the Xie family has no more standing in the capital. Your brother returns victorious merely to bring in a new sister-in-law. What right do you have to sulk and flaunt your displeasure?" Meng Tingyuan felt uncomfortable under Xie Xuan's scrutiny and decided to voice her thoughts all at once. "If you look down upon me for being a merchant's daughter, then remove the clothes I provided for you, take off the hairpins, and return everything." Xie Xuan's words were sharp, her eyes glimmering with sarcasm. The 2 maids, Chunhua and Qiushi, could not help but stifle their laughter, as if mocking Meng Tingyuan's false pretensions. You truly are despicable. All these things were freely given to you. Such fickleness is indeed unbecoming. No wonder my brother does not value you. Your narrow-mindedness is no match for even a single strand of Sister Muqing's hair. Meng Tingyuan's face flushed crimson with anger, and in a fit, she removed the bracelet from her wrist to hurl it at Xie Xuan, only to be interrupted by a loud and familiar voice. Xie Xuan's heart tightened with sudden anxiety. It was Gu Tingyuan. "Tingyuan, why do you need to borrow a garment? It's been so long since you've returned." Gu Tingyuan entered the inner hall, his gaze following Meng Tingyuan to rest upon Xie Xuan, who sat composedly. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her features painted with elegance. She remained as breathtaking as ever, her gaze fierce enough to burn. "Brother, this woman not only cannot tolerate Sister Muqing, but also humiliates me." Meng Tingyuan clutched Gu Tingyuan's arm, pouting slightly, seeking to complain, even omitting the honorific for her sister-in-law. "Muqing is a gifted general, a position of the 6th rank, granted by the Empress as a concubine for my brother." "She is your equal," Meng Tingyuan interjected, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Muqing has long been on the battlefield and does not indulge in the frivolities of the boudoir. This celebration is of great importance. That is why I thought to have Jiyu come to seek your assistance. Is she truly a general on the battlefield? How can she willingly accept the role of a concubine? Xie Xuan frowned slightly as she regarded her once childhood companion and now husband, Meng Tingyuan. They had been betrothed since childhood, and on their wedding day, he had been dispatched westward. 3 years of warfare had transformed him from a once clear-eyed youth into a stern and resolute general, and even the way he looked at her was devoid of the tenderness it once held. The first words he spoke upon seeing her were about another woman. What concubine? Sister Muqing is a respectable general. Her status is equal to yours, Meng Jiyu interjected eagerly. And as she holds an official position, you have none thus. In essence, you owe her respect. It seems my second sister has not properly learned the rules. She does not understand that a concubine is merely a dignified title for a secondary wife. Xie Xuan scoffed, recalling that the matron who had educated Meng Jiyu was once a highly respected elder in the palace, whom she had managed to recruit through her family's influence. Since she looked down upon her, it was unlikely she would continue to follow that matron's teachings. Xie Xuan, when did you become so acerbic? Meng Tingyuan's face displayed his displeasure, clearly disappointed. I am acerbic? Xie Xuan looked at him incredulously, her heart unable to articulate the turmoil within. Gu Tingyuan, gazing at his long-absent wife, took a deep breath and explained, Muqing is a general. She will not compete with you for anything. You will continue to govern the household. She has no desire to meddle in domestic affairs. You think I wish to manage the household? Xie Xuan suddenly laughed derisively. The current Dingyuan Marquessate was merely a facade, outwardly glorious, yet internally hollow. For years, if it were not for her dowry sustaining the household, these masters would not have been able to afford gold and silver or even maintain their remaining ancestral properties. Yet now, it was she who was to manage the household. What a great injustice. Enough, I do not wish to argue further. Muqing and I share a mutual affection. There is no need for your consent regarding her entry into the household. Meng Tingyuan's impatience was palpable. Mutual affection? And what of me? What are the promises made when our families arranged this marriage? A sharp pain pierced Xie Xuan's heart, as if an unseen hand had tightly grasped her very soul. On the day of their engagement, Meng Tingyuan had solemnly promised, in the presence of the esteemed Grand Tutor Xie and the old Duke of Dingyuan Meng Can, unless I remain childless until the age of 40, I shall never take a concubine. However, now, merely 3 years into their marriage, and with Meng Tingyuan still in his early 20s, the couple had not yet consummated their union. The vows of youth echoed in his ears, but the once fervent heart had since turned fickle. If it were not for the relentless pressure from the old Grand Tutor and the concern for our family's reputations, then perhaps, let us not revisit the past. The matter of Qingqing entering the household has already been sanctioned by the Empress. It is set in stone and cannot be altered. Meng Tingyuan's expression grew strained, yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting a tone of righteous indignation. Are you suggesting that the courtship of yesteryears was insincere? Xie Xuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to maintain her composure in the face of the man before her, who now seemed frighteningly unfamiliar. Our past acquaintance in the palace was merely a duty to my parents, a necessity of circumstance. In our youth, we were oblivious to the nuances of love. It is only after enduring the trials of battle that I have come to understand my true feelings, Meng Tingyuan replied. With a resigned sigh, he dismissed their former bond in a few curt words, his eyes lighting up with a smile when mentioning Muqing. Xie Xuan felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling as she nearly fainted. After more than a decade of friendship and 3 years of devotion, she found herself met with such treachery. How absurd, truly absurd. If you hold such sentiments, why not take her as your legitimate wife? Xie Xuan straightened, a cold smile playing on her lips. Qingqing is a military general, bold and unrestrained, destined for the battlefield. Unlike you, she does not concern herself with trivial titles. Meng Tingyuan scoffed. She holds disdain for the sordid affairs of the inner quarters. Your persistent entanglement will only bring you disgrace and annoyance. Chapter 2. Bloodshed. Am I the one lacking dignity? Let us not forget who the untrustworthy one is. Xie Xuan's voice was icy, her gaze dripping with sarcasm directed at Meng Tingyuan, finding the situation utterly ludicrous. If you insist on thinking this way, I cannot help it. I suppose it is my fault. That should suffice. Meng Tingyuan replied impatiently, regarding Xie Xuan with disdain. It is common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. As my brother has said, The promises of the past were merely expedient. Sister-in-law, have you lost your senses to cling to this so desperately? Such jealousy. Are you not afraid of tarnishing the Xie family's reputation? Meng Tingyuan chimed in, indignant. A splendid expedient, indeed. What a family of shameless knaves. Xie Xuan retorted. Xie Xuan, do not overstep. Meng Tingyuan, thoroughly incensed, rushed forward as if to strike her, but Chunhua and Qiushi swiftly intervened, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xie Xuan. Enough. Meng Tingyuan bellowed, his patience thoroughly exhausted. Today, Qingqing's entry into our home is none of your concern. I had merely hoped to facilitate your future encounters, allowing Qingqing to accept you through the matter of attire, yet you have made this a most ungracious affair. I make a fool of myself? How laughable. In this entire capital, has there ever been a legitimate wife who requires acceptance from a concubine? Xie Xuan scoffed, her posture straightening as she tilted her head, listening to the absurdities as though watching a circus performance, gazing incredulously at the man before her. Such outrageous claims from him left her feeling embarrassed, as if it would bring shame upon her. Ha! Qingqing is a general on the battlefield, destined to achieve military honors and restore the glory of the Tingyuan Duke's household. Do not insult me with your notions of domestic hierarchy. Meng Tingyuan's ire reached its peak. Insult? Back then, I too was nurtured by my great-uncle, capable of articulating strategies and mastering archery, surpassing even the newly crowned top scholar in literary prowess. Xie Xuan met Meng Tingyuan's gaze calmly, unaffected by his previous remarks. You have already stated that was in the past. The present you is transformed into a petty, jealous woman of the inner quarters. Meng Tingyuan derided. Besides, back then, Xie the Grand Tutor was at the pinnacle of his influence and people naturally praised you. Ask yourself, how much of those past rumors were true, and how much were false? Do you still not understand? Sister-in-law Qingqing is a female general who has earned her accolades through valor on the battlefield, unlike you, who simply rides on the coattails of the Grand Tutor's reputation. Meng Tingyuan seized the moment to strike, elevating Mu Qing while disparaging Xie Xuan, clearly intending to belittle her to curry favor with Mu Qing. You both. Cough, cough. Ugh. Suddenly, Xie Xuan clutched her chest, coughing violently, her face turning pale as she struggled to breathe. Madam? Chunhua and Qiushi rushed forward, flanking her as they scrambled to assist. Meng Tingyuan, witnessing the scene, moved to approach, but was interrupted by Meng Tingyuan's voice. Brother, is sister-in-law really that frail? A few words, and she coughs. How can someone like her compare to sister-in-law Qingqing? Meng Tingyuan shrugged helplessly. Hold your tongue. Qingqing is forthright and holds an important position. It is only natural for her to be concerned about her standing upon entering our home, Meng Tingyuan replied, his expression complicated as he regarded Xie Xuan. I once thought her not to be a petty woman. It seems I misjudged her. Xie Xuan, a product of the gentry's rigid upbringing, could never compare to his Mu Qing. With this realization, Meng Tingyuan felt a sense of relief. Sister-in-law Qingqing is the most formidable woman in the world, incomparable to anyone else. Meng Tingyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Mu Qing. You two should take your gossip elsewhere. If anything happens to the madam, I will hold you accountable. Chunhua exclaimed, her eyes flashing with fury, eager to chase away the heartless siblings. How dare you, maidservant, speak so to your mistress? Truly, you are a shameless servant raised in a merchant's household, lacking all decorum. Meng Tingyuan was instantly incensed, and even Meng Tingyuan frowned at the words. Such a vile servant, treating her own mistress with such disdain. It was evident that the household of the late Grand Tutor had been too lenient, and it was high time Xie Xuan received a proper reprimand. Blood. Is this blood? Chunhua's reprimand was cut short as she noticed the crimson stains on the handkerchief, sending her into a state of panic. The sight of a youth spitting blood is a harbinger of doom. Their mistress was still so young. This. Meng Tingyuan was equally taken aback, never having intended for Mu Qing to enter their home at the cost of divorcing Xie Xuan, nor had he contemplated her life being at stake. Moreover, he had just returned in glory, his reputation soaring. He could use the Empress's decree as a pretext for marrying a primary wife, but if Xie Xuan were to suffer harm at this moment, it would provide ample ammunition for his adversaries. Not to mention, those literati in court who despised military officials would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to champion Xie Xuan's legacy, vehemently accusing him. Xie Xuan had served 3 emperors, his disciples and former subordinates scattered across the realm. The mere thought of this burdened Meng Tingyuan's chest with an immense weight, leaving him breathless and anxious about how the literati would perceive him. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of discontent towards Xie Xuan until Mu Qing's appearance reignited his fervor. Seeing Meng Tingyuan stand idly by, indifferent to her plight, Xie Xuan felt a dull ache in her chest, as if a piece of her heart had been gouged out. Enough, you may leave, I do not wish to see you. Xie Xuan inhaled deeply, issuing her dismissal to Meng Tingyuan. At that moment, someone from the main courtyard arrived, stating that the matriarch believed General Mu Qing's valiant demeanor, clad in her military garb, would better exemplify the martial spirit of their lineage, urging Meng Tingyuan to return quickly. Meng Tingyuan nodded in acknowledgement, turning back to Xie Xuan. You should rest and not dwell on this. Qing is a general of the court, uninterested in the trifles of the inner quarters. Just remain compliant, and in time, you shall still be the wife of the heir. Xie Xuan tightly clutched the bloodied handkerchief, casting a cold gaze at the departing siblings, Meng Tingyuan and Meng Jiu. Madam, how are you feeling? Chunhua inquired, her face etched with anxiety and her voice tinged with tears. Meanwhile, Qiushi, standing nearby, appeared on the verge of madness. I am perfectly fine. Xie Xuan replied nonchalantly, straightening her posture and carelessly tossing the bloodied handkerchief aside, her tone neither hurried nor languid, devoid of any trace of illness. Madam, you? Chunhua exclaimed in disbelief. Merely an act. Xie Xuan retorted. Would they leave otherwise? The so-called bloodshed was merely a drop from a recently bitten tongue. Ouch. That truly stung. These two were utterly shameless, even a fleeting glance at them made her feel nauseated. Chapter 3. The Contest for Affection. The heir truly has gone too far, taking a concubine as soon as he enters the door, disregarding the young lady entirely. Chunhua exclaimed indignantly. Did you notice it too? He simply does not take me seriously. As she spoke, Xie Xuan suddenly burst into tears. Her laughter tinged with sorrow and injustice, feeling betrayed and reflecting on the years of devotion that had shattered into pieces, all wasted on unworthy pursuits. All the money and affection invested over the years had ultimately been misplaced. Miss, what is troubling you? Please don't frighten your servant. Chunhua and Qiushi knelt beside Xie Xuan, grasping her hands, their eyes brimming with tears. This marriage was arranged by the Grand Tutor years ago. Even if Mu Qing enters the household, no one would dare to surpass you. Please don't despair. Chunhua reassured her. It's just a concubine. If our master is displeased, we can find a way to send her away later. The heir will surely reconsider. Foolish girl, what are you thinking? How could I still want such a despicable man? Xie Xuan gently tapped Chunhua's forehead, wiping away her tears with a smile. He, Meng Tingyuan, is treacherous and I, Xie Xuan, am not a mere plaything to be toyed with. Now that we have reached this point, I certainly will not let him off easily. That earlier bout of blood was merely a part of her plan to extricate herself from the intrigues of the Dingyuan Marquessate. Chunhua, did you not see that I just coughed up a mouthful of blood? Are you still dazed? Xie Xuan said with a smile, her eyes sparkling like a clever little fox. But miss, you are not. Chunhua hesitated, but Qiushi immediately interjected. Miss, the only doctor in the household just returned home 2 days ago. I will send someone to Baikatang to find a physician right away. Xie Xuan nodded in satisfaction and continued instructing, summon the steward of the Marquessate and the shopkeepers, seal the accounts, verify the ledgers, and once everything is clear, present it to the Marquise. Miss, I fear the Marquise will not easily take on the steward's duties, Qiushi expressed her concern. Over the past 3 years, Xie Xuan had supplemented the household with at least 30 to 50,000 taels of silver, allowing them a life of luxury. How could they simply let go of such a comfortable existence? Foolish girl, your master is ill, and it was Meng Tingyuan who caused this illness. Even if she wishes to manage the household, she cannot do so. Xie Xuan smiled charmingly, resembling a blooming peony. For 3 years, she had devoted herself entirely, serving her mother-in-law with care and attending to the family's needs, her efforts evident to all in the capital. Now, with her husband just returned, she was bedridden and unable to attend to matters. She did not believe that the censors in the capital would remain idle. In this dynasty, literature was valued over military prowess, making it difficult for military men to rise in court. The Dingyuan Marquessate had favored her precisely because of her uncle, Grand Tutor Xie Xuan's esteemed position and his numerous connections. It was precisely for this reason that Meng Tingyuan had been able to advance unimpeded in battle, with no one in the court troubling him. Now that Meng Tingyuan looked down upon her noble lineage, why should she continue to be courteous? Now I understand, Chunhua chuckled, gazing at Xie Xuan with admiration. Miss, your thoughts are truly meticulous. You are remarkable. The play must be complete, without causing a stir that might draw attention. Xie Xuan advised. Rest assured, miss, when I go to fetch the doctor, no one will know that you nearly succumbed from anger at the air, Chen Hua said playfully. If she did not speak, others would be compelled to inquire, and that would be of no concern to them. In Xuan Hall, Mu Qing and the Marquis Wang were laughing and joking, entertaining the old matriarch. Mama Fong, with a serious expression, approached the old lady quietly. Old madam, it is bad news. The heir's wife has coughed up blood and is in critical condition. The maids are running to Baikatang to find a doctor. What critical condition? She is merely feigning illness to keep my brother from allowing Sister Qingqing to enter. Meng Jiu quickly clarified. There is indeed no serious issue. Perhaps the servants were overly anxious and miscommunicated. Meng Tingyuan added, his expression darkening. When he left Henku Courtyard, he had seen Xie Xuan recovering. Now, to create such a commotion, he realized her true intention was to feign illness to vie for affection. Xie Xuan, you were once so dignified and gentle. Now, it seems you are nothing more than this, truly disappointing, Meng Tingyuan mused. Perhaps you should go see her. After all, she is your lawful wife, Mu Qing suggested generously. You know I have always believed in you. No need. Meeting her will only lead to endless entanglements, Meng Tingyuan refused, recalling the pressure Xie Xuan had put on him. Feeling an inexplicable irritation. What man does not have multiple wives? He had promised not to disturb Xie Xuan's position as the main wife. Yet she still insisted on causing a scene. What critical condition? Was she not trying to force him to visit? He refused to comply and would not give her what she wanted. Do you truly dislike her that much? Mu Qing asked, her brow furrowing, concern evident in her voice, though her smile betrayed her. Upon learning of Meng Tingyuan's marriage while in the borderlands, she had felt a profound sense of loss. He was so handsome, tall, and noble. From a distinguished family, she did not wish to let him slip away. Fortunately, he also had feelings for her, although he was married. He had not yet consummated the marriage. Seeing his attitude now, it was clear he held no affection for that woman, which reassured her. A merchant's daughter. Merely leveraging the former Grand Tutor's reputation to marry into our family. During the years Yuan Go fought on the battlefield, she was merely well-fed and cared for. As for our Dingyuan Marquis, being a family of scholars and generals, the daughter-in-law must be a bold and spirited general like Qingqing, the Marquis said, holding Mu Qing's hand with a smile. Madam, you know I do not value such things. I only wish to fight alongside Tingyuan in the future, Mu Qing said, somewhat shyly. Good, good. With both of you supporting the Dingyuan Marquis, even when I am gone, I can rest easy knowing I have fulfilled my duty to my ancestors. The old lady said with satisfaction, as if she were transported back to the glorious days of the Dingyuan Marquis. Go back and tell Yuan Gur's wife that if she is unwell, she should find a doctor. There is no need to create such a fuss, causing displeasure among everyone, the Marquis said to Bai Shi beside her, her expression quite displeased. And let her know that I will not compete with her. As long as she does not stir up trouble, we can all coexist peacefully in the future. General Mu, with such magnanimity. It is truly a blessing for my son to have you, the Marquis said, holding Mu Qing's hand and reluctant to let go. Chapter 4. Without official position that day, Xuan Hall was filled with laughter and joy as Mu Qing was surrounded by everyone, sharing amusing tales from the military. Their spirits high. At the family banquet, no one mentioned Xie Xuan again. Though Xie Xuan hailed from a noble family, her family's pillar, Xie Engshi, had already passed away. And there were no remaining relatives in the capital holding official positions. Xie Xuan was but an orphan, her father merely a merchant. Such a background. Compared to the recently celebrated Mu Qing, an already married merchant's daughter, how could she possibly compete? As the banquet concluded, Meng Tingyuan personally escorted Mu Qing to the door. Since they had yet to wed, Mu Qing did not reside in the Marquis, but stayed at the post house for the Liangzhou soldiers in the city. She is, after all, your legally wedded consort, and it is only reasonable for you to seek her out this evening. Mu Qing mounted her horse with agility, standing tall and radiant, exuding an air of confidence. What nonsense are you speaking? My heart is wholly yours, and I cannot possibly entertain another. Meng Tingyuan shook his head helplessly, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Rest assured, my relationship with her is merely nominal. I shall not lay a hand on her. What you choose to do is of no concern to me. I am not one of those petty women who stew in jealousy within the inner chambers. Mu Qing replied nonchalantly, a satisfied smile illuminating her face as she spurred her horse and vanished before the duke's residence. That night, despite the news of Xie Xuan's illness and fainting, no one apart from Mama Fong came to inquire in the Henku courtyard. Meng Tingyuan had intended to visit Xie Xuan, urging her not to be so obstinate. But recalling her feigned illness, coupled with her sharp demeanor, left him quite displeased. Xie Xuan's act of pretending to be ill and seeking sympathy was merely a ploy to draw him to her. If he were to go, it would only embolden her to make even more excessive demands. Mu Qing was indeed correct. The women of the capital's inner courts were both superficial and cunning, endlessly scheming for favor and vying for power in the household, utterly tiresome. In Henku courtyard, the physician from Baikatang came and went, while the residents of the courtyard busied themselves well into the night. When the crowd finally dispersed, Xie Xuan held the account books, engrossed in their details under the flickering candlelight. My lady, it is quite late. The heir is unlikely to come, Chunhua said sympathetically, holding a freshly lit candle. Logically, given Xie Xuan's serious illness, Meng Tingyuan should have come to check on her. Chunhua knew that despite her mistress's cold demeanor during the day, she still longed for the heir's presence. Otherwise, why would she still be awake at this hour? Whether he comes or not is of no consequence to me, Xie Xuan said, frowning, her pale arms resting on the account books. Over the past few years, she had been preoccupied with replenishing the household's finances, never meticulously calculating the smaller sums. Upon closer inspection, the financial woes of the Dingyuan Duke's residence were even more significant than she had anticipated. Expenses far exceeded income, leading to a depletion of resources. I shall submit these account books tomorrow, and then I shall no longer concern myself with the affairs of the household. Furthermore, I shall notify the shops included in my dowry, Xie Xuan declared. Indeed, it is high time that the ungrateful wolves of the Duke's residence realize who has been sustaining the Dingyuan Duke's estate all these years. Chunhua exclaimed, her cheeks puffed up, making her round face resemble a freshly steamed bun. Enough of that. Do not let it vex you. Xie Xuan stretched languidly, reclining on the bed with the assistance of her two maidservants. Tomorrow morning, I shall instruct the main court to report that I am unwell and unable to pay my respects. Moreover, I shall refuse to see anyone who comes. Understood, Chunhua replied, her heart filled with delight. She reflected on how her mistress had diligently served the Duke's wife and the old matriarch for 3 years, yet now, with the arrival of someone like Mu Qing, they had all forgotten her lady's merits. Such ungratefulness was hardly worth serving. The next morning, Meng Tingyuan donned his military robe with enthusiasm as he prepared for the court assembly. If all went according to plan, there would be discussions of rewards for the battle in Liangzhou, and his subsequent appointment would be confirmed. According to the military system of the Great Jin, the title he had been granted when he set out for battle was only valid during wartime. Now that the conflict had ended, the title was to be rescinded, and a new appointment would be made based on merit. On his way to court, Meng Tingyuan calculated that he might secure a position within the 26 guards of the capital, allowing him to remain in the city with actual military authority in hand. However, in the court, apart from some customary reports on local and central matters, it seemed that everyone had forgotten about the rewards for merit. From the beginning to the end of the assembly, not a single person mentioned it. Meng Tingyuan turned his gaze toward Wang Mian, an official from the Ministry of War with whom he had previously been friendly, but Wang Mian merely glanced at him before resuming his calm stance, as if he did not recognize Meng Tingyuan at all. What is going on? After 2 hours of waiting, Meng Tingyuan's agitation grew unbearable. Finally, after the assembly concluded, he could no longer restrain himself and seized Wang Mian to seek clarification. You are referring to the ranks of the commanders from the battle in Liangzhou? The Ministry of War finalized them yesterday afternoon, Wang Mian replied with a smile. So that is the case? Meng Tingyuan smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit relieved. Since the heir has inquired, I will have someone deliver the list to you when I return to the ministry. No need. I happen to be returning to the ministry myself, so let us go together. Meng Tingyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting a superior posture, as if he truly considered himself Wang Mian's superior. Wang Mian forced a smile, seemingly unconcerned, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He had merely been polite, not expecting the other to take it seriously. What is this? Why are neither my name nor Mu Qing's included? Meng Tingyuan meticulously flipped through the roster 3 times, Knowing that all the commanders who participated in the battle in Xiliang were listed, yet his and Mu Qing's names were conspicuously absent. He had been the one to secure the first victory in the battle. How could they not be acknowledged? What are you saying, my lord? Your and General Mu Qing's military merits were already utilized to secure the marriage bestowed by the Empress Dowager. Wang Mian feigned surprise, speaking in a mocking tone. You... Meng Tingyuan's face flushed with indignation, and after a moment, he slowly replied that marriage was a request made by Qingqing in front of the Empress Dowager. It has nothing to do with me, correct? So, the matter of marrying Mu Qing as a secondary wife is unrelated to you, my lord? Yesterday, you returned with Mu Qing, exuding such grandeur that your first wife nearly lost her breath? Wang Mian sneered, his eyes filled with contempt for Meng Tingyuan. Chapter 5. Unscrupulous tactics. Wang Mian believed that even someone like him, a scholar, understood that a man should honor his commitments. He was well aware of Meng Tingyuan's promise to the Xie family during the courtship. A man could take multiple wives, but he should not lack integrity. Returning home with a new love, leaving his first wife in despair, was truly despicable. Is this all so grandiose? Is Xie Xuan behind this? Mu Qing, exasperated, emerged from the inner quarters, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Wang Mian. I have learned that you are a favored student of Xie Engshi. I wed with Tingyuan, and Xie Xuan, unwilling to accept it, has enlisted you to execute this scheme. You wish to force me back to Liangzhou, to sever my bond with Tingyuan. Such underhanded tactics. It turned out that not long prior, Mu Qing, exempt from attending court, had come to the Ministry of War early and discovered that her name was absent from the roster. According to the bureaucratic system of the Great Jin, she held the rank of a 6th-grade military officer in Liangzhou and was required to return there promptly. Learning this news was intolerable for Mu Qing, who would want to return to such a backward place like Liangzhou. Moreover, she was to marry Meng Tingyuan, and it was imperative for her to remain in the capital for their future together. Yet if she stayed in the capital, she would at best retain her military status while becoming a powerless, idle officer. How could she accept such a fate? After some investigation, she indeed discovered the truth. The official responsible for the merit rewards was a disciple of Prime Minister Xie Engshi, which led her to suspect Xie Xuan's involvement. Everything pointed to Xie Xuan orchestrating this scheme behind the scenes. She could have erupted on the spot, but upon reflection, she realized that Meng Tingyuan would come here after court, so she chose to wait in the adjacent room. It was only when she overheard a dispute between Meng Tingyuan and Wang Mian that she stepped out. I fail to comprehend what General Mu is implying. You exchanged your military achievements for a marriage. Therefore, it is only natural that you will not be rewarded in this merit evaluation. Your post was originally in Liangzhou, and everything is conducted in accordance with the court's regulations, Wang Mian articulated, his words laced with a hint of disdain when addressing Mu Qing. Once the esteemed General Mu of the Great Jin, she should have been a paragon for all women. How could she, having usurped another's affections, stoop to such depths, content to be a concubine and snatch someone else's husband? Surely, it is not merely a matter of following the court's laws, as Wang understood all too well. Meng Tingyuan scoffed. With the borders of the court still in turmoil, it was a crucial time for capable individuals to employ such despicable means for personal gain. Did he think he would succeed? I do not understand what the heir is saying. However, if your Highness and General Mu have differing views on the Ministry of War's arrangements, you are welcome to submit a memorial to the cabinet at any time. Wang Mian stood tall, unwavering. He thought to himself that these two were indeed greedy, wanting everything for themselves. Previously, considering that Meng Tingyuan was the grandson-in-law of the Prime Minister Xie Xuan, the ministry had treated him with favor. Otherwise, how could someone without qualifications or military merit ascend to the rank of 4th grade after a campaign? Yet now it appeared that this man, blinded by beauty and ungrateful, was not worthy of close association. Wasn't he merely conducting official business? Why was the other party so agitated? He hailed from a noble family. Could he not comprehend human discourse? Must he create such an undignified scene? Other officials of the Ministry of War gradually arrived at their posts, whispering among themselves. Many had witnessed the events of the previous day, when Chunhua went to Baikatang to seek a doctor, and the rumors about Meng Tingyuan's return and his wife's illness had already spread throughout the ministry. Let us go. As the heir, Meng Tingyuan could scarcely endure the multitude of curious gazes directed at him, pulling Mu Qing toward the exit. However, just a few steps out, he noticed Mu Qing's eyes were already red, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably.
Why?
just because she has a noble lineage. Can she erase all my efforts on the battlefield with a mere flick of her finger? I have ceased competing with her, yet she still resorts to such insidious tactics? Mu Qing spoke, her voice tinged with both grievance and determination. This scene pained Meng Tingyuan deeply. Despite having been wounded in battle, Mu Qing had never shed a tear. Yet today, Xie Xuan had indeed gone too far. This matter is not your fault, Meng Tingyuan reassured gently. Do not worry. The court is in need of skilled individuals at this time. I believe it will not be long before His Majesty reinstates us. Although the tribes in Liangzhou have been pacified, there are still needs in the southwest against the Japanese pirates and in the north against the Tatars. The borders are unsettled. And with no suitable candidates in the court, His Majesty has no choice but to select him. Even if Xie Xuan attempts to hinder us this time, when more military matters arise, His Majesty will still remember him. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment for not securing a position among the 26 guards this time. Is that true? Mu Qing wiped her tears, her moist eyes reflecting both defiance and strength. Of course, Meng Tingyuan affirmed. But I cannot accept that our hard-won honors, achieved through blood and sweat, can simply be dismissed because she has a granduncle who is a prime minister. Why should she have that power? Mu Qing harbored a deep sense of injustice and silently scolded Xie Xuan for being merely a privileged noblewoman who relied on her family. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter, Meng Tingyuan promised, holding Mu Qing's hand firmly. No, do not compromise for my sake, Mu Qing immediately rejected. Being able to marry you, I do not mind enduring some grievances, as long as she refrains from using such underhanded means in the future. I can still tolerate her. Hearing Mu Qing's willingness to endure for his sake, Meng Tingyuan felt both pained and moved, while his disdain for Xie Xuan deepened. Previously, he thought Xie Xuan was merely employing minor tricks to entice him to visit her. Now it seemed this woman was utterly devoid of principles, willing to resort to any means to achieve her ends. To obstruct his marriage with Mu Qing, she would even go so far as to corrupt officials in the Ministry of War. In the courtyard of the Henku Academy, Meng Tingyuan strode in with a fierce demeanor, nearly kicking aside the maids attempting to block his path. Your Highness, our young lady has just taken her medicine and is resting. Do you intend to take her life by barging in like this? Chunhua stood in front of Xie Xuan's chamber, casting a scornful glance at the armored Mu Qing by her side. Seeing this, Qiushi rallied a few rough servants to block the entrance. How dare you obstruct me? The heir? Meng Tingyuan reprimanded sternly. You should all be dragged away and executed for your insolence. Your Highness. These servants were brought by the young lady from the Xie family, and their contracts are in her possession. Whether they are to be punished or killed is for the young lady to decide. Chunhua stood her ground unyielding. With a sharp slap, Meng Tingyuan struck Chunhua across the face and coldly declared to the inner chamber, upon entering the estate of the Dingyuan Marquis, you become servants of the Dingyuan Marquis. Can this heir not strike you? It was absurd. Even this lowly servant, much less Xie Xuan, who had belonged to the Dingyuan Marquis after marrying in, was under his authority. Suddenly, the door to the inner room burst open, and Xie Xuan, clad in a simple nightgown, without hesitation, delivered 2 slaps to Meng Tingyuan's face. Chapter 6. Proving innocence. The unexpected slap left Meng Tingyuan's face stinging and slightly dizzy. He could hardly fathom that the seemingly delicate Xie Xuan possessed such strength. However, the humiliation overshadowed the pain. As the heir to the Dingyuan Marquis, he felt his dignity was being challenged and trampled upon. Before their marriage, he had perceived Xie Xuan as gentle and accommodating, yet now she revealed herself to be quite overbearing. It seemed that no matter how one viewed it, marrying Mu Qing was indeed the right choice. How dare you hit someone? On what grounds do you strike me? Mu Qing's eyes were wide with disbelief as she rushed to examine Meng Tingyuan's swollen face, the deep imprint of Xie Xuan's slap evident. She wished to retaliate on Meng Tingyuan's behalf, but her arm was held firmly by him, and after striking him, Xie Xuan had retreated a few steps, leaving them too far apart for her to act. What's wrong with hitting him? Chunhua is mine. How could anyone else touch her? Xie Xuan said coldly. Chunhua, who had just been struck, felt a warmth in her heart, surprised by her young lady's fierce protection. Yet she feared that such actions would only provoke the heir further, complicating their lives ahead. Very well, Xie Xuan, you are quite ruthless. Meng Tingyuan touched his face, glaring at Xie Xuan, flanked by Chunhua and Qiushi, who held implements in their hands. Regardless of his status as the heir of the Marquis or the larger implications, Meng Tingyuan had to suppress his anger, lacking the courage to retaliate. After all, he had just suffered humiliation in the Ministry of War, and with his position still uncertain, if word spread that he had engaged in a brawl in Xie Xuan's courtyard, it might spell the end of his career. Xie Xuan, you have already vented your anger and struck out. If you have issues, direct them at me. But regarding matters of the Ministry of War, you must apologize to Qingqing and personally resolve this situation. This incident may soon be forgotten, and I believe Qingqing will not hold it against you. Meng Tingyuan took a deep breath, grasping Mu Qing's hand, feigning a magnanimous demeanor. Unlike you, Qingqing has earned her military achievements on the battlefield. Even if you are reluctant to welcome her, such underhanded tactics to humiliate her are unacceptable. Oh, tactics? What tactics have I employed? Xie Xuan retorted, observing the affectionate pair before her, her emotions unruffled. Perhaps she once harbored feelings for Meng Tingyuan, but since he resolutely decided to marry Mu Qing, she had resolved to depart, no longer willing to invest her affections in this man. Simply put, no matter which woman Meng Tingyuan chooses to be close to, it is of no concern to her now. You feign ignorance. Mu Qing seethed, clearly provoked by Xie Xuan's nonchalant attitude. Discontent with Xie Xuan's current demeanor, she intended to stoke the flames further. Xie Xuan, is it not your desire to become the wife of the heir? I had no intention of competing with you. The trivialities that concern you women of the inner chambers do not interest me. Yet, I did not anticipate your utter lack of boundaries and your insidious methods. Do you truly believe the affairs of the Ministry of War concern me? Xie Xuan furrowed her brow, casting a scornful glance at Meng Tingyuan. She had been too preoccupied with feigning illness and managing accounts to incite anyone. However, it was well known that the commitments made by the Duke of Dingyuan's household when the engagement was established were not to be taken lightly. Meng Tingyuan's betrayal after achieving military merit had simply rendered him unworthy in the eyes of those at the Ministry of War. Who besides you? Meng Tingyuan scoffed. Xie Xuan, you must recognize the situation. No matter how much you stir up trouble, Qingqing will enter the household. Should you continue this self-destructive path, when the Duke's household can no longer accommodate you, what advantage will that bring you? Do not forget, Xiangxi is no more. Do you truly believe the Xie family of today resembles the Xie family of the past? Meng Tingyuan mused, lamenting Xie Xuan's naivety. As a general of Liangzhou, returning to Liangzhou is quite ordinary. Since military merit was exchanged for marriage, further promotions were off the table. Must you have everything? Do you think all the good fortune in the world is yours to claim? Xie Xuan's gaze flitted between Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing, scoffing as if observing a farce. Even at this juncture, could they not comprehend? The crux of the matter lies not with the Ministry of War, nor with Wang Mian. This dynasty values civil achievements over military, making it difficult for martial generals to thrive. Meng Tingyuan's grandfather fought valiantly, while his uncle, Xie Engshi, safeguarded their interests in court, eloquently defending their cause and discreetly funding Xie family members. Although the Xie family members were not in the military, most were well-versed in both civil and military affairs. And over the years, they had provided substantial support both openly and covertly in court and the army. If it had not been for her childhood friendship with Meng Tingyuan and the ties between their families, she would not have married into his household. Meng Tingyuan may not realize that during the battle in Liangzhou, the Xie family alone contributed over 1 million taels, and her cousin had even secretly rescued him multiple times. Regrettably, Meng Tingyuan remained oblivious to all of this, returning to the capital only to be engaged to Mu Qing. Now, he shamelessly breaks his promise and marries another, casting aspersions on his uncle while seeking to exploit the Xie family's connections for his own advantage? What audacity! What business is it of yours? Mu Qing interjected coldly. I am the first female general of the Great Jin, with the Empress Mother's blessing. Does the Ministry of War not know that I will frequently reside in the capital? That Wang Mian of the Ministry of War was once a disciple of Xiangxi? Can you truly claim he has no connection to you? Can you assert that his actions are not motivated by a desire to assist you? Do you not comprehend what he covets? Gazing at Xie Xuan's stunning visage, Mu Qing thought disdainfully of this woman, a mere parasite who relies solely on men to elevate her status. Even after marriage, her entanglements with other men are utterly revolting. Xie Xuan, I extend to you one final opportunity. You must provide an explanation regarding Wang Mian and apologize to Qingqing. Mu Qing's words ignited Meng Tingyuan's fury. He recalled how Wang Mian had shown particular favor to Xie Xuan in the presence of Xiangxi. However, at the time, he had overlooked Wang Mian's ulterior motives due to their significant age difference. Now, with Wang Mian in his 30s, he could not dismiss the possibility that he might have designs on Meng Tingyuan's woman. Or perhaps Xie Xuan had indeed given Wang Mian some form of insinuation that led to the current predicament. Explain what? Xie Xuan sneered. You think I should provide an explanation based on your unfounded accusations? Am I worthy of such a task? Previously, she had felt a modicum of camaraderie towards Mu Qing. Recognizing the struggles women face in the world, particularly one who fights on the battlefield. However, she never imagined their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. Xie Xuan, were not Qingqing's words reasonable? That Wang Mian is indeed connected to your grandfather. If you cannot prove your innocence, I cannot defend you. Meng Tingyuan feigned concern. Defend what? Xie Xuan scoffed. If you believe I am involved with outsiders, why not divorce me? Why not cast me aside? Are you afraid? Chapter 7. Fear of divorce you. Xie Xuan, I have tolerated you time and again. Do not push your luck. Meng Tingyuan's face flushed crimson, yet he dared not broach the subject of divorce. Despite his anger, he recognized that the officials in court were already targeting him. Should he truly divorce her, he would be branded as ungrateful. He could not bear such a disgrace, nor could he relinquish the Xie family's influence in the court. Although the recent incident with the Ministry of War left him exceedingly displeased, it also illuminated the enduring influence of the Xie family in court after Xie Engxi's demise. Should he persuade Xie Xuan, he could still utilize Wang Mian's connections in the Ministry of War to his advantage. In the future, even if he encountered difficulties on the battlefield, there would be those in court to support him. It is worth noting that the same event can be interpreted in various ways, either as reckless ambition or as a strategic triumph that devastates the enemy. Is there anything else? Xie Xuan smirked, no longer wishing to engage with Meng Tingyuan. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. These two, lingering in her presence, were an abhorrent sight. Chunhua, Qiushi, see them out. Xie Xuan retreated to her inner chambers, while Chunhua and Qiushi positioned themselves before Meng Tingyuan, gesturing for his departure. After enduring a beating and such humiliation, if he wished to avoid a complete rupture, he had no choice but to leave. Xie Xuan, do you truly believe that such a ploy of feigned entrapment will yield results? To create obstacles at the Ministry of War to threaten others? You women of the inner chambers, devoid of any principles in your quest for favor, will only push Tingyuan further away, Mu Qing derided from outside. The servants and maidservants within the room directed their attention entirely towards Xie Xuan, who remained unfazed, leisurely sipping tea and nibbling on delicacies upon her favored couch. Only then did they begin to feel somewhat reassured. Meng Tingyuan swept away in a huff, and upon seeing him depart, Mu Qing hurriedly followed. Within the Henku courtyard, silence reigned once more. Miss 34, the air is truly excessive. That Mu Qing has slandered you so basely. Yet the heir has not uttered a single word in your defense, allowing that woman to speak nonsense freely. Chunhua said resentfully, claiming that you are not pure. She should reflect on her own character, entangled with a married man before marriage, and then speaks of uncontainable feelings? How dare she seek a marriage grant from the Empress Dowager? Truly shameless. If she wishes for a marriage, Meng Tingyuan must consent as well, Xie Xuan replied helplessly. She's certainly not a good person, Chunhua retorted. While she is indeed unworthy, the instigator of this matter is Meng Tingyuan. Ultimately, it is he who provided her with the opportunity to succeed, Xie Xuan remarked with a cold smile. Never mind, in a few days. Once we move out of the mansion, we shall no longer be troubled by such annoying individuals. What? Move out of the mansion? Miss, you do not intend to give those people a show of strength? Chunhua seemed to suddenly grasp the implication, but miss, if you leave, will not the position of the heir's wife fall into Mu Qing's lap? Would that not be precisely what they desire? When I first married into the Dingyuan Marquessate, what was it like? Now, Meng Tingyuan has finally achieved merit, yet it seems to benefit others. It is akin to having nurtured a tree for many years, only to have someone else reap the fruits at the moment of ripeness, who would not be infuriated by such a situation. Then let them have it, Xie Xuan said with a bitter smile. Is it necessary for your ladyship to remain entangled with those two, wasting half a lifetime? Competing for favor? She has no interest whatsoever. The letter to my uncle has already been sent. I believe we shall hear back shortly. When I married into the Dingyuan Marquessate, it was partly due to the long-standing friendship between our families, and partly because I once believed there was mutual affection with Meng Tingyuan. Now, Meng Tingyuan regards the original engagement as a result of coercion from the Xie family and believes the feelings were merely youthful ignorance. having dismissed both reasons. I find no need to remain. You are right. One acts while heaven observes. The Tingyuan Marquisate's ingratitude will surely meet with retribution. Qiushi added. Once we leave the Tingyuan Marquessate, Jiangnan will reveal a different scenery. Years ago, my great-uncle Xie Xuan avoided overshadowing his peers by keeping a low profile, resulting in few officials from the Xie family in court. However, the Xie family has not been idle, trade routes stretching from south to north, east to west. Even engaging with neighboring states, there is no business the Xie family cannot undertake. Though Xie Xuan has lost both parents, she has inherited considerable wealth. Her uncle is generous and endowed her with a substantial dowry upon her marriage, while her great-uncle Xie Xuan supplemented this, ensuring that Xie Xuan could establish herself in the Marquessate and live a life of peace and joy. Now that they have reached this point, her dowry gives her confidence. Outside Henku courtyard, Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing had just exited the gate when two rough servant women slammed the door shut, as if to keep all unclean things at bay. Qing, do not fear. The Ministry of War is not solely governed by Wang Mian. There may still be hope for your return to Liangzhou, Meng Tingyuan said, gazing at Mu Qing with gentle reassurance, his eyes filled with guilt. This matter has indeed embroiled you through my actions. He had not anticipated that Xie Xuan would resort to such measures out of jealousy, despite his efforts to reach out. Her attitude was inflexible, leaving no room for negotiation. I do not blame you, Mu Qing replied, grasping Meng Tingyuan's hand, wiping the glistening tears from her eyes. You once said that given the current unrest at the borders, the emperor is in need of capable individuals. If I can stay by your side, what does it matter if I do not return to Liangzhou? A mere sixth-rank military officer from a border region cannot compare to the splendor of the capital. As long as she remains in the capital, even without a commanding role, what of a nominal position? Under the emperor's gaze, opportunities abound, and with Meng Tingyuan's support and the endorsement of the Tingyuan Marquessate, should war arise, would she not be called upon? Having you is truly wonderful, Meng Tingyuan said, deeply moved as he embraced his beloved, feeling an indescribable pride that this remarkable woman was willing to forsake her future for him. I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, nor do I care to see certain individuals succeed. You know I have never been concerned with fame or fortune, Mu Qing remarked pointedly, her words laced with irony. Xie Xuan's elaborate schemes are merely attempts to leverage her connections within the Ministry of War to vie for favor. The thoughts of women in the inner chambers truly lack sophistication. Rest assured, I shall not lay a finger on her, nor will I compromise, Meng Tingyuan asserted. He shared a similar sentiment with Mu Qing, believing that Xie Xuan's manipulations within the Ministry of War stemmed from spite and competition for favor. It was laughable. As the heir of the Tingyuan Marquessate, relying on military merit, how could he be swayed by such petty tactics? Chapter 8. The art of pursuit and retreat. For several consecutive days, Xie Xuan feigned illness to enjoy some leisure within the manor, while Meng Tingyuan tirelessly navigated the political landscape, seeking even the slightest opportunity to enter the prestigious 26 Guards. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as those who had joined the battlefield with him, yet had lesser achievements, ascended to the coveted positions he had long coveted. The officials of the Ministry of War avoided him. Those who had once treated him with utmost courtesy now turned their backs. And even the emperor chose to discard him without a hint of bestowing an official title. He finally understood Mu Qing's assertion regarding the narrow-mindedness of the inner chambers. To obstruct Mu Qing's entrance, Xie Xuan truly disregarded everything? Did she really believe that such actions would cause him to reconsider? No. They would only deepen his disdain for her. Xie Xuan, do as you will. Previously, he had only sought to marry Mu Qing without ever intending to usurp Xie Xuan's position as the legitimate wife. He had wished to preserve her dignity. Yet she had proven to be so ungrateful. If that is the case, then he would not concern himself with sentiments in the future. He would not only marry Mu Qing but would also do so with great fanfare, welcoming the beauty into his home. In Kenglin courtyard, the lady of the Marquis was discussing household matters with Mu Qing, while Meng Jiayu affectionately addressed her as sister-in-law. In contrast to Meng Tingyuan's repeated setbacks outside, Mu Qing was frequently summoned to the Empress Dowager's palace, where, although the conversations were merely casual exchanges, it was regarded as a significant honor, further elevating Mu Qing's status within the Marquessate. Even Meng Haiyan, who had previously indulged in leisure, began to frequent the lady of the Marquis's quarters, hoping to glean news from Mu Qing about the Empress Dowager, perhaps to secure an official position. Sister-in-law, I have never entered the palace. Could you take Jia along next time to see the world? Meng Tingyuan pleaded. That should be easy. I hear the Empress Dowager is considering selecting a couple of young ladies to accompany her. If you wish to go, I could arrange it for you next time. Mu Qing began to respond but hesitated, her words faltering as she cast a questioning glance at the lady of the Marquis. Enter the palace? Accompany the Empress Dowager? Upon hearing this, Meng Tingyuan's expression immediately lit up with excitement. Young ladies from noble families who enter the palace to accompany the Empress Dowager often end up marrying princes or royal heirs. At the very least, they enhance their status and secure a good match, a reality evidenced by numerous examples from previous dynasties. Who would have thought that such fortune could fall upon her? Indeed, this sister-in-law Mu Qing is not only generous, but also exceptionally capable, poised to elevate the Tingyuan Marquessate. The Marquis and his wife shared similar thoughts. Yet, Mu Qing had not even entered the family and had already gained such advantages. Those unaware might believe that the Tingyuan Marquessate relied on women. If she truly could accompany the Empress, it would undoubtedly be beneficial, but would this matter pose any difficulties? Madame Ho feigned modesty, remarking that their cherished Jiayu had been spoiled at home and questioned whether she could adequately attend to the Empress Dowager. Sister, with your graceful demeanor and the Empress Dowager's preference for military generals, you shall surely not falter. Mu Qing responded with a smile, readily agreeing. Madam, Miss Jiaoshi has arrived. Zhai Mao entered with a serious expression, revealing a hint of discomfort in her eyes. What is the matter? Madame Ho asked impatiently. Isn't her master ill? Since Meng Tingyuan had brought Mu Qing back, Xie Xuan had been claiming illness and refrained from serving, which displeased Madame Ho, though she kept her feelings in check. After all, she was renowned for her magnanimity. A gracious mother-in-law could not demand an ailing daughter-in-law to serve her daily needs. Qiu Ju came to deliver the account books, stating that the young mistress was gravely ill and might struggle to manage the accounts in the future, thus sending the account books along with the keys and tally. Zhai Mao, with her head lowered, spoke cautiously. Both Meng Jiayu and the Duke of Tingyuan, Meng Haiyan, felt a jolt of unease, their expressions darkening. This is truly outrageous. Tingyuan merely married a secondary wife. She is still a daughter-in-law of the Tingyuan Duke's household. To abandon her duties now, what sort of threat is this? Meng Haiyan erupted in anger, lifting a teacup to hurl it to the ground. My lord, please temper your anger. Xie merely lacks understanding at this moment. Do not let it harm your health. Madame Ho quickly interjected, deftly retrieving the teacup from the Duke's grasp. Their gazes met before shifting to Mu Qing. Meng Haiyan understood instantly. With Mu Qing present, he could not unleash his wrath before the younger generation. You shall personally visit Henke Courtyard and tell Xie that coming from a noble family requires a sense of the greater picture and decorum. This is the most basic quality expected of a matron. She is still the young mistress of the household. No one looks down on her. But she must also maintain her dignity and fulfill her responsibilities. Madame Ho commanded Pearl, who bowed in acknowledgement, ready to leave, only to be halted by Mu Qing. Madam, while matters of the Ho residence are indeed your family affairs, there is something I wonder if I should express, Mu Qing ventured casually.
Child.
What is there that you shouldn't say? We are family now. Speak your mind. Madame Ho replied with a warm smile, her demeanor gentle. As you know, I hail from a military background and am unfamiliar with managing household affairs, yet I find myself curious. Does the vast Ho residence truly rely solely on Xie for management? Mu Qing tilted her head, feigning ignorance. She then brought up Xie Xuan's recent mischief at the Ministry of War, which hindered Meng Tingyuan's entry into the 26 Guards. Though I have no intention of competing with her, her tendency to abandon her duties at the slightest provocation raises concerns about her stability. Is it wise to entrust such a substantial household to Xie? Mu Qing spoke with an air of calm, yet her words were laced with intrigue. During her time in Liangzhou, she had heard tales of the wealth and influence held by those who managed grand households. The matron not only wielded power but also accumulated considerable fortune. Thus, in the expansive Tingyuan Duke's residence, the potential for profit was undoubtedly significant. While she aspired for military glory and had little interest in the trivial powers of the inner chambers, she recognized the necessity of countering Xie Xuan's recent overreach. Xie Xuan seemed intent on leveraging her management authority as a means of manipulation. In response, Mu Qing contemplated seizing that power for herself, gradually stripping Xie of her last vestiges of dignity as a woman of the household, serving as a small lesson for her. Alas, despite her well-laid plans, The expressions of all present soured upon hearing her remarks. Chapter 9. Deprivation. Madame Ho momentarily found herself at a loss for words, stammering as she pondered how to respond. Though she perceived Mu Qing to be infinitely superior to Xie Xuan, she also understood the circumstances surrounding Xie's marriage into the Tingyuan Duke's household and the lifestyle that had ensued. Xie Xuan's dowry and the financial contributions she had made over the years were not lost on them, even if they had not calculated them precisely. While Mu Qing had military achievements and was a young official at the 6th rank, her salary was limited, and given her family's distance in Liangzhou, it was likely she had no substantial dowry. Thus, Xie Xuan remained the most suitable choice for managing the household. After all, as long as Xie continued in her role, they could maintain their current lifestyle without external criticism, for it was all a matter of Xie's willingness. Sister Mu Qing, you may not be aware, but since Xie arrived, she has been in charge of the household, and no one else has been able to contest her authority. Given that the entire staff is loyal to her, it would be difficult to replace her, Meng Tingyuan remarked, taking advantage of the situation while continuing to tarnish Xie's reputation. She thought that since Mu Qing had claimed to lack interest in household management, her words would not only put Xie down but also close the topic. That Xie Xuan, with her meager wealth, now intends to scare us with her refusal to fulfill her duties. I will endure her for a few days. Once my brother and sister Mu Qing achieve military success, and the Ho residence regains its footing, I shall ensure my brother divorces this merchant's daughter. How can a daughter-in-law act so arrogantly? Mu Qing feigned outrage, clearly unwilling to let the opportunity slip away. When I married in, the Prime Minister Xie and was still alive, and the Xie family was flourishing. Who dared to speak against them? Madame Ho, helpless, smiled apologetically. Given Meng Jiayu's comments and Mu Qing's stance, she felt compelled to maintain this false narrative. It would be utterly embarrassing to admit that the entire Ho household relied on Xie Xuan's dowry for sustenance, and thus, they voluntarily relinquished management authority upon her arrival. The dignified Ho residents could not afford such humiliation, especially in front of the future daughter-in-law Mu Qing, who was now favored by the Empress Dowager. With Xie An's passing, there was even less justification for allowing her to wield power within the household. Mu Qing seized the moment, mentioning that just days prior, the Empress Dowager had alluded to this very matter. What? The Empress Dowager is aware of this? Madame Ho's complexion shifted dramatically. She thought to herself, family disgrace must not be aired. How could our financial matters reach the ears of the Empress Dowager? If that were true, it would be exceedingly shameful. In a previous conversation, she had occasionally hinted at Mu Qing's anxiety. In truth, the Empress Dowager had no interest in the internal affairs of the Tingyuan Duke's residence. She had merely gleaned from their discourse that the Empress Dowager seemed to harbor some criticism towards the Xie family and noted that the Ho family still sought to preserve Xie Xuan's dignity. Thus she spoke out of turn. This time, Mu Qing was determined to teach Xie Xuan a lesson. Madame Ho, as you know, I hold an official position in the military and am destined for the battlefield. I have no desire to contest this management authority. However, as a junior, I cannot bear to see you being threatened, Mu Qing said, with heartfelt concern. But my mother is aging and finds it increasingly difficult to manage the household. Meng Jiayu interjected anxiously. With so many people in the residence, I fear my health is failing. Madame Ho quickly acquiesced. While Mu Qing held an official position, she lacked wealth and was unwilling to assume the role of manager. If she could reclaim management authority from Xie Xuan at this moment, it would naturally fall into her hands. Though Madame Ho held high status, her dowry was modest, and she was reluctant to take on such a hot potato. The mother is unable to manage, so wouldn't it be better for the second aunt to take over the household? A sudden thought flashed through Mu Qingling's mind, leading her to consider the reclusive Su Shi within the estate. Su Shi is the legitimate wife of Meng Hiqing, the younger brother of Duke Meng Haiyan. Having lost her husband early, Su Shi has lived in the estate for years with her posthumous son. In Mu Qing's view, this woman is younger than the Duchess. Her child is already a teenager, and as an elder, she is perfectly positioned to assume the role of housekeeper from Xie Xuan. Even if Xie Xuan seeks to assert her power, she cannot contend with an elder. Today, regardless of the circumstances, she is determined to strip this woman of the esteemed authority that signifies the dignity of the heir's wife. She is eager to witness how a woman devoid of a husband's affection and the power of a housekeeper fares in the inner chambers. Upon hearing Mu Qing's suggestion, the others fell silent. From Mu Qing's demeanor, The Duchess and the others finally surmised that Xie Xuan's control over the household was non-negotiable. Otherwise, they risked inciting discontent in this new daughter-in-law of remarkable merit. Thus, they resolved to follow Qingqing's suggestion and allow the second sister-in-law to take charge. The Duchess readily agreed, having contemplated the ramifications thoroughly. As Xie Xuan's mother-in-law, she believed that even if Xie Xuan relinquished her role, she would still owe her respect and obedience. As for Su Shi, she had spent years living in seclusion, often ailing and rarely serving the old matriarch, leaving all responsibilities for her in-laws to fall upon herself. It was now time for Su Shi to experience some hardship. With the Duchess's consent, the Duke, who typically remained uninvolved in domestic affairs, had little to add. He too understood that since Xie Xuan remained the daughter-in-law of the Duke's household, any minor grievances would be tolerated. After all, how much disruption could a single woman truly cause? Perhaps, with some time, she would come to her senses. In the Hengku courtyard, Xie Xuan reclined on a concubine chair, savoring lychee sent from Lingnan. When she noticed Chunhua storming into the room, her lips pursed in displeasure. "What is it? Haven't the accounts been sent out?" Xie Xuan straightened up, setting down the lychee to wash her hands in clear water. "It has been sent," Chunhua replied. "Then what is the matter?" Xie Xuan inquired with a smile. "My lady, she was upset after encountering Mu Qing while settling the accounts." She wanted to retort, but Xie Shi pulled her back. Xie Shi explained from the side. "Is that all?" Xie Xuan said dismissively. "My lady, you did not see how arrogant and disdainful Mu Qing was. She clearly does not regard you. She even threatened that the power of the housekeeper is merely a lesson for us, insisting that we should be content with our station. As if she were worthy of such restraint. Just look at her, engaging in illicit affairs before marriage, utterly shameless." Chunhua exclaimed, her face flushed with anger in the sweltering heat. "Enough, you are too agitated. Sit down and have a glass of chilled lychee drink. Though her intentions may be malicious, she has inadvertently done us a service," Xie Xuan said, peeling the lychee, finding the situation increasingly amusing. She pondered whether Mu Qing would regret her actions today if she were to learn the true state of the Duke's household. Chapter 10. Reciprocal exchange. Did they truly believe that managing the household was a desirable task? The position of housekeeper in the Duke's household is one fraught with animosity and devoid of profit. Su Shi, who had long kept to herself, felt the keys and tokens presented by the servants burn in her hands. What exactly was Mu Qing plotting? Su Shi cursed vehemently, lamenting the audacity to seize a man, yet even more so to claim the role of housekeeper. Why not take on the burden herself? "Mother, is it true that the new sister-in-law has arrived, and Auntie favors her over the first sister-in-law, preventing her from managing the household?" Meng Tingyuan asked with wide, innocent eyes. "Tingyuan, these matters are for adults, and do not concern you. Just focus on your studies. Leave the rest to me," Su Shi said affectionately, stroking her son's head as she suppressed her fury. Speaking gently. "But, mother, the connection I have with the Bai Lu Academy is due to the first sister-in-law's influence. And she has provided for my monthly stipend and annual gifts," Meng Tingyuan earnestly pointed out. "Everyone in the estate is saying that the new sister-in-law is better than the first. Yet they forget how difficult life was here before she arrived and how comfortable it is now." "Indeed." Su Shi lowered her gaze, noticing the exquisite silk garment she wore, the blue jade bracelet on her wrist, and the fine writing implements her son possessed, all gifts from Xie Xuan during the festivals. Reflecting on the old matriarch's previous remarks, a chill crept into her heart. They, as an orphan mother and son, benefited from such generosity, while the old matriarch and the Duchess surely received even more from Xie Xuan. Yet, on the day Mu Qing entered the estate, no one spoke on Xie Xuan's behalf. "Ha! Jianyan is right. No one in the entire household possesses the gratitude and integrity of our Jianyan," Su Shi smiled. Fortunately, they had been able to live their lives in seclusion, and her son had not inherited the first family's mercenary and callous nature. Otherwise, she would have ruined her good son. "Mother, I believe that since we have already received so much from the first sister-in-law, we should not assist the household in making things difficult for her," Meng Tingyuan continued. "We cannot accept the authority of the housekeeper." "Tingyuan, you misunderstand," Su Shi said, feeling gratified as she looked at him. "Do you truly believe that this power of the housekeeper is a coveted thing? Perhaps your first sister-in-law wishes to rid herself of this hot potato. Given the Duke's household's dire and unsustainable situation, any successor, aside from Xie Xuan, would be unable to hold the gaping hole together. The question was not who would take over, but whose hands the explosive responsibility would land in. If the first family did not wish to be involved, would they simply cast it upon themselves? They think they can make us take the blame? Not a chance. Meng Tingyuan furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the complexities of the situation just yet. Since they have thrown this mess at us, we might as well accept it. Fulfilling the first sister-in-law's wishes and taking on this burden as a reciprocal gesture, Xie Xuan said kindly, holding her son's hand. In my opinion, regardless of who Mu Qing may be, a general or wealthy, what matters most is whether she is willing to spend her wealth on us. While others flatter Mu Qing, we, mother and son, stand by Xie Xuan's side. Once this matter settles, she will certainly not treat us poorly and will secure a bright future for you. Even though Xie and Shi has passed, the connections built over 2 imperial reigns still remain. If Meng Tingyuan were to pursue a military path, he would only become a stepping stone for the first family. Xie Xuan intended for him to take the civil service examination and follow the path of the scholar official. In this way, Xie Xuan would become crucial for their future. Mother, the first sister-in-law has already helped me a great deal. I must strive for success on my own, to earn recognition and titles for you, Meng Tingyuan declared with determination. Excellent. My son is destined for greatness. Xie Xuan embraced Meng Tingyuan tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. My dear son, I will rely on you from now on. The next day, in Xuan Hall, the morning light was soft, and the summer sun rose high, baking the earth, with waves of heat wafting into the old matriarch's chamber. Why is it so hot? The old matriarch, awakened from her slumber by the heat, looked irritably at the attending servant, Zhu Qing, the matron by the side. Observing the once ice-filled porcelain jar now reduced to half a jar of water, darkened her expression and scolded the servants. Where's the ice? You indolent lot! Have your 3 meals dulled your senses? Have you allowed the old lady's good nature to lead to such negligence? A trembling maid, Xiao Hong, knelt and cautiously replied, Madam, it is not due to the slave's laziness that the ice was not replenished. Rather, the ice blocks necessary for the old lady's room were supposed to be delivered early this morning, but for some unknown reason, they have yet to arrive. What? Not delivered? The matron frowned, about to inquire further when the elderly lady on the couch interrupted. What is it? She asked languidly. Replying to you, old lady. The heir has just returned home these past few days, and household matters are quite busy. The steward has not managed things properly, resulting in a delay in the ice delivery this morning. The matron attempted to smooth things over and discreetly gestured to the servants, signaling for Xiao Hong to go inquire at the steward's quarters and urge them to expedite the ice delivery. Not managed properly? Is not Lady Xie the steward? How could this happen? The old lady, while washing her face at the copper basin, remarked, after all, she comes from a merchant background. Previously, with the protection of the Prime Minister Xian, everyone only spoke of her numerous virtues. But how long has it been since Xian passed? Her true colors are now revealed. In marriage, one must choose a wise partner who can bring glory to the Tingyuan Marquessate. In my view, that child Mu Qing is far more suitable to be the heir's wife than Xie Xuan. The old lady's words were laden with disdain for Xie Xuan and praise for Mu Qing, while the attendants silently listened, assisting the old lady without anyone daring to speak in support. The reason was simple. Xie Xuan, regardless of the season or festival, never forgot to reward the servants with generous gifts, whereas Mu Qing, who had visited the Xuan Hall countless times in recent days, had not bestowed even a single coin upon them. Old lady, it is time for breakfast, announced the servants after the old lady had finished washing. As they removed the used water and towels, only the 2 senior maids, Zhu Qing and Miao Lan, remained to attend to her. What is this? What is going on in the kitchen? The old lady was assisted to the dining table, and the stifling summer heat, compounded by the absence of ice, rendered her increasingly irritable. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out this morning, she could no longer contain her anger, which surged to her head. Unlike the usual elaborate and varied breakfasts, today the old lady's meal consisted solely of a bowl of plain rice porridge and 4 small dishes, devoid of any meat, let alone the luxurious bird's nest and snow frog delicacies she was accustomed to. Dare the servants present such meager fare? The old lady surveyed the food on the table. Accustomed as she was to mountain treasures and ocean delicacies, these ordinary dishes seemed fit only for the servants, unworthy even of a dog's consumption. Years of refinement and elegance prevented her from uttering harsher words. The matron, perceiving the old lady's displeasure, quickly understood her meaning. What is the kitchen's explanation? Are all the workers in a stupor? Or do they no longer value their lives? The matron demanded. Zhu Qing quietly replied, these past few days. The eldest lady has been unwell, and yesterday she handed over the stewardship, citing her discomfort. Currently, the household is managed by the second lady. During breakfast delivery, I felt something was amiss and went to inquire in the kitchen. They responded that everything was being handled according to the old rules of the household, with no errors. Miao Lan added, 3 years ago, everyone knew the standard of living in the Tingyuan Marquessate. Now, with the second house's steward, Lady Su, aware that the Marquessate's nobility and wealth have nothing to do with her family, she has little motivation to expend effort, nor would she, like Xie Xuan, use her own money to subsidize the Marquessate's expenses. The current state of the Marquessate is what it is, not only for the Marquessate's masters, but also for the servants. Lady Su does not wish for her mother-in-law to suffer such poor treatment, yet the funds in the accounts are limited. Living on such meager rations, it is uncertain how long it can be sustained, let alone the expensive ingredients like bird's nest. She feels pained at the thought of spending even a single tael of silver. Outrageous! The old lady exclaimed, this Xie family has truly overstepped. And Wang Shi is equally foolish, unable to keep her daughter-in-law in check, allowing her to run amok. The summer heat, compounded by the absence of ice and her rising anger, soon caused beads of sweat to form on the old lady's body, making her feel as though she were coated in a sticky substance, utterly uncomfortable. The matron took a silk fan from the Zeton table, fanning the old lady while offering soothing words. Please calm down, old lady. After all, the eldest lady is the primary wife. It is only natural for her to feel unsettled with another person on equal footing. However, her stubbornness and impulsive actions are merely the result of a woman's rivalry. Once the heir returns, it will all be resolved. Humph. Coming from a merchant family, even as a concubine, she is already climbing too high. The old lady cast a disdainful glance at the tasteless breakfast spread before her, growing ever more incensed. What family's daughter-in-law does not endure hardship in her husband's house? Just a primary wife, and she dares to throw tantrums? In 3 days, General Wei Yuan will host a flower viewing banquet. I am too old to attend. But Mu Qing has just arrived in the capital and should meet some people. Let Wang Shi take her. Old lady. Inviting her before General Mu has even entered the door will only serve to embarrass the eldest lady, the matron cautioned. In the capital, status is of utmost importance. And this might lead to significant impropriety. If that Xie family truly valued reputation, they would not engage in such antics. The old lady shot a glance at the matron's fan, beads of sweat cascading down her forehead. What? Haven't you gone to urge them? Why has the ice not yet arrived? The matron walked to the door, calling to the cluster of maids. Madam, Sister Xiao Hong has already inquired. The steward said there is no provision for ice in the household's allocation. Thus, not only is there none today, but it seems there will be none in the future. Xiao Qing knelt at the door, responding while cautiously peering inside, fearful of attracting the old lady's ire and implicating them further. Very well. I will discuss this with the old lady later. You may all leave. The matron sighed in resignation, adding a warning. The old lady is in a foul mood today. So, be mindful in your duties. The servants in the outer courtyard bowed their heads in acknowledgement, their necks bent like quails, having had their supplies cut off. Even ordinary folk would feel disgruntled, let alone the old lady, who is accustomed to a life of privilege. The servants understood the dynamics well. The eldest lady treated the old lady with both filial piety and respect, and was generous towards the servants. However, due to the arrival of an outsider, a mere daughter of a military general, the tranquility of the household had been disrupted. In the main courtyard, the large jars in each corner of the main house were piled high with ice, while the ice platter on the table held a selection of watermelons, lychees, and honeydew. The coolness mingling with a faint fruity aroma. Holding a silver knife, Chunhua cut into the watermelon, humming a cheerful tune, her lips curving in an uncontainable smile. What is the occasion for such joy? Xie Xuan inquired with a smile. Haha, my lady, you are unaware of it. This morning, the old lady and the madam had faces as dark as freshly painted floorboards. Chunhua chuckled. It has come to my attention that when the elderly lady and the madam inquired in the steward's chamber, they unexpectedly encountered one another, resulting in a heated exchange where they were met with scorn from the second madam. Qiushi remarked that the individuals within the estate seem oblivious to their own standing and deserve a lesson. Chanhua laughed as she placed pieces of chilled watermelon onto a silver platter and presented it to Xie Xuan. It's not just within the estate. The commotion outside is even more lively, exclaimed Zhao, a maid returning from outside, wearing an expression of undisguised glee.
What do you mean by that?
Is there more excitement outside? Chanhua inquired eagerly. Today at noon, the elderly lady handed a banquet invitation from General Wei Yuan's residence to the madam, intending to bring Muqing along. The second young lady then took a group to purchase cosmetics and attire, and somehow ended up at your shop. Since we had previously made arrangements, Zhao expressed her indignation, saying, "The second young lady just came to our courtyard to demand an explanation and then had the audacity to rush to our shop. Truly, the shamelessness knows no bounds." Is that so? They are still causing a scene in the shop. Zhao added, "To have the gall to make a fuss. Truly shameless," Chanhua remarked, chewing on the watermelon Xie Xuan had fed her. "I heard that the heir has also caught wind of this and is heading towards the shop. Who knows how things stand now?" Chapter 12. Shamelessness at the Baoyu Building. Meng Jiayu was engaged in a dispute with the shopkeeper over a set of ruby headpieces. "I have long coveted this set and informed your master beforehand. How can you now deny it?" she exclaimed vehemently. "Your interest is undeniable, but as a merchant, one must present silver for goods. That principle is indisputable." The shopkeeper replied respectfully, clutching the headpiece tightly. "Indeed, where is the business sense in taking without payment? Is this not the second young lady of Tingyuan Marquis' residence? The heir has just returned victorious, and already, the sister is flaunting her power." Patrons nearby began to murmur, pointing fingers at Meng Jiayu and Muqing. Muqing stood awkwardly beside her, unsure whether to leave or stay, feeling increasingly embarrassed. "Jiayu, I appreciate your kind intentions in gifting me, but perhaps we should seek another shop for this headpiece," she suggested quietly, tugging at Meng Jiayu's sleeve. "What power play! This is my sister-in-law Xie Xuan's shop. Under normal circumstances, I was told I could select whatever I wished, yet today, merely bringing my new sister-in-law here to choose some jewelry has resulted in obstructions." Having been publicly humiliated, Meng Jiayu, accustomed to a life of privilege, pointed at the shopkeeper and staff, accusing them loudly. "Do you dare claim you do not recognize me? Is your mistress not Xie Xuan? This second young lady, our master indeed bears the surname Xie, however, as mere staff. We are unaware of the affairs of our superiors," the shopkeeper replied helplessly. "While the Tingyuan Marquis' residence has purchased jewelry from us on occasion, it does not grant you the right to take items without payment. Indeed, previously, whenever I desired something, you were always eager to present it with bowed heads. Now, because I bring my new sister-in-law, Xie Xuan, out of jealousy, seeks to humiliate me and sow discord between us." Meng Jiayu protested vehemently. "Do you dare assert that this is not Xie Xuan's doing?" she shouted, her face flushed with indignation. The gathering crowd began to piece together the story from Meng Jiayu's words. It became apparent that the figure accompanying the second young lady of Tingyuan Marquis' residence was the female general brought back by the heir, who had even petitioned the Empress Dowager for a concubine status. How shameless to come to the sister-in-law shop for free goods, and to bring along the general as well. A woman in her 40s commented while scrutinizing Meng Jiayu. "What concubine? Isn't it just a mistress?" Another older woman chimed in. "This Meng's second young lady seems quite oblivious, bringing a mistress into her mistress's shop to cause a scene. No wonder they refuse her. She has raised a den of ingrates. Since marrying into the Tingyuan Marquis' residence, Xie has devoted herself to their family." Voices of criticism rose among the crowd. In contrast to the Navi Meng Jiayu, the other patrons of Baoyu Building were seasoned women, either respected matriarchs or capable aides who had long navigated the intricacies of the inner chambers, and they perceived the underlying complexities with clarity. Muqing's so-called high-mindedness? It seemed merely a fade meant to impress the ignorant Meng Tingyuan. In the eyes of women accustomed to the intricacies of court life, her pretensions were utterly transparent. "Perhaps you are unaware, but I have come from the battlefield, arriving in the capital in haste with few belongings. I am here to procure suitable adornments for the upcoming outing with the Marquis' wife," Muqing explained. "As for titles of concubine or wife, I have spent much time in the military and do not place importance on such superficial distinctions. I kindly ask you to refrain from making things difficult for my younger sister. Consider it a favor to me, Muqing." After speaking, Muqing bowed her head respectfully to the noble women present, her demeanor exuding an air of superiority. As a female general preparing for battle, she had no interest in the petty squabbles of the inner chambers. "How noble of you to claim indifference," came a sarcastic voice from the crowd. "If you truly did not care, why petition the Empress Dowager for a title? Why draw close to your sister-in-law? Why pursue a scion from a noble family? Ultimately, was it not for the wealth of the Marquis' residence? If she truly aspired to be a female general, disdainful of domestic strife, she would not have chosen to wed a married man, but rather pursued her achievements on the battlefield." Regrettably, upon hearing of the first female general's return to the capital, many noble ladies had admired her for quite some time. Yet, to find her reduced to this? A disappointment indeed. General Mu is a paragon among women. Surely she wouldn't take jewelry without payment? A woman in her 40s, descending the staircase, locked eyes with Mu Qing. "We have only visited the first shop. Even if we intend to purchase, we must compare prices. One cannot simply accept whatever is offered." Mu Qing replied, her expression betraying signs of tension. From the moment Meng Jiayu began her dispute with the shopkeeper, she had contemplated purchasing the items to avoid further embarrassment. However, the price was exorbitant, 3,000 taels of silver. Having come from Liangzhou, her total savings and recent salary amounted to merely 200 to 300 taels. Such an expense was beyond her means. Yet, she could not admit this nor show weakness. For she was destined to be the mistress of the Marquis' residence and a unique presence on the battlefield. These so-called extravagant jewels are, at their core, mere trifles employed by the insecure to embellish their aides or to curry favor with men. She has no need for such baubles, which are unworthy of her. Moreover, this establishment is owned by Xie Xuan. Unless one is utterly foolish, why would they offer silver to Xie Xuan without reason? What transpired? Just as the commotion within the room escalated, a resonant male voice suddenly boomed from outside. Chapter 13. Finally, you have arrived. Upon seeing Meng Tingyuan enter, the once listless Meng Jiayu immediately perked up like a freshly steamed bun. The shopkeeper and his assistant were momentarily taken aback, but soon subdued their arrogance, standing by quietly. "What has happened?" Meng Tingyuan inquired, directing his gaze towards Mu Qing. "Nothing of great import. Jiyu kindly brought me to stroll around the capital, but we inadvertently stumbled into Xie Xuan's shop," Mu Qing replied, her expression tinged with guilt as she subtly shifted the blame onto Xie Xuan. "Brother, this has nothing to do with Sister Qingqing. It is clearly Xie Xuan. Not only did she feign illness in the residence, but she also allowed the shopkeeper to humiliate us." Juyu's fair face flushed with indignation, resembling a freshly steamed bun, her words radiating fervor. With a resounding thud, Meng Tingyuan's fist struck the Zetonwood counter, his anger reverberating through the solid wood, causing a crack to form. He was thoroughly enraged. Xie Xuan, that woman, feigning illness and using her position to exert dominance within the household was one thing, a mere manifestation of a jealous woman's desire for attention. But now? She had escalated matters beyond the household, inviting mockery from onlookers, completely lacking the grace befitting a lady of a noble family. "Do not be angry," Mu Qing stepped forward, grasping his clenched fist. "It is merely a set of headgear. It is not a matter of great consequence. If this does not work out, we can always seek other options. Xie Xuan's authority has been curtailed by the madam, and she is merely trying to assert her status over trivial matters." Feeling the warmth of her hand, Meng Tingyuan's murderous intent gradually dissipated. His Mu Qing always considered his feelings, comprehending his burdens. A stark contrast to the petty and jealous noblewomen of the capital. "Brother, I had already ordered this set of headgear for Sister Qingqing early on. We need it for the banquet in 3 days. We cannot let it go so easily." Jiyu tugged at Meng Tingyuan's arm, directing her ire towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, perplexed and helpless, thought to himself, "I never refused to sell. It was the second miss who wished to take it for free. Why does it seem as though we are the ones bullying them?" In these times, labor becomes increasingly arduous. Since the young lord had spoken, what could they do? They could only obediently wrap the set of ruby headgear in a fine camel wool box and present it to Meng Jiyu with both hands. "Humph, you lowly cur." Jiyu glanced disdainfully at the box, showing no inclination to accept it. "Had I known this would be the case, why bother from the start? This is a gift I intended for my sister-in-law. Why are you presenting it to me, madam?" The shopkeeper scrutinized Mu Qing, who was dressed as an unmarried maiden, hesitantly addressing her as madam while lifting the box high. Onlookers in the shop stifled their laughter, apprehensive that any words might provoke further repercussions. "Humph, what, madam? Merely a high-ranking concubine. She is yet to be married and is already entangled with men. What airs does she put on? Enough. My subordinates are merely following orders. I shall not make it difficult for them. Mu Qing smiled graciously, lifting her chin high, accepting the box containing the jewels with one hand, secretly delighted. Xie Xuan, despite her arrogance, was but a parasite dependent on men. As soon as Meng Tingyuan spoke, all would have to bow to him.
And she?
By winning Meng Tingyuan's favor. This headgear was hers, and gradually, the entire Ho residence would belong to her. Return to your master, and inform them that I shall not hold her accountable this time. Should there be a next time, it shall not be so lenient, Mu Qing declared, adopting the posture of a victor as she spoke to the shopkeeper.
What?
Not holding her accountable? Your failure to pay for the items has nothing to do with your master. I have heard that this woman is a female general. Could she be unwell? The shopkeeper, bowing slightly, raised his head, only to find himself staring into the woman's cavernous nostrils, resembling an unfathomable cavern. What? Did my sister-in-law's words fail to reach your ears? Jiu retorted angrily. Yes, you are correct. The shopkeeper stammered in response. In these times, earning money is arduous, and dealing with troublesome customers is even more taxing. The shopkeeper wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. He merely hoped to send these troublesome guests away as quickly as possible, for their prolonged presence hindered his business. Thus, he swiftly turned to Meng Tingyuan, respectfully stating, 3,000 taels of silver. If you could write a note, I shall fetch the money from your residence.
What?
3,000 taels? Meng Tingyuan frowned slightly, his thick brows nearly knitting together. Just moments ago, seeing the shopkeeper's amiable demeanor had filled him with a sense of satisfaction, thinking that while Xie Xuan was capricious, the servants could still discern right from wrong. Perhaps he could show leniency to these subordinates in the future. Yet, he never anticipated that these ignorant servants would dare to demand money from him. And such an exorbitant sum? Young lord, as you have just seen, the headgear is crafted from top-quality rubies, adorned with red gold, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. In terms of quality and materials, it is worth far more than this price, the shopkeeper assured, thumping his chest. Rest assured, if you find it overpriced, you may simply dismantle Biola next time. What nonsense is this? Do you know who stands before you? Do not let your eyes deceive you. This is my sister-in-law's shop. How dare you demand payment for goods from your own family's establishment? Jiu scolded vehemently. Yes, you are correct, but I am the shopkeeper employed by the Xie family. And this shop bears the Xie family's name, the shopkeeper replied cautiously. With a resounding thud, Meng Tingyuan struck again, this time not the counter, but the shopkeeper's face, causing the poor man to suffer the consequences of his actions, losing 2 molars in the process. Has Xie Xuan not caused enough trouble? Meng Tingyuan thundered. With blood spilling forth, the shopkeeper coughed out his 2 pearly teeth, struggling to shout, Someone, stop them. Go report to the authorities. We are being robbed. The shopkeeper's fragmented cries were driven by the thought of the jewelry worth 3,000 taels, a sum he would take a month to earn. If the items truly vanished, even if he sold himself, he could never repay such a debt. Baiyuelu was, after all, a renowned jewelry establishment in the capital. In an instant, a dozen thugs brandishing clubs surged from the back, their gazes cold and menacing, blocking the entrance, inciting chaos.
Ah!
The onlooking matrons and young ladies turned pale with fright, hurriedly ushered out of the room. Inside the shop remained only Meng Tingyuan, Mu Qing, Jiu, and the shop staff. Humph! A mere band of ruffians cannot hinder me. Meng Tingyuan observed the thugs with disdain. Beside him, Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Meng Tingyuan as she declared triumphantly, Together, we shall defeat these ruffians, just as we would on the battlefield, side by side in combat. Chapter 14 Revenge. The two stood there, exuding an air of confidence, as though they regarded the shop's thugs as their adversaries. You are both generals of the battlefield. If you wish to leave, I dare not obstruct you. However, this jewelry belongs to our establishment, and if you insist on taking it without payment, I shall have no choice but to report you to the authorities. Gazing at the 2 men exuding an aura of menace, the shopkeeper dared not intervene. He called for help and reported to the authorities merely to express his earnestness in attempting to mediate, yet faced with their obstinacy, he felt utterly powerless. Surely, his benevolent master would understand his predicament and act with reason. Very well, let her report to the officials. I am eager to see how the illustrious Xie Xuan will fare in her quest against her husband, and who might truly be the one to tarnish the family's reputation over generations. When it came to reporting to the authorities, Meng Tingyuan exhibited no fear, akin to an aggrieved boar, twisting her rotund form in a stance of defiance. Yet, while she could afford to act shamelessly, Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing, both seasoned in military affairs, could not afford such liberties. Particularly Meng Tingyuan, a man and a recently decorated general, who, despite not yet holding an official post, was recognized as a valiant leader from the recent campaign in Liangzhou. With a prestigious lineage backing him, he believed the emperor would surely recall his merits. However, if this matter escalated to the point of formal confrontation, it would tarnish his reputation, as he and Xie Xuan were bound by marriage. Though he had not directly provoked any legal troubles, the rumors that could arise would portray him as a man living off his wife's fortunes. Mu Qing glanced at Meng Tingyuan and then at the exquisite box she cradled, seemingly awaiting his decision. After hearing the shopkeeper mention involving the authorities, she felt an instinctive refusal. Tingyuan, this jewelry is a heartfelt gift from Jiyu. Shall we not purchase it? She proposed softly. The set of jewelry within the box was resplendent, its beauty undeniable. She adored vibrant adornments, especially when clad in her red battle robes. This particular set, crafted from fine rubies, would catch the eye whether worn as a complete ensemble or as a singular ruby hairpin amidst her battle attire. Mu Qing believed that only such vivid rubies could truly complement her unique presence on the battlefield. Meng Tingyuan regarded the box in Mu Qing as hands with a sense of helplessness. Despite their long acquaintance, he had seldom gifted her jewelry, and this was her first direct request. Thus, he felt compelled to acquiesce. However, the 3,000 taels of silver requested was indeed exorbitant, and he found himself unable to procure such an amount at present. The household was currently under the stewardship of the Su family, and the accounts were far too vast for the treasury to recognize. Ching, given the circumstances, what good would it do to purchase it? Meng Tingyuan sighed in resignation, lamenting his inability to shield her from such indignities. After much contemplation, he decided to postpone the purchase, comforted by the thought that Mu Qing was unlike other women. She would likely not dwell on such trivialities and would understand his constraints. Yet, Mu Qing hesitated, her gaze lingering on the cherished box she had held so tightly. She was genuinely fond of its contents. Born in Liangzhou, she had never encountered such exquisite jewelry before arriving in the capital. It was only after accompanying Meng Tingyuan to the city that she truly grasped the allure of wealth and opulence. The wealth displayed by the Empress Dowager was astonishing, and the two ladies of the Marquis' household exuded a regal splendor. Even her sister-in-law, Meng Jiyu, wore garments that far exceeded the value of anything she had ever owned. Why, then, did she always don military attire when entering the palace or visiting the Marquis' household? It was not a disdain for feminine garb, rather. She lacked a suitable set of jewelry. As a female general, such adornments would not be bestowed upon her by the Empress Dowager, and she had no means to acquire them herself. Initially, she had hoped that Meng Tingyuan might present her with some. Why should we be the ones to pay? It is Xie Xuan who is being excessively unreasonable, first severing the household's supplies and now disrespecting mother, and now she dares to bully you, sister-in-law. Meng Jiyu protested. Ultimately, this entire debacle stemmed from her actions, and should she leave empty-handed, it would only invite ridicule. Enough. Let her create a ruckus. It is merely a matter within the confines of the household. Her grandstanding is likely just a ploy to draw Tingyuan's attention.
Mu Qing remarked,
tossing the box onto the table in frustration, addressing Meng Tingyuan with displeasure. These matters of the inner residence are the most troublesome, and I have no interest in them. If you wish to see her, I shall not hinder you, but do not involve me. With that, Mu Qing straightened her posture, lifted her chin, and strode out of Baiwa Tower. Sister-in-law. Following her lead, Meng Jiyu trailed behind, leaving Meng Tingyuan staring awkwardly at the group of thugs, all equally perplexed. Return and inform Xie Xuan that she has gone too far this time. She should not think that these schemes will earn her my regard. Mu Qing was determined to enter the household. She now found Xie Xuan utterly repugnant. Meng Tingyuan reprimanded coldly, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Today's events had stripped him of dignity, and he was resolved to reclaim his standing. Everyone knew that to retaliate against someone, one must strike at their most cherished possessions. Did Xie Xuan not wish to prevent Mu Qing from entering the household? Then he must hasten to marry Mu Qing and ensure that the ceremony was nothing short of splendid. The shopkeeper, suppressing his pain, cautiously opened the box and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the gemstones were intact. He had managed to preserve the goods. As for Meng Tingyuan's comments, he held them in disdain but recognized that the affairs of his masters were beyond the purview of a mere servant. Nonetheless, a sense of indignation welled within him. How had his master encountered such an ungrateful and troublesome man? Meanwhile, Mu Qing, having endured a torrent of grievances at Baiwa Tower, returned to the military department in feeling irritable. Before she could settle in, she unexpectedly collided with her mother, Mistress, who had journeyed from the frontier. "What brings you here?" Mu Qing exclaimed, taken aback at the sight of her mother. "Upon receiving your letter about your upcoming marriage, I hurried here with Zhang, to support you. With him backing you, the Marquis' household will surely think twice." Mistress spoke earnestly, grasping Mu Qing's hands. "Mother." Looking at her brother Mu Zhang and their mother Mistress, Mu Qing could not help but recall the jewelry she had so nearly acquired at Baiwa Tower and the realization that the entire establishment belonged to Xie Xuan. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her, leading her to weep quietly in her mother's embrace. "What troubles you? Is there a change in your betrothal? Has that scoundrel Meng Tingyuan refused to take responsibility?" Mu Zhang exploded in anger. "Rest assured, sister. I shall march to that wretched Marquis' household and force them to clarify matters. Her marriage must be secured with the traditional formalities, accompanied by a substantial dowry." The crux of the matter, of course, lay in the dowry. Chapter 15. Schemes. Does Meng Tingyuan treat me well? Mu Qing grasped her younger brother's arm, quickly explaining, "I was merely overwhelmed with joy upon seeing you and mother, which led to my emotional outburst." "Really?" Mistress queried, her eyes glistening with concern. "What is the status of your engagement? Have you exchanged betrothal gifts?" In the Great Jin, a man must first choose an auspicious day to propose, followed by the woman's family providing a list of dowry items, which the man would prepare before finalizing the wedding date through mutual agreement. Though Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan had received the Empress Dowager's blessing for their union, their recent arrival in the capital and the ensuing troubles in the military department had delayed them from following the customary wedding protocols. Mu Qing shook her head, replying, "We have just arrived in the capital and have been preoccupied. We haven't had the chance to address these matters. What could possibly be more important than your marriage? This opportunity is hard-earned. You must secure your place as soon as possible." Mistress chattered on. "However, to be fair, it is fortunate that the marriage proposal has not yet been finalized and the list of betrothal gifts has not been determined. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly result in a great loss. I have heard that the lady of the Ho residence was adorned with a lavish bridal procession back in the day. As a concubine, you must match her in grandeur to avoid being overshadowed. It is indeed unfortunate that your mother lacks the means, as our family does not possess substantial wealth." "Mother, what does it matter? The Ho family is affluent. Would they really treat my sister poorly? As long as they prepare a generous dowry, surely it will surpass that of the young lady of the Ho family," Mu Zhang asserted confidently. "Mother, I inquired along the way, and the Xie family is merely the niece of a former Grand Tutor, not a direct descendant. Her father is just a merchant, while my sister is a renowned general of the court, far superior to her. If she dares to use her status to bully you, I will be the first to object. Indeed, your sister is esteemed as the first female general of the Great Jin. Her status is significantly higher than that of ordinary women. In her view, supporting her daughter in following Meng Tingyuan to the capital was undoubtedly the right choice. The capital is a place of wealth and splendor. If she could leverage the influence of the Ho family, her son Mu Zhang could remain in the capital, even securing a modest official position, which would be preferable to languishing in Liangzhou. Mother, Zhang, do not worry. I have no quarrel with Xie Xuan. She may prance about, but my daughter is not easily trifled with, Mu Qing reassured them as she led Min and Mu Zhang into the inn. Just as Min was anxiously awaiting the Ho family's decision regarding the marriage, Meng Tingyuan arrived at Mu Qing's residence, seemingly in a huff. Upon seeing Min and Mu Zhang, he felt both surprised and delighted. With a mother-in-law and brother-in-law present, his marriage to Mu Qing would be all the more complete. The matchmaker and Min quickly settled on a wedding date, but they were troubled by the issue of the betrothal gifts. When the list was presented to the Ho residence, the housekeeper, Min, frowned at its contents. 8,000 taels of silver, 800 taels of gold, a pair of jade rui, a pair of sheep-fat jade rings, a set of ruby accessories, and a pair of red gold bracelets. Mother, sister-in-law, do you not think this betrothal gift is a bit excessive? In Xuan Hall, Su presented the list Min had compiled to the representatives of the Dingyuan Ho residents. Without any hesitation, the expressions on the faces of the Dingyuan Ho and Lady Wang transformed. What does it matter? Qingqing is the first female general of the Great Jin. The betrothal gifts she requests are merely on par with those of an ordinary noble lady. Meng Tingyuan felt that the dowry was not excessive. He remembered that when he was engaged to Xie Xuan, the gifts were likely even more substantial. Indeed, they were not too much, however. The Ho residence is not what it once was and cannot possibly afford such sums. Su bluntly stated that when he was engaged to the Xie family, their list of gifts was certainly not less than this. Yet, many items were bestowed by the emperor himself, and the Ho residents contributed little. Not to mention, Xie Xuan's dowry was worth hundreds or even thousands of times the betrothal gifts. Currently, though Mu Qing is a general, she hails from a humble military background in Liangzhou. And everyone knows how little dowry she could bring. What audacity Meng Tingyuan had to bring up Xie Xuan at such a time. Not to mention, the previous head of the Ho family had placed great importance on their engagement. Suitors seeking Xie Xuan had nearly broken down the doors to win her hand. But what is the situation now? Meng Tingyuan's words twisted the truth, reversing right and wrong, and he slandered the family, merely taking advantage of the fact that the Xie family was without support and that Xie Xuan had already wed into the Ho residence, leaving them at their mercy. How could the Ho family be out of money? Meng Tingyuan nearly blurted out, but quickly realized that both the Dingyuan Ho and Lady Wang were silent, clearly aware of the situation. Why is there no money? The former head of the Ho family was indeed affluent, having accumulated wealth through military achievements and the profits from shops and land, but after his passing, the family's income barely balanced out. As time went on and the old head aged, the Ho family had little presence in the military, leading to a deficit. Su remarked with irritation, casting a glance at Dingyuan Ho Meng Haiyan. Moreover, in recent years, Dingyuan Ho's extravagant spending had drastically depleted their funds. Previously, Meng Tingyuan, as the heir, was the family's hope, so his needs were always met. Therefore, he remained oblivious to the current plight of the Ho residents. Upon his return, Meng Tingyuan felt the Ho family was in a dire situation, but he could not fathom the extent of their difficulties. He certainly did not realize that they had been relying on Xie Xuan's dowry to survive these past years. What significance does it hold to discuss this now? This marriage is a decree from the Empress. The priority now is to gather the betrothal gifts. Dingyuan Ho expressed his impatience, clearly reluctant to delve into where the family's previous funds had been spent. What other options are there? The treasury cannot produce silver. The Ho residence is a singular entity. Whoever possesses the funds will naturally bear the cost. The elderly woman sitting at the head of the table spoke, directing her gaze at Lady Wang. Understanding immediately, Wang signaled to Zhao Dao, instructing her, "I have heard that the Xie family has been in good health lately. Go to Henke Courtyard and tell her that the matriarch misses her and wishes for her to come quickly." "Yes." Zhao Dao replied and bowed her head as she exited Xuan Hall, hastening towards Henke Courtyard, only to bump into Qiushi coming out. "Sister Zhao Dao, what brings you here?" Chunhua emerged, eyeing Zhao Dao with suspicion. "The old lady has been unwell these days. The matriarch has been missing her," Zhao Dao replied, slightly guilty. "Missing? Is it the young lady she misses, or the young lady's money?" Chunhua retorted sharply, well aware of the old lady's true intentions. Summoning Xie Xuan without any forethought would surely be a trap. "Miss, your words are rather harsh," Zhao Dao countered. "Regardless, the lady is the matriarch's mother-in-law. Does the young lady not understand? Ever since General Mu visited with the heir, the old lady has pretended to be ill, neglecting her duties and even the daily rituals. Now that the matriarch has sent a servant to invite her, if the old lady refuses again, it would be quite unreasonable. Our young lady has been made ill by the heir. When has she pretended to be sick?" Chunhua replied, arms crossed, scolding. At this point, the Ho lady is still trying to assert her authority. Does she not consider the disgraceful actions of her son? "Enough, Chunhua. Help me up." Xie Xuan extended a pale pink arm from behind the curtain, gently parting it as she feigned recovery. "I am feeling much better now. Since my mother has personally sent someone, I shall go. It has been long enough. It is time to confront these troublesome characters and to see what kind of people have been serving her so well over the years." Upon arriving at Xuan Hall, her gaze immediately fell upon the old matriarch of the Ho family seated at the head, with Lady Wang and Su attending to her. Meng Jiyu sat on a small stool beside the matriarch. The two engaged in affectionate conversation. "Grandmother, mother, second aunt. Xie Xuan greeted them in order, her expression indifferent. No different from before. Has the daughter-in-law of Yuan come? Are you feeling better? The matriarch inquired blandly, examining Xie Xuan's appearance, dressed in a simple gown. Her hair styled in a delicate bun, and her respectful demeanor during the greeting. Despite having cut off much of her previous support from the residents, she still gave the matriarch the impression of being the gentle and agreeable Xie Xuan of old. Sister-in-law has certainly recovered after so much time, and it seems she will take over the household again tomorrow, continuing her illustrious role as the wife of the heir. Without waiting for Xie Xuan to respond, Meng Tingyuan interjected, casting a cold glance at Xu Shi, displaying an expression of considerable satisfaction. In recent days, Xu Shi, the steward, has not only downgraded the quality of food in the household but also reduced the allocation of new clothing and jewelry from 4 sets per month to merely 2 sets per quarter, with jewelry being completely disregarded. At such a tender age, when girls cherish beauty, the thought of attending banquets in old garments and waking up every morning in discomfort made Meng Tingyuan, despite her past grievances with Xie Xuan, long for the days to return to their former glory. Moreover, she has always looked down upon the widow Xu Shi, and the idea of being governed by such a person left her feeling quite uneasy. The steward of the Marquis' residence is, after all, the matriarch of the primary line. If the daughter-in-law of Yuan Go were to regain her health, it would naturally fall to her to manage the household, Xu Shi begrudgingly acknowledged. While speaking, Xu Shi glanced helplessly at Xie Xuan, expressing her own predicament. The role of steward was indeed not a pleasant one. And although Xu Shi did not wish to oversee it herself, she also did not want Xie Xuan to take the reins. However, if she insisted on clinging to the power of stewardship, she would be labeled as domineering by the people of the Marquis' residence. Thus, she contemplated how Xie Xuan would choose and thought that as long as Xie Xuan was willing to take on the role, she could relinquish it immediately. Coughing, Xie Xuan covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, though she did not explicitly agree or refuse. Her pale face and the intensity of her cough suggested that her health was far from robust. Given her condition, she was certainly unfit to manage the household. How could the daughter-in-law of Yuan Go be so gravely ill? The matriarch furrowed her brow and inquired of the Marquis' wife, concerned whether she could bear healthy children for the Meng family. What does it matter? There is still Mu Qing, is there not? The Marquis' wife replied with a smile, stepping forward to grasp Xie Xuan's hand, adding, Daughter-in-law of Yuan Ge, I know you are a good person. Regardless of the household circumstances, the position of the heir's wife will always belong to you. Mother, Xie Xuan replied with indifference, offering a perfunctory bow while remaining silent, observing the family dynamic with quiet detachment. As departure was inevitable, and with no new heirs yet in the family, it was not the right time to leave. She was curious to see how far these people could shamelessly go. Indeed, upon noticing Xie Xuan's silence, the old lady shot a glance at the Marquis' wife, signaling her to continue. Daughter-in-law of Yuan Ge, you know that Mu Qing was bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress, and the Duke of Dingyuan's household must not slight her in this marriage, the Marquis' wife remarked with a smile. Naturally, mother knows this. I am not so unreasonable as to object to such matters. Moreover, the heir has already stated that after Mu Qing enters the household, she will reside in the front courtyard, and I have no dealings with her. We shall surely coexist peacefully, Xie Xuan responded. She was about to leave the Marquis' residence. What dealings could she possibly have? Peaceful coexistence was all that remained. Mother, I have long said that the daughter-in-law of Yuan Ge is sensible, the Marquis' wife said, holding Xie Xuan's hand and smiling at her. Since your mother has stated you are sensible, we are family, so I shall speak candidly about the household matters. The old lady's maid, Ju Qing, presented a list of betrothal gifts to Xie Xuan. Madam, this is the list of betrothal gifts requested by the second madam's family, Ju Qing said cautiously, only to be met with a sharp glare from Chen Hua. Without even entering, the second madam has already called out. What sort of grandmother is that woman? Well, this list is within acceptable limits, Xie Xuan nodded, stepping back to distance herself from the Marquis' wife. Grandmother. I said it before, sister-in-law is the most gentle and virtuous. How could she possibly object to such things? Meng Tingyuan was the first to speak. As soon as she said this, all eyes turned to Xie Xuan, except for Xu Shi, who subtly indicated her disapproval, urging her not to agree. Regardless, both the old lady and the Marquis' wife smiled, tacitly endorsing Meng Tingyuan's words. Tingyuan, what do you mean by that? Xie Xuan retorted coldly. Since ancient times, It has never been the case that a man takes a concubine and receives money from his legitimate wife. If such words were to spread, how would the heir conduct himself in the future? The heir taking a concubine should not cost our Xie family any money. Do you want him to be ridiculed? Chun Hua, incensed, exclaimed. What Xie family? The elder sister-in-law has married into the Duke of Tingyuan's household. Everything, be it person or possessions, now belongs to the Duke of Tingyuan. Meng Tingyuan scolded vehemently. Elder sister-in-law, is this the sort of servant you brought from the Xie family? Is this how your family conducts itself? Enough.
Stop arguing.
The old lady scolded sharply. I am still alive, and you all wish to tear the roof off this house? Mother, it is all the daughters-in-law's fault for not educating the younger generation properly. The Marquis' wife quickly apologized, glaring at Xie Xuan and Meng Tingyuan in anger. You two, being so thoughtless, do not hurry to apologize to the old lady. As the Marquis' wife spoke, seeing that Xie Xuan remained unmoved, she signaled to Zhu Tao to assist. Madam? Zhu Tao gently touched Xie Xuan's arm, whispering a reminder. Xie Xuan remained steadfastly in place, unmoving. Impudence. The old lady's expression changed abruptly as her cane struck the ground, producing a sharp sound. Child, how can you be so ungrateful? The Marquis' wife chastised, adopting a tone of experience to counsel Xie Xuan. All these years you have been managing the household and know how difficult life is. Now that there is joy in the family, especially a marriage bestowed by the Empress, you ought to lend a hand. Furthermore, your health is poor, making it difficult for you to bear children. Mu Qing is strong and often in the military. Any children born will undoubtedly be entrusted to your care, and in time, they will feel no different from your own. When they achieve merits in the military, you will also receive accolades.
So,
the daughter-in-law must thank Mu Qing for entering the household and for allowing me to raise children? Xie Xuan asked coldly, witnessing the very woman she had once diligently served. The Marquis' wife utter such heartless words for Mu Qing. Xie Xuan felt her heart grow cold, disgusted. How had she not seen before that this entire family was so callous and shameless? You certainly ought to thank sister-in-law Mu Qing. In your current state, it will be difficult for you to have children. You are jealous of your husband marrying a primary wife, feigning illness at home, and avoiding serving your in-laws, concealing your grave ailment while remaining childless. You have violated 4 of the 7 reasons for divorce. If it were not for my brother's kindness, would you have been able to stay until now? Now you merely borrow a little silver to get by, yet you resist and obstruct. How truly ungrateful. Beside her, Meng Tingyuan raised her chin high, adopting an air of superiority as she scolded Xie Xuan loudly. The unmarried younger sisters-in-law were like delicate guests after her long tirade. Neither the old lady nor the Marquis' wife offered a single rebuttal. Su Shi wished to say something but was halted by Xie Xuan's gaze. This second aunt, who usually struggled with raising children, would find it difficult to speak up today, fearing it would offend the entire Marquis' residence. While she planned to leave, offending others was of little consequence. However, Su Shi, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would have to endure for many years in the Duke of Tingyuan's household, carrying the identity of a widow with children, and she could not disregard Su Shi's future considerations. Do mother and grandmother think the same? Xie Xuan cast a sidelong glance at the elderly matriarch and Lady Ho, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. Why do you take such matters so seriously, my dear child? Though what you said was somewhat excessive, every word resonated with truth. Reflect carefully, for the esteemed Haifu has departed, and there is not a single member of the Xie family in the court, nor one residing in the capital. Meanwhile, Mu Qing is in the prime of her influence. She claims to seek merely the status of a secondary wife, yet with an official position, her marriage could very well overshadow yours. Lady Ho continued with a warm demeanor. However, should the bride price be provided by you, while it may remain unknown to the public, the entire family would privately remember your generosity. If, in the future, Mu Qing treats you poorly, we would be in a position to assist you, would we not? How is it that a legitimate wife must be bullied by a concubine? Xie Xuan's smile widened as she surveyed the assembly, as if witnessing the grandest of absurdities. So, in the Tingyuan Ho residence, the primary wife is expected to expend her wealth to secure peace from the concubines? What a splendid code of conduct indeed. Fortunately, she had already penned a letter to her uncle and was prepared to depart, unwilling to endure a lifetime among such shameless individuals. Otherwise, she might truly be driven to revulsion. What nonsense are you spouting? It is merely that the household is facing financial difficulties and seeks to borrow some silver from you. If you refuse, that is your prerogative, but to utter such a barrage of words, defying your grandmother and shaming your mother, Xie Xuan, I truly misjudged you. At this moment, Meng Tingyuan, hidden behind a screen, could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to berate Xie Xuan. I had no idea the heir perceived me in such a light. Xie Xuan scoffed. What manner of person the heir is, I have only recently come to understand. Xie Xuan, your previous minor mischief can be overlooked. But if you are willing to assist this time, the authority of the steward will remain yours, and regarding matters at Baiulu, Mu Qing will not hold it against you. Meng Tingyuan stated coldly. Given the current circumstances, the Meng family has already acquiesced to this extent. Do not be ungrateful. If the heir truly wishes to borrow money, let him write an IOU, seal it with the Ho residence's stamp, and include interest, thus demonstrating sincerity. Xie Xuan retorted with a disdainful smile. A prestigious Ho residence resorting to coercion and temptation is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. What is this nonsense? Young Master Yuan is the heir of the Ho residence and a general in the court. How could he possibly write such a thing for a mere woman of the inner chamber? The elderly woman exclaimed angrily, setting aside the embarrassment of writing an IOU. The crux of the matter is that a debt must be repaid. They seek to have Xie Xuan cover this cost merely to have her foot the bill, without recompense. Enough, grandmother, mother, let us not speak further. It is merely a few tens of thousands of taels. Why beg her? Meng Tingyuan's anger surged as he saw Xie Xuan remain steadfast against providing the silver. A mere few tens of thousands of taels is not beyond the means of the Ho residence. They approach you only to offer you an opportunity to establish your position within the family. If you do not desire it, so be it. Very well.
Xie Xuan replied calmly, betraying no emotion.
I hold no regard for respect bought with money. Rather than pay for respect from this pack of wolves, I would prefer to spend my money rewarding the entertainers at Chunfeng Ruilu. Enjoyment bought with coin must also be worthy of the person. Very well, you have said so. Meng Tingyuan's gaze bore into Xie Xuan, his eyes wide and fierce, a terrifying visage. Her repeated defiance left him acutely aware of his threatened authority as a husband. He had to teach this woman a lesson, to make her understand who truly held power in this household. In the eyes of all men in the Great Jin, whether commoners or the daughters of nobility, even princesses and county princesses, any woman abandoned would face scorn and shame for a lifetime, never able to hold her head high. He had not intended to use divorce as a threat, yet Xie Xuan's recent behavior had crossed a line, and she had become increasingly ungrateful. Chapter 18. Divorce? Not so easily. Meng Tingyuan had initially thought that even if Xie Xuan prided herself on her lavish dowry, upon hearing the term divorce, she would temper her attitude. Yet, to his surprise, Xie Xuan did not display the anticipated worry or fear. Rather, she seemed to have awaited this very statement. Very well, if it is divorce, then let it be, Xie Xuan declared. What divorce? It is a matter of expulsion. You disregard household affairs, show disrespect to your parents, and harbor ill-tempered jealousy. I can easily cast you off. Why would I grant you the facade of a divorce? I wish to see how a forsaken woman, without kin or support, dares to seek refuge in the capital. Meng Tingyuan sneered, adopting a superior demeanor, as if he awaited Xie Xuan to submit and plead for mercy. After all, in his view, a woman like Xie Xuan, orphaned and without allies, would find no path to survival outside the Dingyuan Ho residence. Especially after Meng Jiayu's earlier words to Xie Xuan had instilled in him an unwavering confidence that she would never dare to leave him. Alas, this time he was mistaken. Ah, so the heir knows I have no attachments? Xie Xuan raised an eyebrow, no longer inclined to feign innocence. I am but a mere woman, unencumbered. Even if I were to endure shame, it is limited. Yet, should the heir suffer disgrace, it would reflect upon the entire Dingyuan Ho residence. Divorce? Very well. Let us escalate this matter. Let all of the capital witness the dignity of the Dingyuan Ho residence. As they say, one must be cautious when dealing with a mousetrap. Xie Xuan was determined to see if Meng Tingyuan would wager his future and reputation on such a gamble. Though she resided within the Ho residence, had she been a delicate and helpless woman, she might have feared, yet she was not. And thus it could only be said that the Dingyuan Ho residence had encountered ill fortune. You dare! Meng Tingyuan exclaimed, disregarding propriety, thoroughly enraged, he charged at Xie Xuan, ready to unleash his fury. However, Xie Xuan merely shifted slightly to the side, causing him to miss and stumble perilously close to a nearby chair. How could she be so swift? Meng Tingyuan was taken aback, even doubting his own eyes. Not even the commanders on the battlefield would possess such speed. How could I not dare? Xie Xuan replied nonchalantly, having long since lost all hope in this man, leaving no remnant of their former good impressions. Enough. Why are you two at it again? The elderly matriarch rapped her cane, this time not to assert authority, but to mediate. You two, truly? Bickering like a married couple is one thing, but what is this about divorce? Utter nonsense.
She scolded.
You are bound by marriage. You should be of one heart, supporting each other. Upon hearing this, Meng Tingyuan turned crimson and fell silent, merely glaring angrily at Xie Xuan. His expression seeming to say, "Are you satisfied now that you've provoked grandmother's wrath?" Xie Xuan remained nonchalant, offering no response and no explanation. Grandmother, this is a matter for me, and I have disturbed your peace. Meng Tingyuan bowed to the elderly matriarch, casting a fierce glare at Xie Xuan, as if urging her to join him in the bow. Yet Xie Xuan appeared to have heard nothing, remaining steadfast in her position. What peace are you talking about? Perhaps you think this old body of mine is too aged and useless to warrant your attention? Very well, what does marriage matter? At my age, I should be beyond all concerns and enjoying the company of grandchildren. The elderly matriarch reclined in her chair, adopting a languid demeanor, instructing her maid, Juqing, to escort Xie Xuan from the courtyard. Xie Xuan, without uttering much, obediently followed Juqing out of the Xuan hall. She was well aware that when it came to divorce, the Tingyuan Marquessate would not acquiesce so readily. Fortunately, she was not in a hurry. This period could be utilized for seclusion within the estate, allowing her to nurture her health and reacquaint herself with her former strategies. Despite knowing the decline of the Tingyuan Marquessate, she had once brought a lavish dowry. Motivated by Meng Tingyuan's genuine affections and her uncle Xie Ungxi's desire for her to marry well and lead a life of peace and joy. He even selected Meng Tingyuan specifically, understanding her yearning for a life in the military. Regrettably, her uncle's good intentions ultimately led to unforeseen disappointment. Inside the Xuan hall, after Xie Xuan was sent away, the old matriarch erupted in fury at the assembly. Hadn't she previously advised that the daughter-in-law, Yuan Gur, was typically cold yet soft-hearted, urging everyone to speak with gentleness? What transpired instead? The matter escalated to the point of divorce. It was the grandson's fault, causing his grandmother undue concern. Meng Tingyuan quickly knelt to plead for forgiveness. Upon seeing her most beloved grandson on the ground, the old matriarch's anger diminished significantly. It's not solely your fault, she expressed, but any husband would be incensed by such obstinacy. However, your second aunt is aging and with so many responsibilities, she cannot manage everything. If a divorce were to happen, while those who know the truth might understand, it is the uninformed who will gossip maliciously. After speaking, she cast a disapproving glance at Su Shi, evidently displeased with the household's management. If Xie Xuan were still in charge, such grievances would not have arisen. Ultimately, it was Su Shi's incompetence. As an elder, she couldn't even handle Xie Xuan, failing to ensure even basic provisions for the household, truly abysmal. Meng Tingyuan understood this well. A wife of humble origins should not be cast aside. While the Marquessate may not have transitioned from poverty to wealth, Xie Xuan has been in the household for 3 years. Though her temperament is stubborn, she has been here long enough that if she can reconcile her feelings, I shall not betray her trust. He recognized that if Mu Qing had not yet entered the household and he were to abandon his first wife, it would be indefensible. What he had mentioned about divorce was merely a temporary tactic to intimidate Xie Xuan. As long as you understand, the old matriarch continued. Though Xie Xuan cannot achieve merit in the military, she is capable of managing domestic affairs and social obligations. Moreover, her dowry is substantial. You and Mu Qing fighting on the front lines is one matter, but navigating court affairs is another. Indeed, the matriarch's remarks resonated with the Duchess. I understand your affection for Mu Qing, but in noble families like ours, having multiple wives is quite common. Furthermore, Xie Xuan has her uses for you. It cannot remain this cold indefinitely. The old matriarch advised earnestly. Although you may feel wronged, I still urge you to consummate your marriage with Xie Xuan soon, so she may find peace of mind. Chapter 19. The consummation. When it came to consummation, Meng Tingyuan's expression turned pained. What? You are unwilling? The Duchess inquired sternly. Mother, to be honest, I met Mu Qing on the battlefield in Liangzhou and promised her a lifetime together. Now, with Xie Xuan in the household, I feel I owe her a debt of loyalty. If I were to engage in marital relations with her, Would that not render me a faithless man? Meng Tingyuan lamented. All I can do is treat Xie Xuan well, ensuring she does not make a scene, and granting her the dignity befitting the daughter-in-law of the Marquessate. What? A lifetime together? How audacious! Meng Jiayu exclaimed in disbelief. Does Mu Qing expect my brother to remain exclusive to her? Recalling Mu Qing's extravagant behavior at a recent banquet, she felt a surge of disdain for her new sister-in-law, especially as her own living conditions had declined. What are you daydreaming about? Standing there in a daze? Xie Xuan inquired. I feel it's unjust for you, a woman of such stature, beauty, ability, and upbringing, to be compared unfavorably to Mu Qing. How could you possibly lose? Autumn Shi, her maid, expressed her indignation, her eyes misty with unexplainable sorrow. It is merely a man's choice. There is no question of winning or losing, Xie Xuan replied, handing her a handkerchief. Never allow anyone to drain your spirit. If a person makes you uncomfortable, sever ties without hesitation. Anyone who repulses you should not be given even a moment's thought. Meng Tingyuan's character is clear, if he still wishes to maintain his dignity. It would be best for the two of them to part ways amicably, thus preserving the semblance of their 3-year-long hollow marital bond. However, if the Ho Mansion insists on being aggressive and overreaching, she has her own means to respond. Our daughter, akin to a precious gem, should not be subjected to the disdain of such people. Chunhua remarked, You are unaware of the audacity of that old crone from Xuan Hall, who dares to suggest that our daughter should raise the offspring of that pair of unscrupulous lovers. It is simply intolerable. Qiu Shi, upon hearing this, was slightly taken aback. Throughout the past 3 years, she had encountered the old matriarch on multiple occasions and had always perceived her as a dignified, albeit ailing, noblewoman. She never imagined that she could utter such shameless words. The people of the Ho Mansion, who were once regarded as elders, should not indulge in gossip, especially now that the facade has been torn away. It would not only reflect poorly, but also squander their energy on such trivial matters. Those ungrateful wretches are not even worthy of her ire. The two of them exchanged light-hearted banter in the courtyard for a while before they entered Henku Courtyard. As they stepped inside, a refreshing coolness enveloped them, alleviating the restlessness stirred within Xuan Hall. Seizing the pleasant mood, Xie Xuan personally went to the storeroom and rummaged through a chest of dowry, retrieving a whip, a spear, and 2 short swords. She intended to practice the whip techniques that she had not used in a long time and gifted the short swords to Chunhua and Qiu Shi, her maids. It would be absurd to confront a situation wielding a broom, regardless of the lethality of the weapons. The mere thought of such a disgrace was enough to offend her teachers. Speaking of her mentors, alongside the correspondence from her clan leader, Xie Yuan, a letter signed by her second senior brother arrived at Xie Xuan's courtyard in a rather peculiar manner. There was no need to elaborate on Xie Yuan's side. Upon learning of Meng Tingyuan's betrayal and Xie Xuan's intention to divorce, he hastened to the capital, both to support her during the divorce and to assist in managing her dowry. Although the Xie family was not lacking in wealth, he was adamant that not a single coin should fall into Meng Tingyuan's hands. As for the signature of the second senior brother, it was particularly intriguing. This second senior brother was not one of Xie Xuan's martial arts instructors, but a disciple of Xie Engshi. In the entire realm, who else could rightfully claim to be a disciple of Xie Engshi but that individual? Chapter 20. Second senior brother. After reading the letter, Xie Xuan remained silent for a long while. What did the letter say, my lady? Chunhua leaned closer, eager to uncover its contents. He has summoned me to the palace, Xie Xuan replied, exhaling deeply. Her granduncle, Xie Engshi, was not only the prime minister but also a mentor to 2 emperors. When the late emperor, who was then merely an ordinary prince, was entrusted to Xie Engshi for guidance, he frequently visited and even stayed at the Xie residence. Prime Minister Xie Engshi was an extraordinary figure, aloof from the mundane, and held the other members of the Xie family in disdain, with the sole exception of Xie Xuan, whom he accepted as a closed-door disciple, often teaching her and granting her many opportunities to meet the emperor. Despite their disparate statuses, Xie Xuan could still refer to him as second senior brother. However, years have passed, and as Xie Xuan matured, the prince was established as the crown prince, and they had not met since. Although gifts from the palace continued to arrive, the connection had inevitably grown distant. To the palace? Why would the emperor suddenly summon you? Compared to Chunhua's excitement, Qiu Shi harbored some concern. Though she was aware of Xie Xuan's ties to the palace, the emperor had not inquired about her since she married into the Ho Mansion. Thus, Receiving such an unexpected letter felt rather strange. What could the reason be? Surely it is because he sees that you are not faring well and wishes to advocate for you. Chunhua spoke naturally, believing that the bond of their past friendship could not simply vanish, even in the wake of the late tutor's passing. Before Chunhua could finish her thought, Xie Xuan's disapproving gaze silenced her. There is a distinction between sovereign and subject. Such words should not be spoken again, Xie Xuan reminded. The emperor's acknowledgement as a senior brother is a mark of favor, but if a subject were to overstep, it would be seen as overreaching. Yes, I understand my error, Chunhua replied, lowering her head in a manner reminiscent of a chastised quail. Enough, do not be disheartened. Prepare yourself, we shall enter the palace in a few days. Yes, Chunhua exclaimed, her joy unabated. The Tingyuan home mansion believed that the Xie family was in decline, and that their daughter was alone and isolated, emboldening them to bully her. Now that not only the clan leader was heading to the capital, but the emperor also wished to summon their daughter. She was eager to witness the expressions on the faces of those opportunistic individuals in the home mansion when they realized they had lost something significant while clinging to trivialities. The imperial palace, with its red walls and yellow roofs, rose majestically, its lofty eaves resembling the outstretched wings of a great bird. The gilded beast-shaped door knocker on the crimson gate exuded solemnity, not to mention the imposing stone lions standing guard before the entrance. The last time she entered the palace was when her granduncle was still alive. She had been taken to the southern study side hall, where he taught the princes, while she copied texts in the background. Madame Xie, the indigo-clad eunuch emerged from within the gate before Chunhua and Xie Xuan could present their tokens, bowing respectfully. No need for such formality, Xie Xuan quickly returned the gesture. The Great Jin Palace housed thousands of eunuchs, most clad in dark green robes without rank. While those adorned in blue or purple were typically higher-ranking officials, and only a few hundred wore sashes. The eunuch before her, wearing an indigo robe with a sash, was at least of the 6th rank. Thus, despite his courteous demeanor, Xie Xuan did not dare to underestimate him. The best way to show respect was through generosity. Madame Xie, please follow this servant, the eunuch said, waving away the dust with a smile. Thank you for your trouble, Master Eunuch, Chunhua said, stepping forward to hand him a purse. Accepting the purse, the eunuch felt its lightness and inferred it contained silver notes, likely a considerable amount, which made his smile even broader. The emperor is aware of your visit today and has instructed me to wait for you at the palace gate, the eunuch continued, guiding her while offering auspicious words. As they proceeded, the palace maids and eunuchs they encountered stepped aside respectfully. Their path led directly to the emperor's study. Avoiding the officials of the previous dynasty, so they met only lower-ranking palace attendants along the way. Madame Xie, please wait here. I will report to the emperor. The eunuch instructed as they reached the entrance of the study. Xie Xuan and her maids waited at the door. Both Chunhua and Xie Xuan puzzled as to why. Despite Xie Xuan having married into the Ho mansion and becoming the wife of the heir of Tingyuan, the eunuch still addressed her as Madame Xie. Madame Xie, you may enter. The eunuch soon returned, gesturing for Xie Xuan to proceed while he remained at the door with Chunhua and Xie Xuan. Xie Xuan crossed the threshold. Stepping inside, the inner door of the study was wide open. As she approached, preparing to bow, a voice interrupted her. Is that you, Xiaowu?
Come in.
Xie Xuan, having been ranked 5th among Xie Engxi's disciples, found it fitting that the emperor, referring to himself as her second senior brother, would call her by the name Xiaowu. Yes, she replied. Xie Xuan steeled herself as she entered the hall, where the emperor, seated behind the imperial desk, set aside the memorial he had been reading. Beside him stood a eunuch clad in crimson robes. Upon noticing Xie Xuan's arrival, 2 eunuchs in purple swiftly arranged a stool for her behind. Please take a seat, the emperor said casually. I dare not, Xie Xuan quickly declined.
Dare not?
After marrying, your disposition has changed. Back then, when you clung to the 4th prince, fiercely vying for superiority, I did not see you shy away, the emperor remarked with a smile. At that time, I was young and inexperienced, and I beg your pardon for the embarrassment, Xie Xuan replied. Enough, sit down. There are no outsiders here. Since the Grand Tutor's passing, the 3rd and 4th princes have gone to the battlefield, leaving you as the only married woman in the capital. Over the years, you have neither entered the palace nor sent a message, the emperor expressed with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it is my fault, Xie Xuan feigned a posture of submission. Still standing. Well, After years of separation, I did not expect you to be so estranged. I initially intended to appoint you as 100 households in Yuzhou, but it seems that will no longer be the case. The emperor pretended to lament, his youthful face belied by an expression of abandonment. What? Yuzhou? 100 households? Xie Xuan was bewildered, struggling to comprehend why the emperor had summoned her and why he spoke of sending her to Yuzhou. What scheme lay hidden within his words? Is it that you are unwilling to assist the fourth prince in Yuzhou? The emperor teased. Surely, after 3 years as a highborn lady, you have not lost the strength to wield a spear? Chapter 21. Opportunity. Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the reason? Is there trouble in Yuzhou? Xie Xuan asked. If her memory served her right, Yuzhou was the territory of the Duke Su, which had remained relatively peaceful over the years, while the barbarians in Liangzhou had shown signs of unrest. The Ye clan, too, seemed to be stirring, though the specifics were unclear. The Duke Su had submitted a memorial requesting to recruit an additional 50,000 soldiers for precautionary measures. The emperor feigned helplessness, remarking on the fourth prince's solitary existence, devoid of any female companionship, cleansing oneself of worldly desires. Perhaps, Xie Xuan mused, finding the remark puzzling. The Duke Su was the fourth disciple of Xian, known for his unconventional approach to life and, at over 20, remaining unmarried, was hardly unusual. However, Xie Xuan was taken aback by the court's decision to bolster the military, as well as the notion of her being sent to Yuzhou.
And you?
How have you been lately? I was aware of the situation with Mu Qing, but by the time I learned of it, the Empress Dowager had already arranged the marriage. Though I am the emperor, I cannot revoke her decree. I apologize for the distress this has caused you, the emperor said.
I have been well.
General Mu's contributions to the nation warrant his marriage, Xie Xuan replied, maintaining her composure, devoid of emotion. Well, being bedridden from anger can hardly be considered well, the emperor queried. Merely minor ailments, a few days of rest will suffice. Xie Xuan answered, her thoughts racing as she struggled to decipher the emperor's true intentions. Had he summoned her to issue a warning, urging her to avoid trouble? After all, the commotion surrounding the Tingyuan Marquis' estate had been considerable. It was only natural for the emperor to want to caution her if he intended to continue utilizing Meng Tingyuan. Yet, she was taken aback by the next statement she heard. Is this something you can swallow? The emperor asked lightly, his tone reminiscent of teasing banter from their school days. Men taking multiple wives is commonplace and I hold no anger, so why would I feel resentment? Xie Xuan replied. Ha ha ha, little five remains as sharp-tongued as ever. The emperor laughed. You have been trained by the Grand Tutor and have even received direct martial instruction from a master in a May mountain. I am confident that in terms of skill or strategy, Mu Qing is no match for you. Should you wish, I would promptly appoint you as 100 households in Yuzhou. Once you achieve merit on the battlefield, Mu Qing would pale in comparison. The emperor's true intention became evident, to appoint Xie Xuan and suppress Mu Qing. Though Mu Qing was favored by the Empress Dowager, the current Tingyuan Marquis could not fight. Yet the previous Marquis still had many old soldiers in the army. The emperor still wished to utilize Meng Tingyuan, but the Empress Dowager was not his biological mother. And should Mu Qing establish a firm foothold within the Tingyuan Marquis' estate, the question of Meng Tingyuan's ultimate allegiance would arise. Your Majesty's intention is to send Xie Xuan to Yuzhou to challenge Mu Qing? Do you not wish to go? The emperor retorted. Though Mu Qing possesses some skill, it is but trivial. The little five of yesteryear would not settle for being inferior in martial arts or literature. Now that you are a married woman, while you hold the position of the legitimate wife, Mu Qing has a military title. Even if she cannot return to Liangzhou now, lacking real power, she could still achieve merit when the court goes to war. The Tingyuan Marquis' estate rose through military merit, and Mu Qing currently holds the rank of a lieutenant. You might manage to suppress her influence with the Grand Tutor and the Xie family South Sui in court. But if Mu Qing were to earn high military achievements and have children with Meng Tingyuan, how would you stand your ground in the Tingyuan Marquis' estate then? Little five. I know you possess talent, and I understand your strong-willed nature, which is why I am willing to offer you this opportunity. The emperor smiled, his authoritative demeanor softened, his eyes narrowing like a well-fed tiger, devoid of malice, yet still intimidating. Your Majesty's opportunities seem better suited for others, Xie Xuan replied with a smile, her eyes reflecting an unspeakable mockery. At her words, the emperor's expression hardened, akin to a half-awake tiger stretching with a fearsome yawn, releasing a deep, rumbling sound. The atmosphere in the imperial study grew tense, as none could predict when the emperor might unleash his wrath. Madam Meng, His Majesty is considering your past connections, taking great care in his considerations. Do not disappoint his goodwill, lest you chill his heart, the eunuch in crimson robes advised gently. What? You are unwilling? It has only been 3 years since the audacious little five aspired to become a female general, and now that the opportunity is before you, are you afraid? The emperor sneered, laced with derision. Xie Xuan shook her head calmly, her beautiful eyes meeting the emperor's gaze with unwavering confidence. It is not fear. It is simply unworthy.
What do you mean by that?
The emperor asked, his anger subsiding, curiosity piqued. Your Majesty asks me to risk my life on the battlefield to compete with Mu Qing for a man, merely to secure a position in the Marquessate. That is not worth it. Meng Tingyuan is unworthy. Xie Xuan articulated each word with conviction. Unworthy? Why is that? The emperor, intrigued, gazed at her, a glimmer of recognition returning to his eyes, reminiscent of the little five he remembered. Both men and women risk their lives on the battlefield to achieve glory. Men gain merit to marry and rule their households. Why should I risk my life for military accomplishments, yet return home to face indignity? Speaking of this, Xie Xuan suddenly smiled slyly. Second brother, this deal does not seem worth it, does it?
What do you propose?
The emperor inquired. Having entered the military and risking my life on the battlefield, what I seek is a title and honor, Xie Xuan declared, her brows raised, her spirit radiant as in days of old. You are now a married woman, as long as you maintain your position as the heiress wife. The title will naturally be yours in due time, the emperor remarked, puzzled. Xie Xuan, resolute, insisted, I wish to earn my own title on the battlefield. Xie Xuan spoke with a demeanor that appeared remarkably calm, yet there lay an indefinable resolve within her words, rendering the emperor momentarily speechless. You may return for now. I shall ponder this matter thoroughly, he finally replied after a prolonged silence. The emperor continued. In the Battle of Liangzhou, Xie Yuan and his family contributed millions of taels of silver, over half of their fortune. Upon Xie Yuan's return to the capital, I shall confer upon him the title of Duke of Jingua and grant him a residence in the capital. Duke of Jingua? Xie Xuan was taken aback. It seemed implausible that even with such a substantial donation, the Xie family would be awarded a noble title. In a few days, it will be the birthday of the Grand Tutor. I miss him dearly, and this title is a debt I owe him. Xiangxi had served as the prime minister for over 30 years, navigating 2 dynasties, alleviating domestic strife, and repelling foreign invaders, holding the kingdom together as it teetered on the brink of disaster. The Xie family rightfully deserved a noble title. Yet the Grand Tutor had consistently declined such honors, remaining in high office without forming cliques or promoting his own kin to official positions. Little did he expect that just 2 years after his departure, his beloved granddaughter would be subjected to scorn and ridicule, dismissed as the daughter of a merchant. Did he truly believe the emperor to be so unfeeling or to regard him as a mere ghost? Chapter 22. Recklessness. When Xie Xuan emerged from the imperial study, it was already noon. The eunuch who had guided her remained stationed in his previous spot, but now held an umbrella in his hand. As she exited, he promptly stepped forward to shield her from the sun. I would not dare trouble you, Your Excellency, Xie Xuan smiled. It is a scorching noon. Do not stand on ceremony, Madam Xie, the eunuch replied with a grin. Thank you, Your Excellency, she said, unable to refuse the kind gesture. Fortunately, Chunhua and Qiushi had procured 2 umbrellas from the palace maids in the side hall of the imperial study, allowing Xie Xuan to walk alongside Chunhua. Although she was the heir of a marquis' residence, she had yet to be formally titled, so she did not possess the rank to require an umbrella bearer all the way from the imperial study to the palace gates. Miss, why were you inside for so long? The eunuch continued to lead the way, maintaining a distance between himself and the 2 maidservants, prompting Chunhua to lean closer and whisper to Xie Xuan. The emperor reminisced about my great-uncle, and thus spoke a bit longer. Xie Xuan replied with a smile. Is that so? Chunhua felt a tinge of disappointment. She had hoped the emperor summoned her mistress to advocate for her, only to find it was merely a chat. However, upon reflection, as long as the emperor remembered her mistress, she would not suffer at the Meng family's hands. The heat intensified. Even through the thick soles of her shoes, the warmth radiating from the blue stone path seeped into her feet, urging her to quicken her pace. As they approached the final leg of their journey out of the palace, they encountered Mu Qing emerging from an inner corridor. What a coincidence. Madame Xie is also in the palace? From which lady's quarters have you just come? You didn't notify me of your visit today. We might as well walk together. Mu Qing greeted with a smile. Dressed in a vibrant red robe that resembled a military uniform yet was adorned with flamboyant embellishments, her hair was elegantly tied up, secured by an extravagant ruby hairpin. With a commanding presence, she exuded both valor and femininity. Her brows slightly arched and a hint of pride dancing in her eyes upon seeing Xie Xuan. Without attendants in tow, she appeared to be a familiar face within the palace. General Mu, Madame Xie is an old acquaintance of the Grand Tutor. The Emperor summoned her to reminisce. The guiding eunuch explained, though his words bore no reverence, as Mu Qing held the rank of merely a 6th grade officer, while he had recently been elevated to 5th grade. A rank above her. It seems the Emperor called for you, Mu Qing said playfully, glancing at the umbrella above Xie Xuan's head. Indeed, Madame Xie. You are truly a noble lady of the capital, delicate and refined, unlike us warriors who are accustomed to the sun and wind. Chunhua and Qiushi exchanged exasperated glances. It was absurd for her to presume that just because Xie Xuan preferred an umbrella, she should suffer in the sun alone. Madame Xie's maidservants appear to harbor a certain disdain for me, Mu Qing remarked, deliberately moving closer to Xie Xuan, walking side by side with her. That's just how they are. They have always been this way, Chunhua replied, exuding an air of indifference. Is that so? Mu Qing sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Chunhua and Qiushi before turning her attention back to Xie Xuan, her tone nonchalant. Madame Xie, did you truly just go to the palace for a casual chat? This comment immediately drew the attention of all present, not only Chunhua and Qiushi, but even the leading eunuch turned to gaze at Mu Qing. What does General Mu mean by that? Xie Xuan asked, maintaining her smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Mu Qing felt a strange sense of frustration, akin to hitting a soft cushion, as Xie Xuan's demeanor was unexpectedly disarming. Must you have me spell it out for you? Mu Qing retorted coldly. Xie Xuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mu Qing's growing impatience. The midday sun blazed fiercely, casting a golden glow on Mu Qing's glossy black hair, while the powder on her face glistened, resembling dew on flower petals. What do you mean, General Mu? I truly do not comprehend, Xie Xuan responded with a smile. Unless the Emperor disclosed something to me within the imperial study that requires reporting to you, do not play coy with me. You noble ladies of the capital are all experts at feigning innocence. Do not think I am unaware. Mu Qing, losing her patience, voiced her thoughts without restraint. What is this talk of the Emperor reminiscing? Why wait until now to do so, just before the betrothal? Ever since she received the list of betrothal gifts from Meng Tingyuan, she had inquired numerous times about the date of the engagement, but Meng Tingyuan had always evaded her questions. From Mu Qing's perspective, it was unfathomable that the Dingyuan Marquessate could not muster such a sum. In her eyes, they were a prominent noble family of the Jin dynasty, too powerful to be unable to produce a mere sum of silver. Having ruled out all logical explanations, Mu Qing could only surmise that Xie Xuan was obstructing the betrothal from the Dingyuan Marquessate. Little did she know that Meng Tingyuan had been frantically scrambling to secure the funds, but due to the secrecy surrounding the matter, he could only gather a limited amount, at most 1,000 or 2,000 taels, while the rest of the gifts were being pieced together in the treasury. As the required amount remained unfulfilled, Meng Tingyuan, as a man, felt the pressure of maintaining his dignity and thus avoided the topic, though he was secretly anxious. What does Meng Tingyuan's betrothal have to do with me? I am not the one getting married, Xie Xuan jested, dismissing Mu Qing's words. However, Xie Xuan's attitude only served to infuriate Mu Qing further. It has everything to do with you, Xie Xuan. You do not wish for me to marry into the Marquessate. Do you? For this, you are willing to approach the Emperor under the guise of nostalgia. My marriage is sanctioned by the Empress Dowager and is a reward for the military exploits of Tingyuan and myself. No one can obstruct it. Mu Qing cast a scornful glance at Xie Xuan, noting that despite Xie Xuan's plain attire, she emanated an aura of opulence. Her fair complexion and delicate features stirring an inexplicable jealousy within Mu Qing. Unable to restrain her tongue, she exclaimed, "Do you truly believe that your flower-like beauty will captivate the Emperor's heart and earn his favoritism? Impudent!" Suddenly, the eunuch leading the way halted, turning abruptly to deliver a resounding slap across Mu Qing's face. Chapter 23. Scheming against His Majesty. The force of the slap was considerable, causing even the battle-hardened Mu Qing to stagger. "You," she stammered, clutching her face in bewilderment, and glared at the eunuch, still struggling to articulate her thoughts when he interjected. To pry into the emperor's intentions and conspire against him. Do not think of this as mere punishment. Even if I were to sever your tongue, the Duke of Tingyuan would find no fault in my actions. The eunuch admonished sternly. Calm yourself, good sir. Today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. General Mu Qing has just arrived from Liangzhou and is unfamiliar with the capital's customs. I implore you to overlook this matter, Xie Xuan interjected, attempting to mediate, while Chunhua discreetly scanned the surroundings. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she presented another pouch, filled with silver notes. The pouch was light, yet the contents were undoubtedly more substantial than the previous offering, which the eunuch had covertly inspected. Very well, Lady Xie, you are most generous, he replied with a smile, pocketing the pouch. Turning to Mu Qing, he continued, since you have arrived in the capital, you must learn the ways of the court. It is fortunate that you encountered me. Had it been someone else, the consequences would not only affect you, but could also implicate your family. Mu Qing, stunned and with her face ablaze from the slap, felt her head spinning. At this moment, she neither expressed gratitude nor admitted fault, yet she found herself unable to retort. Her previous words, spoken in jest, had unexpectedly provoked such an unreasonable response from the eunuch. It dawned upon her that this eunuch was intentionally siding with Xie Xuan against her. Could it be true that Xie Xuan had indeed seduced the emperor and succeeded? Mu Qing's thoughts spiraled, yet she dared not voice them, instead glaring at Xie Xuan with increasing animosity. Rest assured, General Xie will remember this, the eunuch said, seemingly amused. Chunhua suppressed her laughter and engaged the eunuch in conversation, while inwardly reveling in the sight of Mu Qing's swollen face. Well done. That slap was exquisite. The impact of this strike ensures that Our Lady's expenditure was not in vain. Though currently, Mu Qing holds favor with the Empress Dowager and cannot be harmed directly. The eunuch's action was immensely satisfying. After all, Mu Qing's initial slanderous remark was profoundly irksome. Keep that in mind. The palace gates lie ahead, and I shall escort you no further. The eunuch smiled, collecting his umbrella and bowing respectfully to Xie Xuan before departing, casting not a single glance in Mu Qing's direction. Xie Xuan, given your current state, it seems your desires remain unfulfilled, Mu Qing scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. How naive to believe that men are swayed by such antics. General Mu, have you forgotten so quickly the sting of that slap? Xie Xuan reminded her kindly, smirking as she watched the eunuch's retreating figure. Xie Xuan, you have brought this upon yourself. We shall see how your meddling in the affairs of the Duke's household and your attempts to disrupt the marriage will fare with Tingyuan, Mu Qing fumed. She had initially contemplated leaving Xie Xuan to her own devices in the rear courtyard, not being one to completely sever ties and deny others a chance at survival. However, Xie Xuan's brazen defiance and repeated encroachments upon her limits had pushed Mu Qing to her breaking point. She was determined to observe the fate of someone like Xie Xuan, who lacked both lineage and connections, should her husband choose to cast her aside. Xie Xuan, unperturbed by Mu Qing's provocations, had no desire to engage in a retort. The carriage awaited beneath the shade of the trees, and as soon as Mu Qing uttered her first word, Xie Xuan had already begun walking towards it, with Chunhua and Qiushi in tow. By the time Mu Qing finished her tirade, they were well on their way. What a ridiculous clown. Our Lady and the Emperor share a bond. Reminiscing is hardly a crime. It is truly a vile heart that perceives everything through a tainted lens. Chunhua exclaimed, biting into a chilled pear in the carriage, her frustration palpable. Let us refrain from excessive chatter. The clan leader will arrive in the capital soon. If we continue with such recklessness, it will only lead to embarrassment, Xie Xuan responded with a smile. Miss, are we truly leaving the Duke's residence to move to the old Xie family estate? Qiushi queried. Although Xie Xuan had previously expressed a desire to depart, Qiushi felt a lingering uncertainty. In Dejin, even a divorce could bring shame upon a woman returning to her family's home. Moreover, while her uncle, Xie Yuan, treated her like a daughter, he was not her biological father, and the distinction between an uncle and a father remained significant. Returning to the old estate is not necessary. We can procure a residence in the capital. Living independently is just as viable, Xie Xuan replied with a smile. In truth, even if she did not move back to the old estate, her reputation would still impact the Xie family's daughters. Fortunately, her uncle had no daughters, and her 3 cousins had married early and established homes elsewhere, leaving the younger nieces still too young. With her uncle's return to the capital and the Xie family now holding a noble title, the status of the Xie family heirs would surely rise, allowing her past divorce to be nearly forgotten. When the time came, her minor blemish from the divorce would be of little consequence. The so-called rules and customs were merely convenient excuses to dismiss matters when the stakes were insufficiently enticing. Calculating the days, she felt that her wait would not be prolonged. Regarding the divorce, it would not be so simple. Over this period, she had come to realize the insatiable greed of those in the Tingyuan Duke's household, who were shamelessly ambitious and would require significant effort to extricate herself from their grasp. At the Tingyuan Duke's residence, Meng Tingyuan was already frazzled over the matter of the betrothal gifts when he received news that Mu Qing wished to bid him farewell.
What now?
He pondered, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his aching temples. This petty individual had no idea that, upon returning from the palace, General Mu Qing had sequestered herself in the inn. Seemingly aggrieved and intent on packing her belongings to return to Liangzhou, the servant dared not conceal the truth, relaying the message as he had heard it. Aggrieved? With the Empress Dowager's protection in the palace, who could cause her distress? Meng Tingyuan thought, increasingly bewildered. I have also heard that this morning, the young lady of the house summoned a carriage to enter the palace. Could this matter involve her? Chapter 24. For my sake, endure a little longer. What? Xie Xuan entered the palace? What business does she have there? The servant remained unaware. A sense of foreboding welled within Meng Tingyuan. Though Xiaoengshi had passed, he had been interred with the honor befitting a Grand Tutor and Prime Minister. If Xie Xuan was indeed beseeching the emperor, it was not inconceivable that the current sovereign might recall their past ties with the Xie family and choose to complicate matters for Mu Qing. After all, His Majesty and the Empress Dowager are not blood relatives. With this realization, Meng Tingyuan abruptly rose to his feet. Go fetch a carriage, no. Prepare the horses. Head to the relay station, he commanded. If indeed his suspicions were correct, Mu Qing must be enduring immense grievances within the palace. He had to reach the relay station without delay. Recognizing the urgency, his subordinates quickly selected a swift steed, disregarding the sweltering heat and the horse's fatigue. And a fine horse awaited him at the entrance. At that moment, Meng Tingyuan could hardly afford to feel fatigue. He galloped swiftly towards the relay station. Mu Qing was the woman he had chosen, the one he would marry even if he had to exchange his military merits for her hand. She was extraordinary, unlike the delicate flowers of the capital, and he would not allow her to leave his side. No one and nothing could hinder their union.
What do you want?
I do not wish to see you again. It is over. Upon arriving at the relay station, Meng Tingyuan found Mu Qing locked within her chamber, her voice thick with emotion. Hearing her tone made him anxious. He could not comprehend why, just days prior, both families had joyfully prepared for their wedding, only for the situation to suddenly change today. Ching Ching, open the door. What has happened? He knocked frantically, his voice filled with concern. Is it Xie Xuan? Did she upset you in the palace? Open the door. Let us clarify this.
Do not ask.
This matter has nothing to do with anyone else. It is because I hail from humble origins, unworthy of you. From now on, we shall sever ties. You may pursue your noble life, and I shall return to Liangzhou. Mu Qing's voice trembled with heartbreak as she spoke these cold words. How can you say such things? Our union was sanctioned by the Empress Dowager, and marriage is imminent. Return to Liangzhou?
What do you mean by that?
Meng Tingyuan furrowed his brows, as if suddenly grasping the situation. Mu Qing, tell me the truth. Has someone said something to you? The Mu Qing he knew was the most generous and spirited woman, deserving of all the good things in the world. Without cause, she would never utter such self-deprecating words. There must be some hidden agenda at play. It could only be the emperor who had the power to coerce Mu Qing. And Xie Xuan had only just entered the palace today. The truth was becoming glaringly evident. Young master, it is best you do not inquire further. Our maidservant lacks fortune. Just as Meng Tingyuan continued knocking in frustration, contemplating whether to force the door open, Mu Zhong appeared, supporting Min Shi.
Aunt, what on earth is happening?
Upon seeing Min Shi, Meng Tingyuan felt as though he had encountered a savior. What is going on? How dare you ask? You have not resolved matters at home. Yet you come to disturb my sister. Before Meng Tingyuan could respond, Mu Zhong stepped forward and punched him on the shoulder. My sister has made her intentions clear. She desires a lifelong partner. You know full well you already have a wife, yet you still dare to pursue my sister. This is indeed my fault. Meng Tingyuan admitted helplessly. However, Had he not clarified everything with Mu Qing before returning to the capital? Why was this old issue being resurrected today? In the past, if someone had struck him without cause, he would have certainly retaliated. Yet, considering that the man before him was Mu Qing's brother, his future brother-in-law, his anger diminished significantly. After all, he was to marry Mu Qing's sister, and he had to allow them to vent their frustrations. Moreover, Mu Zhang's earlier punch lacked force. He was merely a commoner, while the other was the heir of a noble family, creating an obvious disparity in status that intimidated him. But seeing Meng Tingyuan's submissive response gave him newfound confidence, and he pressed on with his prepared speech. Having a wife is one thing. But how could you promise before coming to the capital that my sister would never meet your existing wife, let alone suffer any indignities? Do you stand by your word? I did indeed say that, Meng Tingyuan conceded. As long as you acknowledge it. Mu Zhang continued, since you admit it, I shall take my sister back to Liangzhou. What? Back to Liangzhou? Meng Tingyuan was utterly bewildered, displeasure brewing within him. No, I do not agree. I will not allow Mu Qing to leave. No one shall take her away. He had been painstakingly conciliatory, yet why did Mu Zhang still intend to return with Mu Qing? Not going? Are you saying you want to let your dreadful wife bully us in the capital? Mu Zhang retorted angrily. My sister has yet to enter the door. She merely encountered your wife in the palace, and already your formidable wife dares to lay a hand on her. If she marries you, will my sister not be tormented to death? What? Xie Xuan laid hands on Mu Qing? Meng Tingyuan felt as if struck by lightning, disbelief washing over him. Not to mention that in his memory, Xie Xuan was gentle and soft-spoken. Most importantly, Mu Qing was skilled in martial arts. Even if Xie Xuan were to act irrationally, he knew Mu Qing would never be the type to passively endure such treatment. Zhang, do not say any more. Pack your things. We shall prepare to return to Liangzhou. We cannot remain in this capital. At that moment, Mu Qing suddenly pushed the door open, her eyes red as she spoke to Mu Zhang. The distinct imprint of a hand was evident on her cheek, clearly visible. In just a few short sentences, Mu Qing expressed a myriad of emotions: hurt, anger, helplessness, and resolve. Seeing the woman he adored, once so radiant and spirited, now reduced to such a state of distress, made Meng Tingyuan's heart ache. What is this? Xie Xuan struck you? Meng Tingyuan hesitantly voiced his doubts. Why would your wretched wife need to lay a hand on her? There are plenty of thugs in the palace. Mu Zhang scoffed. Your wretched wife's uncle is the emperor's teacher. If she cries out for help, can the emperor refuse her? It is a pity for my sister who has devoted herself to you, willing to sacrifice her future to marry you, only to end up with such a result. If I had known how formidable the young master's wife was, even at the cost of my life, I would have never agreed to this marriage. Min Shi chimed in, sobbing into her handkerchief. Chapter 25, a serious warning. What? Xie Xuan managed to sway his majesty? Upon hearing this revelation, Meng Tingyuan was once again taken aback. For years, had not his majesty been indifferent to Xie Xuan? The shocking part was his majesty's attitude towards Xie Xuan. During his years in Liangzhou, Meng Tingyuan had not been entirely out of touch with the happenings in the capital. He was aware of familial matters. From the correspondence between the Duchess and Duke Dingyuan, he understood that aside from managing household affairs, Xie Xuan had little interaction with the palace over the past 3 years, let alone receiving any favor from the current emperor. What Meng Tingyuan did not know was that because the couple had not consummated their marriage, the duke's household had not officially recognized Xie Xuan as the young mistress. Although she was legally married and registered as the legitimate wife, she held no rank, leading Meng Tingyuan to mistakenly believe that the emperor had forgotten the Xie family after the passing of Xie Engshi and had grown indifferent towards Xie Xuan. Previously indifferent, she now desperately cried and pleaded, her beauty accentuated by her sorrow. Mu Qing feigned despair, saying, Tingyuan, now that His Majesty has intervened in our matters, things will surely become even more difficult. I suggest we let it go. Xie Xuan is your wife, and though I am not of noble birth, I cannot endure this humiliation, nor can I learn the cruel tactics of a household. What do you mean, let it go? Do you not know my feelings for you? Hearing Mu Qing's words, Meng Tingyuan's heart was thrown into disarray. Yet, Mu Qing hesitated. He rushed to her side, embracing her tightly, his voice hoarse as he assured her, do not worry, with me here, you shall not suffer any grievances, not even from Xie Xuan. I promise. To alleviate Mu Qing's doubts, Meng Tingyuan added, really? The words of her beloved sparked a flicker of pride within her. After all, what was a noble heir to her? He was completely under her influence. How could Xie Xuan compete with her? Indeed, it is true. Release me. We are not wed nor engaged. Why this display? Mu Zhang pulled Meng Tingyuan aside, interrupting their tender exchange. You claim you won't let my sister suffer. But how do you explain today's events?
Mu Zhang scoffed.
Do not think I am unaware. Your family had no intention of marrying my sister.
If that were the case,
why did you not propose when you knew my mother and I were in the capital? Why was my sister assaulted? Today's incident was indeed an accident. I shall instruct my household to prevent Xie Xuan from wandering freely. When we return home, I will severely warn her to cease causing disturbances at court. I assure you, Mu Qing will not endure any grievances upon entering our home. Meng Tingyuan pledged, feeling embarrassed to admit that the Marquessate lacked the funds for a proper betrothal gift. Just a warning? My sister was genuinely harmed. Mu Zhang was clearly not easily appeased and pressed further. With such a fierce woman as your wife, will my sister not suffer greatly if she marries into your family? You say you guarantee this. What assurance do you offer? I will not touch her. My only intention is to have children with your sister, Mu Qing. Meng Tingyuan gazed deeply into Mu Qing's eyes, continuing, although I cannot divorce, I can ensure our children inherit the Marquessate. My parents adore you, and without children or support, she cannot assert herself. Not touching Xie Xuan? Is that not worse than being a widow? She had indeed contemplated having Meng Tingyuan divorce his wife, although it was not feasible now. Leaving a hypocritical and scheming woman like Xie Xuan in the background would surely infuriate her. Seeing Meng Tingyuan's earnest expression and recalling Xie Xuan's pitiful state upon her entry into their home, Mu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Enough, do not be like this. I am not set on leaving. I merely worry that His Majesty may oppose our union. I wouldn't want to force myself upon you and hinder your career. Mu Qing said, her eyes glistening with tears. That will not happen. If His Majesty opposed our marriage, he would have intervened long ago, Meng Tingyuan reassured her. The two, like love-struck doves, gazed at each other with moist eyes. Very well, for now. I will trust you. However, this matter will only be settled if that wretched woman visits to apologize in person, Mu Zhang declared, his tone brusque. Visit to apologize? Meng Tingyuan hesitated, recalling Xie Xuan's recent behavior in the household. In the past, he might have considered asking her to compromise for his sake, but this time, he was uncertain. What? Are you reluctant? Mu Zhang's anger flared again. He had orchestrated this uproar to compel Meng Tingyuan to divorce, envisioning his sister as the sole mistress of the household, thereby elevating himself to the status of the Marquis' brother-in-law. Yet, before he could voice this plan, Meng Tingyuan had already stated he could not divorce, forcing him to settle for the idea of an apology. Such an apology would undoubtedly require gifts. Having heard that the Marquis' lady was quite wealthy, he expected substantial financial offerings. It is not about reluctance. It is just that she has already been punished for today's incident and is unable to leave. Meng Tingyuan clarified. He paused and added, since Anne has arrived in the capital, it would be illogical for her to remain at an inn. The Marquessate has a residence in Huaji Alley. If you do not mind, you could relocate there. Upon hearing this suggestion, both mother and son's eyes sparkled. They had journeyed from Liangzhou to the capital, seeking stability through Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing, and now their wishes were fulfilled, filling their hearts with joy. As for Mu Qing's beating, they had little inclination to dwell on it.
What do you mean by that?
Do you think our family is one to covet riches? Would we neglect my sister for your mere residence?
Mu Zhang feigned indignation.
Enough, say no more. Do you not see how your sister and the heir are deeply in love? In my view, since this is the heir's goodwill, we should accept the offer. Min Shi interjected, supporting Meng Tingyuan. Rest assured, I will treat Qing well. Meng Tingyuan vowed earnestly. Though Mu Qing bore the pain of her beating and did not seize this opportunity to bring down Xie Xuan, she gained Meng Tingyuan's promise and successfully arranged for their relocation. While she did not place much value on material possessions, if these were expressions of Meng Tingyuan's affection for her, she would reluctantly accept them. Having pacified Mu Qing, both families agreed to set a date for the betrothal and decided on the wedding date for the 10th of August, coinciding perfectly with the first full moon of August. As for the dowry and expenses for the banquet, Meng Tingyuan had already devised a plan for acquiring funds. That very evening, outside Henku Courtyard, Meng Tingyuan stormed in, exuding an intimidating aura.
Xie Xuan, come out.
What? Have you come to a realization and agreed to divorce? Xie Xuan slowly emerged from within, unfazed by Meng Tingyuan's fury. Having left the palace, If Mu Qing had not lodged a complaint, it would have been more surprising. Although Xie Xuan was equally perplexed as to why a female general like Mu Qing would consent to share a husband with anyone, let alone a man as shameless as Meng Tingyuan. You think you can threaten me into a divorce? Meng Tingyuan scoffed, frowning deeply.
Do you believe I am threatening you?
Xie Xuan was almost amused by the audacity of his words. If she were not threatening, why had he entered the palace today to confront Mu Qing? I have told you countless times, as long as you remain compliant, the Marquessate will still have a place for you. I never expected you to be so reckless as to cause a scene in the palace. Look at yourself now. Your actions resemble those of a common street harlot. If you continue down this path, you will only deplete the last remnants of goodwill between us. Meng Tingyuan's visage twisted with anger, his words laced with disdain. In recent days, Xie Xuan's actions had exceeded all expectations, testing his limits. He could no longer ignore her antics. She needed to understand who truly held authority within their household. Then let it be a divorce, Xie Xuan reiterated. Since Meng Tingyuan's return, events have unfolded one after another. She has long exhausted her patience with him, and apart from matters of separation, there is little left to discuss. Do you truly believe I lack the courage? Meng Tingyuan was thoroughly provoked by Xie Xuan. This woman had repeatedly threatened him with divorce, and he had reached his limit. I do not share your sentiments. The day is already late. Let us postpone this matter until tomorrow. Inform the elders of both clans and the officials of Jingyao to prepare the divorce documents. The Xie family has another estate in the capital, ample enough to accommodate my dowry and servants. Xie Xuan's fair visage was as tranquil as a still autumn pond as she calmly spoke of the divorce. Very well. That is your assertion. With these words, Meng Tingyuan felt compelled to confront her directly, eager to witness how Xie Xuan would navigate this situation. Having achieved her objective, Xie Xuan did not engage further with Meng Tingyuan. She turned and returned to her chambers, closing the door behind her.
Now.
Even a glance at Meng Tingyuan filled her with disdain. Young master, please leave. Chunhua said bluntly. This is the Marquis' residence. Who do you think you are to expel me? Meng Tingyuan, furious, attempted to strike again, but Chunhua deftly evaded him. Young master, while this may be the Marquis' residence, it is still the young lady's courtyard. Must you behave so undignified? Qiushi reminded him. Two maids stood to either side, blocking Meng Tingyuan's advance, and for some reason, he perceived an aura of hostility emanating from them today, as if warning him to keep his distance. Very well. I shall see how your mistress maintains her dignity once she has become a discarded wife. Meng Tingyuan shouted as he stormed away. Even at this juncture, Meng Tingyuan did not believe Xie Xuan truly wished to separate. It was merely a woman's ploy to vie for favor. He had already resolved to summon the elders of his clan the following day, eager to observe how Xie Xuan would extricate herself from this predicament. He was determined to teach her a lesson and demand half of her dowry, which would then provide the funds necessary to marry Mu Qing.
As he contemplated this,
his spirits lifted considerably. The recent turmoil was merely the result of two women squabbling over his affections. Although he felt discontent, it was not a deep-seated hatred. Mu Qing was the love of his life, and in the future, they would share the battlefield, becoming objects of envy. As for Xie Xuan, with a substantial dowry, as long as she tempered her temperament, life in the Marquis' residence should not be overly difficult. Good fortune often requires patience. He was in no hurry.
What? Divorce? No.
Absolutely not. In Xuan Hall, the old matriarch nearly overturned the table upon hearing of Meng Tingyuan's intentions to separate. It is not a genuine divorce. It is merely a fade intended to intimidate Xie Xuan, who has been excessively troublesome of late, Meng Tingyuan explained. A fade? If she truly moves out with her dowry, what then? The matriarch inquired with concern. Are you unaware of the current state of affairs within the Marquis' residence? Butler Su remarked that regardless of the matriarch, the Marquessess, or the rest of the household, everyone's lives had been returned to their original state. What the old lady says holds weight. That Xie family dares to be so arrogant is solely due to their dowry. Rather than a divorce, it would be wiser to devise a plan to seize her dowry and see how she can remain so arrogant, the Marquessess added. She believed that using the threat of divorce to intimidate Xie Xuan was far too lenient. The critical point was that she did not wish to risk the dowry funds. Since Xie Xuan entered the household, the Marquessess had kept her eyes on the dowry. However, at that time, Meng Tingyuan was absent and Xie Xuan was generous, always accommodating the Marquessess and the matriarch, and she had not acted against her. Now, however, the situation was different. With Xie Xuan having relinquished her managerial authority and unwilling to provide financial support, coupled with the obedient and compliant Mu Qing's arrival, the Marquessess found herself contemplating the idea of seizing the dowry first and then seeking a pretext for divorce. Seizing the dowry? The dowry is the wife's private property. Regardless of illness or death, it must be handled by her family. If there are children, it is divided among them. If not, it is taken back by her family. The matriarch scoffed at the Marquessess, increasingly disapproving of her shallow-minded daughter-in-law. Is it truly worth sullying the reputation of the entire Marquis' residence over a mere handful of silver? That is not the intention of the daughter-in-law. There are other methods. The Xie family is scattered, and Xie Xuan has no maternal family. If she commits any grievous offenses, her husband's family could easily cast her aside. If she cannot survive, who will care about the dowry? The Marquessess said ominously, "Son, you and Xie Xuan are still husband and wife. As long as she ceases her antics, I would prefer to give her a dignified exit rather than seek her demise." Meng Tingyuan replied, somewhat resistant to the Marquessess's suggestion. As someone destined for a career in the court, he had his own thoughts. At least for now. He did not wish to divorce. Such an act would burden him with a reputation for being heartless. It was better to spare Xie Xuan's life, provided she willingly relinquished her dowry and ceased her disturbances. He could then ensure she remained in the courtyard, treated well, rather than be known as the one who forced his first wife to her death. Even if Xie Xuan had committed grave offenses deserving of punishment, it would ultimately sound unseemly. Chapter 27. Rectification. If she were truly a good woman, she would understand that once married, a woman must consider her husband's family above all else, rather than causing chaos for the sake of a concubine. Such a woman, lacking in restraint, must either temper her character early or be suppressed. If left unchecked, what consequences might arise? The Marquessess grew increasingly incensed, feeling that Xie Xuan had become spoiled. Mu Qing is a general of the court, not some inconsequential woman. If Xie Xuan were sensible, she would have welcomed her in, rather than causing such a ruckus. In the past, when the Duke of Dingyuan dallied outside, it was she who drove each of those women away. Why should Xie Xuan, of noble birth, be any different? Is she incapable of tolerating others? What you say is true. Xie Xuan's disposition has indeed been spoiled. She is not what she once was. Remembering the slap Xie Xuan had dealt him and her recent targeting of Mu Qing, Meng Tingyuan felt a deep-seated irritation. Dear child, do not worry. I only wish for your happiness. I hope you can have a virtuous wife, and the Marquis' residence can regain its former glory. Although Mu Qing may not possess the beauty of Xie Xuan, she is sincere and holds a government title. Your futures together are undoubtedly bright, the Marquessess implored, grasping Meng Tingyuan's hand earnestly. Mother, I am not a man of base desires. Once I have chosen Qingqing, I will not disdain her appearance. You think too little of me, Meng Tingyuan replied helplessly, his gaze falling upon the cheap snacks and fruits laid out in show and hall. Even the sandalwood incense burned within was inferior to what had been there upon his previous return. Reflecting on this disparity, he felt a profound sense of guilt, realizing that it was all due to Xie Xuan's machinations. He inhaled the unpleasant aroma of the poor-quality incense, bitterness creeping into his voice as he lamented. It is my failure to manage my wife, causing suffering for both grandmother and mother. What is this nonsense? Your wife is being unreasonable. As a man, how can you oversee matters within the inner chambers? The matriarch consoled. Leave your wife's affairs to your mother. As for the matter of divorce, it must not be mentioned again. Yes, I understand. Meng Tingyuan repeatedly agreed, pondering that during this time, Mu Qing had indeed suffered alongside him. Once he was financially stable, he would certainly make amends. On the following morning, the servants of Henku Courtyard rose early, quietly tidying up the last of their belongings. Given the recent commotion within the estate, coupled with yesterday's uproar, they faintly overheard that their mistress intended to part ways with the heir today. Ever since Meng Tingyuan brought Mu Qing into the household, the gossip outside had piqued their curiosity. They eagerly listened, each one extolling Mu Qing while disparaging Xie Xuan, even harboring resentment towards Xie Xuan for her mismanagement, which left them with no benefits to reap. They began to comprehend that the entire household was filled with ungrateful wolves. Rather than living amidst such a pack, they would prefer to follow their mistress into a solitary existence. Miss, it is already well past noon. Yet it seems there is no activity in the front courtyard. Zaoer had ventured outside to check 3 or 4 times, finding everything in the estate as usual. What parting? There was not a hint of it. Xie Xuan's countenance was also rather grim. She had once again underestimated Meng Tingyuan's shamelessness. While she anticipated that parting would not be easily accomplished, she had not expected her adversary to outright breach their agreement. Enough, there is no need to wait any longer. Xie Xuan commanded, instructing everyone to return to their tasks, having stirred them up for nothing, and she distributed a silver-red envelope to each person in the courtyard. "Mrs. Kind," the servants exclaimed in gratitude. The two matrons who had just entered, accompanied by 2 fourth-rank maidservants and 16 third-rank maidservants, expressed their thanks profusely. Momentarily stymied, a few junior maidservants who had been gossiping fell silent upon hearing about the silver. "Everyone, rise," Chunhua declared, then rubbed her stomach, calling out robustly to the courtyard. "It is getting late. Go check if the young lady's breakfast is ready." "Are you thinking that the young lady should be having breakfast? In my view, it is you who is hungry." Xie Xuan supported Xie Xuan to the dining table in the main room, adding, "The heir is untrustworthy. He has deceived us once. The decision for the young lady to leave with us is undoubtedly correct. Such a person is unworthy of her." "Oh, silly girl. Do you truly believe your mistress to be flawless?" "Of course, she is the finest young lady in the world," Xie Xuan replied, her tone tinged with grievance. Before long, Lear arrived with 2 matrons from the kitchen, setting breakfast on the table. In addition to the golden bird's nest porridge, shrimp dumplings, and rose-flavored jelly, there were several uncommon pastries, prepared specially by the kitchen for their journey away from the estate. Little did they expect Meng Tingyuan to play such a trick. Xie Xuan consumed 2 dumplings and half a bowl of jelly, but soon lost her appetite. The others were cursing Meng Tingyuan for his breach of trust, daring to speak without following through, yet she understood more than anyone that since the matter had gone awry, the separation would not be as facile as imagined. This family, devoid of morals, would likely not part amicably without a confrontation. "Is the lady of the house available?" "Lady Rong, Lady Chow, and several other esteemed guests have arrived today. And the mistress requests your company." Before breakfast was finished, the head maid beside the countess, Dai Tao, came to summon them. "Accompany guests? My lady was bedridden just a few days ago. How can she go and entertain guests?" Chunhua set aside the spoon she had been using to serve Xie Xuan, hands on her hips, unflinchingly retorting to Dai Tao, disregarding her status. Dai Tao, displeased, was not accustomed to such treatment as a head maid of the countess. Yet remembering her purpose today, she continued, "The mistress has stated that the guests are not outsiders but relatives from the family. If the lady is genuinely unwell, that is one matter. However, she clearly just entered the palace yesterday, so it stands to reason her health cannot be too grave. If she does not show herself, will it not seem as though Our Lady is avoiding her responsibilities?" After this, Dai Dao glanced at the sumptuous breakfast spread before Xie Xuan, noticing that it far surpassed what the countess and the matriarch would have on their tables. No wonder the countess went to such lengths to secure the dowry of the Xie family. "Dear lady, I advise you, for the sake of the late Xie Taifu, and for your own future standing in the countess' household, you should accompany me now." Dai Tao spoke softly, yet her words were laden with veiled threats. Should she refuse, it would directly convey to everyone that the daughter of Xie Taifu was disrespectful to her elders, disloyal and unfilial. In the Kenglin courtyard, the ladies were fawning over the countess, extolling Meng Tingyuan with an abundance of flattering words. "I had my eye on him since he was born. He is truly a commendable person, a source of pride for our count's household," Lady Rong declared. "Indeed, among the entirety of the Great Jin, he is the only one to marry a female general. I hear General Mu is particularly favored by the Empress Dowager. His future is boundless, and thus, the glory will belong to our Count's household." Lady Chow added in agreement. "On the battlefield, swords are blind. It is merely luck that prevails." The Countess smiled, her pride evident, yet she remarked, "He is still quite young. How can he bear such praise?" "He is not so young anymore. He is 2 years older than our boy and will one day uphold the family name. You should prepare to enjoy a life of ease," Lady Feng said, flattering the Countess, hoping to secure a position for her own child. "Speaking of your son, he had a legitimate child 2 years ago. Your household is not lacking for heirs," the Countess replied, a tinge of sorrow in her voice. "Such matters of offspring can change quickly. With Yuan away for several years, now that General Mu has entered the household, with both serving her, why would you fret over not having a son?" Lady Rong chuckled. "Such matters are not so simple. It is likely the current lady will not consent," the Countess said, her expression troubled. "What? Is there such a thing? Lady Foam exclaimed, her face one of shock. What is happening? Is it true what they say outside? Is the Xie family truly obstructing the Empress Dowager's gift of marriage, preventing General Mu from entering? Lady Rong leaned in, her anger palpable. Such family matters ought not to be aired publicly. Dear sisters, it is best not to wade into these murky waters. The Countess said, her expression grim as she glanced at the fruit platter beneath the screen. Oh dear, how can the servants of the Countess' household be so careless? Such inferior fruit is allowed on the Countess's table? A few visiting guests began to notice the unusual conditions in the Countess's chamber. They had grown accustomed to the heat, as their own homes lacked ice, but upon the Countess's remark, they realized that there had once been at least 3 large jars filled with ice, along with chilled lychees, watermelons, and mulberries in the Countess's quarters. Today, however, everything was gone. Could this also be the doing of the Xie family? Lady Foam raged. As a cousin of Meng Tingyuan, she was closely related to the Countess household and spoke with added firmness. The Xie family has managed the household for many years. Now, in their displeasure, they have entrusted the management to my widowed sister-in-law, yet the estate grows worse by the day, causing distress to you dear sisters, for which I am truly sorry. The Countess said, her eyes reddening as she could not help but dab at them with her handkerchief, recounting how Xie Xuan had put on airs and pressured Meng Tingyuan into parting ways yesterday. Hearing this, the other ladies gritted their teeth in anger. It is unacceptable, sister-in-law.
While you may swallow your pride, I cannot.
Which daughter-in-law dares to treat her mother-in-law with such disdain? To disregard her husband? When the husband wishes to take a new wife, she threatens divorce. It is simply outrageous. Aunt Fong scolded vehemently. At their age, having endured the trials of becoming a mother-in-law after years of being a daughter-in-law, they were in a time of enjoyment. How could they tolerate such words of unfilial conduct? Dear sister, do not cause a ruckus. Harmony in the family leads to prosperity. Lady Ho feigned innocence as she spoke. Just then, she noticed Dai Mao entering with Xie Xuan through the second gate, making their way toward the main courtyard, and felt a surge of satisfaction. The individuals she had summoned today were all from the family, known for their unforgiving nature. No matter how capable Xie Xuan might be, she would surely suffer this time. Madam, the elder lady has arrived, Dai Mao announced. Let her in. How long must we wait for her arrival?
Aunt Fong barked.
Dear sister, let us speak kindly, Lady Ho said insincerely. The summer heat rendered the room stifling. In the Changlan courtyard, apart from the open door, all windows were flung wide. Before Xie Xuan even stepped inside, she could hear the commotion within. Thus, when she entered and heard the command to kneel, her expression remained unflinching. Xie Xuan continued to greet her elders with the utmost respect, bowing appropriately, and then stood still, unmoving. She was no longer the same as before. When she would prepare an array of delicacies to entertain guests at Changlan courtyard, eagerly bringing tea and water to ensure Lady Ho's dignity. Did you not hear the command to kneel? Why should a daughter-in-law kneel when she has done no wrong? Xie Xuan stood tall and unyielding. How dare you speak back? This is insubordination, Aunt Chow exclaimed, casting a helpless glance at Lady Ho. Sister-in-law, your daughter-in-law has become increasingly disobedient. The child is simply naive. Sister, do not be angry, Lady Ho said, glancing at Xie Xuan. Should you not quickly apologize to your aunt and the elder lady? Do not worry. We cannot bear such a courtesy from the young lady of the air. Aunt Fong dismissed Lady Ho's overtures, her gaze lingering on Xie Xuan as if she were a loathsome toad, extending her filthy tongue. I hear that the daughter-in-law of Yuan Ge has not given birth to a single child in 3 years. And yet you obstruct the entrance of a new wife into the household. For this, you have severed your mother-in-law's and great-mother-in-law's offerings and even brought this matter before His Majesty? Aunt Fong questioned coldly. Your words are utterly twisted. The heir left without lifting his veil. How can you blame our young lady? Chun Hua retorted angrily. Bold. When the master speaks, where is your place to interject? Aunt Fong scolded harshly. Xie Xuan, I ask you, when Mu Qing entered the household, the Empress granted the marriage and you were to manage the affairs. Yet you have been evasive and obstructive. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Do you intend to bring ruin to the Tingyuan Marquessate? And over such trivial matters, do you threaten divorce? Have you no shame? 40, without children, one may take a concubine. This is the agreement between our families. A family that is untrustworthy, Xie Xuan scorned. Not only was she not intimidated by Aunt Fong, but she also maintained her composure. According to your reasoning, does our Yuan Go intend to remain loyal to you alone? Truly, what a fine upbringing the Xie family has provided. Aunt Feng reprimanded loudly. At this moment, 3 or 4 matrons wielding sticks burst into the room, lining up one after another. What do you intend to do, dear sister? Lady Ho feigned fear but was secretly pleased. What do you think I'm doing? Sister, you may be lenient, but I cannot tolerate disobedient daughters-in-law. If admonishing them does not suffice, then we must resort to family discipline. Chapter 29. Slandering the Grand Tutor. Family discipline refers to the unique methods of punishment for errant women within the Marquessate, typically overseen or executed by designated matrons. Punishments such as flogging, kneeling, starvation, or copying scriptures are common. These punishments rarely harm a woman's flesh but can certainly strip her of dignity in public. What family discipline? Oh, dear aunt, do not be so harsh. After all, she is a girl from the scholarly Xie family. Let us at least spare her some face, Lady Ho pleaded, simultaneously signaling to Xie Xuan to bow and admit her faults. Admit my faults? How absurd. What fault do I have? What scholarly family? When Xie Xuan passed, the Xie family became nothing more than a fallen merchant household. I, Xie Xuan, am merely the daughter of a merchant. Why pretend to be a noble lady? Aunt Feng scolded, her disdain for both Xie Xuan and the Xie family evident. Perhaps while Xie Xuan was alive, she would not have dared to speak so, but now. With no fear, she knew that Xie Xuan relied on the Marquessate for her livelihood.
Slap.
Xie Xuan struck Aunt Feng across the face with such force that she fell to the ground. Everyone present, including Lady Ho and the other aunts, was left dumbfounded. The surrounding maids and matrons, witnessing the scene, hesitated to intervene, deterred by Xie Xuan's fierce glare, while Chun Hua and Xiao Shi stood by, blocking their approach.
You,
how dare you hit me? Aunt Feng cried in pain as she struggled to rise, her mind buzzing, her hair disheveled, and a clear handprint blazing on her cheek. Yuan Ji's wife, what on earth are you doing? Aunt Feng, despite her faults, is still an elder. Lady Ho scolded as she rushed to assist Aunt Feng in sitting down, continuously apologizing. Oh, dear sister, all the blame lies with me. She is young, and I have not taught her well. Not taught well? Or has the Xie family grown arrogant and unruly? Aunt Chao scoffed. When Xie Xuan was alive, he spoiled this girl to the point of lawlessness. Engaged under pressure, and now she dares to be so brazen, unaware that the tides have turned? Jealous, insubordinate, and even daring to commit violence? Such lawlessness, and sister, you do not punish her?
slap, slap.
Xie Xuan stepped forward and slapped Aunt Chao twice, leaving 10 red imprints on her face, her hair disheveled, blood trickling from her nostrils and mouth, her hairpins scattered. You. Seeing Xie Xuan strike again, Lady Ho completely lost her composure. Xie Xuan, do you know what you're doing? To strike an elder in such a manner warrants the most severe punishment. The most severe punishment? Xie Xuan chuckled coldly. Pray tell, mother, what will happen when one casually slanders the Grand Tutor?
What do you mean by that?
Lady Ho's eyes darted, her arrogance diminished significantly. Your aunts only offered a few words of advice. How does that relate to such accusations? When discussing the position of Grand Tutor Xie Xuan in the emperor's eyes, it was well known throughout the Jin dynasty. Years ago, when an official insulted the current sovereign, His Majesty deliberated for 3 months before exiling that individual 3,000 miles. However, when it comes to slandering the Grand Tutor, the situation is vastly different. Typically, words spoken in the morning could lead to execution by afternoon. Anyone even remotely connected to Grand Tutor Xie Xuan would be immediately investigated by the emperor, leaving no room for compromise. It was only because Xie Xuan had passed away, and the emperor had not favored Xie Xuan in recent years, coupled with the fact that the Xie family had no officials in court, that the people of the Marquessate felt a false sense of superiority over the Xie family. Little did they realize that Xie Xuan was a tough adversary. And despite the absence of support from the Xie family, she still dared to be so audacious. Nearby, old Lady Rong trembled in fear. You, and I have said nothing. Since you have struck them, you cannot strike me. Indeed, the aunt is quite perceptive. Xie Xuan withdrew her fists, resuming the demeanor of a proper matron, and smiled sweetly at Elder Rong. Sister-in-law, how can you be so audacious? Madame Ho clutched her chest, pointing at Xie Xuan, rendered breathless by her indignation. The threshold of the Ho residence is indeed formidable. It is we who should not have come. Elder Chow and Aunt Foam were supported to their feet, averted their gazes from Xie Xuan, and feigned profound sorrow as they clung to their servants, muttering as they hastily retreated. The few who had not been struck, upon witnessing this scene, dared not speak further and fled in haste. Though these individuals were collateral branches of the Ho family, they were still the wives of officials. Having lived in comfort for many years, their skins unblemished, Xie Xuan's unflinching demeanor in striking others had thoroughly terrified them. How could they still presume to act with elder authority? Dear sister, sister-in-law, do take care as you depart. Today, sister-in-law has truly lost her wits. Should any ill rumors arise, or if anyone inquires, you must, for the sake of my reputation, offer some mitigating words, Madame Ho called after them, raising her voice in a tone of sincere pleading, drawing the attention of the household servants. What is happening? I do not know. It seems Elder is mad? Wasn't she well just a few days ago? How could she suddenly go mad? Could it be that upon seeing the heirbring in a new wife, she was unable to bear the shock? A few young maids clutching brooms chattered away, their words fortuitously reaching Madame Ho's ears as she returned. What are you all doing? Pearl scolded the group. Once your tasks are complete, do not linger gossiping about your betters. Impudent little wretches. You shall be dragged away and beaten until you learn your place. The young maids, having been absorbed in their lively discussion, were startled by the thunderous reprimand from Pearl, Madame Ho's chief maid, and immediately fell silent, kneeling to the ground in genuine submission, bowing their heads 3 times. Madam, they are merely inexperienced little girls. I have already warned them. They are terrified and will not dare again. After dispersing the lower-ranking maids, Pearl hurried to Madame Ho's side, casting discreet glances toward the trembling girls. Today, Madame Ho had intended to leverage the influence of a few elder family members to compel Xie Xuan to bow her head. But with the situation escalating thus, it could be said that Madame Ho had suffered both losses and indignities, and these young maids had unwittingly found themselves in a perilous position. Although young, they were not without awareness. Yet, Madame Ho did not express anger. Instead, she smiled amiably and continued, those young maids work hard each day. Let us have the kitchen prepare an extra bowl of mung bean soup for them each afternoon. Yes, Pearl replied, bowing, glancing at the tortoiseshell maid beside her, who also shook her head, clearly puzzled as to why Madame Ho remained so magnanimous despite her misfortune. You shall inform Xie that while today's incident was indeed instigated by a few of the aunts, as a younger generation, resorting to madness and violence is unacceptable. If she still claims to be the daughter-in-law of the Tingyuan Marquis, she must kneel in the ancestral hall. Chapter 30. To the ancestral hall what? Merely to the ancestral hall for reflection? I thought we were to engage in a serious confrontation, Chunhua exclaimed upon hearing Pearl's words. As if the sun had risen in the west. All this fighting is utterly uncivilized. Xie Xuan playfully tapped Chunhua's forehead and turned to Pearl, saying, if it is a maternal punishment, how could I dare to disobey? Indeed. Pearl bowed to Xie Xuan, pretending to casually scrutinize the young lady before her. Clad in a flowing azure silk dress, her hair styled in a falling horse bun adorned with a few hairpins, and wearing a jade necklace. Xie Xuan's delicate hands were accentuated by 2 jade bracelets, her almond-colored complexion rendering her hands exquisitely fair. Who would have imagined that such beautiful hands could deliver such fierce blows? Moreover, who could have anticipated that the heir's wife, after striking someone, could still maintain such grace? Since Mu Qing's visit, everyone in the household had praised her bravery, unlike the typical frail woman. Yet today, how could Xie Xuan appear anything but formidable? She had just struck someone, yet she remained dignified. How could this not instill fear in others? Elder, today's events were indeed instigated by several of the aunts, Pearl remarked, not departing immediately, but instead glancing around. Noticing that only Chunhua and Qiushi were present, she stepped closer, lowering her voice to speak quietly. However, Madam also faces her own difficulties. With Mu Qing entering the family, the household simply cannot afford the bridal price, and thus they have set their sights on you. I understand the grievances you hold, but as the daughter-in-law, one must endure some indignities. Xie Xuan, upon hearing this, remained silent, folding her hands before her, patiently awaiting Pearl's continuation. Elder, everyone knows that a secondary wife is essentially a concubine. Regardless of circumstances, you are the principal wife. No one can surpass your position. I do not wish to urge you to be magnanimous, but when under the eaves, one must bow down. I know you lack for nothing, and matters solvable with money are not significant.
What do you mean by that?
The heir needs money, So our daughter must provide it? Is our daughter's wealth simply a gift from the heavens? Chunhua retorted, unable to contain her ire at Pearl's words. Pearl knelt on the ground, earnestly replying, "A year ago, my brother fell gravely ill, and it was the elder who granted him ginseng to save his life. I owe you a great debt, and it is for this reason I dare to speak today. Elder, Mu Qing's entry has become a foregone conclusion, and Madam is determined to claim your dowry. Should she fail, I fear she may resort to further schemes." Upon finishing, Pearl bowed deeply to Xie Xuan. Though she was unaware of the specific tactics Madame Ho intended to employ against Xie Xuan, her heart remained uneasy, feeling that Madame Ho would not easily relent. "You have shown thoughtfulness," Xie Xuan responded, as Chunhua and Qiushi quickly moved to assist Pearl to her feet. Pearl, being a favored maid of Madame Ho, would not have spoken so freely without genuine concern. Despite their disdain for Madame Ho, Chunhua and Qiushi could not harbor animosity toward Pearl in this moment. "The kindness I showed to your brother was merely a small act. You need not feel indebted." After Xie Xuan spoke, Chunhua handed Pearl a silver note worth 50 taels. "Since you have spoken thus today, no matter what happens in the future, I owe you my gratitude. While I cannot predict what else you may find useful, money is always of use. Does the elder not trust me?" Pearl, upon seeing the silver note, understood that Xie Xuan wished to avoid owing her a debt of gratitude and sought to clarify their relationship. Xie Xuan shook her head slightly and smiled. "You all believe I am merely causing a scene, perhaps thinking I, as an orphan, am reluctant to part with your heir? Keep the silver note for now, if only as a token of remembrance." To keep the silver note as a memento? Truly, our mistress is one of a kind, Chunhua thought to herself, stifling a smile. "Elder, are you truly considering leaving the Ho residence?" Pearl exclaimed, shocked, momentarily forgetting about the silver note and the clarity of their boundaries, staring blankly at Xie Xuan. A woman, whether cast aside or divorced, is subject to the gossip of others, especially someone like Xie Xuan, an orphan. She had urged her in this manner because, despite the recent turmoil caused by Xie Xuan, it seemed improbable that she would ever leave the Marquis' residence. But now? The resolute gaze of the esteemed lady did not suggest a mere tantrum, but rather a firm determination. Could it be that she would truly forsake the honor of being the heir's wife and the burgeoning prospects of the Marquis' household to become a discarded woman? These were matters for another time. The young lady spoke out of goodwill today, a sentiment I shall accept. After all, she is the most favored maid beside the eldest madam, and it would be best to refrain from such discussions in the future, Xie Xuan declared. Her departure had become inevitable. It was merely a question of time. Yet, after her exit, the life of Xinju must continue. Though she would need to be wary of the Marquis lady's potential retaliation, she could not sever Xinju's future. Xinju, with tears brimming in her eyes, understood Xie Xuan's well-meaning intentions. Even without being the steward, the esteemed lady had treated her with kindness, providing her with money knowing that her brother, despite being saved, would still require medicine. "Sister Xinju, rest assured, our lady is formidable and will not easily fall prey to others," Chunhua said, supporting Xinju as they walked outside, offering comfort. "As for you, if the lady were to learn that you were implicated because of this, she would be tormented by guilt and sleepless nights." As Xinju was gently ushered outside by Chunhua, Qiushi pondered the true meaning behind the Marquis lady's summons to the ancestral hall. "My lady, I too find this matter exceedingly suspicious. Perhaps we should reconsider visiting the ancestral hall?" Qiushi suggested. The last correspondence indicated that Xie Yuan would soon arrive in the capital, likely within a few days. When he arrived, with his support, the matter of divorce would be manageable, rendering Meng Tingyuan's resistance futile. As the days dwindled, Qiushi was increasingly concerned about unforeseen complications. "Let us gather our belongings. Regardless, we still reside in the Marquis' residence, and I am still the Marquis' wife. Thus I must abide by the household rules. Moreover, if we do not go, how will we uncover their ulterior motives?" The people of the Marquis' household were utterly shameless. Their fixation on their dowries would prevent them from easily consenting to a divorce. If they did not take the initiative, it would be exceedingly difficult, even for Uncle Xie Yuan upon his arrival. As a daughter of the Xie family, her decision to divorce would only add to Uncle's troubles, and she did not wish for Xie Yuan to be burdened on her account. Chapter 31. Seamless deception. The ancestral hall of the Tingyuan Marquis' residence differed from other households. In addition to the main room housing ancestral tablets, there were two side rooms, beneath which were the servants' quarters. The eastern side room typically stored items for ancestral worship during significant festivals, whereas the western side room was reserved for those punished to kneel. Thus, while other households limited the punishment to a few days, in the Marquis' residence, it could extend for months or even longer. Those penalized had to kneel before the ancestors, repenting for their transgressions, and were forbidden to leave without an elder's consent. My lady, I sincerely apologize for the rush of your arrival. The place has not been properly tidied. The matron overseeing the ancestral hall greeted Xie Xuan with a forced smile, reaching for Chunhua's bundle. Chunhua shot her a disdainful glance and retrieved a 5-tael silver ingot from the bundle. You need not serve here. You may leave. Yes, Lady Xie. Should anything be lacking, just inform me, and I shall remedy it, the matron said, bowing to receive the silver, her flattery evident. Enough, you may go now. Xie Xuan sighed. The three entered the western side room, which was sparsely furnished, containing only a set of tables and chairs, a few teacups, and wooden furniture with slight cracks. Thankfully, although the room was modest, it was clean. Beneath the plain canopy lay a simple mattress, new and evidently well cared for prior to Xie Xuan's arrival. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the matron returned, stealthily bringing numerous items. When you managed the household, this matron was once a beneficiary of your kindness. She brings these items as a token of gratitude. I was about to offer her money again, but she adamantly refused, Chunhua remarked. It was amusing that even a lowly servant understood the value of gratitude, while the mistress was heartless. Chunhua carried the items into the room, arranging the basin, towels, and other necessities in their appropriate places. Xie Xuan, retrieving a whip from her bundle, fell into contemplation. This place was far inferior to Henku Courtyard. It seemed she would need to keep the whip close at hand to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Meng Tingyuan, who had deliberately avoided a meeting, found himself thwarted at every turn in his attempts to maneuver outside. Upon returning to his courtyard, he had barely settled when he was summoned to the Xuan Hall. Upon entering, he noted a stark difference from previous occasions. Only his mother attended the old matron, while all other maids and wives had been dismissed outside. The old matron sat upright, with the Marquis' lady standing nearby, both wearing grave expressions as they awaited his arrival. Has my dear brother returned? Please take a seat. The old matron gestured to the first seat, indicating where Meng Tingyuan should sit. Grandmother, mother, Meng Tingyuan bowed to both women. Why was I summoned in such haste? What is it? Surely you are aware? This morning, while you were away, your wife struck your aunts, the old matron scolded, her face stern. I have previously warned you that you are to inherit the Marquis' estate. If the inner chamber is in disarray, it spells disaster for the household. How can you not even manage your own wife? What? Striking people? Meng Tingyuan was taken aback. He had anticipated that the Marquis' lady would devise a scheme to teach Xie Xuan a lesson, but he never expected it would escalate to such a degree. You did not know such a significant matter? Your ignorance only adds to my ire, the old matron retorted, coughing repeatedly. The recent decline in the household's provisions had affected her health, and Meng Tingyuan realized, with a shock, that his grandmother appeared far worse than on the day he had returned home. Mother, my brother has just returned from outside and is unaware of the events in the household, the Marquis' lady said, comforting the old matron while attempting to offer a gentle explanation. He is unaware? Are you also unaware? The old matron seized the opportunity to vent her frustration. You, as a mother-in-law, have been in charge for so many years, and you cannot even manage your own daughter-in-law? Mother speaks the truth. The daughter-in-law acknowledges her mistake. The Marquis' lady admitted, her head bowed in submission. What good is admitting fault? Without proper guidance, his wife had now embroiled the entire family in chaos. And with the wedding date approaching, the household lacked the necessary funds. Were they truly to resort to selling off ancestral property? The old matron's anger escalated, and she chastised the Marquis' lady sharply. Do you not realize what the public is saying? They claim our Marquis' wife has gone mad, daring to strike her elders. Such rumors will cripple Tingyuan's future prospects in the officialdom. Upon hearing this, Meng Tingyuan's expression darkened. He could not afford to delay the bride price for Mu Qing any longer. He had initially intended to engage in a battle of wills with Xie Xuan, hoping to make her keenly aware of her position, thus prompting her to offer the necessary funds. Little did he know that the Marquis' lady's scheme had not only failed but had also stirred such scandalous gossip. Mother, forgive me. It is the daughter-in-law's failure to educate Yuange that has led to this turmoil. However, The daughter-in-law has devised a plan that will allow our Ho residents to gracefully and honorably marry Mu Qing, alleviating any future concerns regarding finances, the Ho lady remarked. What plan? The old lady cast a glance at the Ho lady, suspecting that her thoughts were directed towards Xie Xuan. And so, what if it is? If the Ho lady's scheme truly secures wealth for the Ho residents, who would care about Xie Xuan's fate? Mother, it is true that Xie Xuan dared to strike an elder today, indicating her madness. The daughter-in-law has already instructed someone to bring her to the ancestral hall for reflection. Yet, should her jealousy over Yuan Ge marrying Mu Qing worsen her condition, she will inevitably be sent to the family temple, the Ho lady continued, her eyes gleaming with a cold, deadly intent, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike at the slightest opportunity. The old lady and Meng Tingyuan instantly grasped the implications of the Ho lady's words. If Xie Xuan were to succumb to madness due to her jealousy, even as the legitimate wife, her existence would become inconsequential, posing no threat to Mu Qing. Moreover, under such circumstances, as long as Meng Tingyuan refrained from divorce, he would remain beyond reproach and might even gain a reputation for unwavering loyalty. As for the mad Xie Xuan, whether sent to the family temple or to a remote village for recuperation, both options were entirely reasonable. With Xie An's death and the rest of the Xie family being merchants, the Ho residents had never divorced Xie Xuan, implying that her dowry naturally fell into the hands of the Ho family. This plan was practically flawless. Chapter 32. Reluctant course of action. Once we send the ailing Xie to the village for a few years, and Yuan Ji's position in court stabilizes, who will care about Xie's fate? The Ho lady asserted, her eyes filled with venomous scheming. What do you mean? To take Xie Xuan's life? Meng Tingyuan shuddered involuntarily at her words. Although born into the Ho family as the heir, he had never been exposed to the dark intrigues of the inner household and was unprepared for such ruthless calculations, which were far more treacherous than the swords of the battlefield. Mu Qing's words rang true. The highborn households were indeed terrifying. Before the Ho lady could speak, the old lady interjected, a woman who strikes her elders and is consumed by jealousy is not worth keeping. Yet Meng Tingyuan hesitated. Although he lacked the funds for a betrothal gift and genuinely needed Xie Xuan's dowry, he hoped for a resolution where Xie Xuan would willingly offer her dowry, allowing Mu Qing to enter the household as the proper wife, rather than becoming entangled in a matter of life and death. Reflecting on this, Meng Tingyuan felt a pang of compassion, his mind flooded with images of Xie Xuan's fair face smiling at him. He truly could not bear it. Yuan Ge, your mother understands that you and Xie Xuan have shared a bond as husband and wife. You cannot let her go, the Ho lady urged. However, we have made numerous appeals to Xie, yet she remains obstinate. Should we truly resort to borrowing money for marriage? Your mother speaks wisely. It is Xie who fails to recognize her position. Were it not for her grasping the silver, would we be driven to this extent? Such a daughter-in-law is not worth your protection, the old lady added. I know that matters of the inner household should not involve you, but this is ultimately for your sake and the future of the Ho residents. Is there truly no other way? Meng Tingyuan pondered for a moment, still unwilling to concede. If Xie remains obstinate, the Ho residence has no other choice, the Ho lady replied. Meng Tingyuan sat in a daze, the buzzing in his ears amplifying his sense of confusion and difficulty. How could a man of honor force his wife into such a predicament? Yet, he found himself torn between filial piety and his duties as a husband, both sides compelling him relentlessly. My son, I know you cannot let go of Xie Xuan, but a man can always find another wife. For the future of the Ho residence, must you not endure this for now? The Ho lady interpreted Meng Tingyuan's silence as agreement and hastened to provide comfort and explanation. Thinking of her son, burdened with a mad wife at such a young age, was indeed pitiful. Meng Tingyuan sat in a stupor, speechless, and was obediently supported back to his quarters by maidservants. For several days, he remained confined, drinking heavily, while outwardly claiming to be ill. Meanwhile, Mu Qing had already notified her side, indicating preparations for the betrothal gift, assuring them not to worry. Preparing a betrothal gift? But where will the money come from? Meng Tingyuan awaited, hoping his mother would provide the funds. As a man, he could never harm his wife. Yet filial duty overshadowed all. With Xie Xuan disrespecting her elders, his mother felt compelled to punish her. As a son, he could not intervene, despite the pain it caused him. In the ancestral hall, a maid named Wu Er carried a food box, setting 6 dishes and a soup on the table. Dragon well shrimp, snow sweet red bean paste, glazed meatballs, and a crab roe bun all looked exceedingly appetizing. Second aunt is truly considerate. Even while in the ancestral hall for reflection, we still eat so well every day, Xie Xuan remarked, stirring the soup and joking with Wu Er. You have been running far every day. It must be hard. Madam, you flatter us. You have always treated us kindly, and we are merely hoping to repay your kindness. We would never think it burdensome, Wu Er replied, her gaze lingering on Xie Xuan's hands, which, although still smooth and fair, bore faint dark marks on the nails. Your name is Wu Er. Who is your mother? Xie Xuan feigned recollection, looking at the maid. Miss, you may have forgotten. Her mother is from the ladies' chamber. Lu Renxiao's family, Qiu Shi interjected. When you were managing the household, you even praised her mother for her cleverness. Ah, so you are the daughter of Lu Renxiao. No wonder you look so familiar, Xie Xuan replied, her smile devoid of warmth as she scrutinized Wu Er, realizing she was indeed clever and quick-witted. This is a reward from the mistress. You have worked hard these days preparing meals for us, Chanhua said, handing Wu Er a purse filled with several gold coins. Wu Er accepted the purse, surprised and repeatedly expressing her gratitude. That will be all. You may leave now, Qiu Shi said coldly. Yes. I will return shortly to collect the dishes. Wu Er bowed deeply before hurriedly departing. As soon as she left, Chanhua glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Then picked up chopsticks to sample each dish, wrapping a portion in oil paper. She also took several spoonfuls of soup, placing it on a rag, and bundled everything together, hiding it in an inconspicuous jar. These items were meant to be discreetly taken out when no one was around. The kitchen staff were truly foolish. Even with the generous silver given by the young lady, there was no need for them to deliver such lavish meals every time. Was it not obvious they were up to something? Their offerings have decreased. They fear I won't eat, so they send more of the good stuff. The more I consume, the more at ease they feel, Xie Xuan stated, her tone remarkably calm. According to the outside physician, after today's meal, I should begin to see the effects of the medicine. During her time in the Ho residence, she had long perceived the family's ugly countenance. Her heart turned cold. Such trivial matters were not worth her anger. These ungrateful wretches. The young lady has treated them so well. Yet they resort to such insidious and despicable means to covet her dowry. Chanhua fumed. What purpose does killing serve? Escaping the Duke's residence is the matter of utmost importance. Fortunately, the master is scheduled to arrive tomorrow morning, and we shall finally depart from this wretched place, Autumn remarked. Xie Xuan nodded slightly. Yet her heart was filled with an acute awareness that a formidable battle awaited them the next day. After all, the Duke's residence was rife with individuals eagerly anticipating her dowry. How could they possibly let her slip away so easily? Moreover, Mu Qing, after a chance encounter with Xie Xuan in the palace and a subsequent quarrel with Meng Tingyuan, had moved with her mother and younger brother to the residence prepared by Meng Tingyuan. The relocation had gone smoothly, but since then, Meng Tingyuan had shown no intention of formalizing their engagement, leaving Mu Qing in a state of agitation. She was not merely a sheltered young woman, faced with uncertainty. She sought clarity. However, this time was different from previous instances. Mu Qing did not approach him directly to inquire, but instead donned the attire of a maid and infiltrated the Duke's residence. Meng Tingyuan had repeatedly assured her that he would not involve himself with Xie Xuan, and now she resolved to see for herself what he had been doing within the confines of his estate. Chapter 33. You will understand me. What she did not anticipate was that her arrival would fortuitously unveil a plot orchestrated by the Xie family. Stealthily approaching Meng Tingyuan's chamber, she was about to enter when she spotted a maid approaching, none other than the Duke's chief maid, Daitao. Cunning and secretive. Could it be that Meng Tingyuan's residence harbored not only a legitimate wife, but also a concubine? Mu Qing scolded herself inwardly, yet found herself inexplicably drawn to the window, poking a hole in the paper to observe the scene inside. Daitao entered the room and first bowed to Meng Tingyuan before stepping forward to hand him an object. Though they were close, their demeanor remained decorous. It turned out that the Duke's wife had entrusted Meng Tingyuan with something. She had initially suspected an affair between the two. What was this object that had to be delivered in such a furtive manner? Mu Qing thought, contemplating the need to conceal herself elsewhere until Daitao departed, before confronting Meng Tingyuan. Inside was the seal of the Xie family and the key to their treasury. By tomorrow morning, once the Xie family had consumed the last bowl of soup laced with deadly nightshade, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. At that moment, the young master would naturally assume control over Xie Xuan's dowry. What madness! What dowry? What on earth was happening? As she listened from outside, Mu Qing felt a sudden chill wash over her, her back dampening with perspiration. The conversation continued within, and Mu Qing, despite her anxiety, gleaned the gist of their dialogue. The Xie family intended to poison Xie Xuan to seize her dowry.
Crack.
Who goes there? Lost in thought, Mu Qing's arm inadvertently brushed against the window frame. Meng Tingyuan burst forth from the room, intent on discovering the eavesdropper and silencing them, only to lock eyes with Mu Qing. Nothing of consequence, merely a stray cat, Meng Tingyuan remarked to Daitao, before retreating back inside, assured that no one else had entered the courtyard since Daitao had given prior instructions. No longer daring to eavesdrop from the window, Mu Qing swiftly climbed up a phoenix tree in Meng Tingyuan's courtyard, waiting until Daitao had departed before descending. What madness! What dowry! I, Mu Qing, hold affection for you, yet I cannot tolerate the presence of others. Approaching Meng Tingyuan, she immediately began to question him. You heard everything, he replied, momentarily taken aback. Before his expression darkened. We are wed by imperial decree. Even if Xie Xuan disagrees, she cannot oppose it. Surely, killing her to silence her is excessive?
Mu Qing spoke cautiously.
As a woman, she naturally wished to be the sole object of Meng Tingyuan's affection, but having frequented the Empress's palace, she was acutely aware of the complex dynamics at play. She did not wish to bear the burden of a life taken before their marriage, for such rumors would be scandalous. Moreover, as Meng Tingyuan did not love her, there was no need for her to be possessive. If given a choice, she would prefer Xie Xuan's blessing for their union over her demise. Not to kill her, but to send her to the ancestral temple. Meng Tingyuan embraced Mu Qing and whispered in her ear, There are matters I should not share with you at this moment, yet since you are here today, I must. It is all right. Share your burdens with me, and we shall bear them together. In Meng Tingyuan's embrace, Mu Qing felt a swell of emotion. Especially upon hearing him refer to her as his wife, she felt victorious. Regardless of Xie Xuan's status, nothing could compare to her standing in Meng Tingyuan's heart. In truth, the state of the Duke's residence was not as favorable as it appeared. Previously, the Duke had fostered a close relationship with the Xie family, and the Prime Minister, Xiangxi, had provided a generous dowry to support the Duke's household. However, now that she had returned with Mu Qing, Xie Xuan was unwilling to relinquish those funds. Meng Tingyuan spoke with a bitter and resigned tone, not mentioning Mu Qing's dowry directly, yet subtly indicating the dire financial situation of the household. The old lady could not even afford ice, and Meng Jiyu lacked new garments for banquets. Each word revealed the hardships within the estate. Mu Qing was taken aback, struggling to believe it. She pushed Meng Tingyuan aside, feigning anger. The illustrious Duke's household cannot be in such dire straits. Are you deceiving me? Or do you think I married you for the wealth of the Duke? How could I ever think that of you? My Qingqing is a valiant general on the battlefield, a heroine amidst the cosmetics. How could she be swayed by such mundane matters? Meng Tingyuan grasped Mu Qing's hand, hastily clarifying, his expression filled with greater helplessness. I am not deceiving you. The Duke's residence was built upon my grandfather's hard-won achievements decades ago. Although my father holds a title, he has no official position, earning a meager monthly stipend of only a few dozen taels of silver. The income from 2 estates and several shops has dwindled year by year, while expenses have continued to rise. The family savings have long been depleted, and now we find ourselves in a state of deficit. To put it plainly, the Duke's residence is merely a hollow shell.
What?
Mu Qing could scarcely believe her ears, yet having spent time with Meng Tingyuan, she sensed the sincerity in his deep-set eyes. He was not lying. Naturally, even if this were true, the Duke's household had no justification for coveting a woman's dowry. However, her mother and grandmother had implored repeatedly, urging him to reconsider. Yet they had not anticipated not only being humiliated but also facing violence from their elders. Her mother sought to teach Xie Xuan a lesson. How could her son intervene? Meng Tingyuan gazed earnestly at Mu Qing. Qingqing, you understand my plight, do you not? What? Violence? How dare Xie Xuan? Just days prior, she had assaulted several elders in the clan, and this news had spread widely. Meng Tingyuan chuckled bitterly. Mu Qing, stunned, quickly pondered the situation. It was indeed unreasonable to blame Meng Tingyuan. After all, his mother had instigated the violence, and as her son, he could not defy her. Moreover, Xie Xuan had ignored prior warnings and resorted to violence against her elders, which was indeed unforgivable. Thus, It seemed that Xie Xuan had acted with reckless audacity. Mu Qing placed her hand on Meng Tingyuan's arm, offering comfort. Do not be disheartened. It is possible that by the time we return, Xie Xuan may already be in a state of madness. If not, how could she have committed such actions? Your understanding brings me solace. Meng Tingyuan gently embraced Mu Qing once more, inhaling the faint scent of her delicate perfume, his body inexplicably ignited with other desires. Chapter 34. A Disruption of Bliss. Tingyuan. You. His hands grew restless, roaming over her form. A fiery urgency surged within him, yearning for release. Mu Qing sensed the shift in atmosphere and instinctively resisted. They had yet to wed. Although they had shared intimate moments in the military camp during their time in Liangzhou, they had never dared to cross that final threshold. Please, don't do this. It's not right, she pleaded, struggling against him. Despite her training in martial arts, she found herself at a disadvantage against Meng Tingyuan's robust physique. And coupled with his seductive advances, her heart was already in turmoil. In that moment, she recalled that she had secretly come to his room. And if their actions were discovered, she would be the one to suffer the consequences. Qing, you're all I have left. Please don't abandon me, his voice, both fragile and pleading, echoed in her ears. Mu Qing was not devoid of compassion, with the knowledge that Xie Xuan had succumbed to madness. She recognized that she had become the sole woman in Meng Tingyuan's life. Their union had been sanctioned by the Empress, and the marriage was a foregone conclusion. So perhaps it did not matter if such things occurred sooner rather than later. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she succumbed to the allure of the moment. My lord, it's time to rise. The maid Xiaoyan knocked persistently at the door, growing increasingly anxious at the lack of response. As she had been personally assigned by the lady of the house after Meng Tingyuan returned, her concern for his well-being compelled her to enter, without hesitation. Upon stepping inside, she was met with the sight of the two entwined on the bed, garments strewn across the floor, and a palpable air of intimacy enveloping the room, an atmosphere she had only previously encountered while tidying the bed after the lord's departure years ago. Is someone here? Startled by the intrusion, Mu Qing instinctively shrank into Meng Tingyuan's embrace. Xiaoyan, equally startled, quickly turned away but caught sight of Meng Tingyuan's muscular back. Her heart racing with shock and embarrassment. Does the young master require a wash? I shall have the servants prepare for you, she inquired, her face flushed as she knelt. There's no need. You may leave, Meng Tingyuan replied, glancing at the beauty in his arms, recalling the events of the previous night with lingering desire. The Dingyuan Marquis had arranged Xie Xuan's marriage, and prior to this, he had no concubines or maids in his chambers. After returning from battle, his thoughts were solely occupied by Mu Qing, leaving little room for any other woman. Following their recent intimacy, it was impossible for him to refrain from pursuing her further. As he finished speaking, his hands grew restless once more, and before Xiaoyan could close the door, the room filled with sounds that were less than decorous. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had not clearly seen the woman's face upon entering. She merely noticed the garments on the floor belonged to the household's maids, leading her to believe that Meng Tingyuan was in the company of one of them, though this was not particularly scandalous. Given that the young master had been married for 3 years and had recently returned victorious, it was entirely natural for him to take a maid as a concubine. Yet, she felt a sense of injustice, mulling over why such a fortunate situation had been seized by another. After all, she was the maid favored by the lady of the house, and if anyone were to be taken as a concubine, it should rightly have been her. With this thought simmering in her mind, Xiaoyan felt a surge of determination. If others had a chance, so too would she. As Meng Tingyuan continued his passionate entanglement with Mu Qing, Xie Xuan arrived unexpectedly at the Marquis' door. Having received a letter from Xie Xuan, he wasted no time in setting out, refusing to linger even a moment longer, yet the journey still took considerable time. My lord, trouble is at hand. Master Xie has come. The Dingyuan Marquis, having just returned from the brothel the previous night, was abruptly roused, feeling irritable and vexed. What Xie? What family of Xie still exists in the capital? He thought, dismissing the matter with contempt. However, upon hearing the servant's clarification that Master Xie was there to see the young master's wife, he began to feel a sense of urgency. It was well known that, although Xie Yuan hailed from a merchant background, he had been a formidable figure in the capital during his youth. Having taken control of the Xie family by the age of 30 and multiplying their wealth several times over. Unlike others who might look down upon merchants, This young man had once accompanied Xie Xuan and had proven to be decisive and formidable in battle, compelling the Marquis to take him seriously. What is it? Who has arrived? Upon comprehending the servant's words, the Tingyuan Marquis finally recognized that the master Xie in question was Xie Xuan. Having once risked his life to transport grain for the court, he had fought off enemy forces with a sword in hand, leading hundreds of retainers to vanquish thousands of foes. How could the Marquis, who had always feared the battlefield and sought comfort, not feel apprehensive?
Xie Xuan.
Master Xie has arrived, the servant reiterated. What are we waiting for? Quickly prepare a banquet to welcome him. The Tingyuan Marquis sprang into action, instructing the servant to fetch his attire, pondering what business Xie Xuan might have in the capital and whether they had any prior acquaintance. After much contemplation, he recalled that aside from their familial ties, the only encounter they had shared was a sparring match over a decade ago, during which Xie Xuan had bested him effortlessly. Let bygones be bygones. Now that our families are connected, we shall refer to each other as in-laws.
Who could it be?
It is our esteemed in-law who has arrived without prior notice. There was no preparation at all, the lady of the house remarked, subtly criticizing Xie Xuan's unannounced visit. The Tingyuan Marquis observed Xie Xuan intently, though he wore plain clothing and had minimal adornments. The large jade embedded in his shoes and the emerald pendant on his fan spoke volumes of his wealth and confidence. What the Tingyuan Marquis's household lacked most was money. If he could persuade Xie Xuan to contribute financially to support Meng Tingyuan, it would be more gratifying than striking gold. Esteemed in-law, I apologize for the lack of hospitality in our household. Please forgive us, he quickly offered, realizing the importance of the situation. Not at all. It is I who intrude uninvited. However, I hasten here for a reason, to celebrate the young master's upcoming marriage, Xie Xuan stated plainly, addressing the matter of Meng Tingyuan's impending nuptials directly. Chapter 35. Meng Tingyuan's fury. Just days prior, the Empress had bestowed the marriage arrangement, and to think that Xie Xuan, conducting business outside, had learned of it so swiftly. If that were the case, there would be no need for the Marquis to send out invitations. The wedding was set for the 10th of August, and he expected Xie Xuan to join in the celebration. Madame Ho chuckled, not only directly acknowledging the marriage, but also brazenly suggesting a toast to the joyous occasion. A toast? Truly, they do not regard the Xie family at all. If Meng Tingyuan were to marry on the 10th of August, what position would our Xie daughter occupy? General Mu is indeed the foremost female general of the Great Jin, and the heir is certainly fortunate. My daughter Xuanio cannot compare. Xie Xuan sneered, frankly stating that he had come today to both congratulate the heir on his triumphant return and joyous wedding, and to retrieve his unworthy niece. Return home? What does the father-in-law mean by this? Which man does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Does marrying a primary wife mean the Xie family will cause a ruckus to return to her maternal home, thereby pressuring the Ho residence? Madame Ho's expression immediately turned cold as she continued, or is this the exemplary upbringing of your Xie family? The lady may have misunderstood. After the passing of the Grand Tutor, my Xie family is merely a merchant family, truly unworthy of the esteemed Ho residence. Moreover, it has been rumored in the capital recently that Xuanio's health is poor, so I thought to take her home to recuperate, which would not hinder the heir's future. Xie Xuan spoke coldly, casting a glance at Madame Ho, filled with killing intent. Although he had just arrived in the capital, he had already heard of the deeds of the Ho residence on his way. To bring a newcomer into the residence upon returning home, and to force Xuanio to the point of spitting blood, this den of wolves, if he remained any longer, would his good niece not be driven to her death? What is this talk? Does Xie Xuan imply that the illustrious Ho residence cannot afford a doctor, nor care for a patient? The Duke of Tingyuan, pressured by Xie Xuan, felt somewhat disgraced and forced a smile, saying, whether we can afford it, the Ho residence knows best. Xie Xuan spoke bluntly, showing no regard for the Ho residence's dignity. In the days of the late Duke, the Tingyuan Ho residence still held some semblance of respect. Now, they are shamelessly concerned with the dowry of their daughter-in-law. What do you mean by this, Xie Xuan? Your family may possess some wealth, but the Tingyuan Ho residence is no dilapidated household. Do you think our hard-earned military achievements pale in comparison to the petty profits your Xie family has garnered through opportunism? Meng Tingyuan retorted sharply. Your Honor, you have arrived. Madame Ho's eyes brightened upon seeing Meng Tingyuan approach from behind, shaking off the despair she had felt moments earlier over the dowry of Xuanio. Father, mother, I apologize for my tardiness, Meng Tingyuan said, bowing to the Duke and Madame. casting a furious glance at Xie Xuan. Xie Xuan, rather than clashing with him, suddenly smiled. After more than a year apart, the heir had indeed grown in temperament. A year ago, Xie Xuan had gone to Liangzhou to deliver supplies and had met Meng Tingyuan briefly. He had left him with 3,000 taels of silver and many fine gifts, fearing that this nephew-in-law would feel wronged. Little did he expect that upon returning from battle, he would bring a woman back to the capital. Perhaps the money he had used to woo her was even from Xie Xuan himself. He felt an intense desire to give this insolent child a good thrashing right then. After more than a year, the head of the Xie family remained as imposing as before, but this was the Ho residence, not Xie Yuan's shop. And his father and mother were not shopkeepers to be ordered around. Meng Tingyuan warned, addressing Xie Xuan as if he were merely a shopkeeper, clearly not regarding him as a senior, and looking down on the Xie family from the heart. Ha, ha, ha. In the face of such humiliating remarks from Meng Tingyuan, Xie Xuan laughed instead of getting angry. After a moment, he turned to the Duke of Dingyuan and Madame Ho, saying, "Did you both hear that? The heir calls me family head repeatedly, indicating his disdain for my Xie family, and does not treat my daughter as a wife. If this is the case, should I not take my niece away? Why leave her here to be tormented by you?"
What?
The head of the Xie family has come alone to my Ho residence to take my wife? Meng Tingyuan's eyes widened in anger. Coming from a merchant background, he fundamentally looked down on such people. Even if Xie Xuan had a good reputation, he still could not respect him. If the Xie family were truly capable, why had they offered him silver to curry favor on the battlefield? Simply put, it was because Xie Engshi had passed, the pillar of the Xie family had collapsed, and they needed to find a new backing. If my Xie daughter suffers in your Ho residence, is it not natural for us to take her back? Xie Yuan scoffed, saying, "You permit yourselves to break promises and marry another, yet I cannot take back my own daughter? Furthermore, I have been here for some time. Why have I not seen Suanio? You claim the Ho residence has not treated her harshly?" Xie Yuan's hawk-like gaze landed on Meng Tingyuan, as if he were about to pierce him through. Meng Tingyuan stood stiffly, displaying a defiant posture. With the matter having escalated to this point, Meng Tingyuan would naturally not yield an inch, nor would Xie Xuan.
Stalemate was not a solution.
Ultimately, Madame Ho, fearing that the situation might become too tense and Xie Xuan might insist on taking Suanio away, thus making things unpleasant, interjected, "Lord Xie may not be aware, but it is not that our Ho residence forbids Yuanu's wife from meeting guests. Rather, she has been unwell these past few days and is not feeling well." Humph. After being so ruthlessly pressured by her Ho residence to the point of spitting blood, it would be strange if she felt well, Xie Xuan retorted. If she is indeed unwell, then I should take her home to avoid burdening the Ho residence further. If it were a common illness, it could be overlooked. But Suanio's condition is particularly inconvenient. Madame Ho feigned difficulty, casting a glance at the maid beside her, who immediately understood and recounted the incidents of Suanio's recent madness. Under normal circumstances, a daughter-in-law driven mad by jealousy would be utterly unacceptable for the Meng family, but as a married couple, having been together for 3 years. Even if my son is not at home, she has been the nominal wife of the Ho residence for 3 years. At this point, Madame of Dingyuan paused deliberately, pretending to be magnanimous, and continued, "A woman who has gone mad, if abandoned, what good reputation would the Xie family have left? It is better to keep her in the Ho residence, where she can still be seen as the heir's wife in name." What Madame Ho said on the surface seemed reasonable. If Xie Xuan were merely an average family head, he would surely be deeply grateful for such words and even rush to offer silver to preserve Suanio's position as the main wife. However, Xie Xuan is Xie Xuan. How could he be so easily deceived?
What?
Suanio has gone mad? This is utter nonsense. Xie Xuan exploded, shouting, "My niece was perfectly fine when she married into your family 3 years ago. Now, I demand to see her, and you claim she is mad? Who would believe such words? I tell you I will lay down the law today. If I do not see Suanio, my Xie family will go to the Drum Tower and bring this to the authorities, even if it costs me my old bones, to seek justice." Humph. Whether it is true madness will be clear when the head of the Xie family sees her himself. Seeing Xie Yuan's demeanor, Meng Tingyuan was not the least bit angry. Instead, a mocking smile played at the corners of his lips. Had the Xie family arrived a day earlier, he might have felt uncertain. But now Suanio had already consumed the last of the foreign flowers, and she was likely well on her way to madness. Since that was the case, what was there to fear? Let Xie Yuan witness firsthand the current state of Xie Xuan. He cannot possibly believe that a mere merchant could truly bring back a mad, discarded wife. When the time comes, it will surely be Xie Xuan who beseeches the Marquis residence to shelter Xie Xuan, preserving her dignity and that of the Xie family. In the ancestral hall of the Tingyuan Marquessate, as Tingyuan Ho, Meng Tingyuan, the Marquis's wife, and Xie Xuan stepped through the threshold, they were unexpectedly confronted by the venerable elders of the Meng clan. Clan leader, Uncle San, Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Tingyuan Ho was taken aback upon seeing them. How had they arrived? When did this happen? He had not caught wind of any such news. What was the meaning of this bewildering turn of events?
What do you mean by that?
Did you not send for us? Was it not said that Tingyuan and the Xie family were to seek a divorce, and that we were to witness it? Uncle Lu of the Meng family, leaning on his cane, rose from his seat, a look of confusion on his face. When did I ever say such a thing? Tingyuan Ho was equally perplexed. He had hoped to utilize Xie Xuan as a source of wealth, devising ways for the Xie family to continuously provide financial support to the Tingyuan Marquessate. With such plans in mind, how could he possibly allow Meng Tingyuan and Xie Xuan to part ways? Was not Mu Qing already established as a concubine? Respected uncles, my apologies. It was the younger generation who sent for you all. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Xie Xuan gracefully emerged from the west wing, accompanied by her handmaidens, Chun Hua and Qiushi. Xianer, little Xianer, after so many years, you have indeed grown quite slender. Seeing Xie Xuan appear well, Xie Yuan was overjoyed. How could anyone claim that his daughter was mad? It is those who make such assertions that are truly deranged. Upon uttering this, Xie Yuan's sharp gaze fell upon Meng Tingyuan, his bloodshot eyes radiating a murderous intent, chilling the air around him and appearing far more menacing than the martial prowess of the Tingyuan Ho or Meng Tingyuan. Xie Xuan, what are you causing a ruckus about now? Is it not enough to embarrass yourself? You must bring it to everyone's attention, mustn't you? Meng Tingyuan, upon witnessing Xie Xuan's normal demeanor, was initially surprised, but then fury enveloped him. How could this woman summon the clan leader and elders to witness her disgrace? In retrospect, he realized he should have shown no mercy towards such a woman, even if it meant defying his mother out of pity. What nonsense is this, young master? Between us, aside from divorce, is there anything else? Xie Xuan glanced at Meng Tingyuan and, before the assembled crowd, declared, "You may not be aware, but several nights ago, I made an agreement with the young master to invite several elders and scholars from our clan to witness the divorce. Yet the young master has inexplicably failed to honor this agreement, while my mother-in-law has summoned relatives from the clan to intimidate me. You lie. When has Tingyuan ever spoken of divorce? This is merely your jealousy and insubordination, resorting to any means to prevent Tingyuan from marrying a concubine." The Marquis's wife chastised sharply. "How dare you deceive the clan leader and elders into coming here? You must have truly lost your mind." "Lost my mind? If I had truly consumed what my mother-in-law sent, perhaps I would have lost my senses today." Xie Xuan turned to the Marquis's wife, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Mother, do you not agree with what I say? What do you mean?" "I know nothing of it." The Marquis's wife, taken aback, quickly regained her composure. "You wretched woman. You strike your elders and show insubordination, and now you dare to slander your mother-in-law? What? The Marquis's residence dares to tamper with food?" Hearing Xie Xuan's words, Xie Yuan's temper flared. He had only understood the Marquis's residence to be treacherous, but he had not expected them to commit such a heinous act. "Xie Xuan, how dare you malign your mother?" Meng Tingyuan rushed towards Xie Xuan, hand raised to strike. However, Xie Xuan was not defenseless. She preemptively delivered 2 slaps to his face, then swiftly retreated several paces. Dazed from the blows, Meng Tingyuan soon regained his senses, only to find that Xie Xuan had already evaded to the side. As a man, he could not pursue a woman and strike her in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, Xie Xuan's movements had been exceedingly swift. Chasing after her would likely prove futile. "You vile woman! How dare you openly strike your husband? I will have my son divorce you." The Marquis's wife, incensed at her son's humiliation, disregarded decorum and rushed to strike Xie Xuan. Alas, the pampered Marquis's wife was no match for Xie Xuan. After barely taking 2 steps, she stumbled over her skirt and fell heavily to the ground. "You all saw it. My niece did not strike first. It was the Marquis's residence that acted first. My niece was merely defending herself," Xie Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. "You, the servants, Dai Tao and Huopo, hurriedly rushed to assist the Marquis's wife, who trembled with rage. Xie Xuan, I never imagined you to be so malicious. What divorce? Now that all the elders are here as witnesses, the Xie family is unruly, disrespectful to their mother-in-law, disrespectful to their husband, and their heart is wicked. They are unworthy of being human. Meng Tingyuan declared, ready to take up his brush and write a divorce decree. In this dynasty, a husband could withhold part of a wife's dowry as compensation for grave misconduct, yet typically, reaching the point of divorce would already mean enmity, and marriages would be arranged with consideration of social standings. The male family would generally not risk their reputation for the sake of a paltry sum. However, Meng Tingyuan was beyond caring about such matters. He was on the verge of being driven mad by Xie Xuan. If this woman continued her antics, the reputation of the entire Marquis' residence would suffer. Chapter 37. Confrontation in public. At that moment, Meng Tingyuan had completely abandoned any desire to preserve their marital bond. Fixated solely on compelling the woman before him to kneel and apologize, to beg for his forgiveness. Only then could he gather the shattered pieces of his dignity and reassemble them. Unexpectedly, Xie Xuan, far from being angered, readily acquiesced. Divorce? Very well.
What? Divorce?
Before anyone from the Marquis' residence could react, the previously arrogant Xie Yuan was the first to panic. Xianer, while both divorce and separation may free you from the Marquis' residence, carrying such a title may hinder your prospects for remarriage. Xie Yuan counseled quietly. His primary purpose for being here was to support Xie Xuan, ensuring she could leave the predatory Marquis' residence with dignity. However, departing with such a stigma could complicate her future. That vile woman, divorce her. Divorce her. The Marquis' wife, regaining her wits, was consumed with a singular thought, to ruin Xie Xuan's reputation at all costs. Xie Xuan, you brought this upon yourself. Meng Tingyuan approached the table beside the main hall, prepared to write. Today, I acknowledge the charge of publicly striking Wang Shi. However, Xie Xuan has invited the elders here today not only for divorce, but also to seek justice. Xie Xuan spoke calmly as she walked into the main hall to offer incense to the late Lord Meng for the final time. The late Lord Meng was a close friend of her great-uncle, Xie Engshi. Although the engagement between their families was initially based on mutual affection, it was largely influenced by the long-standing friendship between their ancestors. Xie Xuan had never anticipated that this marriage would swiftly deteriorate to the point of separation. Regardless of the circumstances, leaving was ultimately her own decision. If the late Lord Meng were aware and genuinely displeased, she could only request her great-uncle Xie Engshi to intercede on her behalf. You wicked woman, what face do you have to pay homage to my grandfather? Meng Tingyuan stepped forward, forcefully pulling out the 3 incense sticks Xie Xuan had just placed, throwing them to the ground as a blatant act of humiliation. Very well. If your family believes I am unworthy, so be it, Xie Xuan replied calmly. Regardless, she had paid her respects, and any subsequent events were truly beyond her concern. Miss, we have brought the person. Just as Meng Tingyuan was throwing a tantrum and preparing to draft the divorce decree to expel Xie Xuan, 2 maidservants, Zhaoer and Xinger, escorted a bound woman into view. Is that Lu Rinxiao's maid? Upon recognizing the woman's face, Dai Mao displayed a hint of distress. Kneel. Zhaoer and Xinger pressed down on Lu Rinxiao's maid's knees. Feeling the pressure, the woman collapsed to the ground. You do not recognize this person, but mother. You have managed the household for many years. You should be familiar with her, right? Xie Xuan inquired of the lady of the house. The gagged woman immediately began to struggle upon seeing the lady of the house, knowing she had something to say. And Zhaoer took the opportunity to remove the cloth from her mouth. Madam, save me, she cried, her eyes red with tears, pleading with the lady of the house. You wretched maid, how dare you beg for mercy after angering the matriarch? Speak of your misdeeds at once. Your parents serve in the Lord's household. Do you wish to disgrace them for generations to come? Dai Mao admonished sharply on behalf of the lady of the house, seemingly venting frustration for Xie Xuan. Yet it was also a warning to the maid. The entire family served in this residence. A careless word could lead to calamity for all. Rest assured, madam. This maid has been implicated in a case of murder and has already been sent to my second aunt's for questioning, stripping her family of their status, Xie Xuan stated, clarifying that whatever the maid had done had nothing to do with the Lord's household. Stripping status meant removing the maid's family from servitude. For ordinary servants, regaining their freedom would be a blessing, but for this maid, it was akin to a death sentence. If she remained a servant, even if she made mistakes, as long as the lady of the house was present, she would ultimately have a chance for redemption. However, once freed, her fate would be determined by the authorities. Moreover, her daughter faced a grim outcome if she were imprisoned, devoid of the Lord's protection. The lady of the house was rendered speechless by Xie Xuan's words. She had never expected that relinquishing authority to Xu Shi would inadvertently assist Xie Xuan. Without Xu Shi's help, how could Xie Xuan have managed to sever the maid's family from servitude and now threaten her? Reflecting upon it, ever since Xie Xuan had ceased managing the household, the living standards of everyone in the Lord's household had declined, while Xu Shi and her son remained unaffected, revealing their collusion. "Will you not speak?" Chunhua barked, her demeanor fierce, as if she were ready to strike. "I shall speak." It was Miss Dai Mao who instructed the old servant to tamper with the matriarch's meals. Lu Rinxiao's maid uttered despairingly, but she only said it would make the matriarch feel unwell, never that it would cost a life.
You lie.
When did I ever say such a thing? Dai Mao immediately denied it. What evidence do you have? Without evidence, it is mere slander. On that day, you came to speak with me in the inner chambers. Everyone witnessed it, Lu Rinxiao's maid replied. I routinely attend to the ladies' meals, advising on dinner preparations. When did I instruct you to harm anyone? Is there anyone who saw me direct you to harm someone? Dai Mao retorted. Such malevolent schemes were always conducted in secrecy. How could a third party be aware? Dai Mao had relied on this very notion, emboldening her assertions. As expected, Lu Rinxiao's maid faltered, unable to produce evidence, merely a steward of the kitchen without proof. Dai Mao's arrogance grew, glaring viciously at Lu Rinxiao's maid before turning to Xie Xuan. Madam, as someone close to the lady, I cannot simply accept the word of a filthy maid to condemn myself. Chapter 38. Conclusive evidence. You seek evidence? Very well, Xie Xuan replied with a smile. Eager for this moment. With a mere gesture, her subordinates began to prepare the necessary items. Chunhua and Qiushi emerged from the side room with a few hidden delicacies, presenting them before the crowd. These delicacies were sent from the main kitchen today. Lu Rinxiao's maid has already confessed to having added something inappropriate to them, Xie Xuan declared. I have had the ingredients examined, and sufficient amounts of deadly datura have been detected. The doctor states that excessive consumption can lead to hallucinations and ultimately madness. To prevent any evasions from the lady of the house, Xie Xuan had even brought the examining doctor to testify before all. These dishes contained a sufficient quantity of datura to induce madness, the doctor bowed, surveying the crowd. What? In the esteemed lord's household, they dare to poison the food intended for the master? Upon hearing Xie Xuan's words, Meng Tingyuan was immediately unsettled. How does your household explain this? Even if the delicacies were poisoned, it remains uncertain whether it was done by someone within the residence, and it is quite premature to assume it involves my mother. The head of the Xie family roared, perhaps a tad too eager. While Meng Tingyuan felt guilty, he desperately tried to maintain his composure, adamantly denying any involvement and casting all blame upon Xie Xuan. I know you resent my mother for favoring Mu Qing, but your malicious scheming against my mother is evident. Even without Mu Qing, I would not spare you a glance. At this point, Meng Tingyuan still fantasized about provoking Xie Xuan's emotions, deliberately comparing her to Mu Qing to incite jealousy and provoke an outburst. He believed that by expressing his disdain publicly, Xie Xuan would surely unravel, succumbing to despair and anguish. However, he overestimated himself. Upon finishing his remarks, Xie Xuan did not even spare him a glance, her thoughts solely fixated on the poisoned food. Upon discovering it was datura's poison, the young lady instructed the servant to investigate the recent comings and goings of the household. It turns out that only Miss Dai Mao had been frequently leaving, and coincidentally, her sister's husband had been procuring large quantities of datura and seeking a sorcerer in the southern city for extraction. Qiushi interjected. Move swiftly. 4 burly enforcers marched forward, forcing a battered couple to kneel before the gathered assembly. As the heart of the tortoise shell sank, she cast a resentful glance at Xie Xuan after recognizing the faces of the couple. My sister and brother-in-law are law-abiding citizens. By what right do you apprehend them? The woman kneeling on the ground raised her head in despair, looking at the tortoise shell. What do you want me to confess? The tortoise shell vehemently denied. I know nothing. Know nothing? Xie Xuan scoffed, gazing at the tortoise shell and Madame Ho. Indeed, they will not shed tears until they see the coffin. 2 young servants entered, accompanied by the proprietor of a medicine shop and a moneylender. It was he. He has been urging me to concoct several hundred pounds of the juice of the night-blooming cereus. An ordinary person would never require such a vast quantity. All of this was orchestrated by him. the medicine shop proprietor exclaimed, pointing at the tortoiseshell's brother-in-law. He then produced the silver and notes given to him by the tortoiseshell's brother in recent days. I cannot be mistaken. It was this man who came to the moneylender with 100 taels of silver notes. As he spoke, the old proprietor retrieved the notes from his person. These notes, though appearing similar to those in circulation, bore secret marks distinctive to transactions with prestigious families. Xie Xuan took the notes from the medicine shop proprietor and handed them to the moneylender, continuing his inquiry. Do you recognize these notes? Indeed. These are notes issued by the Ho residence, especially this one. I recall it was among the leftover papers from last month's issuance. It even carries a faint fragrance from being stored with honeycomb, the old proprietor confirmed. The accumulated notes amounted to nearly 200 taels of silver. The monthly allowance for the head maid beside my mother is merely 2 taels. Even as a reward, it is inconceivable to bestow over 100 taels upon a maid, Xie Xuan remarked with a cold smile. Rewarding a maid with over 100 taels? Even someone as extravagant as Xie Xuan would not do such a thing, let alone Madame Ho, who is typically frugal and lacks substantial funds. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Madame Ho and the tortoiseshell. Even the previously protective Duke of Tingyuan could only voice his inquiry. What on earth is happening here? Slander. It is an utter slander. Madame Ho erupted in fury. Even if I am not adept at managing the household, I am still the lady of the Ho residence. Is there anything wrong with allowing a maid to keep some personal silver? Madam, I am to blame. It is my fault for not managing things well. I went to the moneylender and inadvertently returned home, only to find that my sister and brother-in-law had stolen your saved silver. The tortoiseshell immediately knelt down, clearly attempting to shift all blame onto her sister and brother-in-law. Sister, you. The couple on the ground was clearly taken aback by the tortoiseshell's words, staring at her in disbelief. How dare you help others bring down Madame Ho? What benefit is that to you? The tortoiseshell scolded angrily. You wretched souls. Having enjoyed a few days of good fortune, have forgotten who bestowed this wealth upon you. By maligning the lady, do you not feel guilty about your conscience? The couple, kneeling on the ground, exchanged glances, hesitating whether to speak further. Wretched souls, do not forget that if it were not for the lady's kindness, your son would have perished last winter. The tortoiseshell continued to threaten. It was we who purchased the night-blooming Sirius, but it was solely for medicinal purposes. They forced us into this situation, compelling us to implicate the lady. Indeed, when the tortoiseshell mentioned the couple's son, they immediately turned against her, directing all blame toward Chunhua, Xie Xuan, and Xie Xuan. We were coerced. The madam forced us into a confession. We did not tamper with the madam's food. We were merely under duress. Lu Rinxiao's family sensed the shift and quickly defected. Madam, this is a misunderstanding. Please, I beg you, save my poor 5th child. Seeing this, Madame Ho wore a faint smile and turned to Xie Xuan. Indeed, the daughter-in-law of the Xie family has gone mad. Xie Xuan has fabricated evidence against my mother-in-law. What do you propose? As everyone began to turn against her, Madame Ho felt a surge of confidence, regaining her composure. Where is the evidence of such fabrication? Are you relying solely on these traitorous servants? With so much material evidence, are you all blind? Xie Yuan rolled up his sleeves, hands on his hips, cursing vehemently. What kind of loathsome individuals exist in this world? Uncle, do not be angry. Since Madame Ho denies the matter of the notes, how will she explain the theft that occurred at Henku Courtyard? Xie Xuan said with a cold smile. What theft? Xie, you are slandering, showing blatant disobedience. With your recent behavior, the Ho residence could easily send you to the authorities. Madame Ho shouted in rage. Xie, you are utterly excessive. Even if your mother-in-law has erred, a daughter-in-law should hold filial piety above all else. How dare you slander her? The clan leader, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Have you also learned to shield your own? Xie Yuan sneered. The clan leader, though of advanced age, had once fought alongside the old Marquis in his youth. Xie Yuan had dealt with the old clan leader multiple times in his younger days, and while the man was not particularly astute, his character had always been above reproach. Yet it was evident that times had changed, and human hearts were fickle. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a matter for the Ho residence. Due to her husband's infidelity, Xie had a stubborn disposition, and the daughter-in-law was not without her faults. If Xie were to apologize sincerely, this incident could easily be put to rest. The clan leader suggested awkwardly. This statement was evidently an attempt to mediate. In all the previous events, discerning right from wrong would have been simple for anyone with common sense. However, as the clan leader, Wang was the rightful wife of the Duke of Dingyuan, Meng Haiyan, and the mother of the accomplished Meng Tingyuan. The Ho residence could not afford to cast her aside, nor could she bear any stain on her reputation. The clan leader had no choice but to feign ignorance. He believed he had extended an olive branch to Xie Xuan, thinking that no sensible woman would wish to be branded with such a disgrace, and would thus choose to apologize, allowing the matter to be quietly resolved. He had always doubted that Xie Xuan would willingly forsake the glory and wealth of the Ho residence to become a cast-off. Women, after all, merely sought a modicum of respect and status. They were not difficult to manage. Clan leader, you have yet to see the evidence. How can you declare the theft of fabrication? With that, Xie Xuan clapped her hands, and 3 or 4 young servants heaved a large cabinet into view, panting heavily as they placed it before the crowd. What is this? The Meng clan members regarded the cabinet with confusion, uncertain of its significance. Only the 2 maidservants behind the tortoiseshell wore grave expressions, recognizing it as the cabinet that housed the seals in Xie Xuan's chamber. Why was it brought here now? It seemed some had already discerned its identity. This is the cabinet where I store the seals, Xie Xuan declared. As she finished speaking, Chanhua produced a basin of water from somewhere and splashed it onto the cabinet. In a matter of moments, the dark red cabinet revealed a delicate pink hue on the handles and doors. This was a special paint that only revealed its color upon contact with water, exclusive to this cabinet. Yesterday afternoon, a theft occurred at Henku Courtyard. The dowry seals, the keys to the storeroom, and several contracts have vanished without a trace. Xie Xuan continued. Fortunately, both the box for storing items and the wax seal bear this paint. Even if the individual had not washed their hands last night and their palms were not sweaty, they would certainly have washed their face this morning, revealing the color of the paint. However, the pink hue is not easily detectable. Even if it were to show, the person in question might remain indifferent. Yet, now that Xie Xuan has pointed it out in front of everyone, it would not be difficult to discern upon careful inspection. With Xie Xuan's words as a precursor, all eyes turned towards Dai Mao and Madame Ho. While the presence of the color on Madame Ho's hands might have been uncertain to many, it was certain that Dai Mao, who served her and stood up for her, would have the unmistakable red hue on her palms. Not only Dai Mao, but the 2 second-tier maids following her also bore similar red marks on their hands. The evidence is as solid as a rock, leaving no room for debate. Madame Ho's hands were tightly gripping her handkerchief, her expression grave. At this moment, she was immensely grateful for her status as a second-rank Marquis' wife. As long as she did not voluntarily reveal her hands, no one dared to act against her. Patriarch, is this evidence sufficient? Xie Xuan raised an eyebrow. Her beautiful eyes calmly fixed on the Meng family patriarch who had previously intended to mediate. The truth lay before them. Even if no one had seen the red marks on Madame Ho's palms, once she refrained from opening her hand at the first opportunity, everyone understood the truth. This daughter-in-law of Yuan being family, why must we make such a scene? The patriarch coughed lightly twice, yet did not relent, however. The tone of his speech had already revealed a plea for reconciliation. Family? It seems the patriarch still does not comprehend the true purpose of gathering you all here today. Xie Xuan feigned helplessness, stating, "The Ho residence seeks my life, covets my dowry, and plots to tarnish my name. How can I endure in such a den of wolves?" The patriarch momentarily found himself speechless, as if he had at last grasped Xie Xuan's true intention regarding the divorce. First, Xie Yuan had made an appearance. Then they had deceived them into coming to the ancestral hall, all with the aim of not preventing Mu Qing from entering, nor allowing Xie Xuan to establish her authority in the residence, but rather to facilitate a divorce. Xie Xuan wished to leave the Ho estate with her head held high. Today's divorce is not due to my unwillingness to accommodate, but rather the relentless pressure from the Ho residence, which seeks my life, Xie Xuan proclaimed loudly, hoping for witnesses among those present, so that in the future, should outsiders inquire, they might help clarify her position. All the clan members present lowered their heads in embarrassment. The situation had escalated to this extent, and both the Meng family and the entire Ho residence had lost face. Although many had looked down upon the Xie family and Xie Xuan since the passing of Xie, the overwhelming evidence thrust into their faces left them as prominent individuals unable to maintain their dignity. I say, Yuan, since you and General Mu Qing have been granted a marriage by the Empress Dowager, why not part ways with the Xie family? The patriarch sighed, attempting to persuade her. It is indeed advantageous to have connections, yet one must also be wary. Excessive greed can lead to turmoil at home. The Xie family and you are united in marriage. A peaceful parting would not necessarily harm the amicability between our families. The patriarch spoke tactfully, understanding that the matter had reached a critical juncture. Xie Xuan was resolute in her desire for divorce. If they did not consent, no one could predict what further disturbances might arise. Xie Xuan, do you truly wish to divorce? Meng Tingyuan inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly as he approached Xie Xuan, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "What if I refuse?" Chapter 40. An unavoidable divorce. With Xie Xuan repeatedly bringing up the issue of divorce, Meng Tingyuan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He sensed a loss of something that belonged to him, as if he had suddenly lost control over something significant. This feeling was profoundly unsettling. And the source of all this turmoil stemmed directly from the woman before him, who was resolutely insisting on a divorce. "I am your husband, the heir of the Ho residence. In essence, you are now merely the daughter of a merchant. If I do not consent to the divorce, what can you do?" Meng Tingyuan grinned, his expression radiating an unsettling sense of triumph. He was Xie Xuan's husband. Regardless of the state of their relationship, he remained her nominal master. Whether she wished it or not, everything she possessed should rightfully belong to him. He would not permit her to escape his grasp, not even a little. In other words, Xie Xuan's desire to flee was tantamount to betrayal. "Meng Tingyuan, I believe I have made my stance quite clear. Let us part ways amicably. It would preserve some dignity for both families." Xie Xuan sighed softly, her gaze wearied as she regarded Meng Tingyuan. All she sought was a divorce. Was it truly so difficult for him to comprehend her intentions? Dignity? Once you leave the Ho residence, what dignity will you have left? Meng Tingyuan laughed coldly. "Do you truly believe that a woman spurned by the Ho family will find acceptance in the Xie family? What noble family would want you? Our lady will fare far better marrying anyone else than enduring the torment of your den of wolves." Chunhua retorted, suddenly rushing forward to grab Meng Tingyuan's hand and pull him away. Before he could evade, the color of the paint on his palm became apparent. "How curious. I have heard that ever since the heir returned to the residence for General Mu Qing, he has refused to even see my niece. Yet now his hand bears paint from the box."
Ha ha ha.
Xie Yuan unabashedly declared, "It seems the illustrious Ho residence is filled with thieves and rogues." Xie Yuan's words were harsh, and not only did they incite anger from the Marquis and Madame Ho, but even the patriarch felt the sting of embarrassment, their faces burning with shame as they felt their carefully cultivated reputations crumbling around them. The implication of thievery in the Ho residence implicated not just Madame Ho but even the heir, who was considered to have boundless potential. If such matters were to spread, what face would the Dingyuan Ho residence have left? "You are spouting nonsense." Meng Tingyuan felt a flicker of guilt at the mention of paint. Last night, after Dai Mao had left, he had indeed looked at the seal with anticipation, never expecting to be caught in this predicament. "If the heir disavows it, then I will report to the authorities." Xie Xuan pressed on, audaciously stating her intention to report, sending shivers through many present. "And no reporting to the authorities." The patriarch glared at Dingyuan Ho, scolding, "Though you have inherited the title, how can you let your son and daughter-in-law create such a ruckus?" Despite the reprimand, the patriarch hoped that Dingyuan Ho would step forward and resolve the matter. Alas, Dingyuan Ho Meng Haiyan was utterly inept, incapable of handling the situation. Merely refraining from shirking away was a small mercy. "Very well, Xie Xuan, if you wish for a divorce, so be it. Today, I shall grant your wish." Meng Tingyuan, finding his father unreliable, resolved to handle the matter himself. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, he felt humiliated and furious as he marched to the writing desk, ready to inscribe the divorce decree. "Son, do not." Madame Ho stepped forward, grasping Meng Tingyuan's hand and shaking her head. "Do not act impulsively. As long as we do not agree to the divorce, we will have plenty of ways to deal with this unfilial wife in the future." Once the divorce was finalized, all of Xie Xuan's dowry would no longer have any ties to the Ho residence. Madame Ho had reviewed the dowry list from when Xie Xuan married. It was all money, her money. She had devised a plan. Once Xie Xuan successfully consumed the medicine, everything would belong to them. The thought of losing the silver that was so nearly theirs filled Madame Ho with bitterness. "Mother, Xie Xuan possesses a fierce and venomous disposition, making her utterly unsuitable as a wife. Should my son fail to sever ties with her today, our household will undoubtedly face unrest in the future." Meng Tingyuan straightened himself, maintaining the semblance of dignity befitting the son of a marquis. However, the Marquess's wife hesitated, recalling Xie Xuan's recent actions that filled her with loathing. Deep down, she knew her son's assessment of Xie Xuan was accurate, yet she was reluctant to part with the wealth at stake. Mother, rest assured, with both myself and Mu Qing in the Marquess's residence, how could we not restore its former glory? Meng Tingyuan offered comfort, while reassuring the Marquess's wife. He was also attempting to persuade himself. Did Xie Xuan truly believe that possessing a modest sum of money granted her the liberty to act as she pleased? Was it merely a trifle? Did she think he could not live without her? He glared at Xie Xuan, attempting to punish this woman who initiated their separation with his contemptuous gaze. Very well, my son is capable. I believe in you. The Marquess's wife, stirred by Meng Tingyuan's words, ceased her objections and directed a similarly disdainful gaze towards Xie Xuan. Her mind racing with visions of the myriad miseries that would befall Xie Xuan once she departed the Marquess's residence. As for Xie Xuan, the uncle, upon hearing disparaging remarks about his cherished niece, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Meng Tingyuan. Just as he was about to act, the gentle and clear gaze of his niece extinguished the flames of his anger. Xie Xuan subtly shook her head, signaling him to refrain from such actions. It was at that moment that Xie Xuan began to realize that the sweet little girl who once trailed behind him, calling him uncle, had grown into a woman capable of standing her ground and responding to challenges with her own rhythm. Xie Xuan's gaze shifted towards the unimpeded Meng Tingyuan, and as for the divorce papers, he need not lift a finger, for a scribe was already prepared nearby. Your Grace, please sign here and press your seal. The scribe kindly reminded him. Meng Tingyuan, momentarily dazed, noted that the Duke of Dingyuan had remained silent since discovering the paint on his hands. The elders of the Meng family looked on with a mix of disappointment and anticipation, none daring to intervene, as if they were all waiting for the two families to finalize the divorce and bring this embarrassing farce to a close. Your Grace? The scribe, noticing Meng Tingyuan's inaction, waved a hand before his face. Meng Tingyuan absently replied, his mind clouded. He placed his thumb on the ink pad and stamped a red impression onto the divorce papers. Please have the lady come forward to sign. The scribe called to Xie Xuan. She stepped forward, brushing past Meng Tingyuan, who had just finished signing. Xie Xuan, you still have time to regret it. If you kneel and apologize to my mother, the position of the Marquess's son could still be yours, Meng Tingyuan said coldly, grasping her arm. Xie Xuan smiled gently, glancing at a corner of the ancestral hall where a piece of clothing lay. Have you considered, Your Grace, that once we are divorced, you could grant your beloved a legitimate position as the main wife? Meng Tingyuan abruptly turned to follow her gaze and, indeed, spotted Mu Qing. His expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. She is she, and you are you. Mu Qing is unlike any other woman, for she cares not for titles. As long as you remain compliant, the Marquess's residence will not lack for your presence. At that moment, Xie Xuan caught sight of the red mark on Meng Tingyuan's neck, the alluring hue, coupled with the sight of Mu Qing in the corner, and the words he had spoken filled her with a sudden wave of revulsion. How could there exist such shamelessness in this world? Chapter 41. The meal is too expensive. I cannot afford it. The food in your Marquess's residence is far too costly. I cannot afford it. Xie Xuan suppressed her nausea, wrenching her arm from Meng Tingyuan's grasp. She swiftly approached the table and inscribed her name on the 2 copies of the documents, pressing her seal, and folded one of the copies to keep. It was no easy feat to obtain this divorce decree. She must safeguard it to prevent Meng Tingyuan from causing further disturbances. With the documents now complete, I shall pack my belongings and leave the Marquess's residence, and thus there will be no further entanglements between our families. All the elders are witnesses. Our separation is not due to my aggressiveness or unyielding nature, but rather the Marquess's family's refusal to provide a path forward. With that, Xie Xuan bowed respectfully to the head of the Meng family. With the poison and theft, had my niece not been magnanimous, unwilling to stoop to the level of certain individuals, she would have reported this long ago. Xie Xuan retorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light directed at the indignant members of the Marquess's family. At that moment, the Duke of Dingyuan dared not speak, shrinking into the least conspicuous corner, like a quail. The head of the Xie family is generous. We thank you, and hope this matter does not damage the goodwill between our families. The head of the Meng family clasped his hands in salute to Xie Xuan before hastily departing. In times past, He might have sought to reminisce with Xie Yuan over drinks, but today was different. Such shame. The other members of the Xie family felt similarly humiliated, departing in haste. Not daring to glance at the Duke of Dingyuan or Meng Tingyuan, their actions reflecting their profound dissatisfaction. Ninth uncle, please don't leave just yet. The Duke of Dingyuan implored as he approached his relatively close ninth uncle. Higher, though you were a mischievous child, overall you committed no grave errors. As for Yuan, I once thought him to be a fine man, one who could bring glory to the Meng family, yet he has turned out like this. The ninth uncle sighed in resignation. Very well, I cannot afford to lose face either. From now on, your Marquess family is highborn, and we are merely a fallen household. Let us not associate any further. Some older uncles and brothers from the Meng family, though aged and lacking the fervor of youth, still valued their reputation. Now that Meng Tingyuan and the Marquis' wife had conspired to steal and were caught red-handed, even if this matter did not escalate to the authorities, it would still be a source of shame if it spread. Upon hearing this, Meng Tingyuan's face turned ashen, casting resentful glances at the true instigator of his troubles. Severing ties is indeed beneficial. Our servants are already outside waiting. We can move our belongings right away. After reading the divorce decree, Xie Yuan felt considerably lighter and, before leaving, couldn't he resist raising an eyebrow at Meng Tingyuan in provocation. Traitorous wretch! How dare you disdain my niece? Today, I shall first move her dowry to ensure her comfort, and then return to settle accounts with you. Uncle, you arrived quite swiftly. On the way back from the ancestral hall to the Henku courtyard, the uncle and nephew finally had the opportunity to catch up. My little Xianer has been wronged in the Marquis' residence. I hurried over to support her. If your father and my uncle knew, they would surely haunt me in dreams to scold me. Xie Yuan chuckled. Mentioning her father and her great-uncle, Xie Xuan could not help but feel tears welling up. When her father passed away, she was raised by her great-uncle, Xie Engshi, who always understood her dreams. While there were restrictions on gender in our dynasty, the constraints placed on women were not as severe as in previous eras. Women could serve as officials in the palace and even fight on the battlefield to forge their own paths. Otherwise, Xie Xuan would not have had the opportunity to learn alongside her great-uncle, Xie Engshi. Alas, she bore the surname Xie and was the great-niece of Xie Engshi. With his immense power in court, the Xie family could not afford to attract too much attention, especially with the grand plan to reclaim the 16 prefectures of Yuyuan on the horizon to preserve Xie Engshi's position. Even the direct descendants of the Xie family were barred from taking the imperial examinations, let alone Xie Xuan becoming a female general on the battlefield. Moreover, her great-uncle did not wish for her to endure such hardships and thus arranged this marriage with the Duke of Dingyuan. Xie Engshi believed that Xie Xuan and Meng Tingyuan, having grown up together, would be safeguarded by the long-standing friendship between the Xie family and the noble house of Dingyuan, especially with the generous dowry provided by the Xie family. However, he never anticipated that things would turn out this way. Why are you crying? Seeing Xie Xuan's reddened eyes, Xie Yuan quickly reassured her. Do not worry. With your uncle here, no one will dare to bully you. Stay at home with peace of mind. I shall take care of those despicable scoundrels at the Marquis' residence for you. Particularly, he harbored resentment towards the Lady of Dingyuan, known for her avarice and ruthlessness. It was incomprehensible to him that someone like her could continue to enjoy a lavish life. I'm fine. Xie Xuan paused before sharing her guilt. Both my uncle and father hoped for me to marry and bear children, living a life of peace and joy. But now that I am divorced, my future seems bleak and uncertain. A stable life feels almost impossible. What kind of talk is that? Given the situation, do you think your uncle would oppose your divorce if he knew? Xie Yuan comforted her. At that time, the Xie family was in turmoil, and your match with the Meng family seemed like a perfect match. Who could have predicted that the Dingyuan Marquis' residence would be such a den of wolves? Your uncle is not a narrow-minded man. Seeing this predicament, he would no doubt wish to personally deal with the entire Dingyuan household. As Xie Yuan consoled Xie Xuan, he clenched his fists, regretting that he could not take action against the Dingyuan household that very day. Your uncle possesses remarkable skills. He could certainly teach them a lesson. Xie Xuan, wiping her tears, managed a smile and began directing the servants to pack their belongings. The servants in the Henku courtyard were all those who had been brought over from the Xie residence years ago. Spring Hua and the others had discreetly communicated with them, and they were well prepared, swiftly gathering their items. Although Xie Xuan's dowry was substantial, it consisted mainly of practical farmland and shops. Each parcel of land or shop represented a portion of her dowry, and the value of her farmland and shops made up more than half of the total. The more valuable antiques and artworks had already been relocated elsewhere, leaving behind clothing, fabrics, porcelain ornaments, and large pieces of furniture. Notably, the exquisite bed made of premium golden silk namu wood, specially prepared by Xiaongshi's first wife, Lu, for Xie Xuan's dowry, was something worth retrieving, especially with both elders now deceased. Though the process of moving was tedious, Xie Xuan had made ample preparations, and disassembling and loading the items was not overly cumbersome. However, there was one question lingering in her mind. "Uncle, you didn't come back alone this time, did you?" Xie Xuan asked with a sly smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously beneath her arched brows. "Of course not. A hero requires companions. Although I am courageous, I cannot face many foes alone," Xie Yuan replied heartily. "This time, I brought back over 100 skilled masters from the escort agency, both male and female, each one a formidable fighter." "Where are the carts?" Xie Xuan inquired, testing the waters. "Over 30 carts are waiting outside. Knowing your dowry is considerable, we will be able to transport everything in one go," Xie Yuan boasted, thumping his chest. "That's splendid. I shall need those escorts. Some of my belongings will require a few skilled hands." In the Xuan Hall, Chunhua, accompanied by several female masters from the escort agency, barged into the old matriarch's quarters at the Marquis' residence. "Take away this jade screen, the Nama vase, the colorful glazed double-eared plum vase, the sweet white porcelain tea set, and these 2 pieces, the jade guanyin and the 8-treasure bracelet." The female escorts responded in unison, moving as directed by Chunhua without a hint of hesitation. "What are you doing? How dare you rob me in broad daylight? Don't you fear retribution?" The matron of the Marquis' household, feeling bold, lunged toward the valuable items. The female escorts were not to be trifled with. With a simple turn, they sent the matron sprawling to the ground.
Ouch!
The matron, clutching her aching back, struggled to curse them, her tongue tied. "How dare you take what belongs to me?" The old matriarch sat upright on the Luohan bed, gripping her cane, maintaining the last vestige of dignity as the old matriarch of the Marquis' residence. Such a treacherous and unfilial woman deserved to be punished, and she felt that even heaven would not spare her. "That is an erroneous statement, old matriarch. We are merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to our young lady. How could that invoke divine wrath?" Chunhua scoffed. "Moreover, our lady is already divorced and has no ties to the Tingyuan house. You speak of filial piety? Do you truly deserve to? Once upon a time, when this old woman fell ill, their young lady had stayed by her side day and night, even testing the temperature of her medicine before serving it.
Yet now,
Upon seeing a hint of power in Mu Qing, she had completely forgotten all the kindness shown to her. Chunhua had long been intolerant of such a family, and now, as they reclaimed their belongings, she felt no need to hold back her disdain. "How dare you?" The old matriarch had lived in luxury since marrying the Tingyuan Marquis and had never faced such indignities. Being chastised by a mere maid left her utterly helpless. Unable to respond, the female escorts were strong and skilled. They had easily knocked down 2 burly servants upon entering, causing the others in the courtyard to cower in fear. Without anyone to back her, the old matriarch could only watch helplessly as the escorts removed everything on their list. As each item was taken from the room, the once vibrant Xuan Hall quickly lost its luster, returning to its previous state before Xie Xuan's arrival. Not only Xuan Hall, but also the lady of the Marquis' Kanglin courtyard and Meng Tingyuan's de Shui residence were visited by the escorts. The lady of the Marquis had been publicly accused of theft, causing the Tingyuan Marquis to lose face. While they were embroiled in their own turmoil, they were unaware that Xiao Shi had sent escorts to retrieve items from the courtyards. "What are you doing? In broad daylight, you invade my courtyard to steal? Do you have no regard for the law?" Meng Tingyuan roared, desperately trying to reclaim her possessions from the escorts, but each attempt ended in failure. "You misunderstand. We are merely taking back what belongs to our family."
how can that be deemed theft?
The escort retorted, holding a set of gemstone-decorated items with a cold smile. "These are clearly mine." Meng Tingyuan protested, her face flushed with anger. "It is Xie Xuan's incompetence that drove my brother away. What does that have to do with me? Why should you take my things? Yours? These items belong to Our Lady's dowry. Even if discarded, they should not befall someone as ungrateful as you." The female escort spat disdainfully on the ground, her expression one of contempt. It is said that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. But this second young lady was different, living off others while being utterly shameless, much like her despicable brother. Such individuals repulsed her, and she felt no desire to engage further. The inventory has been meticulously checked. Not a single item can be overlooked. In the various courtyards of the Tingyuan Marquis' residence, aside from the dwelling of Madame Su and her son, every other master's courtyard has servants and bodyguards retrieving their belongings. Xie Xuan is not unreasonable. Outside, the Marquis and Meng Tingyuan's courtyard are attended by male bodyguards accompanied by young boys, while inside, the female bodyguards are escorted by maids, ensuring that the reputation of the Marquis' household remains untarnished. The courtyard with the least possessions belongs to Meng Tingyuan, as he had just married and left home, with most items being from the Marquis' estate. After finishing her visit to the ancestral hall, Mu Qing had intended to wait in Meng Tingyuan's courtyard for an explanation from that unfaithful man. However, she unexpectedly found herself witnessing a house raid. Groups of bodyguards were seen carrying out exquisite ornaments and furniture, many of which Mu Qing had previously admired in the quarters of the Marquessate, or the matriarch. Yet, she never anticipated that all these stunning treasures, which set her heart aflame, were actually part of Xie Xuan's dowry. Now that Xie Xuan and Meng Tingyuan are divorced, before she could even revel in becoming Meng Tingyuan's sole wife, she must watch helplessly as numerous items she once cherished are packed away. Her heart bleeds. She cannot accept this. How can Xie Xuan, merely a discarded woman, take away such valuable items? What gives her the right to possess them? No. She must confront Xie Xuan. At the second gate of the Tingyuan Marquis' residence, Xie Xuan and her uncle Xie Yuan held a ledger, meticulously verifying the items being loaded onto the carriage. Particularly, Xie Xuan and the accountant behind her scrutinized every detail, fearful of missing anything that might benefit the ungrateful wolves of the Tingyuan Marquis' household. These are all carved from white jade. Extra caution is required during loading and unloading, Xie Xuan instructed, pointing to a jade ornament in the ledger, just as Mu Qing, now clad in military attire, approached with an air of indignation. Is all this commotion merely for these few items? Mu Qing observed the bustling servants and bodyguards, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Who would have thought you not only to be pretentious, but also so greedy? Chapter 43. We shall see what? In General Mu's eyes, taking back one's dowry after a divorce is considered greedy? Xie Xuan remained seated, her hands resting on her knees, tilting her head to scrutinize Mu Qing before her. The red military attire accentuated her graceful figure, her hair elegantly tied up with a ruby hairpin, and a light dusting of rouge softened her once icy features, rendering her more gentle and refined. Once wed to the Marquis' household, the dowry naturally belongs to it. If Tingyuan does not want you, if he holds no feelings for you no matter how you flounce about, he will never cast a glance your way. Mu Qing raised her chin, pitying Xie Xuan. If I were in your position, having divorced, I would choose to leave gracefully and never linger in the Marquis' residence for a moment longer. Leave immediately? Do you think these items are simply yours to take? Xie Xuan replied, her expression a mix of mockery and amusement, as if she were watching a circus performance. Ha ha ha. I've been in business for so many years, and this is the first time I have encountered someone who can describe taking advantage so eloquently. Xie Yuan interjected, unable to resist delivering a sharp retort. His words pierced through Mu Qing's fragile facade, revealing the foulness beneath her polished exterior. Although her face flushed with indignation, she was unwilling to leave without a fight. Fortunately, she soon discovered an opportunity to craft a new argument against Xie Xuan beyond the worldly treasures at stake. Taking advantage? Perhaps some merely wish to linger in the Marquis' residence under the pretense of moving belongings, Mu Qing said smugly, her derisive smile blooming like a vivid flower tainted with decay. Unfortunately, no matter how long you wait here, Tingyuan will not spare you a glance. What? You think our young lady is waiting for that scoundrel Meng Tingyuan? Chen Hua exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She began to question what sort of thoughts could possibly inhabit this woman's mind to arrive at such an assumption. Isn't it? Mu Qing scoffed. But alas, no amount of waiting will change anything. Since Tingyuan has cast you aside, he will not look your way again. I advise you to depart sooner rather than later to save yourself from further embarrassment. Embarrassment? Xie Yuan clenched his fists, nearly exploding with rage, wishing to strike this woman. Do you not see the flurry of activity around you? All the servants and bodyguards moving belongings? lingering in someone else's home. Is that not embarrassing? Mu Qing taunted. At that moment, a splendid folding screen, which she had previously admired in the Marquess's quarters, was carried out, igniting her fury anew. Xie Xuan, if you have any dignity left, you should leave quickly. You and Tingyuan are no longer connected. To remain here, flirting with another's husband, is utterly shameless. Xie Yuan, enraged, raised his fist to strike Mu Qing. Uncle. Just in time, Xie Xuan called to stop Xie Yuan, shaking her head slightly. They were currently within the Tingyuan Marquis' residence, and with Mu Qing holding an official position, this was not the moment for rash actions.
What?
Are you so enraged that you want to resort to violence? Mu Qing sneered. If you are aware of your shame, you should leave at once. Whether to stay or go is not for you to decide. Xie Xuan supported Chunhua as she stood, eyeing Mu Qing up and down. As General Mu rightly pointed out, this is the Tingyuan Marquis' residence, not the Mu family. Indeed, even in divorce, our entry was dignified, unlike some who, without a matchmaker, engage in improper conduct before formalizing anything, wielding mere feathers as if they were commands. Chunhua chimed in, we are merely retrieving our belongings. Who dares to stop us? Even if they accuse us of lingering, it would have to come from someone within the Tingyuan Marquis' household. What are you to us?
Haha, well said.
I was unaware that the Tingyuan Marquis' household had acquired a little housekeeper. Xie Yuan laughed heartily. Indeed, when it comes to insults, Xie Xuan and her servant excel. This is delightful. And we haven't even entered yet. The display of authority is already overwhelming. Thank goodness for today's divorce. Otherwise, the days ahead would be unbearable. Enough. Meng Tingyuan emerged from the second gate, enveloping the tearful Mu Qing in his arms, casting a warning glance at Xie Xuan, resembling a lion gone wild. Is this not enough chaos for you? Perhaps the Marquis' household has wronged you in some way, but this has nothing to do with Mu Qing. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Very well. Over the past 3 years, aside from covering the household expenses, the losses from the estate, and the medicine for the Marquess and matriarch during their illnesses, a total of 5,000 taels have been drawn from my dowry. Will the heir kindly return it to me? Xie Xuan replied without hesitation. What medicine could possibly cost 5,000 taels? Why not just rob a bank? Mu Qing exclaimed, unable to contain herself upon hearing the sum. Meng Tingyuan initially approached the second gate with intentions to remedy the situation. But upon witnessing Xie Xuan and her uncle bullying Mu Qing, he simply wanted to assert his position. He never anticipated that Xie Xuan would behave so unreasonably. Xie Xuan, do you truly wish to make this situation so embarrassing? Meng Tingyuan exclaimed in anger. Whose money comes without effort? I fail to comprehend why reclaiming my own silver is considered shameful, Xie Xuan retorted. She has already lost her affection. If she is even unaware of how to reclaim her money, then that would indeed be exceedingly foolish. When did you become so miserly? Meng Tingyuan scrutinized Xie Xuan with profound disappointment, exclaiming, you were not like this before. So what? Does the young master intend to deny this sum? Xie Xuan retorted. At this juncture, she could hardly be bothered to continue entangling herself with this man. All she desired now was to retrieve the silver that rightfully belonged to her. Deny it? This money was willingly spent by you to curry favor with Tingyuan. Why should we be the ones to repay it?
Mu Qing interjected angrily.
Unable to endure the conversation any longer. Is this also the young master's intention? Xie Xuan gazed calmly at Meng Tingyuan, her dark eyes shimmering like a clear spring, yet devoid of the earlier warmth. When you spent this money, I was indeed absent. Qingqing's words hold merit. This money was given by your own volition. Meng Tingyuan feigned a sense of helplessness. Ah Xian, since you chose to part ways, I hope we do not become adversaries in the future. Please cease this commotion, all right? Let us end it here, without further entanglement. Chapter 44. A lifetime of commerce. Meng Tingyuan exhibited a gentle demeanor to showcase his magnanimity. Ever since Xie Xuan insisted on pursuing a divorce, he had felt utterly exhausted. Now, by not pressing the issue, he hoped to erase the animosity between them, sincerely wishing for this matter to conclude. He believed that by providing her an exit, especially in front of Xie Yuan, Xie Xuan would refrain from making the situation too embarrassing. Very well, since the young master refuses to acknowledge it, I shall visit the old lady and madam to clarify this matter. If all else fails, I can approach the Jingzhou prefecture. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, and the money spent cannot simply vanish into thin air. Xie Xuan refused to continue arguing about the several thousand taels. recognizing that if this man was already contemplating evading his debt, no matter how much she pressed for payment, he might never comply. It was futile to argue further. It was better to settle this in court. Of course, she was also gambling on the notion that the Ho residents and Meng Tingyuan still valued their reputation.
Xie Xuan.
I have already stated that regardless of your uproar, our divorce is an established fact. Do you wish to make a spectacle of yourself for all to see? Meng Tingyuan spoke with a stern tone. Chunhua, Qiushi, have you packed everything? Ignoring Meng Tingyuan, Xie Xuan turned her attention to Chunhua and Qiushi. During their dispute, the bodyguards and servants had not been idle, diligently loading items onto the carriage. Currently, the several carts brought by Xie Yuan were filled to the brim, not including the ones Xie Xuan had previously prepared. In total, their carriages numbered around 40 to 50. Apart from some old clothes and miscellaneous items that were of questionable value, all valuable possessions had been loaded onto the carts. Chunhua glanced at the debauched couple nearby and reluctantly replied, "Uncle, we have been packing for so long, but we have yet to decide where we are moving to." According to Xie Xuan's earlier plans, before her marriage, she owned several estates and residences and had already selected a modest 5-entry residence to move into. However, now that Xie Yuan had come personally to support her, she felt that if she moved to her previous residence without uttering a word, it might discomfort the elder. "Humph. You are but a divorced woman. Do you truly believe the Xie family will take you in?" Mu Qing sneered, deliberately looking down upon Xie Xuan. "With your delicate disposition, after being cast aside by your husband, even if you were to offer yourself as a concubine, no one would desire you. Of course, we are returning home." Xie Yuan strode aggressively towards Meng Tingyuan, swiftly drawing a dagger from his sleeve. With a swift motion, a flash of cold light appeared, and Mu Qing suddenly felt a chill at her throat. A wave of murderous intent and pressure enveloped her, and only after the fact did she realize the gravity of the situation, clutching her neck in horror as she felt the sticky warmth of blood. This lowly merchant dared to draw a blade against her, catching her completely off guard as he slashed her throat. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Mu Qing trembled in fear. This was her most direct encounter with death. Even in battle, she had never felt such terror. In the face of two armies, those swords were blind. The combatants were often of similar strength, and she had her martial skills to rely on. Yet this time, she could not deny the terror instilled by Xie Yuan's prowess. "I, a daughter of the Xie family, will not allow others to speak ill of me," Xie Yuan declared coldly. "This is merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, the consequences will be dire. How could your skills be so remarkable?" Meng Tingyuan, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Xie Yuan, a merchant by birth, could strike with such speed, slicing Mu Qing's throat before he even had a chance to react, all while controlling the force to inflict only a superficial wound. Such precision was astounding. Even he would struggle to replicate it flawlessly. All members of the Xie family, regardless of gender, possess exceptional skills. Do you truly believe that only those from the Dingyuan Ho residence can step onto the battlefield? Xie Yuan retorted sharply. What is Mu Qing's mediocre martial ability compared to that of a female general? If we were to compare, my niece Xie Xuan's skills would undoubtedly surpass hers by several folds. Unfortunately, Meng Tingyuan was blind to this, clinging to a lifeless fisheye as if it were a treasure. Even if you possess martial arts, what does it amount to? You are still merely a shameless merchant. In the hierarchy of society, you will forever remain a merchant unable to hold your head high. Mu Qing spat, clutching her neck in anger. Indeed, a merchant. What significance did Xie Xuan's noble lineage hold? She was still just a merchant's daughter, and coupled with her status as a divorced woman, even if she were wealthy, finding a suitable match would be exceedingly difficult. Once she left the Ho residence, what good days could she anticipate? Mu Qing thought to herself, striving to dismiss the dazzling treasures that had just flitted before her eyes. Deep within, she desperately assured herself that she felt no envy. Gold and jewels were merely superficial trinkets. She was a practical person. Even if such beautiful rubbish were offered to her for free, she would refuse it. As for Xie Yuan, upon hearing Mu Qing's words, he could only chuckle inwardly, devoid of any other emotion. Having conducted business for many years, transporting grain and goods for the court, it was not just a mere junior officer like Mu Qing who would show him respect. Even high-ranking generals of the second and third ranks would treat him with reverence. As for Mu Qing's outrageous remarks, if he were to take even a single word to heart, it would merely reflect his lack of cultivation. Master Xie, Qingqing spoke rather bluntly earlier. I hope you will not take offense. Meng Tingyuan feigned politeness, his intentions clear. Mu Qing had spoken too directly, but she had not erred. The Xie family was indeed a merchant family, and with Xie Xuan insisting on divorcing him, she was essentially severing ties with the nobility for life. One was a lofty marquisate, while the other was a mere merchant. An insurmountable gulf existed between them. Xie Xuan observed coldly, suddenly realizing that the man before her was despicable, crude, overly ambitious, and insatiably greedy. With such a multitude of flaws, why had she ever been attracted to him? Was it a curse that brought her low? She pondered quietly, relieved to have finally recovered from her grave illness and to see through the true nature of a certain someone. The crisp sound of hooves echoed in front of the Duke's residence, suggesting that they were near the imperial city, where only the most esteemed nobles of the capital resided. Yet, among them, only one person behind the red walls had the audacity to ride and flaunt themselves so boldly. Chapter 45. The Duke's daughter before the Duke of Tingyuan's residence. A eunuch clad in crimson reined in his horse and strode through the main gate with an air of authority, brandishing an imperial edict that drew the attention of onlookers. Since the passing of the old duke several years ago, the once mighty Tingyuan duke's household had swiftly declined, becoming desolate. And it had been 5 or 6 years since a eunuch had arrived with an imperial edict. Your Excellency, please wait. I shall announce your arrival immediately. The steward, Serval, attended to the unexpected visitor and instructed a young servant to swiftly inform the duke and the heir to prepare for the edict. Humph. The eunuch shot a cold glance at the steward, raising his voice. There is no need. Is Xie Xuan, the head of the Xie family, present in the residence?
Xie Xuan?
The steward was taken aback, unsure why this high-ranking eunuch would inquire about a guest in the estate. Yes, he visited this morning and should still be here. After a moment's hesitation, the steward quickly replied. Lead the way. The eunuch, still holding the edict, cast a brief glance at the carriages at the gate, slightly furrowing his brows.
Yes.
The steward complied, and as they moved forward but a few steps, they heard Meng Tingyuan's voice from within the second gate. The steward had just instructed the servant to announce the eunuch's arrival, but the young servant had not yet returned. Upon hearing the news, Meng Tingyuan assumed that since the eunuch had come to the Duke's residence, the edict must pertain to them.
What?
An edict? Meng Tingyuan exclaimed, glancing at Xie Xuan, who remained unfazed. Tingyuan, the timing of the imperial edict indicates that His Majesty values our contributions and intends to reassign us within the Ministry of War. Mu Qing excitedly suggested, casting a meaningful glance at him, her dark pupils gleaming with pride.
See?
The Duke's household is destined for prosperity. Xie Xuan cannot rise to our level simply because of a mere dowry. If so, their efforts would not have been in vain. Meng Tingyuan felt both gratified and contemplative, as the sudden imperial edict appeared like a ray of sunlight dispelling the gloom cast by the divorce. He even wickedly mused that if the eunuch reading the edict witnessed the Xie family's aggressive attempts to empty the Duke's residence, would His Majesty not offer some compensation? It would be best if the compensation were monetary, for the Duke of Tingyuan was sorely in need of funds. However, as long as he regained the Emperor's favor, with imperial grace, the Duke's household would surely thrive. Your Excellency, please this way. Meng Tingyuan, lost in delightful reverie, suddenly came to his senses, finding himself locking eyes with the crimson-clad eunuch holding the edict. I, Meng Tingyuan, humbly welcome the envoy. Humbly welcome the envoy. Everyone knelt before the eunuch delivering the edict. Although Xie Xuan was puzzled, uncertain of the Emperor's intentions in sending someone to the Duke's residence at this moment, she knew he was aware of the divorce matter. Since he had not opposed it, it likely had nothing to do with that. Unrelated to the divorce. She felt no connection to the fate or honor of the Duke's household. Meng Tingyuan knelt, anxious and uncertain about the title the Emperor would bestow upon him and whether he would successfully enter the 26 guards. The more he anticipated, the more it gnawed at him, yet the eunuch remained silent. Was he waiting for his father and him to receive the edict together? Beside him, Mu Qing was equally restless, for both were recognized meritorious subjects from Liangzhou. After being thwarted by Xie Xuan's schemes, they had failed to secure positions in the capital. Now that Meng Tingyuan was receiving a title, could it mean she would be included as well? As they anxiously awaited, unable to contain their eagerness, they subtly raised their heads, hoping to glean favorable news from the eunuch's expression.
What?
Why was the eunuch approaching Xie Xuan? Xie Xuan? You are indeed here. It makes it easy for me. The eunuch smiled at Xie Xuan. Looking for me? Xie Yuan was bewildered, clearly unaware of the conferral of the Duke's title. Xie Xuan raised her eyes, catching the eunuch's benevolent gaze. At this moment, what was there not to understand? His Majesty intended to publicly announce the conferment of the Duke's title before all at the Duke's residence. Indeed, I seek you. The eunuch raised the edict high. Smiling as he spoke, His Majesty decrees that Xie Yuan, head of the Xie family, and his eldest daughter, Xie Xuan, heed the edict.
What?
An edict for Xie Xuan? Mu Qing could not help but exclaim. Could His Majesty truly have taken a liking to Xie Xuan? Meng Tingyuan, hearing this, hastily covered her mouth, unable to contain his agitation. What nonsense is this? How dare you speak such words? Have you lost your senses? General Mu, to slander His Majesty is a capital offense. Have you not learned your lesson from the last incident at the palace gates? The eunuch's voice was sharp and commanding. What palace gates? Has Mu Qing previously slandered His Majesty? At this moment, Meng Tingyuan was filled with a myriad of questions, yet before the high-ranking eunuch delivering the edict, he had no choice but to plead for Mu Qing. Qing hails from the borderlands. She speaks without restraint and is unaware of the gravity of her words. I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. Unaware of the gravity. I fear this General Mu's tongue is far too reckless, the eunuch retorted coldly. I am merely a humble servant delivering the edict. Whether General Mu is guilty or how to punish her must be decided by His Majesty. Yes. Meng Tingyuan helplessly urged Mu Qing to bow again in apology, while his curiosity about the Emperor's edict for the Xie family grew. The eunuch's tone clearly indicated his disdain for Mu Qing. Did His Majesty's decree truly intend to support Xie Xuan against the Duke's household? Did this imply that the Emperor did not wish for Xie Xuan to divorce? If that were the case, would Xie Xuan not be unable to leave? Considering this, despite still seeking forgiveness, Meng Tingyuan could not help but feel a surge of joy, as long as Xie Xuan did not divorce. The valuable items in her dowry would belong to the Duke's household, especially since the proud Xie Xuan would still have to live in the Duke's residence. He would have ample opportunity to tame her in the future. With these thoughts, Meng Tingyuan awaited the reading of the edict with renewed anticipation.
Xie Yuan,
Head of the Xie family, and his eldest daughter, Xie Xuan, kneel to receive the edict, the eunuch announced again. Commoner Xie Yuan, Xie Xuan received the edict. By the grace of heaven and the will of the Emperor, it is decreed that the illustrious Xie family, a model of nobility, is honored as a family of first rank. The Prime Minister, Xie, is loyal to the state and esteemed by the people. Thus, he is granted a first-class duke title. His nephew, Xie Xuan, is posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Guokua, and the head of the Xie family, Xie Yuan, a merchant, has achieved remarkable feats in the Battle of Liangzhou and is bestowed the title of Duke of Jingua. While the Emperor conferred the title of Duke of Jingua to Xie Yuan, he not only posthumously honored Xie, but also conferred the title of Duke upon Xie Xuan, ensuring that Xie Xuan would solidify her status as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Xie family. I, your servant, receive the edict with gratitude. Long live our Emperor. Quickly, please rise, Duke. The eunuch smiled, continuing, Your Excellency, His Majesty has also granted a residence for the Duke's household in the west of the city. Allow me to extend my congratulations. How could I dare? I, Xie, am but a humble merchant, unworthy of such generous treatment. Xie Yuan feigned modesty. Chapter 46. Who dares to speak ill? What words are these from the Duke? The Jingwa Duke's household has been loyal and righteous for generations, and engaging in commerce is also for the country's benefit. Who would dare to speak ill? The red-robed eunuch chuckled. Indeed, with His Majesty's decree, even if there are rumors, the Xie family has nothing to fear. Xie Yuan deliberately raised his voice, making remarks that subtly referenced Mu Qing without naming her. After all, not long ago, Mu Qing had just insinuated about the Xie family's background, and now those very words had quickly rebounded upon her. Mu Qing felt as if her insides were about to explode. The red-robed eunuch's proclamation of the decree echoed in her mind. The Jingwa Duke? Wasn't he that a title even higher than that of the Dingyuan Marquis? By what right? By what right does Xie Xuan claim this? She knelt there for an eternity, her ears buzzing, her anger boiling, jealousy crawling under her skin like ants, tormenting her with discomfort. As the heat of the day rose, her head felt unbearably heavy, and darkness clouded her vision. She found it difficult to rise from the ground, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and cheeks. Meanwhile, everyone's attention was fixated on the decree conferring the title of Duke. Even Meng Tingyuan, who had once adored Mu Qing, failed to notice that his fiancée remained on her knees while all others stood. The red-robed eunuch and Xie Xuan conversed as they walked toward the Marquis residence, and Xie Xuan, who had been following closely, was suddenly seized by the wrist from behind. In such a hurry to leave? Do you not intend to say anything? Meng Tingyuan grasped Xie Xuan's wrist, his demeanor resembling that of a husband catching his unfaithful wife in the act, disappointment and anger evident in his gaze. My lord, please conduct yourself with dignity. Xie Xuan's eyes were fixed disdainfully on Meng Tingyuan's grip on her wrist.
Huh?
Conduct myself with dignity. Meng Tingyuan scoffed. You must have known the Xie family was conferred the title of duke long ago, right? He had inquired, and since the passing of Xie and the emperor had never shown any regard for the Xie family until Xie Xuan's recent visit to the palace. If he were to claim that this matter had nothing to do with her, he would never believe it. The wealth of the Xie family was well known, and Meng Tingyuan, along with those from the Dingyuan Marquis household, understood this better than anyone. Had he known earlier, he would never have allowed his mother to act in such a manner. We are already divorced. The affairs of the Xie family are no concern of yours. Meng Tingyuan thought too highly of himself if he believed he could climb the ranks by relying on the Xie family's connections and resources. No concern? Is it not the case that you wish to leverage the Xie family's current prestige to force me to abandon Mu Qing and return to you? Meng Tingyuan suddenly laughed, his expression akin to that of a constable discovering stolen goods. You overestimate yourself. From the moment you brought Mu Qing into your home, I resolved to divorce you. Xie Xuan spoke calmly, devoid of any sadness or resentment. The past, filled with betrayal by her childhood sweetheart, had once caused her sorrow, but that was long ago.
Now.
She felt no affection for Meng Tingyuan. Divorce? By what right? Meng Tingyuan exclaimed angrily. Is it merely because of Mu Qing? It is a common occurrence for men to have multiple wives. You remain the wife of a marquis, and even your status as the housekeeper has not diminished in the slightest. What more could you possibly want? He could not comprehend. Although he had breached their initial agreement by marrying Mu Qing, he believed he had never wronged Xie Xuan. At least, before Xie Xuan caused a ruckus. He had never considered replacing her with anyone else.
How?
Do you see me, Xie Xuan, as one who provides a dowry to fill the marquis coffers, groveling before my mother-in-law, only to toil for the marquis household? Am I such a lowly person that you would presume I am content to be treated as a mere pawn? What nonsense! Which noble family's matriarch does not endure grievances? Why can others persevere, yet you cannot? Why must you be so petulant and selfish? Meng Tingyuan glared fiercely at the woman before him, struggling to understand why this woman, who should be like others, insisted on opposing him and causing trouble. Because you are unworthy. I, Xie Xuan, have the love of my elders, a dowry worth millions, and while I may not be a beauty that could topple nations, my looks are still commendable. You, a mere scion of the impoverished Dingyuan Marquis, by what right do you expect me to suffer indignities? With a gentle twist of her wrist, Xie Xuan broke free from Meng Tingyuan's grasp and, with a swift motion, pushed him away forcefully. Meng Tingyuan felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste rising in his throat, unable to suppress it. He coughed up bloodied phlegm onto the ground. Do you truly possess martial skills? Meng Tingyuan, overwhelmed with rage, attempted to retaliate but found himself lacking strength. The descendants of the Xie family, regardless of gender, are valiant and skilled in combat. Xie Xuan disdainfully glanced at Meng Tingyuan, who lay on the ground, choking on the bloodied phlegm. Meng Tingyuan could say no more. He could only glare angrily at Xie Xuan and Xie Xuan. Xie Xuan knows martial arts. And all these years, she had concealed it from him? By what right? He, her husband, had been kept at arm's length? What do you mean what? You and Xian are already divorced. If you continue to overstep your bounds, it shall not merely be a slap. Xie Xuan looked down at the disheveled Meng Tingyuan, contemplating how, had it not been for the palace eunuchs present, he would have relished the opportunity to land a few more kicks. Divorce? Xie Xuan, you must think carefully. Even if the Xie family is conferred the title of duke, what does it matter? You will still be a cast-off wife. Do you truly believe the Xie family will continue to support you? Meng Tingyuan sneered. You must consider this carefully. Once you leave this door today, there will be no turning back. Even if the Xie family is conferred the title of duke, do not expect me to return to plead for you. Your fate will merely be to be casually married off by the Xie family or to live out your days in solitude. Whether cast off or divorced ultimately, It amounts to being discarded, a disgrace to the family. Meng Tingyuan did not believe that the Xie family would forsake the future of their entire clan for Xie Xuan. Ultimately, the title she sought from the palace was merely a stone to crush her own foot.
Huh?
Do you truly believe that the Jingwa Duke's household is as shameless as the Dingyuan Marquis residence? Xian will return and naturally reside in the Duke's estate. If she chooses not to remarry, the Duke's household will provide her with riches and servants, treating her like royalty. If she desires to marry again, the Jingwa Duke's household will spare no effort to assist her in her ascent. Xie Yuan raged, thinking that for generations, the Xie family had only one precious daughter like Xie Xuan, and they could not cherish her enough. Yet Meng Tingyuan had the audacity to mock him for seeking glory through his daughter? Why did he feel such an urge to strike him? Chapter 47. Xie Xuan will regret this. Xie Yuan's voice was loud, and Meng Tingyuan heard every word clearly. Particularly the phrase "the entire strength of the Jingwa Duke's household" genuinely stirred something within him. The Xie family was originally like a centipede that, though dead, does not fall limp. Despite having no offspring in court, the Xie family had numerous students, wielding immense influence. Now that they had been conferred the title of Duke, the Xie family's descendants would inevitably find their way into officialdom. As a military general, with the Marquis household in such disarray, if he could secure the Xie family's support, at least he would have a comfortable life on the battlefield, and his path to promotion would be smooth. Meng Tingyuan could not help but feel regret. Do not speak of Meng Tingyuan. Even Xie Xuan, upon hearing her uncle's words, was taken aback. She had previously contemplated that even if she returned to the Xie family's ancestral home after the divorce, she would inevitably move out later, as her mere presence would invite gossip. Yet she never anticipated that her uncle would utter such sentiments. It was impossible not to feel touched. With the protection of her family, she had options regardless of her circumstances. Even with her parents deceased, having her uncle to watch over her made her far more fortunate than many other women. Madame Xie's marriage is no longer a concern for the Duke. After all, the Empress and Madame Xie are from the same school. Should Madame Xie wish to marry, it is likely that the Empress herself would attend the wedding, remarked the smiling eunuch in the red robe. It seems my Xianer is not worthy enough, Xie Yuan said to Meng Tingyuan with a sarcastic tone. Isn't that right, heir of the Duke of Dingyuan? Although superficially criticizing Xie Xuan, his words implied that if the Empress had promised to send her off, how could anyone dare to question her worthiness? Wasn't that tantamount to slapping the palace's face, or even the Emperor's? Meng Tingyuan dared not voice a response. He looked helplessly at the red-robed eunuch, hoping he would intervene to stop Xie Yuan's provocation. Unfortunately, the eunuch appeared oblivious, standing there without any intention of putting a stop to it. Those who emerged from the palace were known for their strict adherence to rules, and a eunuch adorned in red must have been adept at navigating the intricacies of court life. To speak such words in public surely meant he had received the Emperor's directive to support Xie Xuan. How could he forget that Xie Xuan and the Emperor were of the same lineage? Uncle, it seems we should be heading home, Xie Xuan suggested. For all her belongings had already been packed, rendering further delay pointless. Her dowry was nearly all packed, and any excess items, deemed too cheap or cumbersome, had been donated to beggars at the door, leaving nothing for the Duke's residence, not even a scrap of cloth or a teapot. Moreover, the silver she had expended over the years for the Duke's household, she would find a way to reclaim at a later date. In any case, she would ensure that the Duke's estate did not benefit from her generosity. Yes, home we go. To our own home. After securing his niece's divorce and subsequently being granted the title of Duke, Xie Yuan felt an immense satisfaction, even if he did not overly value titles or wealth. With the Xie family now bearing the name of the Duke, he could procure supplies for the court and transport military provisions with a sense of dignity. In the future, should anyone dare to embezzle supplies, he could take more severe action. At the Duke of Dingyuan's second gate, Meng Tingyuan stood in a daze, only coming to terms with Xie Xuan's departure when he witnessed the carriage taking away all her belongings from the Duke's estate. A heavy sensation settled in his heart, akin to the sudden loss of a great treasure that once belonged to him. Xie Xuan, even with the backing of the Duke of Jingwa, what does it matter? After causing such a stir and leaving the Duke of Dingyuan's estate, you shall surely regret it. Where are the angels? Where have they gone? The Duke of Dingyuan, dressed impeccably, hurriedly ran into the second hall, perspiration beading on his forehead beneath the weight of his marquis robes. The Xie family had long since departed, and the eunuchs and guards who had announced the imperial edict would not linger at the Duke's estate. surveying his surroundings. The Duke only saw a disoriented Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing, who remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. "They have left," Meng Tingyuan said. "Left? Just like that? Wasn't there to be an announcement of the edict?" The Duke looked down at his son, noticing he held no decree in hand. Scanning the area, he saw a group of household servants near the second gate, each bearing a solemn expression. The Duke's heart plummeted. Surely, nothing untoward had occurred at home? He turned to his son, seeking an explanation. "The edict was for the Xie family," Meng Tingyuan replied, a sense of loss evident in his voice. "Xie Yuan has been granted the title of Duke of Jingua, and Xie Xuan has returned home with him."
What?
Duke of Jingua? How could the Xie family, merely merchants, be deserving of such a title? The Duke questioned, perplexed. Xie Engshi wields significant influence, being closely aligned with the emperor. "It is only natural for the emperor to favor the descendants of a Xie family," Meng Tingyuan explained to the Duke. Having grown accustomed to clarifying matters of state for the indulgent Duke, Meng Tingyuan maintained a patient demeanor. "And what of your mother, Lady Wang?" The thought of the poisoning incident sent chills down the Duke's spine, deepening his aversion to Lady Wang. He had previously regarded her as lacking in charm and overly rigid, but now saw her greed. The evidence of that incident lay within the Duke's estate. Even if the Xie family attempted to defame them, it would be difficult. That as well. The Duke sighed in relief. "Father, Xie Yuan has stated that Xie Xian's future husband will receive the full support of the Duke of Jingua." At this point, Meng Tingyuan felt reluctant, but decided to share this information with the Duke, hoping he might mediate with the Xie family. The Xie family as full support? Alas, today the two families have severed ties. The words have been spoken too harshly. Otherwise, we could have sought a reconciliation. The Duke expressed regret, but soon regained his confidence. "Do not lose heart. Titles of Duke or Marquis matter not. You have already made your mark in the military. Furthermore, with Mu Qing being the foremost female general of Dijin, the Duke's household will surely thrive with your presence." Thrive? What good will that do? Meng Tingyuan gazed at his father, who seemed lost in indulgence, and felt a profound sense of helplessness. His father only recognized his military accomplishments, but failed to grasp the challenges he faced. How could this be? Why is Mu Qing still kneeling here? Just as Meng Tingyuan was engulfed in despair over the loss of support from his family, the Duke finally noticed Mu Qing, who remained prostrated on the ground. What is the meaning of this? Even with the Xie family elevated to Duke status, Mu Qing should not be performing such a grand gesture. Chapter 48. All blame lies with Mu Qing. Why should this be? The Xie family, being mere merchants, how do they merit the title of Duke? The Duchess, engrossed in her dispute with the Duke, gazed at the empty courtyard, her frustration boiling over into resentment. Xie Engshi served as the chief minister for many years, contributing to the state, and during the recent battle in Liangzhou, the Xie family provided substantial funds and personally delivered provisions to the front lines. Though Meng Tingyuan felt begrudging, he endeavored to clarify the past. And so what? Merchants are still merchants. How can they be worthy of the title of Duke? If not for this, how could they be so audacious? The Duchess lamented, having already removed all belongings from the house. How would they manage in the future? "Do not worry, mother. Although Liangzhou is pacified, the northern invaders are restless. Dijin is in need of capable individuals, and in the future, my son and Mu Qing will achieve military honors. The Duke's household will surely prosper." Though Meng Tingyuan felt a pang of discomfort, he had no choice but to offer words of comfort to the Duchess. "Do not speak of Mu Qing. Speaking of her only darkens the Duchess's mood further. That Xie Xuan, so envious, is merely a secondary wife. Yet she acts as if her life is at stake. Had she welcomed Mu Qing with open arms, would any of this have transpired?" As the conversation turned to Mu Qing, Madame Ho's gaze fell upon her in the chamber. Initially, she had perceived Mu Qing as a commendable young woman. However, it became apparent that she lacked self-respect, frequently visiting the Ho residence even before her marriage. Meng Tingyuan sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of gossip. Today, Mu Qing had fainted, her garments drenched in perspiration. Given the roughness of his actions the previous night, it was certain that the maid would discover the bruises on Mu Qing's body while changing her clothes. Madame Ho was likely already aware of last night's incident. With all blame resting on her son, Meng Tingyuan implored his mother not to hold Mu Qing accountable for this misfortune. With Xie Xuan now departed, the household would consist solely of him and Mu Qing. He desired to avoid conflict at all costs and simply wished to lead a peaceful life. "What fault lies with you?" Madame Ho retorted. Were it not for her deliberate seduction, such an incident would not have occurred. A woman of her ilk, had it not been for the Empress's bestowal of marriage, I would disdain to even consider her as a concubine. And yet, she shamelessly provokes Xie Xuan, who has shown no mercy. Indeed, she has been raised without proper guidance, having lost her parents at an early age. Ultimately, Xie Xuan is merely the niece of Xie Yuan. Even if her father, Xie Chun, has been posthumously honored, what difference does it make? She remains a pawn in the hands of fate. While I find no fault in her orphan status, it is a pity she does not appreciate it. Henceforth, let us each go our separate ways. Xie Xuan will surely come to regret her choices. That evening, within the Xuan Hall, Xu Shi knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly, lamenting her poor health and the ineptitude of the steward, desperately pleading while attempting to absolve herself from responsibility. Although the matter of poisoning had been tightly sealed, the deaths of the maidservants and the cook had garnered significant attention. In a world where secrets seldom remain hidden, Xu Shi quickly learned of the events. Gazing upon the esteemed matriarch, she recalled the woman's grotesque expression when discussing Xie Xuan, even reproaching Madame Ho for her inaction. Such a person not only filled her with dread, but also left her feeling despondent. Once, she had hoped to find refuge within the Ho residence, but now she yearned to sever ties and live independently with her son. The Ho residence, though outwardly resplendent, was rotten to its core.
Today,
that wretched Xie was intent on emptying the residence, and rather than intervening, they now acted as if they were uninvolved. Observing the desolate Xuan Hall, Xu Shi felt her anger surge as she saw herself kneeling like a quail. Mother, those bodyguards are fierce and fearsome. I am truly frightened. She feigned terror from her position on the floor. You useless creature. You are at least an elder. If you insist on blocking them, can they truly commit murder? The matriarch exclaimed, her fury palpable. When the time comes, you will be of no assistance. Xu Shi scoffed internally, recalling the time when she had been rendered speechless by fear. Today, Xie Xuan was merely moving items and had not intruded upon her quarters. What need was there for her to intervene? Her son remained enrolled in the academy recommended by Xie Xuan, where the tutors continued to look after him, even having advanced the tuition for the next 3 years. It could be said that even if Meng Tingyuan were to bring Mu Qing into the family, Xie Xuan would not harbor resentment towards them. This kindness would not vanish simply because Xie Xuan and Meng Tingyuan had parted ways. Now you are the steward of this household, and with so many items taken away, you intend to wash your hands of it? Do you truly believe that is possible? The matriarch's gaze bore down on Xu Shi, reminiscent of a famished beast eyeing its prey. You must find a way to recover these possessions. Recover them? Mother, I have inquired with the staff. Xie Xuan merely took her belongings as per her dowry list. The Ho residence has not lost anything, Xu Shi replied, her heart sinking. She never anticipated that the matriarch would shamelessly target her. This Ho residence is no longer a place where I can remain. Over the years, I have scrimped and saved, diligently managing the family business. After painstakingly accumulating a modest sum, should it fall into the clutches of these wolves, to whom shall I turn for justice? You are audacious. The matriarch thundered, striking the floor with her cane and glaring fiercely at Xu Shi. What do you mean by her belongings? They are all property of the Ho residence. Your mismanagement has led to this predicament, and you cannot simply shirk responsibility. In a few days, it will be Tingyuan's wedding. If you cannot atone for your mistakes and arrange a splendid ceremony, do not think that I will hesitate to cast you aside. The matriarch's tirade grew increasingly severe, even threatening to send Xu Shi away. Fortunately, Xu Shi was not one to be easily manipulated. As the matriarch sought to delegate the wedding preparations to her, she decided to feign fainting on the ground, just as Xie Xuan had done. As for talk of divorce, that was out of the question. Her husband had been dead for many years, and her son had grown. Even if the matriarch wished to send her away, the clan would surely prevent such mistreatment of a widow and her child. Like Xie Xuan before her, Xu Shi used illness as an excuse to confine herself within her quarters. Regardless of Madame Ho's willingness to relinquish authority, the power ultimately resided with her. The matriarch, having been caught in a compromising situation regarding the poisoning, indulged in excesses, neglecting the affairs of the household. With Meng Tingyuan's wedding approaching, he was unable to present a worthy betrothal gift. Chapter 49. The invitation from the Dingyuan Marquis Xie Xuan returned to the old residence of the Xie family. Now the Jingwood Duke's mansion, with all her dowry. Xie Yuan ordered the rooms previously occupied by Xie Xuan to be tidied, cataloging all belongings for storage. His 3 sons were scattered across the country for business, and his wife, Kong Shi, resided with one of them. The vast duke's mansion was left with only Xie Xuan in the outer courtyard, while the inner quarters contained solely Xie Xuan as the sole female relative. Now that the Jingwa duke's residence was newly established, it was not merely a rising power. The exchanges of gifts and social gatherings required Xie Xuan's diligence. These invitations are trivial matters. If you do not wish to deal with them, simply delegate them to the staff. In time, I will take you to Yangzhou for a visit, where your elder brother and nephew will also be present, Xie Xuan remarked. Since becoming a duke, countless sycophants had emerged, offering gifts and even attempting to present women to him, hoping to ensnare him. Though he prided himself on his virtue, having only ever been with Kong Shi, he had narrowly escaped their advances on several occasions, knowing that if Kong Shi were to find out, she would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Even more despicable were those who sought to exploit Xie Xuan. Within just a few days, over a dozen families had come to propose marriage, yet none were suitable. Either they were too old, unattractive, or uneducated, unworthy of his niece's grace. These invitations are from old acquaintances of my uncle. They mean well by paying their respects, Xie Xuan replied. I understand that you are concerned about outsiders making me uncomfortable, hence your desire to take me to Yangzhou. However, this is the perfect time to build connections for the newly established Jingwa duke's residence. We must ascertain how many of the old acquaintances of our late great-uncle, Xie Engshi, remain viable. The emperor's granting of the duke's title to the Xie family serves as compensation, yet it also signifies the expectations placed upon us. It is inevitable that future members of the Xie family will enter public service. To serve as officials, diligence and intelligence are essential, but familial connections are equally indispensable. In the past, the Xie family, in an effort to diminish their prominence, chose brides for their male descendants from families of modest standing, leaving them with little support beyond the students of Xian. Yet, Xie Xuan still felt a twinge of sympathy. Although the fault of the divorce did not lie with Xie Xuan, the world was undeniably harsh towards women, and idle gossip was inescapable. As a man of stature, he faced little criticism, but for Xie Xuan, a descendant of the Xie clan, whether male or female, such adversity should not be so easily borne. Xie Xuan smiled, adding that even if she wished to engage socially, she would hardly be able to remain in the capital for long. Having just returned, she received a covert message from the emperor indicating that the Liaodong rebels were amassing forces and would surely launch an attack after the Mid-Autumn festival. Autumn was the season when these rebels were most formidable, with abundant harvests in the interior, and they were undoubtedly intent on breaching the borders to pillage and plunder for the winter. The emperor's insinuation was clear. He required a sword to lead the charge against the influence of the Empress Dowager, and Xie Xuan was the most suitable candidate to rival her. Ah, truly, she is a daughter of the Xie family, Xie Xuan remarked, for he was indeed concerned that Xie Xuan might struggle to recover from the divorce, risking her health in the process. Xie Xuan, however, chuckled. She was not one to let a man reduce her to such a state. For a considerable period, Xie Xuan participated in 2 banquets as the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jingwa and held a modest housewarming gathering. Even though she was divorced, the prestige of the Jingwa duke's residence attracted many visitors, primarily former acquaintances of the Xie family who sought to curry favor and thus avoided discussions of any unpleasant matters. Even if 1 or 2 ill-mannered individuals dared to gossip, most were merely eyeing the bounty that Xie Xuan represented. Given that the Xie family had recently attained nobility and Xie Yuan's 3 sons were absent from the capital, she was the only one they could target. Naturally, such individuals were often promptly shown the door, much like those who engaged in idle chatter. Though the estate previously lacked a master, the elderly staff was well-versed in their duties, and with the addition of the elders brought back from the Marquessate, things were managed with ease. Xie Xuan was still attended to by Chunhua and Qiushi, devoid of the troubles that plagued the Marquessate, and with various supplements sent by her 3 cousins. She regained some vitality in less than half a month. By the 5th day of the 8th month, with the fragrance of osmanthus in the air, preparations for the wedding of Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan finally commenced. Although their union was sanctioned by the Empress Dowager, due to Xie Xuan's divorce and the scandal of their clandestine association being uncovered by the Marquis's wife, the original betrothal gifts were halved. Even so, the Marquessate cobbled together the necessary funds. Of course, appearances had to be maintained, and the day of the betrothal was filled with festivities and celebrations. Despite the prior scandal, The marriage between Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing was still favored by the Empress Dowager, and many families eager to foster goodwill contributed to Mu Qing's dowry. Furthermore, the Dingyuan Marquessate dispatched Madame Su to assist with the wedding preparations. Initially puzzled, as Mu Qing's mother and brothers resided in the capital, she soon realized the necessity of her presence when she witnessed that even before the marriage, Min and Mu Zhang had already squandered half of Mu Qing's betrothal gifts. Moreover, the duo appeared to be scheming to acquire items for the dowry from the noble families. Dear family matron, though the capital may not be vast, it is not insignificant either. The gifts being delivered are from reputable families, some of whom may own pawnshops or restaurants. One could easily exchange those gifts for silver, and those in the know might think General Mu has no regard for such items, while others might assume the Marquessate is so impoverished it must rely on selling the bride's dowry to survive. Madame Su cautioned. I was merely taking a look. Who said I intended to sell them? Min replied, slightly embarrassed, as she reluctantly returned a jade hairpin to its original place. Look? Who would believe that? How many things have gone missing these past few days? Surely, you must have some awareness of that. She had never encountered such short-sighted relatives. Instead of preparing a dowry, they had brazenly pilfered from the bride's betrothal gifts. Did they not fear that their daughter would be looked down upon by her new family? Since these items have been gifted to me, they belong to me. Even if my mother merely picked them up to admire, what of it? Even if she took them all, what could be done? Mu Qing emerged from the inner chamber, casting a cold glance at Madame Su and continued, Aunt, I am aware you have received benefits from Xie Xuan. These petty actions of yours are of no consequence to me. No one can prevent me from marrying Tingyuan. Chapter 50. The impoverished Marquessate, are you implying that I am causing you distress? Upon hearing this, Madame Su inhaled deeply, striving to calm her emotions. As an elder, it would be beneath her dignity to engage in a dispute with a younger relative at this moment. You know very well what is true and what is not.
Mu Qing retorted bluntly.
Do not think I am unaware. My son-in-law is now heir apparent. What schemes do you have in mind? Are you hoping for him to ruin his future so that your son may inherit the title? Min interjected, hands on her hips, unreservedly speaking her mind. Since you and the matron of the family have such thoughts, my presence here is indeed superfluous. Madame Su gritted her teeth, feeling a swell of frustration, and called out to her two personal maids bustling about in the courtyard, Chanchan, Xiaoming, gather our things. We are returning to the estate. She had been tirelessly assisting with the comings and goings, expecting at least a word of gratitude, yet was met with such baseless speculation. In every prominent family in the capital, weddings were celebrated with grandeur. It was not just the noble families. Even those of lower ranks would have at least 64 porters for their daughter's dowry. The Dingyuan Marquessate had always been lacking in resources, and with the disdain shown by the Marquis's wife, the betrothal gifts were already meager. Now, with items being taken away, one could only wonder if the dowry would even amount to half of the original betrothal gifts when the wedding day arrived. Even if the Marquessate's festivities were opulent, if Mu Qing were to bring such a paltry dowry, it would surely invite ridicule. She had only intended to offer a gentle reminder, considering that a woman's marriage was a once-in-a-lifetime affair. Yet, instead of gratitude, she was met with such revolting remarks. What did she stand to gain from such humiliation? Seeing their mistress humiliated by the ungrateful Mu Qing, the two maids immediately set aside their tasks and followed Madame Su without a backward glance. Humph, just a widow. What right has she to act as if she were a matron of honor? Mu Zhang remarked, watching Min's departing figure with displeasure.
Indeed.
Who gave her the audacity to meddle in marriage affairs? Min added. This was merely a gesture of goodwill from the Marquessate, Mu Qing said helplessly. While she spoke in defense of Min, she harbored her own distaste for her, especially after learning that Min had previously received numerous benefits from Xie Xuan, leading her to conclude that both Min and her son were merely superficial and greedy individuals. Goodwill? Even if it were goodwill, the matters of the Marquessate are hardly within the purview of a widow, are they? Min held Mu Qing's hand, speaking earnestly, My dear daughter, I understand you may not care much for these matters, but as you prepare for your marriage, I wish to remind you that once you enter the household of the Crown Prince as his legitimate wife, you will be the lady of the manor. There are matters you must pay heed to, particularly regarding the family assets, which must not be undervalued in favor of a secondary wife. I have heard that the Crown Prince has a half-brother, so exercise caution lest all the glory and wealth you earn in battle be appropriated by outsiders. Mu Zhang chimed in, feeling a surge of pride, akin to a younger brother in the affluent household. eager for his sister to wed into the noble family and elevate their entire family's fortunes. What does mother mean? The household has little wealth left, doesn't it? Mu Qing replied awkwardly, recalling the day when Xie Xuan moved out, taking their belongings from the once resplendent manor, which now seemed to have lost its luster. What right does Xie Xuan have? She merely relies on the modest inheritance from her merchant father. Does she truly believe she can overshadow us? Money is not lacking. Even a mere strand of hair from the manor is worth more than the wealth of an ordinary family. Once you are wed into the manor, it is imperative to secure a position for your brother. The capital is prosperous, and once your brother establishes himself, we can arrange for your father to be appointed there as well. Our family will thrive. Min spoke animatedly, oblivious to the way Mu Qing's smile faded. You want Meng Tingyuan to arrange an official position for Muzhong? They currently hold no office. And my father is merely a low-ranking military officer in Liangzhou. Transferring him to the capital is nearly impossible. Yet, she mused, it was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. If Meng Tingyuan and she were to achieve remarkable feats in battle, perhaps through military merit, there might be a glimmer of hope, though the challenges were daunting. At the Jingwa Duke's residence, Xu Shi returned from a confrontation with Mu Qing, only to find herself unjustly reported to the matriarch. Punished. She was then assigned by the matriarch to deliver invitations. Though Xu Shi and Xie Xuan had no prior grievances, and had even assisted each other during the moving of dowries, the servants treated her politely when she arrived to deliver the invitations. Upon meeting Xie Xuan, Xu Shi poured out her grievances. You have no idea, her brother squandered her dowry before the marriage even took place. In a few days, we are to display the dowry, and with the Empress's favor, the Dian Marquis is still a noble family, so who knows how many will come. I want to see where she will hide her face. What female general? I see that Mu Qing is rather naive, always supporting her family. If she truly marries into the Marquessate, it will surely be a laughingstock. She cannot compare to you at all. I have heard that Wang Shi was furious upon seeing Mu Qing's dowry list. Originally, the plan was to tailor new garments for the entire household and grant 2 additional months' wages, but somehow, it all fell through. What else could it be? The treasury must be empty. Chen Hua laughed. The Marquessate has a large household, and as a noble family, even the servants cannot wear shabby clothing. With hundreds of people, it amounts to a significant expense. Isn't that the truth? Now, not only can we not tailor new garments, but we can barely afford to pay the servants. Xu Shi expressed her concerns. Is it truly this dire? Chen Hua rested her chin on her hand, revealing her beautiful teeth, unable to suppress her amusement. Indeed. The Marquis must uphold its dignity as a noble family, always purchasing servants and never selling them. Reluctantly, they must reduce the allowances for the younger maids, as the senior maids have been with the family for generations and cannot be dismissed. Ultimately, it is merely a stopgap measure. But how can the meager savings from the lower servants suffice? Suddenly, Xu Shi grasped Xie Xuan's hand earnestly, saying, You have no idea how many within the Marquessate are hoping for your return. Chapter 51. The illusory dowry, you little minx. Stop dawdling and go fetch the newly made Longjing lychee drink from the kitchen. Qiu Shi set down a platter of pastries, distributing them on the table, and playfully tapped Chen Hua on the forehead, interrupting Xu Shi's lament. Humph, all you do is boss me around. Chen Hua huffed, walking away while glancing back. Still intrigued by the current state of the Marquessate. I've spoken too much, Xu Shi said, feeling a bit embarrassed after being interrupted. I'm not advising you to return, but the situation in the Marquessate is truly chaotic. I know you are a good child, sincere and genuine with everyone, making it hard for them to find fault. The Marquessate has wronged you. Xu Shi continued in a few days. I will find an excuse to take Jianian away from the Marquessate. He is growing up and at the age for marriage. It is indeed time for him to reside separately. Xie Xuan smiled. There are indeed favorable houses available in the capital. The Xie family has a few vacant properties for sale. If the second madam is interested, I can take you and your servants to have a look. Is this true? Xu Shi's eyes sparkled at the prospect. The capital is indeed expensive, and her hurried move had encountered some complications. Her family was eager for her to remain in the Marquessate to maintain ties, unwilling to assist her. Moreover, she noticed Meng Jianian had been diligent in his studies. Perhaps he could achieve a degree. Xu Shi naturally hoped for a more advantageous position, a mid-sized house, yet the matter of housing had yet to be settled. Since it was Xie Xuan who mentioned the property, its location and size must be commendable. Although she felt embarrassed to ask for a discount, at least it would be fair. The Xie family would not take advantage of her. Indeed, it is true, Xie Xuan smiled. The Xie family has many properties in the capital, and there are indeed good places available for sale. She didn't mind doing Xie Xuan a favor. Although the Dian Marquisate's people were not to be trusted, Xie Xuan had only delivered invitations and had not once asked to join the banquet. Demonstrating her understanding of propriety, Xie Xuan expressed her gratitude profusely, also acknowledging Xie Xuan's care for Meng Tingyuan, assuring that should he succeed, he would not forget Xie Xuan's kindness. On the 14th day of the 8th month, Meng Tingyuan officially welcomed Mu Qing into his home. The wedding was grand and dignified, particularly Mu Qing's dowry, which was quite eye-catching. 108 loads of dowry, with several ordinary gold and silver items at the front, followed by pots and pans in the middle, and at the back, a staggering 50 or 60 loads filled with earth and tiles. No one expected that the Mu family, having recently moved from Liangzhou, could amass such substantial assets in the capital. The speaker was Xin Shi, the wife of Wang Mian, an official in the Ministry of War. In the Dajin dynasty, a woman's dowry, aside from gold and silver items, pots and pans, and daily necessities, often included fields and properties. In dowry terms, a handful of soil symbolizes a piece of land, and a tile represents a house. Combining the properties and the land, there were over 60 estates, all in the precious capital. Surely even a prince marrying a princess could not boast such wealth. Wasn't Mu Qing's father a military officer from Liangzhou? Unexpectedly, the wedding of a daughter from Liangzhou proves to be more extravagant than that of the noble families in the capital. Another noblewoman chimed in, her words laced with sarcasm. Nearby, several other ladies gathered, exchanging whispered remarks, their expressions clearly not conveying anything pleasant. How could the Mu family be wealthy?
Just a few days prior,
several households had encountered jewelry previously sent to Mu Qing as part of her dowry at their own pawnshops and jewelry stores. A simple inquiry would reveal that these items had originated from Mu Zhang and the Min family. Such a household could never amass sufficient silver to prepare a substantial dowry. It was, in fact, a foolish scheme devised by Mu Zhang himself. With Mu Qing's marriage approaching, even if they pooled all their resources, it would hardly amount to 60 sedan chairs, whereas any reputable family would require at least 108. Coincidentally, just 2 days before Mu Qing's wedding, another family in the capital was also preparing for a marriage, and upon seeing the dowry filled with tiles and earth, Mu Zhang's devious thoughts took root. His reasoning was simple. Tiles and earth were abundant, and as for their authenticity, who would bother to investigate thoroughly? As long as the wedding day went off without a hitch, all would be well. Unfortunately, no one was fooled. A woman marrying from a modest 3-room house in Huaji Lane could not possibly bring such a vast array of properties as her dowry. Coupled with the odd items at the forefront of the dowry, the Mu family's blatant attempts at cunning were as transparent as walking naked down the street. As the dowry was carried into the back courtyard of the Marquis' residence, both the lady of the house and the elder lady wore expressions of deep discontent. Their daughter-in-law had brought such shame before even crossing the threshold, leaving both women feeling a burning embarrassment. Although the Marquis' family had recently weathered a scandal of separation, they had received numerous invitations from royal relatives and esteemed nobles to the wedding, for after all, Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing were rising stars among the military elite of the court, and the stability of the borders relied on the Marquis' heir and his wife. Yet, before the ceremony could commence, such a scene unfolded. Not only was the elder lady's countenance grim, but the expressions of the marquesses and countesses, who were on good terms with her, were equally disapproving, let alone those of higher status, like the princesses and duchesses. What sort of affair was this? Those in the know understood the Mu family was merely putting on a fade, while those unaware might think the Marquis' family was so enamored with wealth that they forced the Mu family to resort to deception. Recalling how they had previously sought assistance from Xu, both the elder lady and the Marquis cast sharp, scrutinizing glances in Xu's direction. Xu, however, appeared unfazed, continuing her conversations with familiar ladies. She had already been dismissed from the Mu family prior to the wedding. Who could have anticipated such a stratagem from the Mu mother and son? Our Marquis' family values the capabilities of the daughter-in-law, and Yuan's bride hails from Liangzhou. Likely unfamiliar with the customs of the capital, mistakenly believing that a bride must bring a long soil from her homeland, leading to this misunderstanding, the elder lady attempted to explain, suppressing her humiliation. Indeed, who doesn't know that General Mu Qing is the first female general of the Great Jin? Her future is bound to be limitless. And the Marquis family will surely ascend to new heights, Xin remarked, her words seemingly flattering but implicitly mocking the Marquis family for having ousted the original wife, Xie Xuan, to bring Mu Qing into their fold. Chapter 52. Mu Zhang's friend Yuan's daughter-in-law is favored by the Empress, and thus is unlike ordinary women. She is magnanimous, accommodating, and devoid of jealousy, never resorting to coercion against her husband's family, the Marquise commented, her tone dripping with insinuation aimed at Xie Xuan. Though numerous versions of Xie Xuan's separation had circulated, the most popular rumor suggested that she was petty and unable to tolerate others, ultimately resorting to separation as a means of coercion against the Marquise family, which led to her being forced to leave in disgrace. Xin, having known Xie Xuan since childhood due to her connection with Wang Mian, found this hard to believe. Just as she was about to defend Xie Xuan, she became captivated by a greater farce unfolding in the Marquis' residence. Come, brothers, take a seat. Today is my sister's wedding. Eat and drink to your heart's content. At the banquet, Mu Zhang arrived with dozens of companions, empty-handed yet boisterous, their manners coarse and uncouth. They plunged into the crowd, gorging themselves and stuffing their pockets with delicacies. Not only were they shamelessly indulging, but they also groped around, even attempting to bite down on some gold and silver ornaments. It was no wonder the Marquis' residence was of high status. Even a single plate of pastries was exquisitely crafted, beautiful and delicious, yet far too scant to satisfy one's appetite. Go ahead, eat freely. There's more in the kitchen, Mu Zhang proclaimed, assuming the role of a gracious host. Merely indulging in pastries was insufficient. A burly man seized a maid's wrist, grinning. Big brother, since your sister is the heir's wife of this Marquis family, surely she has the authority to gift this maid to me as a wife. The man jested, attempting to take liberties with the maid.
Ah, you.
The maid struggled fiercely. But when he didn't relent, she desperately raised her hand to slap his face. Unfortunately, this only served to infuriate him further. You wretched woman. Do you think you can insult me?
Hold on.
Sue interjected, stepping forward. The maid, her face streaked with tears, looked to Sue in panic for help. Our staff has been rude. I apologize on their behalf. Sue approached the man, bowing respectfully. Two burly women and a doorman seized the opportunity to confront the man, their gazes sharp as daggers. Realizing he was outmatched, the man reluctantly released his hold. The maid, grateful, bowed her head in thanks to Sue.
Sue sighed,
calling for Chun Chan to escort the maid away. Ordinarily, Sue would not involve herself in such matters. But seeing how loathsome the man was and fearing for the maid's safety, she felt compelled to intervene. Heaven has mercy. Life is already difficult for women. As a widow, I cannot turn a blind eye to this maid's plight. Leave now. The guests have had too much to drink, Sue instructed, and the maid nodded, feeling wronged. Preparing to retreat, only to be met with resistance from the assailant. This wretched girl seduced me first. She has some looks, and I was willing to give her a name, but now she dares to act high and mighty. Seduced? Sue scoffed. In public, everyone is a witness. This maid has served loyally in the Marquis' residence for years. Are you suggesting that we do not properly train our servants? Your words are rather harsh. My sister is merely doing her duty, not even uttering a word. Another maid, unable to contain herself, chimed in from the corner. Humph. This wretched girl saw me here and hurriedly brought out pastries to curry favor. What else could it be but seduction? The man retorted defiantly. I am not that maid. I am merely a kitchen servant responsible for the pastries, the maid explained, trembling on the ground. It turned out she had merely attempted to replenish the empty pastry platter. But to this man, it had been misconstrued as an act of seduction. What? Are you denying your intentions? The man persisted. If you weren't deliberately enticing me, why would you only present the pastries I enjoy? The maid, realizing she was trapped in a web of words, could only begin to weep silently. Sue's eyelids twitched in anger, and many onlookers among the ladies clenched their fists in indignation. This scoundrel. Does he presume that the whole residence would dare to cast him out? Such audacity. The guest may have misunderstood. The maidservants in the residence were merely fulfilling their duties, with no ulterior motives. Sue, suppressing her anger, spoke in a tone that bore a hint of firmness. It was not fear that compelled her, but the desire to avoid causing a scene during the wedding banquet. After the festivities, she would undoubtedly have her ways to deal with this man. For now, the immediate concern was to clear the maidservant's reputation, for otherwise, she feared that the girl would have no future after the banquet. No ulterior motives? I suspect you harbor feelings for me. The man, Rather than retreating, brazenly appraised Xie Xuan, exclaiming, "Are you so eager to rid yourself of this young maid because you fancy me?" A thunderous uproar erupted above the guests. Xie Xuan could scarcely believe her ears. At a wedding banquet, someone dared to utter such reckless words? "Seize this man," she commanded. Just as Xie Xuan was about to lose her temper, Meng Tingyuan, attending to the guests alongside the Duke of Dingyuan, stepped forward. As he spoke, 3 or 4 young servants rushed in to restrain the man. Beat him mercilessly," Meng Tingyuan commanded fiercely. The young servants hesitated, glancing around, but seeing that the other masters of the residence remained silent, they eventually subdued the man, delivering a flurry of blows that elicited pained cries. The guests brought by Mu Zhang stood frozen, all eyes turning to him.
Mu Zhang.
"You begged me to attend your sister's wedding, and now I am being beaten," the man wailed. Yet Mu Zhang was merely a cowardly figure, paralyzed with fear at such a scene. He could not bear to see his guest harmed, and thus fled to find his sister, Mu Qing. Ideally, the bride should be quietly awaiting in the rear courtyard, and the turmoil in the front was indeed the guest's fault. She had no reason to intervene. Yet Mu Qing defied expectations, arriving with her mother, Mistress, and a throng of relatives from her maternal home, essentially the neighbors of Mistress. "What is happening? Is there not enough room in this vast Ho residence for my family?" The bride, Mu Qing, stormed into the banquet, even wielding a weapon as though prepared to devour Xie Xuan and Meng Tingyuan whole. Chapter 53. The wrath of the many. Though he was a guest, had he not offended my mother? Should he not be punished? Meng Tingyuan stood before Xie Xuan, confronting Mu Qing. Upon witnessing this, Xie Xuan's eyes reddened. The assembly remained silent, all eyes fixed on Mu Qing, evidently awaiting her explanation. If a drunken guest merely teased a maidservant, it might be excused. However, to harass Xie Xuan, a widow of the secondary house, was an entirely different matter. Widows, especially those like Xie Xuan, who had persevered for years raising a son, commanded respect wherever they went. In such circumstances, it mattered not that Meng Tingyuan only ordered a thrashing. Even if the man were killed, there would be no recourse. Mu Qing understood the gravity of the situation and dared not argue under the watchful gaze of the crowd. That said, a guest is still a guest. "Brother Nian, your actions have escalated. Today is my wedding day with Tingyuan. Should we not refrain from further violence?" Though he had no intention of halting, Meng Tingyuan reluctantly complied upon receiving his mother's disapproving look. Even so, Mu Qing felt a deep discomfort, sensing that all present were secretly looking down upon her brother's guest. Soon, her gaze fell upon the maidservant who had just been harassed, and a spark of inspiration struck her. Yet, truth be told, her second aunt was not entirely blameless. Her brother's friend had taken a fancy to a maidservant, and while it could have been handled with grace, there was no need for such hostility. With an air of magnanimity, Mu Qing continued, "How about this? This man, having drunk too much and offended my second aunt, has been punished. Since he has taken a liking to this maidservant, why not facilitate their union?" The troublemaker, having endured a beating, now simmered with anger, but found his fury diminished upon hearing Mu Qing propose a bride for him. The maidservant appeared to be around 15 or 16, serving in the front hall on the wedding day, and was indeed a delicate beauty. In contrast, the man in his 30s was nothing more than a ruffian, surviving by flattering Mu Zhang.
Ha!
"You vile wench, dare you strike me? Just wait until I get home." With the prospect of the maidservant becoming his wife, the man's eyes glinted with greed and malice. "I refuse to marry." The maidservant trembled in fear, frantically bowing to Xie Xuan. Each reverberating thud echoed through the hall. Even if she were to be beaten to death today, she could never marry such a rogue. "You refuse? You have already entangled with a man in public. What reputation do you have left?" Mu Qing approached, displeased, venting her frustration. "You are but a mere servant. Being paired with a common man is already an elevation. Yet you dare to refuse? Do you not feel ashamed?" Tears welled in the maidservant's eyes as she gazed pleadingly at Mu Qing. "I beg you. I wish to become a nun, to burn incense and pray." "Burn incense and pray? You have already shared a bed with a man. If you do not marry him, how will your parents face the world?" Mu Qing retorted, then laughed derisively. "Do you think you are so beautiful that you wish to remain here as a concubine? I am a general who has slain men on the battlefield, and I detest the cunning and deceit of women like you who dwell in the inner chambers." After her speech, Mu Qing turned to Xie Xuan, raising her chin and smiling. I hear you intend to move out of the Ho residence soon? Perhaps it would be best for you to cease meddling in the family affairs here? Upon uttering these words, Xie Xuan felt a surge of indignation, followed by a sense of relief. She was furious that Mu Qing had so brazenly pointed out the truth, effectively ruining the maidservant's life with a few words. Yet, she was also pleased, for Mu Qing's outburst provided her with a legitimate reason to move out, leaving no room for reproach. As for Mu Qing's motivations, she had listened to Minsher's counsel and sought to establish her authority. Xie Xuan had a son, Meng Tingyuan, and had gained favor from Xie Xuan, aligning Mu Qing with Xie Xuan's faction. Though Xie Xuan had departed the Ho residence, it was uncertain when she might return. Thus, Mu Qing could not allow Xie Xuan to cause disturbances. By leveraging her wedding day to publicly affirm Xie Xuan's departure, she deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. As for reputation, Mu Qing was a general on the battlefield, a woman of stature among men, and had no desire to engage in the gossip of domestic women. Alas, at that moment, she failed to realize that her words had likely alienated all the women present. Especially for those unmarried young women and newlywed brides, life can be quite arduous. When they learned that Mu Qing had become the first female general of the Great Jin, many of these sheltered women felt a sense of admiration, even reverence, for her. However, just moments ago, this formidable general, relying on her privileged status, unjustly slandered an innocent maid and even trampled upon her to curry favor with men. Were all the women in the inner quarters of lowly character, while only she, Mu Qing, stood as a lofty general? Who did she look down upon?
Bang.
As everyone was astonished by Mu Qing's blatant bias, the maid, who had been coerced into marriage by Mu Qing, suddenly gathered her resolve and violently dashed toward a pillar.
Blood.
Help! Help! The wedding scene erupted into chaos, and the maid collapsed, lifeless. Mu Qing stood frozen, staring at the corpse on the ground, muttering to herself, I merely arranged a marriage for her. Why did she contemplate such a thing? She was so proud, unwilling to live a mundane life, insisting on becoming a concubine. Yes, she desired to be a concubine, so she deserved her fate. General Mu Qing, uninterested in fame and fortune, thus ousted the legitimate wife and eagerly married into the Tingyuan Marquessate. A forthright daughter of a military family shouted at Mu Qing. At the banquet, many guests who witnessed the unfolding events darkened their expressions, some hastily uttering a few words before taking their leave. Chapter 54. A sight unbearable. This wedding in the Tingyuan Marquessate was indeed a spectacle no one could bear to witness. The gender segregation in Great Jin was not overly strict, with male and female guests merely separated by a corridor and 2 curtains. They saw everything clearly outside. Attending the banquet were not only married women but also unmarried daughters. With such disorder outside, why linger and wait for disaster to strike? After all, the scoundrel dared to even harass virtuous women like the Su family. What else would he shy away from? Thus, not only the women inside but even the guests outside, witnessing the scene, hastily took their leave, some turning away without a moment's hesitation, regardless of their relations. They were nobles from the royal palace. Although they might lack great virtue and governance, they could never afford to lose their dignity. To be seen dining alongside these ruffians would be an unimaginable disgrace, one that would haunt them for years to come. Consequently, these nobles who received invitations set down their chopsticks without a word, bowing in farewell. Ladies, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The Marquise and the Tingyuan Marquis anxiously clutched their chests in despair. The departing guests were all influential figures in the court, connections essential for Meng Tingyuan's future advancement. To lose such esteemed individuals midway through the banquet was a blow to the Tingyuan Marquisate's reputation, jeopardizing Meng Tingyuan's prospects. What an abominable misfortune. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The Tingyuan Marquessate, which has been established for 3 generations, has now witnessed a death on the very day the heir marries. We cannot afford to partake in such a banquet, nor dare to incur such a calamity. Meng Tingyuan, who was attending to the guests outside, was also bewildered. He had not anticipated that Mu Zhang would bring so many friends to disrupt the wedding, nor could he comprehend why Mu Qing would rush forward to commit such a foolish act. Guests surveyed the bloody scene, and many looked upon Mu Qing with disdain, especially those who had come for the Empress Dowager's sake, after finally dressing up to attend the Marquessate, found themselves amidst this outrageous spectacle. What a calamity! It is her own inflated pride. What does it have to do with our Tingyuan Marquessate? Did she not consider her actions amidst the crowd? Was she not at fault? Being so beautiful, was it not natural for men to have their eyes on her? I am fully aware of a woman's thoughts. Mu Qing stood there, her heart boiling with indignation, feeling utterly wronged. As the guests departed with their families, it felt as if each one was delivering a stinging slap to her face.
Why?
These individuals, though appearing resplendent, were merely parasites dependent on men. Why should they look down upon her? Why deny her dignity? Mu Qing, come here. Meng Tingyuan coldly summoned Mu Qing, his face reflecting an unprecedented chill. He was furious. What was meant to be a splendid wedding, for which he had exerted his family's utmost effort to bring honor to the Marquessate, had been utterly ruined by Mu Zhang. With a face full of grievance, Mu Qing approached Meng Tingyuan, holding back tears that threatened to mar her makeup. Do you realize how important today's guests are? Meng Tingyuan demanded sternly. Why didn't you inform me in advance that Mu Zhang would bring people here? It is quite normal for my brother to be happy on my wedding day and bring some friends along, Mu Qing replied, feeling wronged. How can you look down upon people in your Grand Marquessate, disrespecting my brother and his friends? Is it so intolerable merely to seek a maid for marriage? What had she done wrong? Her brother was simply bringing a few friends to the banquet. They only wished to take a maid back as a bride. Even in the case of a servant's marriage, it should be a matter of mutual affection. Meng Tingyuan glared at Mu Qing, trembling with rage. He wished to dissect her thoughts, to understand what could possibly compel her to force a maid into marrying a scoundrel. After hearing his words, Mu Qing too felt a surge of anger. What mutual affection? Wasn't it simply because your esteemed Marquis looked down upon my brother and, by extension, his friends? Was it not that even a maid was deemed unworthy? Or was this all part of someone's deliberate scheme? Let us not forget. Your second aunt is in league with Xie Xuan. Perhaps today as events are orchestrated by her to ruin our wedding. Meng Tingyuan gazed at Mu Qing's heavily made-up face, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity. His chest ached with anger as he took a moment to calm himself before continuing. The Duke of Jinghua received the invitation but merely sent gifts. They haven't even arrived. How can you implicate them in this matter? I know Xie Xuan well. While she may have some cunning, she is kind-hearted and would not take a life lightly. Mentioning Xie Xuan only added to Meng Tingyuan's discomfort. The wedding had descended into chaos, and as he looked at this woman adorned in heavy makeup and finery, he found himself momentarily lost in thoughts of Xie Xuan's graceful visage. Indeed, it is Xie Xuan. You're still defending her, are you not? Is it not because she has captivated your heart that you cannot forget her?
Recalling Xie Xuan reignited Mu Qing's fury.
Why was she too afraid to show up today? Was it not due to her guilt, having lost to me, thus feeling humiliated before others? Perhaps this incident was indeed her doing. The mention of Xie Xuan made Meng Tingyuan feel a pang of guilt. After all, Mu Qing was the woman he had resolved to marry, yet here he was, reminiscing about another woman on his wedding day. Meng Tingyuan looked again at the unruly ruffians, reflecting on how Mu Zhang had suddenly become acquainted with so many people upon arriving from Liangzhou. Could it be that these individuals were orchestrated by Xie Xuan, as Mu Qing suggested, to sabotage both her own wedding and that of Mu Qing? If this is indeed the case, then Xie Xuan's actions are exceedingly malevolent. At this moment, Su Shi and Meng Jianian entered Meng Tingyuan's line of sight. Already in a foul mood, Meng Tingyuan seized this opportunity to vent all his frustrations upon Su Shi, reproaching her for allowing such unsavory characters to infiltrate the wedding preparations for the Ho residence. He chastised her for causing a scene in public and tarnishing his wedding. Observing Meng Tingyuan's anger, Mu Qing hurriedly rushed to her brother Mu Zhang's side, offering profuse apologies to their friends, even digging into her own pocket to cover medical expenses, presenting over 100 taels of silver to procure another servant girl as a replacement wife. The individual accepted the silver, reluctantly agreeing not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 55. The reason for Prince Su's departure with the banquet spiraling into chaos. All joy dissipated, leaving the Ho residence not only humiliated but also the subject of countless jests. The atmosphere within the Ho household became so tense that no one dared to breathe, fearful of incurring their master's wrath. Mu Qing felt deeply aggrieved. The guests, due to a mere servant girl, had turned their backs on her, showing a complete lack of respect. Frustrated, the newlyweds returned to their bridal chamber, only to find congratulatory gifts from the Jinghua Duke's residence waiting for them. Get rid of that trash sent by the abandoned wife. Meng Tingyuan furiously swept the gift box to the ground. How dare they bring such ill-omened items into their new home? It was clear that today's banquet had gone awry. Thus, shortly after the guests departed, The steward of the Ho residence, treating the gifts like refuse, hurled the brocade box outside, shattering the jade ornaments within. This scene caught the attention of many, and it was not difficult to discover that the discarded items were congratulatory gifts from the Jingwood Duke's residence. This incident quickly reached Xie Yuan's ears, igniting such fury within him that he yearned to storm the Tingyuan Ho residence and deliver a sound thrashing to those responsible, if only to alleviate his resentment. In the spirit of reciprocity, inform the pawnshops below that whenever someone from the Tingyuan Ho residence comes to pawn their belongings, they are to be ruthlessly undervalued. After the Tingyuan Ho residence concluded this wedding, the meager silver left in their treasury would be nearly exhausted. As long as Xie Yuan remained in the capital, the Ho residence would not enjoy peace. The steward, upon hearing this, prepared to leave, but was called back by Xie Yuan. "Wait, have you handled the matters I instructed?" Xie Yuan inquired. A few days prior, Xie Xuan had mentioned going to Yuzhou, a region currently unstable, as the court was in urgent need of capable individuals. Since he could not dissuade her, he resolved to make preparations on her behalf. Weapons, horses, silver, and medicinal supplies. He decided to suppress the news of the discarded gifts. Not wishing to further upset Xie Xuan, her niece was the precious daughter of the Xie family, and the individuals from the Tingyuan Ho residence were not worthy of inciting her displeasure. As the departure approached, Xie Yuan spared no effort in preparing for Xie Xuan's journey, spending 500 taels of gold to acquire 3 vials of heart-protecting pills from renowned physicians, 2 vials of snow toad essence pills, over a dozen vials of superior wound medicine, and a set of golden silk armor. In the Duke's residence, Xie Xuan donned a practical outfit and tied her hair up high, wielding a whip in the courtyard with a vigorous grace, exuding an impressive aura. "The young lady is remarkable. Truly impressive." Chun Hua and Qiushi applauded from the side. In your eyes, no matter what I do, I am praiseworthy." Xie Xuan chuckled helplessly. "That is because Xian is indeed exceptional, excelling in both civil and martial pursuits, having truly inherited the teachings of the Grand Tutor." A familiar voice echoed from behind, as the emperor, dressed in plain clothes, quietly appeared before Xie Xuan. Startled at first, Xie Xuan quickly composed herself and respectfully bowed. "This subject greets your majesty." "What? Do you not recognize your second master?" The emperor laughed. "In my youth, I was ignorant and unaware of my own limitations. Your majesty, please forgive me." Xie Xuan quickly replied. "Now that you are grown, do you dare defy my imperial decree?" The emperor retorted, feigning anger. "Are you truly intent on competing with Mu Qing, refusing to accept the official position I bestowed upon you?" Indeed, this time Xie Xuan was offered a 5th-rank official position for her journey to Yuzhou, which she declined. "I have not achieved merit, so I dare not accept such an appointment," Xie Xuan replied with a smile. Moreover, as a woman from the Jingwood Duke's residence, if she were to be granted a title without any accomplishments, it might be seen as unjust by the military leaders, potentially alienating them. "But Mu Qing is currently a 6th-rank official, and the position I offer you would place you above her," the emperor remarked with a sly smile. "Mother holds Mu Qing in high regard, yet my bargaining chips are quite limited." Not only were the emperor's resources scant, but capable military generals were also few. Otherwise, given Meng Tingyuan's recent tumultuous actions, the emperor would not consider him for future military appointments. "Your Majesty, you underestimate Xie Xuan," she replied. "Her expedition is for the sake of Dijin and has no connection to Meng Tingyuan or Mu Qing. Even if her ambitions arise, they are solely for the Jingwood Duke's residence. No one else has the right to disrupt her thoughts." However, the Tingyuan Ho residence recently caused quite a stir, leading to the second wife of the Meng family moving out with her son, and even the sister of the servant girl who perished at the banquet has been brought out. It is said she also wishes to go to the battlefield. "Why not take her with you?" the emperor said with a hint of amusement. As the sovereign, he had no obligation to concern himself with such trivial matters. Yet, today, having spent a languid day in the palace, he recalled his time as the crown prince beside the Grand Tutor and decided to visit, unexpectedly finding Xie Xuan practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Her striking poise and agile movements were indeed unforgettable to someone. "A servant girl?" Xie Xuan questioned with skepticism, unaware of the scandal that had unfolded at Meng Tingyuan's wedding, thus ignorant of any matters regarding a servant girl. "You shall see for yourself. Her fate has been quite unfortunate," the emperor replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. In her youth, Xie Xuan had been remarkably spirited, It was not only one individual who had fallen for her, but even the emperor, in his former identity as the crown prince, harbored thoughts that were perhaps inappropriate. Regrettably, when Xie Xuan declared her refusal to marry into the imperial family, it caused someone much heartache, leading him to the frontier, and before his return, his beloved married another. For many years, that person had not returned, which is why the emperor had been indifferent to Xie Xuan after her marriage. He harbored resentment because she had caused him to lose his beloved younger brother, whom he had raised since childhood.
Yes.
Although Xie Xuan was unaware of the reasons, she immediately acquiesced. How could I refuse something personally bestowed by the emperor? Your utmost reverence towards me is quite unfamiliar, the emperor jested. Do you know the reason why my third brother went to Yuzhou? The emperor's reference to third brother was not to the third-ranked prince, but to the Grand Tutor's third disciple, Prince Su, who now guarded Yuzhou and was also Xie Xuan's third master. With the border in peril and external threats looming, Yuzhou required a steadfast protector. Without Prince Su in Yuzhou these years, it is likely the Jian army would not have remained so subdued, Xie Xuan replied. Is there anything else? The emperor raised an eyebrow. Have you not considered that Prince Su's long absence from the capital might have other reasons? Chapter 56. Returning alive, Xie Xuan gazed vacantly at the emperor, memories from years past swirling in her mind. Yet, she could not conjure a clear image. After all, the past was too distant. She and Wang Su had always maintained a respectful distance, adhering to the roles of ruler and subject. With such a lack of familiarity, how could one even begin to speculate? Oh well, if one is unaware, then so be it. The emperor sighed in resignation, their eyes locking for an extended moment until he finally uttered, "The battlefield is far more complex than you can imagine. Regardless, I hope you will return alive." Your servant thanks the emperor. Xie Xuan performed her customary bow. The emperor arrived quietly and departed just as discreetly, but before returning to the palace, he dispatched someone to the Tingyuan Marquis to address certain individuals there. After all, the Jinghua Duke's household had only recently been conferred nobility, and the gifts sent from the Duke's residence had been carelessly discarded at the doorstep, an act that was utterly scandalous. With the urgency of the war in Yuzhou, the Tingyuan Marquisate was essential. However, this relied on the cooperation of its inhabitants. If they flaunted their minor achievements and dared to threaten the court or challenge the emperor's authority, they would be of no use. In recent days, the Tingyuan Marquis, who had not attended court, suddenly became the target of unprecedented accusations, frequenting brothels, taking a concubine, and indulging in debauchery. These allegations left the Marquis utterly bewildered. He had lived in this manner for years. How had he suddenly come under scrutiny from the censors? Moreover, the emperor imposed a 3-month house arrest and a year's salary reduction as punishment. In ordinary noble households, such a monetary loss might be dismissed, but the Tingyuan Marquisate, having lost Xie Xuan as its financial support and gained the burden of Mu Qing, found the Marquis's income to be a significant asset. Confusion clouded the Marquis's mind as he pondered the reasons behind this sudden turn of events. After decades of indulgence, if these people had intended to bring him down, they would have done so long ago. The only plausible explanation seemed to involve Meng Tingyuan. After some investigation, he discovered that on the day of Meng Tingyuan's wedding, he had discarded the gifts from the Jinghua Duke's household, an act that had somehow come to the emperor's attention, inciting his great wrath. Realizing this, the Tingyuan Marquis found himself in a quandary, as his family relied on Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan to earn military merit, leaving him at a loss. Coincidentally, the Marquis learned of this matter and, compounded by the events of the wedding day, took her anger out on Meng Tingyuan's maid, Xiaoyun, elevating her to a concubine. Given the circumstances, no one could openly object, especially since Mu Qing was unlike others. Upon learning of the incident, she returned home to confront the Min family. The Min family was already disgruntled over the events of the wedding day, feeling looked down upon by Meng Tingyuan, and now seized the opportunity to assert their dominance. The mother and son stormed into the Marquis's chamber, recklessly smashing things and leaving the already unadorned inner quarters in even greater disarray after Xie Xuan's departure. Meng Tingyuan, who had finally secured a leisurely position among the 26 guards, had been laboring outside all day, contemplating how to rise through the ranks. Upon returning home, he found his mother, wife, and mother-in-law in a chaotic uproar, adding to his frustration. He first calmed his mother and mother-in-law before appeasing Mu Qing, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion in his study. In a moment of fleeting tranquility, he thought of Xie Xuan. Had she still been with them, The Marquis would surely not be in such disarray. She would have adeptly managed his mother and restrained her family, ensuring order throughout the household, sparing him the burden of seeking connections. Regrettably, Xie Xuan's stubborn nature had led her to disregard advice. Had she not caused such a ruckus, she could have enjoyed the esteemed position of the Marquessate's heir's wife. Alas, Xie Xuan failed to cherish her opportunities, and he was powerless to change that. Ultimately, she was merely a sheltered woman of the inner court, no match for Mu Qing. Currently, Mu Qing was simply adjusting to life in the capital. And once he and Mu Qing achieved military merits on the battlefield, things would surely improve. He had no regrets, not a single one. As dawn broke, a cool breeze stirred. Dressed in warrior attire, Xie Xuan caressed her icy whip. Have you both considered? The battlefield is no place for jest. Xie Xuan looked at Chunhua and Qiushi, earnestly inquiring, are you truly willing to follow me? We have followed you since childhood, enjoying your blessings. If you head to battle, we shall follow without question, Chunhua declared resolutely. And you? Xie Xuan turned to Qiushi. You are more composed than Chunhua. Staying at the Duke's residence to manage affairs would be sensible. Where would I find a steward? Without us, how could you manage? Qiushi replied. After learning from you for so many years, I must test my skills on the battlefield. The three exchanged smiles, and instead of further dissuasion, Xie Xuan ceremoniously burned their contracts and requested the county clerk to amend their status documents. If we are to face the battlefield, we shall not cling to our former identities, Xie Xuan smiled. Young miss. Chunhua and Qiushi's eyes brimmed with tears, a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Yet, they had resolved in their hearts to follow their young miss for a lifetime, regardless of their status. Enough kneeling. Gather your belongings and prepare to depart. Xie Xuan urged with a smile. To avoid a tearful farewell, Xie Xuan had deliberately intoxicated Xie Yuan the night before. Any later, he would awaken. At the 10-mile-long pavilion, they bid farewell. Although the emperor had mentioned something previously, Xie Xuan was still taken aback to see the Su family there to see her off. Miss Xie, Sister Xie, greetings. Su Shi, accompanied by Meng Tingyuan and a little girl, bowed to Xie Xuan. Madam, good day. Xie Xuan dismounted to return the gesture, her gaze drawn to the maid behind them. The girl was tall and fair-skinned, yet a ghastly scar marred her face. However, her fingers were well-defined, her palms broad, indicating a strong physique. She had served as a steward for 3 years. Xie Xuan vaguely remembered her, recalling that she worked in the kitchen. She seemed to have a sister resembling her, albeit smaller, who served tea in the main hall. Could it be that the sister compelled by Mu Qing was indeed this girl's sibling? Servant Qiutao, I beseech you to take me in. The maid knelt quickly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked up at Xie Xuan. It was indeed a tragic tale. Her sister had met an untimely death. And to quell the situation, Mu Qing had arranged for her to marry, yet this girl, resolute, refused to sacrifice her beauty. Su Shi lamented. Chapter 57. Arrival at Yuzhou, such a thing truly occurred? Chunhua and Qiushi exchanged glances, their eyes aflame with indignation. Is there no humanity left in the Tingyuan Marquessate? How could they all engage in such vile acts? Fear not, this girl is from a concubine's household, and she is of good lineage. She will have no ties to the Marquessate in the future, Su Shi explained. Originally, she had not intended to intervene, but upon seeing the girl's plight, she took her along when leaving the estate. Later, she was advised by a wise person to wait here for Xie Xuan. Are you also going to the battlefield? Xie Xuan asked Qiutao, continuing, do not mock the battlefield, for throughout history, how many have returned from war? The battlefield is fraught with danger, and one might lose their life at any moment. I am unafraid. I shall carve a name for myself on the battlefield and seek justice for my sister, the maid declared. Tears glistened in Qiutao's eyes, her gaze resolute. Her sister had died under mysterious circumstances, bearing an unjust stigma even in her final moments. Yet, with her lowly status, Qiutao felt powerless to seek justice for her sibling. Mu Qing, the female general and the wife of the Duke of Tingyuan, left Qiutao feeling indignant. Why was it that her sister, merely fulfilling her duties, was labeled as a seductress in Mu Qing's words? Was it solely because her sister was a servant and a woman? Thus, Qiutao resolved to enlist in the army and become a general herself. She yearned to uncover the differences that such a title would bring and to confront Mu Qing for revenge. Very well, I shall not hinder you, Xie Xuan continued. Since you choose to enlist, you will no longer be a servant. From now on, you shall refer to yourself as I. Xie Xuan helped Qiu Tao to her feet, speaking earnestly. Though her eyes burned with hatred, Xie Xuan understood that this was the only motivation propelling her forward. If you possess the fortune to rise to great heights and achieve your vengeance, you may discover that there are pursuits more meaningful than revenge. However, before that, the four of us, destined for the battlefield, must first focus on survival. Indeed, Qiu Tao replied solemnly, the brilliant sun casting a fiery glow upon her face, accentuating her sharp features.
Can you ride?
Xie Xuan inquired, glancing at the horses behind the Su family.
Yes.
Qiu Tao nodded. In preparation for her journey to Yuzhou, she had practiced riding for 3 consecutive days. Her hands chafed and blistered from the reins, yet she refused to relent. She understood that the road to Yuzhou would be long, and mastering the art of riding was the first hurdle. To reach the battlefield, and to become a general, she knew she must exert efforts 1,000-fold greater than others. A moment's carelessness could lead to her demise. Hence, she had to dedicate herself entirely. As the steeds galloped, the once gentle autumn breeze felt as sharp as blades against her skin. The group, cloaked in their capes, pressed onward day and night towards the cold eastern Yuzhou, where, upon arrival, they found the ground slightly frosted. Despite the journey being merely half a month long, the climates of Yuzhou and the capital, Jinling, felt worlds apart. The dry, frigid wind stripped away much of their moisture, reddening their once supple skin, which cracked despite the application of clam oil. During their arduous trek, the 4 women, who had never left the capital before, gained a profound understanding of the suffering inherent in the human condition. They witnessed beggars lining the streets, families selling their children, and others resorting to theft. Years of war had driven many women to cut their hair, wielding kitchen knives as they stood guard at their doorsteps each night in worn sheepskin cloaks. Some resorted to selling their bodies to provide a meager meal for their families, only to be met with scorn from those they sought to help. It was not that the local officials were incompetent. Rather, relentless invasions by enemy forces had stretched the defenses of the Great Jin dynasty too thin, resulting in significant depletion of resources. The essence of war lay in the struggle for resources, and as the seasons changed, the enemy grew stronger while the people faced dire shortages. The hardships of the world had culminated in a situation where the inhabitants of Yuzhou, despite their struggles, still received relief supplies from the local government every 3 days. While life was difficult, it had not yet descended into the grim reality of cannibalism. As the 4 women entered the city and sought accommodations, they encountered official notices for recruitment. The Yuzhou governor's office urgently mandated, within half a month, Fengtai County must provide 300 able-bodied men, 3,000 measures of grain, and 500 sets of bedding for the front line at Libai City. Notices were posted throughout the county, accompanied by the sound of drums calling for grain, cloth, cotton, and soldiers. Men and women aged 15 to 35 were invited to enlist, with the promise of exemption from this grain tax and a reward of 500 coins for those who went to the front lines. The Great Jin dynasty spanned vast territories with 13 prefectures, 6 border towns, and 12 roads. The 6 towns served as the guardians of the borders, and Yuzhou stood at the northeast frontier, a bulwark against the enemy's southern advances. The governance of the Great Jin was a dual system, where each prefecture had both a military commander and a governor. Administrative matters fell to the governor's office, while the military commander oversaw the troops stationed in Yuzhou. In times of heightened tension, even the governor's office had to comply with orders from the military commander's office. With military orders issued, it was evident that not only Fengtai County but all counties under Yuzhou's jurisdiction had received similar directives. Setting aside the bedding, the demand for 3,000 measures of grain posed a significant challenge. The land at the frontier was barren, yielding less than 200 jin per mu, with 1 measure of grain equating to 150 jin. If rationed carefully, it could sustain 100 households for 2 to 3 months. Thus, 3,000 measures represented the sustenance for 3,000 citizens for a similar duration. With compassionate eyes, Xie Xuan reflected on the plight of the border inhabitants, finally grasping the reason behind her uncle, Xie An's, perpetual frown and his encouragement for the Xie family's youth to pursue commerce. War was an exorbitant endeavor, and had the Xie family not supplied vast quantities of provisions to the front lines over the years, the common folks' lives would likely have been even more arduous. While 300 men may seem a modest number, Fengtai County was a small locale, ravaged by years of conflict, with countless casualties. Those who went to the front lines faced a grim fate, and few were willing to volunteer. Even the last team leader, who had led a contingent there, nearly lost his life. This reality was precisely why the recruitment criteria had been relaxed to include both men and women. After lodging in an inn for 3 to 4 days, Xie Xuan and her companions estimated the number of recruits and found it to be less than 50. Is this where one registers for recruitment? Xie Xuan and her companions approached the desk set up for enlistment beside the county office. Yes, what is it? The clerk and assistant were taken aback to see 4 remarkably beautiful young women before them, their demeanor softening. Noticing their distinct accents and fine clothing, they were further intrigued. Are you here to inquire for family members? The assistant asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. If you wish to enlist, it's best to go to the provincial office. The conditions there are more favorable. The soldiers recruited by the provincial office became regular troops, equipped with weapons and systematic training, offering quicker promotions and higher survival rates. In contrast, those sent from Fengtai County were often farmers with lower standards, armed with the worst equipment and facing the highest mortality rates on the front lines. Given Xie Xuan's appearance and demeanor, it seemed unlikely that her family was struggling to make ends meet. If they intended to send someone to serve, they could easily register at the provincial office. No need. We shall register here. Xie Xuan smiled. She was well aware that the provincial office would never recruit women. Only in such a small county would gender not be so stringently scrutinized. The clerk was taken aback. You wish to enlist? That's splendid. The assistant beamed, eagerly questioning. How many from your family are registering? What are your ages, names, and places of origin? Where are they? No one else, just the 4 of us. Xie Xuan replied with a smile. What? Just you 4? The clerk and the assistant stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. Enough. My dear, please stop mocking us, the advisor urged. He was already fatigued from his duties and the recruitment of soldiers. And when he saw the 4 elegant and striking women, including Xie Xuan, come to enlist, he thought it was merely a jest at his expense. However, noticing Xie Xuan's exquisite attire and commendable demeanor, he suspected she might belong to a wealthy family, which prevented him from reprimanding them harshly. We are not joking. We genuinely seek to enlist, Chunhua said earnestly as she gazed intently at the advisor. Isn't the recruitment open to both men and women here? Indeed. It is open to both genders, but there are limits, the advisor replied with a hint of impatience. You all seem quite well off. It would be wiser to return home. Find a good man and lead a stable life rather than seeking excitement here. The officer, visibly irritated, observed their delicate arms and noted their soft voices, which diverged from the typical loudness of common women. He even entertained a fleeting thought of taking one of these lovely ladies for himself, should they remain unclaimed. Do not underestimate us, Chunhua retorted angrily, raising her fist as if to confront the officer. How dare you speak to me that way? The officer shot back. Never having been confronted so boldly by a woman, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. I am in charge of recruitment here. If you continue to disrupt, I will have you locked up. Please, you are mistaken. We truly come to enlist from the capital, Xie Xuan interjected, producing the household registration documents and official travel papers she had prepared in advance. Upon seeing the official seals and the embossed insignia of the Jingzhou prefecture, the advisor paused for a long moment, finally convinced of their intentions. However, the advisor did not register them immediately. Instead, he pointed to a small stone mortar nearby. Although we are recruiting women, it is not a decision taken lightly. Not just anyone can join. To enlist, women must first lift this mortar. The officer chimed in, hands on his hips, looking forward to the spectacle. Very well, Xie Xuan replied, stepping forward. She approached the 2 mortars, bending down and effortlessly lifting one as if it were an empty bamboo basket, cradling it in her arms without breaking a sweat. Is this sufficient? She inquired, holding the mortar. The weight of the mortar was no more than 50 pounds, a trivial feat for Xie Xuan. Though her strength was modest, she could manage items weighing less than 200 pounds. That will do, the officer and advisor gasped in astonishment. How could Xie Xuan handle the mortar so effortlessly? Even the 2 men would struggle to lift it with such grace. Let us proceed with the registration. Name, Xie Xuan from Jinling, the advisor stammered, jotting down her name. Next, it was Chunhua and Qiushir's turn. They had trained alongside Xie Xuan and, though not as skilled, were more than capable of lifting the mortar. Lastly, it was Qiu Tao's turn. Despite her prior practice, The weight of the mortar exhausted her, and she managed to hold it for only 3 seconds before grimacing in strain. From the capital, Chiotao, the advisor noted. Seeing Chiotao's struggle with the mortar relieved their concerns about the stone's weight. You four, if you are certain about your decision, please sign here and affix your thumbprints, the advisor reminded them. Think carefully, as once you commit, there will be no turning back. He felt a twinge of compassion for these lovely young women and offered a final warning. Very well, Xie Xuan said without hesitation, stepping forward to sign her name in elegant, flowing script that astonished both the advisor and officer, surpassing the handwriting of the county's clerks. Following her lead, Chanhua, Qiushi, and Chiotao each signed in turn. Where are you residing? You must remain here for 10 days until departure. Do not wander, the advisor cautioned as usual. Thank you. Xie Xuan replied with a respectful gesture, but just as she was about to leave, the advisor and officer called her back. I cannot fathom why such beautiful young ladies would choose to head to the battlefield. Your attire suggests you are not lacking in means. Is it truly for that 500 coins that you risk your lives? The advisor expressed his confusion before they departed, genuinely perplexed. In his eyes, these women were not only strong, but also educated. Such women were ideally suited for motherhood. Why would they choose to face death on the battlefield? The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of all its citizens. Now that women have the opportunity to fight, we must seize it, achieve glory, and earn our titles, Xie Xuan declared, her eyes ablaze with ambition. To aspire to become lords and generals? Many men dream of earning military honors on the battlefield, yet most perish far from home, their bones left to the wilderness. Do you truly believe a few young women can change that? The advisor lamented. Seeing such exquisite beauties destined for battle seemed a tragic waste. Xie Xuan remained silent, bowing respectfully to the officer and advisor before departing. As she passed the mortar, a sudden thought struck her. She casually nudged it with her foot, sending it tumbling toward the two men, who quickly dodged in surprise. These young ladies are truly determined, disregarding our good advice to avoid the battlefield. Do they seek to risk their lives? The advisor grumbled. However, the leading young woman, possessing both beauty and skillful handwriting, caught his attention. With all the women enlisting, the county office was in need of a capable leader. If none from the office were willing to go, perhaps they could consider this Xie Xuan. After several days without a single male volunteer, I was beginning to despair. Today, for women have signed up. If that isn't enough, we may have no choice but to recruit prisoners. I wonder if these women can keep them in line on the journey to Libai City? Such matters weighed heavily on him. As a scholar, he was not suited for physical labor, otherwise, he would have insisted on joining the fight himself. After resolving the recruitment, Xie Xuan and her companions first set about sewing simple garments for the common folk of Fengyang County. They carefully sealed their medicinal supplies in oil paper and tucked them alongside silver notes within the seams of their clothing. Each carried less than 10 taels of silver and a handful of copper coins for unforeseen expenses during their journey. Finally, they donned the attire of ordinary citizens, applying a yellowish medicinal paste to their faces, a secret remedy from nomadic tribes that would protect their skin from cold and sun, albeit leaving them with a rather grimy appearance. In truth, the common folk, due to their long-standing neglect of facial cleanliness and inability to afford proper cleansing products, often find their faces perpetually soiled. In this instance, their state can be likened to being one with the dust of the earth. What do you find amusing? After applying the ointment, the trio, Chanhua, Qiushi, and Chiotao, could not help but burst into laughter. The salve had transformed the pretty girls into whimsical calico cats, Chanhua remarked. Even if a girl has turned into a calico cat, she remains a charming one, unlike you, who is as dark as coal, Qiushi teased. Laughter echoed within the inn until the arrival of the county constables shattered this tranquility. Who among you is Xie Xuan? The constable, following the address left by Xie Xuan and her companions, arrived at the inn and spotted several women applying the black ointment. I am. Xie Xuan stepped forward, inquiring. Do you seek me for something? It is not I, but the county magistrate who wishes to see you, the constable replied. Come with me to the county office. The county office? The group exchanged glances, their smiles fading into expressions of suspicion directed at the officer. What business do we have there? Chanhua asked. Why ask so much? Once you arrive, you shall know, the constable retorted. Though Chanhua and Qiushi intended to press further, they were halted by Xie Xuan's gaze. Since the constable had not insisted that only Xie Xuan go, the other three accompanied her to the county office. The magistrate of Fengyang County, An elderly man nearing 60 with graying hair set aside his list upon seeing Xie Xuan and focused his attention on her. "You are Xie Xuan?" "Yes," she affirmed. The magistrate scrutinized the young woman from head to toe. Her hair was simply tied back with a wooden pin, her face marred with dirt. Yet her features held an undeniable elegance, particularly her captivating eyes. Though clad in coarse fabric, it was evident that her attire was newly made. Despite standing before the county magistrate, she exuded calmness, betraying no hint of fear, a clear sign of her worldly experience. "Have you come from the capital, seeking to enlist?" The magistrate inquired further. "Indeed," Xie Xuan replied. "Do you possess martial skills?" "In my youth I had a master at home and know a little," Xie Xuan responded. Upon hearing this, the magistrate's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their usual composure, his tone taking on an awkwardness. "Do you understand that on the battlefield, the odds of survival are slim to none? Even if you enlist, you may only be tasked with transporting supplies unless the situation becomes dire, and as a woman, gaining military merit will be exceedingly difficult. I am aware of a female general from Liangzhou, but the circumstances here in Yuzhou are vastly different. You face organized cavalry. And even if your family desires you to emulate Mu Qing, connections will be necessary to facilitate your enlistment at the provincial capital." Having once served in the capital, the Fengyang magistrate had surmised all possible scenarios upon meeting Xie Xuan and patiently analyzed the pros and cons. However, the path to military accomplishments for women was fraught with challenges. Rather than seek the provincial capital under the guise of preferential treatment, only to face discrimination, would it not be wiser to take a gamble and fight alongside the common soldiers? Xie Xuan said with a smile. "To the provincial capital? But they do not recruit women. If she wished to enlist, her identity would inevitably be exposed. Given the current reputation of the Jingguo Duke's household, those beneath would certainly consider their standing, making it all the more challenging for her to reach the battlefield. Thus, it would be more prudent to join the common soldiers and engage in genuine combat. Have you made up your mind?" The Fengyang magistrate narrowed his eyes, observing Xie Xuan with a curious smile. "Yes," she affirmed. "Since you possess such abilities and aspirations, I, as a magistrate, must act with integrity." The magistrate nodded in satisfaction before revealing the true purpose of her summons. "What? Fengyang's envoy?" When the magistrate proposed that Xie Xuan take on the role of envoy to lead a team to Libai City, all present, save for the magistrate, were taken aback. What? Were they not here to enlist and seek military glory? Why then did the magistrate wish to appoint Xie Xuan as a minor official within the county office? Observing their confusion, the Fengyang magistrate sighed deeply and explained, "The war in Yuzhou has persisted for years. Once on the battlefield, facing the barbaric forces from Jianzhou, you would realize that lives are as expendable as grass, and you have no control over your fate. Hence, any constable who has experienced it would rather resign than return. The envoy selected in the recent lottery suffered a leg fracture and cannot lead the team. It is clear that this injury stemmed from fear of battle. Everyone understands this. And in a fit of anger, the number of common soldiers dispatched to Libai City was reduced, leaving only 100 prisoners, with the remaining 200 largely consisting of women. Moreover, upon hearing about Xie Xuan's strength and her impressive penmanship, the magistrate had no choice but to consider her for the role. Is that so? You wish for me to lead the team to Libai City? After understanding the reasoning, Xie Xuan felt a sense of relief. An envoy, while a lesser official, sounds appealing. At least I would have the authority to lead, she mused. The magistrate nodded and continued, 300 individuals may not seem like many, but it is a considerable number. The journey will not be peaceful. And there may even be cavalry from Jianzhou attempting ambushes. You must arrive at Libai City by the agreed deadline. Will you accept this responsibility? The magistrate regarded Xie Xuan, his tone tinged with a sense of desolation. The war had escalated to the point where women were compelled to take up arms. If the two nations did not cease hostilities soon, the common people would struggle to endure. Yes, Xie Xuan replied with solemnity, her gaze resolute, even moving the magistrate. Prior to summoning her, he had anticipated hesitation or doubt, yet he was taken aback by her swift acceptance. Good, the Fengyang magistrate said, fixing his earnest gaze on Xie Xuan. I believe in you. They say a female general named Mu Qing emerged from Liangzhou. Although the Fengyang magistrate had not met her, he recognized in Xie Xuan a tenacity and confidence that many men lacked. Perhaps from Yuzhou, a second Mu Qing would arise? No. The female general who survives the battlefield of Yuzhou will undoubtedly be even more formidable and illustrious than Mu Qing of Liangzhou.
What are you laughing at?
Since returning, your face seems about to split from all that grinning. Observing the jubilant Chunhua bouncing along the way back, Qiushi could not refrain from teasing. Our girl has become an envoy. Is it wrong for me to smile? Chunhua unabashedly expressed her delight. Look at you, reveling in a small triumph. You are merely a clerk in the county office, while our girl is destined to battle and earn her place. Qiushi continued. As the two exchanged banter, Qiu Tao wore an expression of persistent anxiety. Among the trio, she was the friliest, having scarcely trained in martial arts. Though she had spoken with conviction earlier, she felt the most uncertain within. Xie Xuan remained silent, listening to Chunhua and Qiushi's playful jests. These two young girls have yet to witness the brutality of the battlefield, and they remain unaware of the immense challenges that await as they lead 300 individuals to Libai City. Among these 300 are women, prisoners coerced into combat, and those who are far from amiable. The journey ahead is fraught with difficulty. The following morning, as Qiu Tao began her standing exercises, a robust woman with a commanding voice appeared at the inn's entrance. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that she was a local militia sent by the county magistrate to assist Xie Xuan. I am Arya, formerly from a pig-slaughtering family, and I will accompany the commander to Libai City, she stated, holding a document that appointed Xie Xuan as the new commander, along with a monthly stipend of 2 taels of silver. The magistrate has assured that if the commander returns to Fengyang, the remaining salary will be supplemented by the office. Arya added briskly. Arya's gaze fell upon the weapons wielded by Chunhua and Qiushi, her eyes sparkling with envy at the glinting blades. Do you know martial arts? Xie Xuan inquired. Arya shook her head, explaining, I have helped my father with slaughtering pigs. It is a skill, not unlike killing, especially when dealing with a year's worth of livestock, which suggests that Arya possesses some strength. Do you favor knives? Xie Xuan asked. Arya nodded appreciatively, her eyes fixed on the large, gleaming knife beside Qiu Tao, clearly superior to the ordinary butcher's knife she was accustomed to. I will gift you a knife. You may train alongside me with her, Xie Xuan suggested, pointing to Qiu Tao. Arya swallowed hard at the sight of the shimmering blade and eagerly nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't he desire a formidable knife? At the gates of Fengyang County, as dawn broke, the area bustled with activity, with the townsfolk hastily loading grain and supplies onto carts. Although the supplies had been gathered, the level of chaos at the gate exceeded Xie Xuan's expectations. Hurry up! You lot at the back, keep up. What are you dawdling for? Load everything. The cacophony of shouts and commands erupted as 300 individuals, comprising both prisoners and commoners, men and women of varying ages and strengths, contributed to the effort. Grain and bedding needed to be loaded onto carts, but in such a remote location, it was unlikely that many ready-made transport carts were available, necessitating the requisition of carts from the populace. In these border regions, horses are more precious than gold, typically owned only by affluent families. Thus, most of the requisitioned transport consisted of 2-wheeled handcarts, pushed by prisoners. However, it must be noted that these prisoners, often guilty of crimes or laziness, included a few notorious offenders. Even with the threat of whips urging them on, managing them was not as easy as imagined, especially when the majority of those heading to the front lines were women. Though they dared not resist in front of the jailers, their minds undoubtedly harbored rebellious thoughts. Chapter 61. The departure. Go lend a hand, Xie Xuan instructed Qiushi, aware that this group of prisoners was largely composed of those who preyed on the weak. A fearsome demeanor was essential to intimidate them. Sure enough, as Chunhua approached with a stern expression, expertly cracking her whip in the air, the prisoners were momentarily subdued.
Miss,
are we truly taking this group of either prisoners or rustic women to Libai City? Qiushi inquired, her brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied. The current situation diverged greatly from her expectations. With a figure as formidable as Xie Xuan, one would expect her to command the battlefield like a valiant general, rather than leading a ragtag group. Previously, working under Xie Xuan, Qiushi felt that even the servants of wealthy households were easier to manage than this motley crew, which she looked down upon. What do you expect? Without some merit, who would grant you an army to command? Xie Xuan replied with a smile, acknowledging the inherent difficulties women face in military achievements compared to men. Looking over the crowd, she casually remarked, 200 of these women are mostly slender and only joined out of desperation, while 100 of the men are prisoners. Where in Fengyang can we find 300 robust young men of good standing? If such a pool existed, the county magistrate would not have resorted to appointing someone from the capital like me. She accepted the trade-offs, recognizing that circumstances were already much better than she had anticipated. Look. Xie Xuan gestured subtly toward Arya amidst the crowd. Her robust physique stood out distinctly, with strong legs and arms that suggested an abundance of strength. While others struggled to lift a sack of grain, Arya effortlessly hoisted 2 bags at once. She is indeed a remarkable find, Xie remarked. Those with martial skills are one thing, but it is truly impressive for someone untrained to possess such strength, Xie Xuan noted. Indeed, there are talents worth cultivating, she added. Xie nodded, then heard Xie Xuan's voice softly state, to maintain health and strength, one must eat meat. Overall, Xie Xuan felt content. It was said that Arya's father had been gravely ill for the past 2 years, consuming all their savings on medicine. With the government pressing for grain, she hesitated but ultimately enlisted. 2 days prior to their departure, Xie Xuan had sold 4 warhorses at a low price for the journey, distributing the proceeds to those in the county who could not afford food. Naturally, with Arya's assistance, Xie had given her 10 taels of silver. Motivated by both compassion and the desire to win favor, it is always wise to extend kindness before heading into battle, fostering goodwill among those who will share the field. As they approached Arya, she quickly set down the 2 sacks of grain she was carrying, arranging them neatly. Aren't you tired from lifting such heavy loads? Xie Xuan inquired with a smile. Arya shook her head, smiling brightly. You've done the work of 4 people alone with all this weight, yet you still smile? Xie Xuan asked curiously. With my father's illness, now treatable, and with the magistrate rewarding me with extra silver, I have enough to ensure his recovery. Arya replied with a broad grin. The mere thought of her father's improving health brought her joy, and as for herself, being close to the authority ensured she would have food, which was enough to satisfy her. Hearing this, Xie Xuan glanced at Xie, who shyly lowered her gaze, knowing well that it was she who had provided the silver. Esteemed sir, your generosity has saved my father's life. My own life now belongs to you. I vow to serve you with unwavering loyalty, vowed Arya, her sincerity shining through as she patted her chest. Although Xie Xuan had encountered many loyal servants in the capital, none possessed the same charming simplicity as Arya. The silver was provided by Xie, not me. Xie Xuan replied with a smile. Besides, both she and I possess superior martial skills compared to you. I must have slowed you down, Arya said bashfully, scratching her head and casting an apologetic glance at Xie Xuan. Despite the fact that a county clerk was merely an inconsequential official outside the court, Arya still affectionately referred to Xie Xuan as sir. I do not mean it that way. Your potential is remarkable. If you train alongside Qiu Tao, you will surely become formidable. Xie Xuan jested as she assisted Qiu Tao and Qiu Shi in loading their belongings. Although some individuals attempted to shirk their duties, the sheer number of people ensured that the items were swiftly loaded onto the cart. Before their departure, the magistrate of Fengyang, accompanied by the chief clerk and several captains, came to bid them farewell. The supplies were mandated from above, and after much effort in gathering personnel, the day of departure had finally arrived. Although Xie Xuan was a temporary appointee, the others offered her a few words of encouragement. Particularly, the injured clerk observed Xie Xuan from a distance, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the procession. Finally, the magistrate approached Xie Xuan and performed a deep bow. In these past days, though I am unaware of your true identity, it is evident that you are no ordinary woman. Yet, I humbly beseech you, should the opportunity arise on the battlefield, please remember the bond we have formed and strive to preserve the lives of these women. I am aware, sir, that I am merely a county clerk from Fengyang, and these women are my fellow townsfolk, Xie Xuan replied with a smile. You are far too humble. Your abilities are exceptional. However, the military is a treacherous place, filled with complexities. Sometimes, one's brilliance can attract misfortune. If you could temper your radiance, the magistrate cautioned, recognizing Xie Xuan's humility and offering further advice. Having observed the current situation, the magistrate could not help but deduce that Xie Xuan was of noble descent. She was well off, skilled, and meticulously principled. An aging man who had spent considerable time at the frontier had long relinquished any desire to return to the capital. Now, he merely hoped that those departing would return, even if just one. Your words are wise, Xie Xuan replied softly, catching a glimpse of the flecks of white in his hair. Listening closely, She discerned a hint of an accent from the capital, suggesting he had been exiled here. While Xie Xuan was unfamiliar with court affairs, her observations during her time in Fengyang indicated that the magistrate had been a decent official, as the populace had not voiced much discontent against him. Aside from this unavoidable conscription, "Take care, esteemed officials," Xie Xuan called out to the Fengyang officials behind her, bowing as she announced, "Let us commence our journey." The procession of 300 individuals and their carts slowly set forth towards the distant northeastern horizon, marked by a fleeting encounter, with the road ahead uncertain and long. Chapter 62, Establishing Authority located at the border. Yozhou's Libai city stands as one of its northernmost towns and serves as a crucial stronghold for the Great Jin dynasty. The journey from Fengyang to Libai city stretches over 200 to 300 li, necessitating passage through an extensive, desolate expanse of Gobi, where yellow sands swirl and life is nowhere to be found. As autumn wanes, the bitter winds sweep through, bringing a palpable sense of desolation. Though the distance is not insurmountable, the entire group consists of women, laboring under the weight of various carts, sufficient for several days' journey. Furthermore, with numerous prisoners interspersed among them, Xie Xuan's expectations were modest. Reaching Libai city without incident would be a considerable achievement. Yet, fear often invites calamity. Within a day's time, disturbances arose. Upon crossing the boundary into Fengyang, the prisoners, noticing that the escorting clerk, Xie Xuan, was a woman and that most of the civilians in the group were also female, began to entertain unruly thoughts. Some sought to escape, while others attempted to exploit their strength and gender to usurp Xie Xuan's authority. Even more disturbingly, certain prisoners harbored inappropriate intentions towards the women in the convoy, uttering lewd remarks. In essence, some of these prisoners were incarcerated for heinous crimes, and despite their shackles, unseemly thoughts still festered within. That very night, 3 or 4 prisoners somehow managed to loosen their chains, preparing to flee. Their plans were thwarted only because they intended to assault a woman before making their escape, only to be caught by the vigilant Xiao Shi and Qiu Tao on night watch.
Bang, bang, bang.
By the campfire, 3 men were bound and tethered to a cart, their eyes wide with anger and frustration as they glared at Xie Xuan and her companions. Among them, a burly man shot a defiant glance at Xie Xuan, his gaze lingering on her with a lewd grin that suggested unsavory intentions. "What are you looking at? Do you dare to kill me?" he spat. "Let me tell you, with these shackles, I don't fear you at all. You pathetic wretches, humiliated by a bunch of women. What a disgrace to manhood, even in bondage." The man's tongue did not falter, spewing vile insults towards Xie Xuan and her companions. The onlookers by the fire exchanged glances, some women seething with indignation while others felt a sense of helplessness, the disparity in size and strength naturally instilling fear. From Arya, Xie Xuan learned much of the underlying circumstances. Most of the women who had signed up were not there by choice. They had reluctantly volunteered, knowing that those who went were likely to face death, driven by a sense of duty to protect the remaining men and their families. Thus, these women were not particularly bold. In stark contrast, the prisoners' provocative words stirred unwelcome thoughts among the women. The instigator, named Li Gui, had been imprisoned for theft and assaulting women. Arya whispered to Xie Xuan, "This man nearly faced execution. If not for the impending war, he would not have been brought here to bolster numbers." Mentioning his crimes, Arya's expression darkened. "Is this his only leverage?" Xie Xuan scoffed, suspecting that Li Gui had some skill in lockpicking, betting that Xie Xuan would hesitate to kill him. "You filthy woman, what are you looking at? Think you're so important? You only became a clerk because you crawled into the county magistrate's bed. Ha ha ha." As Xie Xuan approached, Li Gui grew even bolder, prompting laughter from the other prisoners. "Miss, this man is full of filth. Let me tear his mouth apart." Xiu Hua exclaimed angrily. "Just one day into the journey, and they are already causing such trouble. We must establish authority," Qiu Shi commented. "A group of women daring to emulate men on the battlefield. Truly reckless. Ha ha ha. If you release me now, I might just protect you when we reach the battlefield." Li Gui shouted across the fire, his words further eroding the morale of the others. Xie Xuan knew that establishing authority was now imperative. "Do you say that I am unworthy of being the magistrate?" Xie Xuan stepped forward, placing herself 5 paces from Li Gui. "A mere woman dares to command me. I am a man, and even if I die, I shall not be subjugated by a woman." Li Gui spat in anger. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." Xie Xuan drew a short blade from her sleeve, deftly slicing through the ropes binding the man, with the knife embedding itself firmly in the frame of the cart. The man was momentarily taken aback before hearing Xie Xuan's voice beside him. "Let us wager. If I lose, I shall concede the position of magistrate to you. If I win, I shall take something from you."
Ha!
"You truly overestimate yourself." Li Gui sneered. "If I win, not only shall I be the leader, but I shall also have you, woman, serving me closely." Upon hearing this, the surrounding prisoners displayed lewd grins, eagerly anticipating Li Gui's victory, as if they would share in the spoils. Concerned for Xie Xuan, the girl Chiu Tao glanced over. Xie Xuan nodded slightly, her gaze towards Li Gui and his accomplices growing ever colder. "I can agree to your terms, but I too shall raise the stakes. If you lose, I shall take something from each of them." Her eyes fell upon the two other men who had fled alongside Li Gui. The three were indeed a gang, and the other two, seeing Xie Xuan's petite frame, were confident in Li Gui's strength, believing he could not possibly lose, thus feeling no burden in their agreement. The wager was set, and the prisoners erupted in cheers, anticipating Li Gui's triumph. The women, however, watched anxiously, unable to look away. The calmest of them all were Chunhua and Qiushi, who observed the scene nonchalantly, well aware of Xie Xuan's capabilities. By the flickering firelight, the biting wind howled as Li Gui, his countenance twisted with malice, charged towards Xie Xuan. His burly frame bore down upon her like a mighty mountain. As he approached, he extended both arms, attempting to encircle her, clearly intent on a bare hug or perhaps to toy with her. Everyone assumed that Xie Xuan, being a mere woman, would be easily crushed, but just then, she deftly sidestepped, shifting her left foot back slightly, and with her right hand seized Li Gui's wrist, lifting him effortlessly for a powerful shoulder throw.
Crack!
A piercing scream echoed as Li Gui, once brimming with ambition, crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The moment his body met the earth, it felt as if his inside shattered, racked with intense pain. He spat blood, staring in disbelief at Xie Xuan. Witnessing the vast pit created by Li Gui's fall, the onlookers gasped collectively, especially his two accomplices, who could hardly fathom the scene before them. This woman had effortlessly felled the formidable Li Gui with a single move, leaving him utterly defenseless. "Is there still fight left in you?" Xie Xuan's voice was frigid as she approached him slowly. Li Gui, writhing in agony, could barely respond, his eyes filled with resentment and disbelief. He could not fight back. He had lost. Xie Xuan's tone remained icy as she surveyed the surroundings. Neither the townsfolk nor the prisoners dared utter a word. With a swift motion, she drew another dagger, its blade glinting ominously, and lunged towards Li Gui's groin. Another blood-curdling scream pierced the air, sending shivers down the spines of all present, especially the prisoners, who felt as though the dagger had struck them. Li Gui, now wounded, glared at Xie Xuan with twisted features, his fury palpable. "You wagered. Now face the consequences. I shall take something from you." Her voice was a chilling breeze, cutting through the bone, instilling terror in the hearts of the prisoners. Xie Xuan wiped the blood from her blade, scanning the area until her gaze landed on the two men bound to the cart. "What do you intend to do?" They stammered, feeling a chill run down their spines, both frightened and paralyzed. Xie Xuan contemplated, glancing at Chiu Tao and the recently rescued girl. "Would you like to take this opportunity?" She offered the bloodied knife to the trembling woman, who was named Xiangxiu, slight of build and delicate in appearance, having been targeted by Li Gui and his men. I. Xiangxiu hesitated, her eyes darting between the bloodied knife and the fallen Li Gui, trembling at the sight of the two men who had attempted to drag her away. "Are you afraid? If they take you tonight, have you considered the repercussions?" Xie Xuan countered, casting her gaze towards the group of women huddled together by the fire. "The battlefield you will face is fraught with death. If you lack strength and courage, will you seek your demise or become mere spoils?" The words sent a pallor across the faces of the women, who had only signed up to fill numbers, never anticipating such grim realities. Panic and dread enveloped them, as Xie Xuan's cold stare pierced through Xiangxiu. "If you cannot face your enemies, will you simply await your fate at the front lines?" Recalling her earlier peril, Xiangxiu felt a surge of resolve. With a fierce determination, she snatched the dagger from Xie Xuan and plunged it into the abdomen of one of the men. Another scream, chilling and blood-curdling, echoed through the air. Though her technique was unrefined, she thrust repeatedly, leaving the man a bloody mess beneath her. Xie Xuan cleaned the blade and returned it to its sheath, then seized a long, imposing sword, her voice as cold as ice. According to the laws of the Great Gene, a prisoner attempting escape may be executed on the spot. With that, she swiftly brought down the blade, severing the head of another prisoner, blood splattering in all directions. A wave of terror swept through the crowd as both townsfolk and prisoners trembled in fear. The gruesome sight left many huddled together, while others were so frightened they turned pale or even vomited. Among the wicked prisoners, the rest were ordinary citizens, unaccustomed to the battlefield and unprepared for such a bloodbath. Xiao Tao had been retching for quite some time, emptying her stomach of all its contents, yet still dry heaving. Clearly shaken, Xie Xuan observed the crowd, saying little, merely instructing Chen Hua and Qiushi to deal with the other two individuals, taking only their heads to Li Bai City. The following morning, many appeared pallid, especially the remaining prisoners, their gazes towards Xie Xuan now infused with dread. A few even succumbed to illness on the road. And despite Xie Xuan's pulse checks and medication, she said nothing further. This trial must be endured. One must witness blood before entering the battlefield, and better to vomit from fear than to perish on the front lines. In the ensuing days, the journey remained relatively peaceful. Even the prisoners who had initially seemed restless became subdued. Upon seeing Xie Xuan, they trembled as if confronted by a vengeful deity. As Xie Xuan led her group through a stretch of yellow sand, preparing to organize shifts and take a brief respite, strange sounds echoed from a distance. It was the sound of horses. Xie Xuan bent down to listen to the ground, her pupils suddenly dilating. Cavalry. The Jian soldiers were nearby. As dusk fell, the pounding of hoofbeats, the clanging of bells, and the frantic cries of war horses filled the air, creating an overwhelming sense of terror that enveloped everyone. Suddenly, the Jian soldiers emerged from the shadows, clad in their distinctive attire, wielding slender whips and gleaming crescent blades that radiated a chilling light. A powerful steed charged into the midst of the crowd, moving with such speed that it left no time for reaction.
Run. Quickly.
In the midst of the chaos, someone broke and fled, triggering a stampede. The clanking of shackles resonated as prisoners, in a panic, cried out like frenzied, aimless ducks. Thoughts of food and bedding vanished. Survival was paramount. The speed of human legs could not match that of the war horses. Once the Jian cavalry plunged into the throng, a massacre ensued, and each draw of the curved blade meant another head would roll. Despite Xie Xuan's formidable skills, she had never witnessed such a scene. The Jian cavalry trampled a prisoner beneath their hooves.
Run. Flee.
Amidst the screams and the panic, Xie Xuan felt a tug on her clothing. It was Arya, attempting to pull her away. Don't run. We must find weapons to resist. Xie Xuan shouted, urging the crowd to maintain order. They were outnumbered, and fleeing would only hasten their demise. The cavalry likely felt emboldened, having seen the escort carrying provisions, mostly women. Drawing a long whip from her waist, Xie Xuan ensnared the nearest Jian soldier's blade and, using force, yanked him off his horse, plunging her dagger into his chest. Chen Hua and Qiushi, not to be outdone, quickly joined the fray after a brief moment of shock. The sounds of battle erupted as some seized makeshift weapons to fight back, while others, overwhelmed by terror, continued to flee. Gripping her whip tightly, Xie Xuan forced herself to remain composed, attuned to the sounds of galloping hooves surrounding her. Suddenly, a rush of air overhead signaled imminent danger. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Xuan leaped, using her dagger to sever the throat of a charging horse. The slaughter continued unabated. As the first rays of dawn pierced the twilight, Xie Xuan had already claimed the lives of 9 Jian soldiers, her body smeared with blood. Her whip held like a weapon of the abyss. The fleeing civilians and prisoners gradually returned, staring numbly at the carnage and at Xie Xuan, transformed into a figure of vengeance. This time, the Jian soldiers numbered merely a dozen, yet they had wreaked havoc upon 300. Without Xie Xuan, survival would have been a distant hope. Counting the casualties, Xie Xuan surveyed the field strewn with bodies, scattered provisions, and disordered bedding. Wiping the blood from her face, she quickly regained her composure, taking charge of the situation. 30 prisoners had perished, 39 civilians were lost, and 12 had not returned, leaving 216 remaining. Arya and Xiang Xiu trembled at the loss of life. 60 to 70 souls had vanished, their earlier laughter now silenced. Indeed, the words of the county officials rang true. On the battlefield, lives were as expendable as straw. Gather everyone around. I have something to say. Xie Xuan exhaled deeply. She had not anticipated the Jian cavalry's audacity to approach Li Bai City, wreaking havoc within the borders of Dejin. After such a brutal encounter, many bore expressions of panic and confusion. Even the once arrogant prisoners could not help but admire Xie Xuan's prowess. Had it not been for her, they would likely have lost their lives. Xie Xuan appraised the prisoners, outlining her plans to clear the battlefield, waiting for an hour for those who had scattered to regroup. They must march with order. Chaos would lead to their demise before reaching Li Bai City. We cannot afford to continue like this, she stated, her expression impassive. In the coming days, I shall remove the prisoner shackles and divide them into 3 groups for rotating night watches. Chunhua, Qiushi, and I will each lead over 70 individuals. Should we detect any disturbances, we will sound the alarm and organize a counterattack. Such a massacre must never occur again. Fortunately, aside from that one night-s encounter with the cavalry, Xie Xuan and her group faced no further Jian soldiers before reaching Li Bai City. After several days, they finally arrived, weary yet relieved. The grayish stones and bricks of the city walls stood out against the barren landscape, a striking sight. This city had stood for a century, its walls marred with countless scars and arrows, bearing witness to its tumultuous history. Rising 3 to 4 zhang high, the walls displayed the military flags of Dejin and the Su Kingdom, while civilians, bound by ropes, were suspended in midair, repairing the fortifications. Indeed, as Xie Xuan had suspected, Li Bai City had summoned additional laborers from other counties and had arrived ahead of her. Fengyang County's magistrate? The clerk who registered the militia cast a glance at Xie Xuan, noting her bloodied attire. It seemed that those who fought had perished, allowing even a woman to take on the role of magistrate. What? You encountered Jian soldiers on the way? Upon hearing of their ordeal, the clerk's expression shifted dramatically, and his demeanor towards Xie Xuan became far more respectful. The bodies of the Jian soldiers still remain. Each one brings a bounty of 10 taels. As for the 3 who fled, let them be. Bury their heads as you see fit. Recently, Feng County even sent 100 women to the front lines. They will be under your command. The people of Fengyang County were assigned to the Changzi camp, while Xie Xuan and her group settled into the so-called camp. The lowly civilian houses were barren, devoid of beds, only piles of straw serving as makeshift sleeping spots. Dust covered the ground, and, upon entering, they were greeted by a potent stench of decay, indicative of long abandonment, with cobwebs adorning the corners and unknown stains adhering to the walls. As the guiding soldier arrived at their destination, Xie Xuan instructed Qiushi to lead a dozen individuals to collect bedding, showing no disdain for the humble accommodations. She was there to fight, not to indulge in luxury. If others could reside there, so could she. Moreover, when she received her reward silver, she sensed that the military discipline under King Su was relatively strict, with no instances of embezzlement or false claims of merit. Although some in the city looked down upon the female militia, there had been no reports of misconduct. The bodies of the several bandits were indeed attributed to the farmers of Fengyang County, and Xie Xuan exchanged the merchant silver for copper coins to distribute among the residents of Fengyang County. Those who perished on the road would be accounted for in their names, providing a chance for their families to remember them. The militia, while not a regular army, typically remained behind to transport supplies. However, when the time came to face the battlefield, they would charge to the front, serving as human shields for the regular forces. Their fate, whether to perish at the frontier or ascend in rank, depended on this decisive moment. Chapter 65. Urgency in Yuzhou in the capital at the end of October. The frigid winds from the north swept through the towering city walls, making their way southward. The once vibrant city of Jinling appeared somewhat desolate, as did the emperor seated upon the golden throne. Reports from Yuzhou reached the capital, and upon reading a single dispatch, the emperor's countenance darkened. Unlike previous years marked by minor disturbances and limited assaults, the current threat posed by the bandits was unprecedented in both scale and ferocity. The primary battlegrounds near Liqing and Longqing River suffered significant losses, with countless casualties. The offices of the inspectorate and command had no choice but to summon militia from below to bolster their forces, and there were also shortages in military provisions. The emperor's expression turned grave upon hearing this news. Over the years, the ambitions of the bandits had grown increasingly brazen. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, he had to confront the reality that, regardless of King Su's efforts to resist in Yuzhou, a fierce confrontation with the bandits was inevitable. Even with King Su overseeing the situation, the lives of the border inhabitants had become unbearably harsh. Consequently, the emperor summoned the Minister of War, Vice Minister, and various officials from the 26 guards in the capital, as well as local military leaders on duty in the capital, to convene in the palace for discussion. It could be said that every notable military official in the capital was summoned to the palace. Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing, having previously encountered obstacles in the Ministry of War, were nonetheless included among those summoned due to their roles as military leaders in the conflict in Liangzhou. The minister and vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, alongside officials from the 13 administrative offices, were also called to the palace, and even the Duke of Jingwa, Xie Xuan, who held a title without an official position, was among those summoned. Although Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing entered the palace hand in hand, positioned at the back of the assembly, their hearts surged with excitement. Especially for Mu Qing, who clasped Meng Tingyuan's hand, a sense of pride welled within her. What did it matter if Xie Xuan had become the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, cherished and sought after? In all the land, only she could enter the palace alongside her husband as officials, no matter how noble Xie Xuan's status. She remained merely a secluded and pretentious woman of the inner quarters. "You two are obstructing my path with your petty squabbles," came Xie Yuan's unceremonious voice from behind, drawing the attention of many. Faced with this situation, Meng Tingyuan considered releasing Mu Qing's hand, but she stubbornly clung on, defiantly gazing at Xie Yuan. "Is it that the Duke of Jingwa finds our presence unsatisfactory?" she thought. "Surely, in broad daylight, such rudeness is unbecoming." The officials, observing the tension, quickly discerned that rumors circulating in the capital were true. The Duke of Jingwa's household and the Tingyuan Marquis family had fallen into discord after an unsuccessful marriage alliance. While some might have previously thought the Duke lacked grace, recent events had shifted perceptions, revealing the Tingyuan Marquis' arrogance. Unconsciously, several officials who had once been friendly with Meng Tingyuan distanced themselves from him. In broad daylight, such disgraceful conduct. With a cold snort, Xie Yuan moved towards the front of the assembly. Now a man of elevated status, he needed to maintain decorum. Unlike in the past when he would have struck out at such perceived offenses. If it weren't for these two, how could his precious niece have recklessly ventured onto the battlefield, now away for a month without a word? Filled with anger, Xie Yuan scowled as he listened to the urgent reports from Yuzhou while observing the heated debates among the military and civil officials. "Your Majesty, the bandits from Liaodong have been raiding our borders for years, and their recent assaults have intensified. I fear they will not be easily satisfied this time." One of the left vice ministers analyzed the situation, his expression grave. "Not easily satisfied? More like nearly impossible to defend against," followed another from the right. "Rumors from beyond the pass say that the bandit cavalry now number over 10,000, having formed alliances with other tribes, and their combined forces may total 100,000. Meanwhile, our station troops in Yuzhou are only a fraction of that number, weary and depleted. At this rate, it may be impossible to mount a successful defense." The emperor's face grew even darker. How could he be unaware of the urgency in Yuzhou? If not for genuine concern, he would never have resorted to such extensive recruitment of militia in that region. The situation must be dire indeed. He thought of Xie Xuan, who had ventured to Yuzhou without an official title, wondering how the young woman fared on the battlefield. The conflict ahead was likely more brutal than he had anticipated. Regret washed over the emperor. He had not foreseen the urgency of the situation. Had he known, he would never have permitted Xie Xuan to go alone. Now, he could have bestowed upon her a legitimate title of general, thereby alleviating some pressure on King Su regarding supplies. At this point, his gaze turned to the last couple in the assembly, Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan. As if sensing the weight of the emperor's gaze, they both looked up, briefly locking eyes with him, and then exchanged glances, filled with unspoken joy. Their prior contributions in Liangzhou had been leveraged to secure their marriage, while others reaped rewards. Now, with the conflict in Yuzhou reignited, if they could seize the opportunity to fight at the front lines once more, they would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the capital. When that time came, the Tingyuan Marquis' household would shine brightly, overshadowing the Duke of Jingwa's household, which had no official position and was of merchant origin. They would see who would dare to mock them then. Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan could not forget the ridicule of their wedding day, nor the whispers that had forced them into seclusion. Moreover, Xie Xuan's gifts and the difficulties imposed by the Duchess only fueled Mu Qing's frustration. She resented the notion that Xie Xuan, who had left the Marquis' household, still received praise from its servants behind closed doors. She is the true mistress of the Marquis' residence. Xie Xuan is nothing more than an unloved, empty-headed figure. Chapter 66. The national treasury is depleted. Mu Qing, yearning for the respect of others and eager to restore her tarnished reputation, understood that her only path to redemption lay on the battlefield. At this moment, she desperately needed victories to reclaim her former glory. Your Majesty. Two couples, each with divergent thoughts yet deeply affectionate, knelt in perfect harmony. Your Majesty, the situation is urgent. Yuzhou has reached a point where reinforcements must be dispatched. I am willing to accompany General Meng to lead troops to Yuzhou and decisively defeat the enemy. Mu Qing spoke passionately before Meng Tingyuan could respond, and had she not been a sixth-rank idle military officer, her fervor would have been even more commendable. At that moment, Meng Tingyuan seemed to sense the impropriety, but by the time he attempted to intervene, the words had already escaped his lips. Reinforcements? Who is unaware of the need for reinforcements? The Minister of Revenue scoffed, yet the real question is where the funding for these troops will come from. Has the general given this any thought? In warfare, who among the generals does not aspire to achieve merit? Reinforcements are a given. The issue lies not in the desire for battle, but in the lack of funds. With so many to feed and care for, after the recent conflicts in Liangzhou, Yuzhou is on the brink of a large-scale war. The expenses for provisions, weapons, armor, and the compensation for fallen soldiers. Does the Ministry of Revenue expect these funds to materialize out of thin air? Generals win battles, while officials concern themselves with the people's livelihoods. The responsibility for procuring military supplies rests with the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue. We, the military officers, are solely tasked with combat. Your question, my lord, seems overly demanding. Mu Qing cast a disdainful glance at the official speaking. He should not underestimate her awareness of the close ties between the Minister of Revenue and the Xie family. Today's provocation was undoubtedly motivated by a desire to avenge Xie Xuan. Xie Xuan's tactics were indeed despicable, extending her schemes to the court. Did she truly believe that the court was her domain? The continuous wars have indeed strained the treasury. Your Majesty, I implore you to see the truth in this. As he spoke, the Minister of Revenue adopted a posture of desperation, kneeling heavily upon the ground. As for Mu Qing's statement, the Minister of Revenue found it almost laughable. As a first-rank minister, did he really need to trouble himself with a mere, inconsequential military officer? If it weren't for the emperor's current displeasure, he would relish the opportunity to demonstrate his authority over her. I am aware that the treasury is not abundant, but please rise, esteemed elder. The emperor frowned, his irritation directed towards Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan. How could these two lack such awareness? Did they not realize that the treasury was empty and that the procurement of military funds and supplies fell upon Xie Yuan? Had they not noticed how often he summoned Xie Yuan for discussions? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, casting a fierce glare at the eunuch delivering his edicts and at Mu Qing's superior. Today's discussion pertains to Yuzhou, who permitted Mu Qing to enter the palace. General Mu hails from Liangzhou and likely lacks familiarity with Yuzhou's climate and terrain. Even if reinforcements are to be dispatched, is it necessary for General Mu to lead the troops? Another military officer remarked, his words a direct affront to Mu Qing. What does it matter that I am from Liangzhou? Does the court intend to deny us even the opportunity for experience?
Mu Qing retorted angrily.
Experience? Are you suggesting we risk the nation and the people's safety for your personal development? The officer, unwilling to relent, stood firm against Mu Qing. Mu Qing, seething with indignation, was about to retaliate further when Meng Tingyuan's piercing gaze compelled her to retreat. The officer in question was a legitimate general of the 26th Guard, hailing from a prestigious family and held a rank far superior to both Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing. He was also one of their direct superiors, making it imperative to avoid offending him. Realizing this, Mu Qing, despite her resentment, had no choice but to swallow her anger for the moment. Ultimately, her previous notoriety and high status were mere illusions, bolstered by her identity as the first female general, leading her to erroneously believe she was unparalleled, while in reality, her official rank was merely sixth, devoid of true power. In such significant court discussions, according to her rank, she was hardly entitled to speak at all. Indeed, even if reinforcements were to head to Yuzhou, the selection of commanding officers must be done judiciously. The emperor squinted, observing the military officers below without rushing to finalize any appointments. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing's face fell, and reluctantly, she bowed her head to the emperor, only to be yanked back by Meng Tingyuan. With that brief interlude concluded, the preceding generals, along with officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, began a relentless negotiation. They needed to establish the number of soldiers to be sent to Yuzhou, the specific provisions and supplies required, and to anticipate the duration of the impending conflict, ensuring sufficient funds were prepared in the treasury. Listening to the barrage of figures, the emperor felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, particularly regarding the military expenses. The calculated sums made him wish he could confront that Aramo directly to save a significant amount of money. At the back of the assembly, the previously inseparable Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing now appeared to have encountered some discord. To Yuzhou? How much do you truly know about Yuzhou to dare to request a decree for such a venture? The terrain of Liangzhou is humid and warm,
while Yuzhou is dry and cold.
Although we may march and fight, we have yet to independently command troops. If any missteps occur, what shall we do? Moreover, given our current positions, how can we take on the role of primary commanders? For this reinforcement, let us simply fulfill our roles within the ranks. Meng Tingyuan spoke earnestly, believing that even if Mu Qing did not entirely heed his words, she would at least appreciate his concern. However, he did not anticipate that the once ambitious Mu Qing would be unable to withstand such a cold shower of reality from him, igniting her anger.
Why not?
We have both seen battle. Should we fear such trivialities? Can our soldiers not endure a little temperature variation? Mu Qing dismissed his concerns, yet suddenly seemed to recall something. Her expression shifting to one of displeasure, her demeanor growing colder. She gazed into Meng Tingyuan's eyes, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she spoke. I am aware that your family does not regard me favorably during this time, deeming my background inferior and my dowry lacking compared to Xie Xuan's, even looking down upon me for it. However, I, Mu Qing, shall demonstrate through my prowess that I am not merely a superficial woman who trades on a few pieces of silver. As long as we can secure victories on the battlefield, we will truly penetrate the upper echelons of the capital, and the Marquis' residence shall regain its former glory. Chapter 67. You just cannot let her go. What does this have to do with Xie Xuan? Meng Tingyuan frowned slightly, feeling discomfort at Mu Qing's sudden mention of Xie Xuan.
What?
Am I now forbidden from even mentioning her? Seeing Meng Tingyuan's reaction, Mu Qing's frustration ignited, questioning whether her words had struck a nerve. You are utterly unreasonable, Meng Tingyuan exclaimed in anger, intending to continue, only to find two armed palace guards standing before him. Gentlemen, this is the court, not a marketplace. A red-robed eunuch approached the two individuals, raising his voice with an air of authority. You two have violated court decorum, disrupting the order of the court. You shall receive 22 strokes of the rod.
What?
Strokes? On what grounds? The two were momentarily taken aback, particularly Mu Qing, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief. They were accomplished generals, present to discuss state affairs. How could they be subjected to such arbitrary punishment?
Why?
General Mu, consider yourself fortunate to be standing at the back. His Majesty and the esteemed ministers are preoccupied with national policy and lack the inclination to address you. Otherwise, it would not merely be 20 strokes. The red-robed eunuch cast a glance at the emperor, who was conferring with the Duke of Jingua, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of War, and several commanding officers on matters of state, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. The eunuch himself found the situation perplexing. Did these two not comprehend the gravity of their presence in the palace today for such significant matters? Did they truly believe this grand palace was merely a venue for flirtation? Mu Qing attempted to protest, but was swiftly silenced by a guard who covered her mouth and dragged her out of the main hall. It was not that the eunuch wished to save her life. Rather, the emperor was in a foul mood today, and should he lay blame, Mu Qing would suffer greatly. If they were implicated, it would be a considerable loss for them. Meng Tingyuan, coming from a distinguished family, quickly grasped the severity of the situation upon hearing the eunuch's words and dutifully accepted the punishment. Fortunately, he had a habit of carrying money when he left home and offered 300 taels of silver to the executing guards, allowing them to incur only superficial injuries. After enduring the beating, the two were carried back to their residence. Upon seeing her son in such a state, the Lady Ho was momentarily stunned. What has happened? Weren't you both in the palace for a discussion? The Lady Ho gazed at her injured son with immense concern, her heart filled with dread. It's all because of that Xie Xuan, Mu Qing exclaimed indignantly. With the barbarian invasion, Meng Tingyuan and I requested to lead our troops, yet the Xie family obstructed us. And still, some people cling to her, defending her at all costs. Having been punished, Mu Qing recalled how she had also been targeted by the eunuchs during her previous visit to the palace, secretly believing that Xie Xuan had bribed the palace eunuchs to deliberately provoke her, further intensifying her animosity towards Xie Xuan. I have repeatedly stated that since our separation, I have had no further dealings with her. Why do you refuse to believe me? Meng Tingyuan, utterly infuriated, retorted. He had already divorced Xie Xuan for Mu Qing's sake. What more did she want? Just because you haven't seen her doesn't mean she has ceased to interfere in your life. She feigns distance while constantly scheming against us. Mu Qing lamented, feeling deeply wronged. If it weren't for her, I would have already led our troops to Yuzhou, and I wouldn't have to endure such misery. Meng Tingyuan looked at Mu Qing's tear-stained face and felt the sting of pain in his own backside, his frustration mounting. He did not wish to continue arguing over this matter. In the exchange of words, Lady Ho began to comprehend the situation. Fearing that today's ordeal was once again connected to Xie Xuan, she recalled how Xie Xuan had treated her with filial piety and courtesy during her time in the residence, and how comfortable her life had been, which only intensified her dislike of Mu Qing, especially seeing her son being subjected to such humiliation. It was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Were it not for certain individuals' inability to tolerate others, her poor son would not have suffered such indignities. Lady Ho scoffed. Some people present themselves as virtuous and magnanimous, but are merely unmeasured and unwittingly inappropriate in their actions. Meng Tingyuan, do you hear what she says? Mu Qing felt her composure slipping, her anger rising. Weren't you the one who insisted I stay in your courtyard? How has this suddenly become my fault? If it weren't for your desperate pleas, I would never have come to the capital to endure such indignities, and now you conspire with your family to bully me? Mu Qing, hailing from Liangzhou and possessing a fiery temperament, had reached her limit with Lady Ho's incessant reminders of their past. She finally erupted today. Lady Ho, inherently weak-willed, had allowed the Duke of Dingyuan to indulge in his numerous affairs, but Xie Xuan's respectful demeanor had led her to believe she was managing well.
Now,
Confronted by Mu Qing's outburst, she found herself speechless. Her earlier confidence evaporated. Mother, the past was entirely my fault. Please do not continue to hold it against Qingqing. Meng Tingyuan said to Lady Ho with resignation. Turning to Mu Qing, he took a deep breath and declared, My heart belongs solely to you. I was foolish before, and I regret that you had to suffer. With such a declaration, Meng Tingyuan's words provided a way out for Mu Qing, and she found it difficult to maintain her stance. Men often seek to enjoy the benefits of multiple partners, which was only natural. With a resigned sigh, Mu Qing's gaze swept over Lady Ho before settling on Meng Tingyuan. But you know, I, Mu Qing, am not merely a woman of the inner chambers. I am a general on the battlefield. The so-called duties of serving in the household and managing the inner quarters are tasks any woman could perform. Only I can stand by your side in battle and restore the glory of the Duke of Dingyuan's residence. The glory of the Duke of Dingyuan's residence was a shared aspiration among all its members. Mu Qing's words resonated deeply with both Meng Tingyuan and Lady Ho. Despite their lingering grievances, this point was indisputable. However, Meng Tingyuan suddenly inquired, but how did you manage to restrain the barbarian reinforcements during the final battle in Liangzhou? Mu Qing had gained renown as the first female general of the Great Jin during that battle. Yet Meng Tingyuan had been stationed on the front lines and was unaware of her strategies. That was because my family is from Liangzhou, and I am familiar with the terrain there, Mu Qing replied after a slight hesitation, then added earnestly, Oh, the events of Liangzhou occurred so long ago. Why do you ask about them now? We should be focusing on how to approach the battlefield in Yuzhou. Only by reaching the Yuzhou battlefield could she continue to achieve merit and secure her position in the Duke's residence. Once she returned triumphantly from Yuzhou, she would see if Xie Xuan could still maintain her lofty demeanor as a noblewoman. Meng Tingyuan belonged to her, and no one could take him away. Chapter 68. The matron is still more suitable as Xie Xuan regarding the crisis in Yuzhou. The court quickly established a resolution, dispatching 100,000 troops from the governor of Taiyuan for support, in addition to sending the Zhuge Guard, one of the 26 elite guards, to Yuzhou. The deployment of 100,000 troops from Taiyuan was anticipated, but the transfer of the Zhuge Guard from the capital took everyone by surprise. The 26 guards in the capital served as the standing army. Although the Zhuge Guard consisted of only 10,000 men, they were heavily armored cavalry. Regular cavalry were typically allotted 3 horses each, while heavily armored cavalry had 5, not to mention their full armament, with weapons forged from high-quality steel, impervious to damage, and able to slice through iron with ease. Such a cavalry unit could be considered a national treasure, only to be deployed in defense of the capital. Now that the emperor had mobilized the Zhuge Guard, it signified a firm resolve to confront the barbarian invaders in a decisive battle. Meanwhile, Mu Qing and Meng Tingyuan sought assistance everywhere. After facing numerous obstacles in the court, they finally secured positions of 100 households and a guerrilla general from the governor of Taiyuan, allowing them to accompany the reinforcements to Yuzhou. Naturally, Meng Tingyuan was dissatisfied with this outcome. The last time he had gone to Liangzhou, he had at least held the position of deputy general, ranking just below the commander. A role of notable significance. The guerrilla general holds the rank of the 5th grade, which is a notch lower than that of a deputy general. And he does not command the esteemed Zhuge Guard of the capital. Particularly, when Meng Tingyuan learned that the newly appointed deputy commander of the Zhuge Guard was Xie Xuan, a youth who had never set foot on the battlefield, a sense of foreboding began to stir within him. This Xie Xuan, being younger and the 3rd son of the Duke of Annan, was appointed by the emperor himself, a clear indication of the emperor's intentions to favor the Annan house. Both the Annan and the Dingyuan dukes were military families, historically rivals, with the Annan house previously holding the upper hand until Xie Xuan married into the Dingyuan family. However, after Meng Tingyuan achieved military honors on the battlefield, he had long ceased to regard the Annan house with any seriousness. Yet now, they had dealt him a blow at this critical juncture, leaving him feeling both indignant and powerless. In contrast to Meng Tingyuan's anxiety, Mu Qing, having just recovered, was bustling with excitement, preparing for the war. She meticulously organized her clothing, jewelry, daily necessities, and valuables, filling 2 large trunks. The current matriarch of the house, seeing Mu Qing's preparations, became incensed upon learning that she intended to withdraw 3,000 taels of silver. After several failed quarrels, the matriarch opted for a wiser approach this time. She informed Meng Tingyuan instead of outright refusing. "You're going to battle, not to shop. Why do you need so much silver?" Upon hearing this, Meng Tingyuan immediately went to Mu Qing's quarters. His intention was clear, to smooth things over. "We are assigned to the Taiyuan army, and once we arrive, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. If we do not spend a little silver, how can we expect the men to perform their duties properly?" Mu Qing replied naturally, "And is 3,000 taels really excessive? For a noble house, that is hardly a significant amount. Even if we are short on funds, surely we can manage this? We are going to war, not just taking up a post." Meng Tingyuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to reveal that even a few hundred taels might be difficult to procure. "Let us leave it be. If you truly wish to take it, then take your private savings." During their marriage, the Dingyuan house had provided a substantial dowry for Mu Qing. Although it is said that a husband should not covet his wife's dowry, Mu Qing's use of it should not be an issue, right? Unexpectedly, Mu Qing exploded at his words.
What do you mean by that?
"After marrying into your house, am I expected to spend my own dowry? Do you not realize that only the most incompetent men covet their wives' wealth? When have I ever coveted yours? I merely wish for you to use your own money for your own matters." Meng Tingyuan felt an intense frustration boiling within him. Not only had he never entertained thoughts of Mu Qing's dowry, but even if he were to use it, how would that matter? Mu Qing's dowry consisted of gifts from the Dingyuan house. After entering the house, she had guarded her dowry tightly, yet was generous towards her family. As if he were oblivious to her actions. Xie Xuan had contributed significantly to the dowry, yet she had never voiced a complaint. However, Meng Tingyuan's impatient tone only served to ignite Mu Qing's anger further. "Are you implying that you disdain my family's lack of wealth? That we cannot compare to Xie Xuan's substantial dowry? She could only offer a little silver, while I have the ability to plead for your position before the Empress Dowager. Let's not forget, we barely made it to Yuzhou this time. Who was scheming behind the scenes? I have no desire to discuss this with you." Mentioning Xie Xuan completely exasperated Meng Tingyuan. When Xie Xuan married into the house, the position she secured for him in the military was far superior to what the Empress Dowager had granted. However, he knew better than to voice such thoughts to Mu Qing, lest it ignite another argument. It was wiser to simply walk away. Since the house's accounts were depleted, Mu Qing would find it impossible to procure any silver. "I see you are guilty of thievery." Mu Qing shouted angrily at the retreating figure of Meng Tingyuan. "You cannot let go of Xie Xuan." "Can't let go?" Meng Tingyuan raised his gaze to the darkening sky, directing his attention toward the residence of the Duke of Jinghua. Since Mu Qing had entered the household, their lives had become increasingly strained, plagued by countless troubles. This was far removed from the life he had envisioned with Mu Qing. He even found himself regretting not having approached their marriage more delicately, or perhaps having a child with Xie Xuan first, which might have prevented her from leaving in a huff. If Xie Xuan were still present, their household would not be so impoverished, and his military rank could have risen. Although Mu Qing was spirited and free-spirited, she was not suited to be the matriarch of a large household. Xie Xuan was far more appropriate for that role. Regrettably, he had failed to recognize this earlier. So be it. Upon his return from battle, he would personally bring Xie Xuan back from the Duke of Jinghua's residence. The gates of the Duke's residence had remained tightly shut for days, likely due to Xie Xuan's attempts to leverage her previous threats of remarriage. This campaign would provide the perfect opportunity to put some distance between them. If she wished, the position of matriarch would still await her. For Mu Qing would not be concerned with such superficial titles. Chapter 69. The army approaches. By the end of October, the Taiyuan army finally set forth. Meng Tingyuan and Mu Qing did not stand out among the ranks. The governor of Taiyuan harbored little affection for the guerrilla general and the subordinate he had been forced to accept, while holding the deputy commander of the Zhuge Guard, Xia Wei, in high esteem. Although the guerrilla general could ride, the 100 households were required to march on foot. While Mu Qing had served in the military in Liangzhou, she had never endured a prolonged march of half a month, especially after her arrival in the capital, where she had not trained adequately. A day or two might have been manageable, but over an extended period, it became an arduous ordeal. Unfortunately, the governor of Taiyuan ignored her plight, treating her like any other 100 households, requiring her to walk ahead and lead the others. Inwardly, Mu Qing cursed Xie Xuan countless times. In her opinion, had Xie Xuan not schemed against her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. After all, she was the first female general of the Great Jin. Perhaps the heavens sensed her fury, for a heavy snowfall descended, hindering the army's progress. The roads became treacherous, with fluctuating temperatures causing the day's melted snow to freeze into ice by nightfall, severely impeding their march. The terrain was not flat. During the day, the melting ice made the paths slippery, while at night, the cold obscured visibility, making travel exceedingly difficult. Simultaneously, nearly by city, a heavy snowfall blanketed the area, casting a shadow of impending war over the entire city. The chilling sound of horns echoed above everyone's heads, unrelenting. Beyond the city walls, countless soldiers from Jianzhou surged forward, while the sounds of clashing horses filled the air with a palpable sense of dread. Xie Xuan had been stationed in the military camp for 3 months. From her humble beginnings as an insignificant record keeper, she had now risen to the rank of 100 households, capable of standing on her own. Though she commanded a mere 100, her ranks had swelled to 300 women, who fought valiantly alongside Xie Xuan during times of war and trained diligently under the guidance of Chunhua and Qiushi during peacetime. Over time, they had developed the modicum of combat prowess. Now, as the Jurchen forces launched a massive offensive, all 300 of Xie Xuan's troops mobilized to defend the northernmost city walls, assisting in the transportation of bows, crossbows, and trebuchets to the battlements. From her vantage point below the walls, Xie Xuan's gaze swept across the scene, causing trepidation among most of the commanders stationed atop the battlements. The vast enemy formation was led by trebuchets, with infantry on the right and cavalry flanking both sides. The glint of cold steel weapons and the sharp edges of bows and crossbows filled the air. This time, both infantry and cavalry outnumbered previous engagements. In the past, the Jurchens primarily engaged in cavalry tactics. Such a large-scale siege was indeed a rarity. Observing the formation, one could hardly discern the hallmark of a nomadic tribe. Not far below, the enemy's drums reverberated through the air as a group of Jurchen cavalry brazenly emerged from their ranks, thrusting their long spears into the ground and commencing their taunts. The Jin soldiers within the walls could hear their mockery. The Jurchen celestial troops have arrived. The city's fall is imminent. Do not think we are unaware. All the men inside are dead. With only women defending the city, we shall easily breach your walls. If you possess any courage, surrender now, and the general may spare your lives. Their laughter was increasingly crude, revealing their utter disdain for the defenders. General, this is utterly audacious, exclaimed one, for the once ordinary soldier, Arya, had now ascended to the rank of deputy commander under Xie Xuan. Despite her newfound status, her straightforward nature remained unchanged. Xie Xuan, her expression icy, refrained from cursing but instead accepted a bow and crossbow from Chunhua. This is too far. The distance is somewhat beyond our range, remarked Lu Jiang, the commander of the Divine Mechanism camp. Even our sharpshooters cannot hit at this range.
How can we know without trying?
Xie Xuan replied with a bright smile, just as another bow was presented to her.
Use mine.
Lu Jiang chuckled, sizing up the young lady from the capital. In Yuzhou, military discipline was strict. Regardless of gender, one had to earn merit to ascend the ranks. Xie Xuan, having repelled enemy night raids multiple times and claimed numerous victories, had rightfully earned her position.
Thank you,
Xie Xuan said, drawing the bowstring made of superior cowhide, which exhibited excellent tension and elasticity. After a brief adjustment to tighten the bowstring, Lu Jiang was taken aback, realizing that while a tighter string would indeed increase range, it would also require greater strength to draw. Are you certain, Xie Baihu? Perhaps you should reconsider, he advised kindly. Xie Xuan remained silent, focused, as she nocked an arrow and aimed at the most brazen Jurchen provocateur below, who had resorted to vulgar displays to taunt the women in the city. The scene was so outrageous that even Qiushi, usually composed, trembled with indignation at such disrespect. With a stoic expression, Xie Xuan released the arrow, which soared like a shooting star through the snow-laden air, striking the man squarely. The provocateur's eyes widened in horror as he instinctively recoiled, but it was too late. The arrow pierced through, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the battlefield. The Jurchen cavalry, in disbelief, looked down at their bleeding comrade, unwilling to face the grim reality. 3 more arrows followed swiftly, with 2 finding their mark behind him, while one struck true at the center of another's brow. In an instant, 3 men fell from their horses, 2 of whom had barely the chance to adjust their clothing before meeting their demise. Once more, 3 arrows flew, each finding its target with unerring precision, despite the snowy conditions. In a heartbeat, the once boisterous Jurchen forces were reduced to chaos, fleeing in a disordered retreat, abandoning their fallen comrades on the battlefield. Remarkable shooting. Xie Baihu's aim surpasses that of any of you. Lu Jiang shouted excitedly, pulling in 2 cavalrymen for emphasis. General, Xie Baihu possesses extraordinary talent, one soldier lamented, while others cheered for Xie Xuan, nearly overwhelming her with their enthusiasm. Seizing the moment of confusion among the Jurchens, the city gates swung wide, and a cavalry unit of 300 to 400 surged forth from within, charging into the enemy ranks. Leading them was a young commander, his gaze fierce, wielding a halberd as he plunged into the fray. Liang Hongran, the foremost cavalry officer of Libai City, was well known to Xie Xuan, a formidable warrior who had fought since the age of 13. As Liang Hongran engaged the enemy, targeting their weakest points with remarkable precision, Xie Xuan and her comrades watched in admiration, wondering why such a capable general remained relatively unknown while others garnered more fame. Should we not join the fray soon? It could become perilous, Xie Xuan thought, a hint of worry crossing her features as she surveyed the unfolding battle. At the outset, the Jianzhou forces were caught off guard, but their extensive battlefield experience and seamless coordination among the troops soon turned the tide. The cavalry on both flanks began to converge towards the center, and the infantry formed a tight circle, leaving Liang Hongran with no opportunity to charge forth. It was a path leading to certain doom. Do not panic, Xie Baihu. General Liang will emerge shortly. Yu Jiang cast a glance at Xie Xuan, his eyes reflecting admiration. Xie Xuan's gaze remained fixed on Liang Hongran's cavalry, and just before the Jianzhou cavalry could completely encircle them, Liang Hongran led his cavalry in a bold retreat, breaking through the fragile infantry line of the Jianzhou forces and swiftly returning to the formation within the city, leaving the Jianzhou troops in despair. With a sigh of relief, Xie Xuan felt her tension ease, and she composed herself, calling out to the soldiers behind her, "The preliminary skirmish has concluded. It is now our turn to engage in the siege. All forces, advance." The sound of horns and drums resonated as the first wave of projectiles struck the city walls, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise, transforming the battlements into chaos. This scene mirrored the earlier surprise attacks by the Jianzhou forces. When Xie Xuan first encountered such a situation, she was merely leading the local militia, who fled in panic, desperately seeking refuge. Some unfortunate souls were struck by falling stones, their lives extinguished in an instant, while others lay on the ground, writhing in agony with broken limbs. However, Xie Xuan had since trained her troops and was now adept at handling such siege scenarios, as long as they remained sheltered within the arrow towers and embrasures, allowing the Jianzhou forces to unleash their assault. They would be safe. Nevertheless, Arya and Xiang Xiu trembled slightly, their hands slick with sweat as they gripped their weapons. After all, they had never faced such a grand spectacle, especially with the continuous wails ringing in their ears. Do not panic. Maintain your composure, Xie Xuan urged, her eyes fixed on the movements of the Jianzhou forces below. This was merely the prelude to the siege. There was no need to expose themselves prematurely. Steady your minds. Indeed, the prelude did not last long. The rallying horns sounded once more, and the Jianzhou forces surged towards the city walls like an unstoppable tide. The sounds of clashing and charging grew ever closer. The Jin troops atop the walls immediately recognized the onset of a counterattack, with archers desperately raining arrows down upon the advancing enemy, occasionally hurling stones and debris. Many Jianzhou soldiers attempting to scale the walls suffered grievous injuries, their blood staining the ground as they fell. However, the Jianzhou archers, skilled in mounted archery, aimed at the defenders on the walls, occasionally releasing volleys of arrows that caught many Jin soldiers off guard, leading to their untimely demise. Observing the Jianzhou forces beginning their ascent, Xie Xuan realized the moment for a counterattack had arrived. Beware of their concealed arrows.
Charge! Charge!
With fervor, Chunhua and Qiushi led the charge, rallying hundreds of women who, while not the elite of the elite, adhered to orders and would not crumble easily in battle. The soldiers were urged to hurl stones from the battlements. Each enemy struck a small victory. However, as Xie Xuan surveyed the Jianzhou troops below, she sensed something amiss. According to her observations, they should be facing the Jianzhou main force, not the lackluster defense led by Yu Jiang and herself. The ease with which they faced the enemy felt suspiciously effortless.
By who? Look!
Yu Jiang, also sensing the anomaly, pointed towards the western wall, where a dense crowd of enemy soldiers was ascending via bamboo ladders, reminiscent of an encroaching army. This shouldn't be the case. The northern wall is damaged and the easiest target, while the western wall is the most fortified. Just then, the officer responsible for the western wall rushed over, drenched in sweat and blood, presenting military orders. Take your troops and immediately reinforce the western wall. It cannot withstand much longer. With the order in hand, the officer seemed earnest. However, Xie Xuan felt a deep-seated unease. I suspect the Jianzhou forces are deliberately attacking the west while leaving the north vulnerable, attempting to lure our defenders away. If we draw our troops from the north, we may fall into their trap. What nonsense! A mere woman, a baihu, thinks she can dictate strategy? Do you have authority or do I? Orders are absolute. I command you to reinforce the western flank now. If we lose the wall, I will hold you accountable. Chapter 71. Deceived. The officer left without allowing Xie Xuan a chance to respond. Baihu, should we go or not? Chunhua asked urgently. Xie Xuan realized she was caught in a dilemma. To refuse would be to defy orders and invite death, while complying could leave them vulnerable to a northern attack. We must go. She exhaled. Authority weighs heavily. Must we not respond? However, we will only send half our forces. Chunhua, Qiushi, take half of our troops to the western flank to prevent any tricks from the Jianzhou. With half their forces dispatched, regardless of the outcome, it would suffice. The officer had not only summoned them, but Yu Jiang had already received orders to reinforce the west, leaving only Xie Xuan and a little over 100 defenders at the northern wall. Even if the western front was indeed under siege, retaining a small force at the north was justifiable. The fiercest battles in a siege revolve around the struggle for control over the walls. Should the enemy breach the city, it would spell doom. The western wall became a battleground as smoke billowed, and the fiercest clash ensued. Chunhua and Qiushi arrived just in time, stabilizing the situation on the western wall and repelling the Jianzhou soldiers attempting to scale it. However, as Xie Xuan had anticipated, the Jianzhou forces harbored a cunning scheme. As all the main forces concentrated on the western wall, the Jianzhou catapults swiftly redirected their fire towards the northern wall, where Xie Xuan stood. The sheer power of the projectiles concentrated on a single point of the northern wall was catastrophic. Several infantry formations surged from the ranks of the Jianzhou, akin to famished serpents lunging towards the northern wall. The rain of arrows and stones provided ample cover for the attacking soldiers, leaving Xie Xuan, Arya, and Xiang Xiu struggling to keep their heads above the chaos. Baihu, something is amiss. We have been deceived, Arya exclaimed, her eyes wide with realization. And the remaining soldiers quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The Jianzhou forces are upon us. Xie Xuan pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Do not expose yourselves. The arrows are too dense. Anyone who shows themselves will perish. Everyone, fall back and take cover against a rear wall, creating defensive gaps. The order left everyone dumbfounded. If we yield ground, won't the Jianzhou easily ascend? Once they breach the city, it will mean our demise. Xiang Xiu questioned, her battlefield experience affording her some understanding of common tactics, though she struggled to comprehend Xie Xuan's command at that moment. I am the Baihu. My word is law. Obey the orders. Xie Xuan exclaimed loudly. If something goes wrong, the consequences will fall upon me. Quickly, everyone retreat and defend. With resolute determination, Xie Xuan remained steadfast, prompting Xiang Xiu and Arya to say nothing, hastily leading a group to withdraw. Although this repositioning would spare them from the stones and arrows, it rendered the city walls' defenses vulnerable. In no time, the besieging Jurchens would ascend without hindrance. At the moment the Jurchens reached the city walls, the onslaught of catapults and arrows abruptly ceased, as close-quarters combat was imminent. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Jurchens bared their fangs like wolves of the mountains. Standing upon the light gray stones of the city walls instilled in them a false sense of having conquered the fortress.
Kill. Fire.
Under Xie Xuan's command, a dozen female archers unleashed a volley of arrows, and the densely packed Jurchens had no chance to evade. In an instant, 3 to 4 dozen soldiers collapsed, their screams echoing, with the fallen bodies obstructing the advance of their comrades. It was only then that Xiang Xiu and Arya grasped Xie Xuan's strategy. The retreat was intended to dodge the arrows and stones, minimizing unnecessary casualties. Close combat would compel the Jurchens to abandon their ranged assaults.
Kill.
Slay these Jurchens. After the first wave, Xie Xuan shouted towards the rear, calling for vengeance for the fallen citizens. Hundreds surged from the shadows, rushing toward the Jurchens assaulting the city. Xie Xuan, wielding a mighty blade, charged at a square-faced soldier, who, by his attire, was evidently a minor leader. With a resounding clash, Xie Xuan lunged forward, her right foot propelling her upward as she struck downwards. The Jurchen, momentarily stunned, instinctively raised his weapon to block, but Xie Xuan's strike, infused with internal energy, cleaved his blade in two. The Jurchen staggered back, momentarily dazed. Swiftly, Xie Xuan seized the opportunity, her blade sweeping like autumn winds, severing the Jurchen leader in half.
Charge.
Slay. The death of the minor Jurchen leader ignited a fervor among the ranks below. After 2 months of training, each soldier had tasted blood, though fear had initially gripped many. Witnessing Xie Xuan lead the charge spurred them onward, and they surged forward, engaging the Jurchens in fierce melee. This unexpected and tenacious counterattack caught the Jurchens off guard, forcing them to struggle to maintain their footing. The momentum shifted. Xie Xuan's retaliation shattered their confidence, dismantling their hopes of a swift conquest. The clash of weapons rang out, slicing through flesh and bone, as all were consumed by the frenzy of battle. Outside the walls, the Jurchens climbed desperately, their numbers overwhelming despite Xie Xuan's growing determination. Amidst the chaos, Xie Xuan furrowed her brow, gripping her blade tightly as she swung, each arc severing a Jurchen's throat.
Charge. Kill.
Just as Xie Xuan and her companions began to falter, a resounding voice boomed overhead. A wave of reinforcements surged from the flanking towers, pushing the Jurchens back and alleviating the pressure on Xie Xuan's group. Spirits lifted, Xie Xuan turned to see Liang Hongran standing beside her.